store. Start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It's gut check time for your Valley football teams this weekend. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-4 and on a 4-game losing skid, and now they have the Green Bay Packers coming to town in what feels like a game Gannon and this team have to have. But will they be with or without Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? Kyler was listed as limited on the injury report, and Harrison Jr. is still in concussion protocol. And for ASU, coming off an underwhelming loss to Utah without Sam Leavitt, they'll get him back as 7th-ranked Texas Tech will roll into Tempe on Saturday afternoon. And like the Cardinals, it feels like a game they have to have. And here was their head coach, Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. You should like to play these games. You should like to play in the games where you're 10-point dogs. You should want that. Those are the games you want to play in.
And be sure to catch Bickley and Murata's interview with Kenny Dillingham coming up at 7:15 this morning. And this report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Murata.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Happy Friday. The 2 best words when you do morning radio. I say it on the weekly. Happy Friday to everybody. Big weekend ahead. Huge football games in front of us. Kellen Olson's got a bag packed. He's going to Vegas, Sammy.
Woo! Whoa.
He's going to Vegas this weekend.
Going to keep the energy rolling. Going to do a little Empire of the Suns podcast with Kevin after the show. Then we're going to go straight to Sky Harbor, straight to Vegas. Keep the train rolling. Send out a roll call about an hour and 45 minutes. Go to the group chat, see if anyone was still up. I got a report. Bankroll's down, but vibes are still up.
But vibes are up.
So the energy is still good. I missed out on night 1 to do the show with you, Dan, and now I will head out for nights 2 and 3, like you said.
Nice.
Me and the boys are stoked for this weekend of football. We can't wait to watch it and have some.
Hold on, Jared. Hold on. One thing I want to say is I was once in KO's position where I went right from this studio to the airport. That was the time I took my kids and my family to Disney World, and I left my cell phone in the bathroom out there.
Okay.
To my kids, it still is the most impressive thing they have ever seen me do. Go 8 days without a cell phone.
It sounds like a nightmare. I would be so antsy and feeling like I'm missing the world.
But then you get to day 2, and it's the best feeling you've ever had. All right, now let's get back to Kellen's trip.
So what is this? Is this like a bachelor party or something?
Bachelor party, yes. My buddy Jake is getting married in 2 weeks' time, so we're doing it right here. He's doing fine. Marrying a lovely lady. Yeah, my whole group of friends from like high school, college that I've known for like 15 years or so.
But Jared, listen to this setup they've got at the place they're staying. So you rented out like cabana space where they can order any food in the vicinity?
Yeah, so at sportsbooks now you can like order ahead and like reserve ahead basically because you can just roll into a sportsbook and sit down whenever, place a bet or whatever, or you can like reserve a table or a couch or whatever for the entire day. So for the slate on Saturday, we've got a spot from like 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. So like we'll be there, we'll go to tables, we'll come back and stuff. Like we're going to start the morning with some Premier League soccer. Jake is a diehard Arsenal fan. They're facing Fulham, which is actually the club that his soon bride-to-be supports as well. Wow. So we got a little bit of that energy going on, and then, of course, we'll have ASU Texas Tech on, and we'll have a lot more on throughout the day. I can't wait.
I look at the look of just complete jealousy on Sammy's face.
Me too.
We'll see. It's okay. I might see Kellen at the airport. I'm going to Fort Worth after the show. I'm going to TCU Baylor.
Oh.
Yeah.
A lot of people say Fort Worth is as good as Las Vegas. So.
Well,
good luck.
As a country,
the Las Vegas of the central south of
Texas.
So it's TCU homecoming. My girlfriend is a Horned Frog, so we're going
That's
down.
Not a nice thing to call.
Nice. Jared. And you just got back from going, so you're not doing anything this weekend.
No play. Yeah, I just got back, but man, I do love gambling. That sounds
the
so
craziest
good. And
thing.
eating.
The craziest thing these kids are doing is two of my buddies, they got in Thursday. One got in Wednesday, and then Jake is a diehard Packers fan. So, of course, Packers Cardinals on Sunday. They're flying back at Frontier 7 a.m. after a weekend in Vegas and then going to the
Straight
game
to the stadium
on Sunday.
Where is this guy from that he is a diehard Packers and Arsenal fan?
Hey, he's got a diverse profile. Let the kid
Is he from Arizona?
It's a weekend, yeah.
That's wow.
He's a Wildcat, too. There's your local time.
I think a lot of younger sports fans also have a favorite soccer team.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, people in my generation, that never was a thing.
For sure. It will come up on the generation gap, I'm sure, as we play that game, because that is one of the young sports that people like.
It just wasn't accessible
racing
back then. Yeah, it just wasn't as accessible at all. And now you can stream whatever you need. I remember when I was trying to watch like Newcastle leave like 10 years ago, it was a bit of a struggle, but now it's a lot easier.
And the final point I want to make on this whole thing, I'm sure the older people are saying, when did bachelor parties become entire weekend, entire week destination events instead of just like take your friend out and get him drunk one night before the wedding? But that's how it's been for the last 10 or 15 years or so, yeah.
It's a great point. All right,
we're going
to
treat him
Jared.
right. We're going to treat him right.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, we had a wild Thursday night football game last night. And how about those Cincinnati Bengals fits? That uniform combination, I love that combo.
Beautiful.
Anyways, Joe Flacco and the Bengals take down the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think, Vinny, that was his #1 game, wasn't it?
He had the Steelers -5.5.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get into this because this game is very, very interesting on a lot of different reasons, starting with what were the Browns doing trading a quarterback in their division?
There's a lot to learn from this football game, and none bigger than organizational competency. Matters more than anything else.
Do you know how much organizational incompetency is in the NFL? It's stunning to me. The older I get, the more and more I see it.
We saw two very poor defensive performances last night, Dan, but we saw two guys where if you give them room to throw, they can still do it.
Yeah.
When Aaron rolled out to his left for that Hail Mary, I was like, brother, come on, you're not getting it down there.
It was the longest pass thrown since 2017.
He's the best.
My gosh.
The best Hail Mary thrower of all time.
Of all time.
Has to be.
It's not even close.
If DK Metcalf would have actually gotten down there, he would have had a shot at it, but I think he was like all of us, and it's like, this ball's not getting down here.
All right, last night we also saw the shortest mound visit in playoff history. John Schneider, Blue Jays manager, went to the mound, and Max Scherzer barked at him. He literally turned around and went back to the dugout.
This is what happens when the pitcher is older than the manager. You got to respect them.
Yeah, so Seattle loses again at home. They went from partying like crazy to gripping now in Seattle.
Yeah, the amount of anxiety that fan base left that building with is certainly relatable. And I think Suns fans can relate. Just a couple years ago, being up 2-0, they didn't leave the building in Game 4, but even Game 5, midway through that game, I was like, oh boy, what did we get ourselves into here after getting such a big lead?
Meanwhile, the Dodgers shut down Milwaukee again. They're up 3-0 in that series. They continue to steamroll through the postseason. Locally, how about this? Corbin Carroll, a Gold Glove finalist in right field, along with Fernando Tatis and Sal Frelick.
Shout out to Corbin. He made it a point of emphasis. I don't know if this was talked about a ton per se, but he made it a point of emphasis to improve the strength in his arm. And it went from a major weakness of his, because you would remember any fly ball to right field the year before in 23, it was going to score a run. He had a handful of assists from there this past season, really worked at it to a point where it's not so much a strength per se, but it's definitely not a weakness anymore. And we've just come to know that that's the type of player and the worker that he is. So I'm sure he's going to get a Gold Glove here at some point. That's tough competition.
Yeah, but what a great step for him to take.
Absolutely.
That was definitely something brought up on this show throughout the season.
Yeah. Great step for him to take. All right, this weekend, Curt Cignetti, by the way, head coach of Indiana, the Hoosiers, signed an 8-year, $93 million contract yesterday. Now, these numbers, it's like they're... What do they mean? Do coaches ever stay in one place like that? But what a deal for the guy that has lit Hoosier Nation on fire.
It's a weird space where it's one of the bigger universities in the country, but of course their football program isn't that big. But I think it shows, at least at that school, that if you build up a football program at a school that has some reputation to it, but maybe not in the football landscape, that money will follow.
Yeah. In the NFL, a couple big-name players set to return to their teams. George Kittle expecting to play for the 49ers this weekend. Joe Alt returns to practice for the L.A. Chargers. Those are big additions for both teams. And lastly, in college football, don't know what's going on with University of North Carolina football, but Mike Lombardi, who has been their GM, hasn't been with the team since September. Turns out he's been in Saudi Arabia fundraising, and Steve Belichick's wife posted pictures of a moving van in front of their house yesterday. Who knows what's happened there? Who knows where Bill Belichick is going to be Monday morning?
All I hope is Pablo Torre and his gang doesn't come to town here, because wherever they go, they're going to find stuff, and they continue to find more and more nuggets from that absolute nonsense.
All right, coming back on the other side, a night for the aged Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers. What a football game. We'll discuss. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them run the ball, man. This is the biggest house we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to take down Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers on Sunday? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Friday morning, Valley sports fans, and a big shout out to our great listeners in the city of Scottsdale.
That's a big one.
That is a big one.
That's a big one we got.
Yeah, that's a
shout out
big
Scottsdale.
Shout
what
out
up, Scottsdale?
What up, Scottsdale? All right, so last night, a really interesting football game that proved the Cincinnati Bengals aren't dead yet. Joe Flacco and the Bengals beat Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers 33-31. It was a great game with all sorts of different little talking points, right down to an attempted Hail Mary that Aaron Rodgers threw at the end of the game. And I think we all had the same reaction. Like, can you believe this guy can still throw a football like that?
And when he rolled out to his left in the same way that he did at State Farm Stadium, like my PTSD triggered a little bit, even if the Cardinals didn't lose that game. I was
that
still
is
like,
exactly what I felt when he took the snap from center and rolled to his left in that slow roll to buy his receivers.
It was like a pre-programmed animation from a video game where he was like, it's the Hail Mary animation. I roll out to my left and I just throw it like this.
So before we got to that Hail Mary attempt from Aaron Rodgers at the end of the game, you had Joe Flacco taking over the Cincinnati offense. He targeted Jamar Chase 23 times in a football game.
It felt like more.
It was very football Twitter, like fan from couch of him, where it's like, just throw Marvin Harrison the ball. It was very that.
But I was watching that going, see, that's how you do it.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at your best receivers and you go, you're getting the ball.
It also helps that the Steelers just were playing man coverage play after play after play, and Jamar Chase, being the best receiver in the world, was just open so much all night long.
Yeah, and T. Higgins got targeted 10 times. Jamar Chase had 16 receptions, 16 of them.
It was just really fun to watch because on the other side, like there was a gorgeous throw that Rodgers had to DK Metcalf down the right sideline in the second half as well. It was one of those games. I think it was Greg Rosenthal who pointed this out on Twitter. You can do on Amazon Prime Video like the Prime Vision thing where you can see like the all 22 view, and that view of Rodgers' go-ahead touchdown at the time, just an absolute laser through like 3 different windows.
Yeah.
And
yes.
It was just awesome to see. I know the defense wasn't great, and you can like cherry pick and say like, oh well, if they would have been playing zone, like Jamar would have been contained or whatever. But just to see those two guys making like that's what football is all about to me, is like seeing quarterbacks make throws like that consistently, and seeing two guys in their 40s do it is something that we've never seen before. I actually went and looked it up, Dan. This is the first time in NFL history where we've had two quarterbacks 40 years old or older against each other throw at least 3 touchdowns in the same game.
That's
amazing.
Was
awesome.
Yeah, that is 7 combined between the two of them. And it did raise a lot of questions because Mike Tomlin earlier in the week was not at all happy with the Cleveland Browns for trading a player like Joe Flacco in the division. Kind of like, what are you doing, man? I don't know whether that's a breach of etiquette or whether it's just stupidity.
But it's not like the Browns are a contender, though, so who do they care where they trade him to?
Because now you're giving this guy to a team in your division, and now that team is above you.
But that team's not going to – it's not like Flacco's going to set the Bengals up now for the next 4 years and you're screwed yourself
But
going
I think
forward.
the point of protest is he went for like such a cheap amount, right? Like it was just like it was like a swap of fifths or something like that.
It was just 1 5th-round draft pick.
Okay, it was just a very minimal price, whereas before it would be like, okay, go ahead and outbid for him if you're going to cry about it or whatever. But I get where Tomlin is coming from in some aspects, but at the same time, it's Joe Flacco in his 40s. Just beat Joe Flacco in his 40s.
Right, there's no
100%.
reason. Joe Flacco in his 20s was not that, like, great. You know, even when he won a Super Bowl, the biggest debate was, well, is this guy elite? Is this guy really good? Is he a system quarterback?
He was on a different team 10 days ago. Just beat him.
Especially if you're a real contender.
Right. Yeah, it did show last night, Kellen briefly mentioned it, that both these guys, Rodgers and Flacco, if you keep them upright and give them enough time, they've been in the league long enough to where they know where the football needs to go, and their arms can still back it up.
Yeah.
Is that the rule for any quarterback in the NFL, you think? Is it that simple? If you give them time and they have weapons, they will make you pay?
Well,
if you're a veteran and you can see the field and you know pre-snap stuff, absolutely.
It's innate feel. Like there was the one-handed catch that Jamar Chase almost made late in that game, and that was one of those plays where it always is like the old adage of like just throw it up to the receiver and give him a shot to make that play. That's an easy thing to say, but like Flacco and Rodgers are the type of guys who know how to do that without risking the ball in that kind of way. So it was really fun to watch, and it kind of is just something that we don't really see really that often.
Well, listen, Browns fans are about as tortured of a fan base as you're going to find. And after that game, they're interviewing Joe Flacco, and all those fans in Cincinnati had stuck around, and they were chanting, "Thank you, Cleveland." Can you imagine being a Browns fan, looking and listening to that? Here's what Joe Flacco had to say.
Hello, I'm Joe Flacco.
Looking ahead at the results, you got to just take that out of play and just go play football. And hey, we got Jamar on an out route. Oh, they're off of him. Just throw it. Just simple things. It just goes back to the basics and not worrying about the result in the moment. Just playing the play and getting our guys in position to go win it.
Yeah, saying the game is simple if you let it be. That's interesting. All right, on the flip
the other
side,
thing, just real quick, you were saying how tortured the Browns fans must be watching that game. How about the Jets fans?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That, again, organizational competency. The only thing I could think about watching that game is, like, he played for the Jets last year. He previously played for the Browns. It made me think of one of our quarterbacks here locally, if I'm being honest.
Well, yes. Now think about this. Aaron Glenn had Aaron Rodgers fly all the way to New York just to tell him, I don't want you anymore.
Look, I'm guilty because personal bias against Aaron Rodgers. I don't like him.
Same.
I thought he was totally washed. I thought he would never look elite. Forget in 1 or 2 games for a whole season. I never thought it. But he's been very good for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
He had it rolling last night. He was breaking out the smelling salts. You see that before that last Hail
Dude,
Mary?
he had it on the field.
Yeah, on the field. He dropped
and they had shown him on the sideline like a half hour early ripping another one. I was like, brother, are you okay? And then I realized I'm asking Aaron Rodgers if he's okay. Of course he's not okay. He's never been okay in the history of his existence.
You know, you saw after the Freiermuth touchdown, one of his own offensive linemen kind of came up from behind and tackled him.
Oh, yeah.
Got up and shoved him, and he was
angry.
Off.
He was angry at his running back earlier for butchering a play, and it pains me to say he still has it.
Well, I think you got to realize, listen, we want to win every game. There needs to be an expectation of winning, but this is a short week, division opponent, anything can happen. Obviously, Joe played really well for them, and Chase and T got going for him. But this is the NFL. We had a chance to really open up some space, but we're 4-2. Still first in the division. Got a couple home games coming up, back-to-back, another Sunday night opportunity against my former team. So I'm not going to ride the roller coaster, and I know Mike isn't, and hopefully you guys follow suit.
14 touchdowns for him. That is tied.
Does he really have to say that at the end?
Yeah, of course he does. I was just trying to glance by it because it's like I'm like immune to it at this point. It's just like the guy, again, his entire existence has been that. I'm sure when he was 7 years old, he was talking like that. When he's 70 years old, he's going to be talking like that. Was his passive-aggressive nonsense. He's been very good, though. He's had 14 touchdowns. That's tied for the league lead right now, 8th in quarterback rating. To your point, Jarrett, never in a million years would I have guessed that based on watching him last year.
Yeah, when you say you're immune to it, do you mean you're vaccinated against it, or do you just mean that you're saying that you're
careful
immune
with
to
that word around Aaron Rodgers,
yeah, exactly.
Jarrett. Don't trigger him.
Jared, he did his own research.
Oh, that's right.
All right, but this is more of the goofy NFL. Now, Joe Burrow is telling people, I'm coming back in mid-December. So the Bengals aren't done yet.
At a certain point, also,
done.
that would be a huge news because we were looking ahead. When the Burrow injury happened, we were like, well, the Cardinals play the Bengals near the end of the season. Does that mean they're going to face, because that would be for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
I'm hoping now that will still be a meaningful game, and we'll still be wondering, is it going to be Burrow or Flacco at that point?
Steelers' next 3 games, Packers, Colts, at Chargers. Ooh. And so the Bengals have a nice little window here. I mean, if Lamar Jackson can get back soon enough, I know they're 1-5, but if this division toils around 400-500 with this quarterback play, it's Lamar Jackson. I'm not ruling out the Ravens just yet.
All right, coming up on the other side, the Arizona Cardinals' gigantic game this weekend. We'll start getting you prepped up for that next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You flash the 10. 5 fingers and 5 fingers. Flash the 10! Flash the 10 and only do it in the fourth quarter. Why? Because it includes the first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Add them all up, and that adds up to 10.
I like it. My only question is what happens if it goes overtime?
Well, again, hopefully you'll flash the O.
You'll finish.
I
knew you were going to have an answer.
Do this, something like this or something.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Game day at your place? Don't stress about the food. Spinato's has you covered. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Spinato's catering is legit. We're talking crispy, Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. It's everything you need to feed the whole crew without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order, and you're the MVP of game day. Now, here's something cool. For September and October, Spinato's is bringing back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za. It's a spicy chipotle peach pizza. Yeah, sweet heat. And they're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. The Wizard of Za, just another addition to Spinato's already deep pizza roster. And of course, you always have the option to build your own with Spinato's fresh list of ingredients. Whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. Check it all out and order at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Ready, set, forward. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc. The OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are two huge football games here in the Valley this weekend. First, Saturday afternoon in Tempe, the Sun Devils in their throwback uniforms and new Sunburst helmet will welcome the 7th-ranked team in the country, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. And the Devils should have Sam Levitt back under center as he's listed as probable on the injury report. But don't miss Kenny Dillingham coming up at 7:15 right here on Bickley and Murata. We move to Sunday, and while there are question marks surrounding who will be quarterbacking this team, whether it's Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, the bottom line is that this team needs a win in the worst way, and they'll look to get one Sunday against the Packers. And according to Budda Baker, the team feels that urgency.
You know, for us, it's urgency every single day, every time we step foot in the workspace each and every day. So we're just gonna continue to live in the process, live in the moment. Had a great day of practice today.
This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear live from Talladega Motor Speedway Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks, but at the same time, it is what it is. You know, we had to handle it. On the offense, it's going to affect them more than it does on defense, because, they got to be able to handle the noise when you're at home, you don't expect to have to handle noise. So that's the adjustment for them. But for us on defense, it doesn't really change anything for us. So it is what it is.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, everybody. A lot of football to cover today. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. Of course, I am Dan Bickley, Sammy Sabolka, Jared Carlin. We'll have a sports kebab for you. Rasheer Fleming from the Suns is going to join us. Kenny Dillingham will join us for his weekly visit. Always a great time because it's the last time anybody in the media hears from Kenny Dillingham before the weekend's games.
And he'll be live on video, so make sure, if you're listening, tune into YouTube, Arizona Sports, to watch it live and see Kenny.
And the first thing that Sammy said when he saw you today, Jared, he's like, oh, purple on purple,
He's still new.
And honestly, I'm not here to gas you up, but I like it.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
So tune in. If you're watching live, you could see my pink and purple shirt, my purple lavender pants, pink socks, white shoes.
When's the last time you got gassed up, Jarrett?
Yeah, right?
Well, let me tell you something about Bean Night.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, you knew it was coming. All right, the Arizona Cardinals, Green Bay Packers. Let me give you a heads up of what's happening on the Green Bay side of the ledger. Kellen brought this up yesterday. Their head coach, Matt LaFleur, he has been on a crusade about how Micah Parsons is being held by opposing offensive linemen, whoever trying to block him. He's going to make it a point to talk to the officials. He made that very, very clear. And get this, the officiating crew for Sunday's game in Glendale has thrown a ton of flags, more than any other crew in the NFL. This is exactly the kind of football game I despise, by the way. Alex Moore's crew has seen 12 teams through 6 games this year, and they have called 7 or more penalties on 10 of those 12 teams.
Ew.
And 7 of them have been flagged 10 times or more.
Ugh,
Ew.
great.
That's right.
Yuck. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, just with the amount of penalties it feels like this year. I don't know if the numbers back up how frequent some of these penalties are. There's the kickoff. It seems like every kickoff there's a penalty in some kind of way or some sort of, they get it on the 35, 30. We're still figuring it out, but this is going to be an issue for the Cardinals. They're 25th in sack percentage this year. Their offensive line has not been able to protect the quarterback as well as they did last year. Their offensive line has been a problem spot in general, and that is where Green Bay is going to thrive. They're going to create a lot of passing downs because this is the best run defense in the league. They're allowing 73 rushing yards per game. That's only 3.6 yards per carry, and if you know the script for Green Bay, they're getting ahead early in games too, so they are forcing teams to play from behind as well. So the run game is going to be a big part of this, because if you're working in 3rd and long and Micah Parsons is coming at you, you're probably going to have to hold him anyway, and we know this ref crew is going to be looking for it.
Jonathan Gannon on what he thinks when he looks at that Packers defense.
You know, I think who are their premier players, and they got a lot of them. And then schematically, what you need to try to attack, you know, and they do a good job of negating how you want to attack them. I think they do a really good job, you know, the coaching staff with the players that they have is to marry the front to the back, because they got multiple rushers that can win now. So then in the back end, they do a good job of making it hard on you, you know, and making you try to hold the ball, and it's a tough way to go. So they're playing well right now.
So Packers, by the way, are the only team in the NFL this year to have a double-digit lead in every game they've played. Now, they have, like the Cardinals, had trouble finishing.
Yes.
And finishing off opponents. They've lost to the Cleveland Browns, which is incomprehensible. But that's the NFL in this day and age. So you're right. It starts with that Packers defense. Not only do they control the run, they pressure the quarterback. So it's going to be a long day for whoever is quarterbacking. But on that front, at yesterday's practice, Kyler Murray was throwing passes to practice squad guys while Jacoby Brissett was practicing with the first teamers. What does that tell you?
Yeah, it was sort of our thought, Dan, coming into the week that unless Kyler is 150%, even if he's at 95%, you're better off here just playing Jacoby Brissett. One, just to keep Kyler Murray healthy. Look, Kyler Murray is just a better quarterback than Jacoby Brissett. We can sit here and debate if you have a better chance to win with Jacoby or Kyler. I want to see one more game, and guess who probably wants to see one more game of that too? The Arizona Cardinals. So I don't think they'll use it as an excuse per se, but especially going into the bye week, just to have Kyler back fresh at 100%. But we all know the story here. If Jacoby looks as good as he did against Indianapolis, even if they lose this game, if they keep it close and the passing game once again looks like it's flowing in a way that it hasn't all year, those questions will begin to not begin, but they will continue. Now, it was very emphatic from Jonathan Gannon after the game when the questions came up on Kyler. He's our quarterback. When he's healthy, he's our quarterback. We have heard that before about quarterbacks in this town, that we're not the team's quarterback for very much longer. So believe it when we see it. We'll have to play it week by week.
That's a great point. And what's interesting about this weekend is if Jacoby Brissett goes out and actually beats the Packers, now you're going to have an issue, because the next game out of the break is the game in Arlington, where Kyler Murray has never lost in that building. So logic would tell you that's the place you want Kyler to return. But could you take the ball out of the hands of Jacoby Brissett if he gives you a huge win? Patrick Peterson, a guest of Wolf and Luke, here's what he said about Jacoby Brissett and what he brings to the team.
I thought it was a great performance. And, Jacoby Ford, I thought he handled himself very well, staying in the pocket, looking the pressure right in his face, still delivering the ball. It looked like him and Zay Jones had a pretty good connection going into that game. But yeah, the offense did look a little different, and I think half of it is because of, Jacoby Brissett chances of staying in the pocket, making sure that plays actually develop, going through his progressions to hit those open receivers. And, that's why the offense, in my opinion, looked a little bit more fluent than versus, just throwing the fade balls or just running broken plays, being for big gains in the passing game.
It's a balancing act because what you're not getting is when Jacoby had to improvise, because he did have a very nice run on that last drive of the game where he did open it up. So it's not like Kyler's the only guy in the world that can do that. Even someone who moves like Jacoby Brissett can still do that. But at the same time, Kyler makes 4 to 6 plays a game with his legs and creates extra opportunities and creates a first down out of nothing in a way that, let's be honest, we take for granted. And we're like, okay, that's Kyler being Kyler. Now, we don't take it fully for granted. We still are able to appreciate the ability that he's able to show. But what it does to extend drives is something that they're just not going to have in this football game if he's not out there. But to P2's point, like, you're going to get Jacoby Brissett staying in the pocket. You're going to be getting him willing to take a hit. I don't know if I buy the progressions part. I made sure to go back myself and watch the tape and look through everything and see okay, was he really bouncing through 3 or 4 reads and back there? It was mostly his first read that was wide open, and it was very, again, the dink and dunk stuff was there. The Colts were down 6 corners. So it's one of those things where against a better defense, against a more equipped defense, a healthier defense, I'm really curious to see if Jacoby can keep this going or if this is just another Downs McCoy situation yet again.
Yeah, it's the fire extinguisher theory. Good for one use and one use only.
Yeah.
That to me is, I'm looking forward to having resolution on that front. To see what Jacoby Brissett, if he can duplicate that against a real team with a real secondary that isn't scrambling because some guy got concussed in pregame warmups. Because that's fair to Kyler and it's fair to Jacoby Brissett.
So what if Kyler, we've talked about we want him to be 100% healthy the next time he steps onto the football field. This is something we haven't talked a lot. If Jacoby Brissett comes back to earth and struggles in the first half of this football game, and Kyler's sitting there 90-95% ready to go, is that a decision that should be made, could be made?
I don't think so. No. Because if you're going by their logic, if he's healthy enough to play, he's going to play.
Right.
Okay.
He starts the game. If he can play, he starts the game.
If he can start, that's what they've been saying. That's been their messaging all along.
I do feel that if he's healthy enough to play, though, has to be 100%. Because of how Brissett played, because they have the bye week coming up, I feel like they're not going to say, a 90% Kyler Murray is better than a 100%. I think they're just going to say, if he's 100%, he's going to play. If not, let's err on the side of caution.
All right, we're giving you another chance to score Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets for this weekend. Coming up in about 35 minutes. Listen for the sounder at 7:15 this morning for your shot to see the Cardinals take on the Packers and ASU to take on Texas Tech. That's a good weekend of football, folks. Once again, 7:15 a.m. for your chance to win tickets to both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils. On the other side, we'll start touring around the NFL. Interesting stuff entering Week 7. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, when it's time to ride Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Trapped in a 30-year mortgage, decades of payments, mountains of interest, and every time rates fall, you refinance and start over? That's not a plan. That's a prison. The Life Changer loan lets you do your banking inside your mortgage, using your income to crush interest and pay off your home in just years, not decades. Don't spend one more minute in mortgage prison. It's not magic. It's just math. So take back control at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
All right, we brought this up yesterday. There's a story that's kind of brewing in the NFL, and it's if you want to put on your tinfoil hats, there's room for you in this story. It might just be a story about NFL processes and what needs to change. But let's go back to the Kansas City-Detroit Lions game, a game the Chiefs won, a game where the Chiefs' defense looked really good, a game that made a lot of Chiefs haters think, uh-oh, that team is back.
The thing that people literally joke about actually happened, and that is that the league literally called in. And the way in which they called in benefited the Kansas City Chiefs, to your point, fueling the speculation, conspiracy theories, however you want to characterize it.
That's exactly right. So what went down during this game? So they ran a Philly special where Lions quarterback Jared Goff left his position as quarterback and ran out to the flank as a receiver. He did not stop as the rules dictate you must. You need to come to a complete 1-second stop if you're going to run that play. He didn't do it. They score a touchdown on the play. 1 minute and 15 seconds after the play was over, a flag comes out. Referee Craig Rolstad talked to Dan Campbell on the sideline. Dan Campbell was nodding his head. Craig Rolstad said after the game that that the league offices in New York did not get involved. Dan Campbell said exactly the opposite.
When we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Dan Campbell is saying one thing, and the referee is saying something completely different. Now, it's very, very possible Dan Campbell didn't hear the ref properly. But if he did, somebody is lying here. And the reason why this matters is there is this feeling among football fans that the Chiefs get all the breaks. And if you're in a game against the Chiefs and a touchdown is scored and there's no flag dropped, the league shouldn't be getting on the phone and calling down to the referee on the field saying, you got to throw a flag on that play, you missed it. That's not what their job is. That's not what protocol is.
Well,
right?
especially like if you have this conspiracy theory brain on the Chiefs, especially in a game and a season where it's sort of slipping away from the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want the Chiefs to be good again, they have to win some of these games before they get too far below water there.
The issue, though, it extrapolates, it expands because we know now that the tush-push is once again in the crosshairs in the NFL. The play is probably as unpopular as it's ever been, mostly because, why? Because Eagles offensive linemen, they're jumping early, and refs can't see it. So if the league office is getting involved on a game like the Chiefs-Lions, why can't they get involved on a play like that?
Yeah, Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk put it together and said that by the time from the snap at which the violation occurred until the flag was thrown by Craig Rolstad, 1 minute and 15 seconds had elapsed. Rolstad was interviewed by a pool reporter after the game and said that the call came from a discussion with the crew, not with assistance from New York. So, like, why did he lie? Why is Campbell lying? Clearly, to your point, someone is lying. And I love the way that Florio put it, which is that the trick play, fourth down touchdown on Detroit's opening drive in Kansas City violated the rules. There's an unresolved question regarding how the violation was detected. And to your point, if it's being detected in that type of way, we don't hear of this unique circumstance often, and the fact that we're hearing about it in a marquee game featuring the most notable team,
That's it.
and the team that all fans, or not all fans, that's being a bit dramatic, but a lot of fans feel like gets an unfair advantage from the officiating. This is one of those things where it goes beyond like, okay, Patrick Mahomes is just getting like respect calls, right? This is going into something much deeper into... Again, like there are the amount of people that have tweeted me during a Suns game and went, Silver made the call. Like, you know what I mean? That have gone like he's in the earpiece. He's fiddling with his earpiece because Silver has made the call in. While they're going over for the review, he's not hearing the people back in New York. He's hearing Adam Silver on the phone telling him to overturn this call or else. Like, it's those types of people who are being fueled by this.
Well, and especially after a game in which the Chiefs were called for 0 penalties. 0. Now, the Lions weren't overly penalized. They only were flagged 4 times in the game, so it's not like a free throw shooting discrepancy of 36-4. You know what I mean? But still, it's a bad look for the league because of the team involved. And if you're gonna do this, if that is what happened, then shouldn't you have people monitoring every game for things like tush-push violations?
Yeah, and it's the type of thing, too, Dan, and you know this with the years that you have spent covering sports in various capacities, that you would hope there is some sort of way to hear from a league representative and get an official declaration on what happened here. Like, is the league in an official statement going to say, yes, Dan Campbell is right, or yes, Rolstad was right? Because one of them is wrong in this instance, and it would be good for us to know from the league in an official capacity. So hopefully somewhere on the Detroit side of this or from the league side itself as a whole, someone has submitted the request and we get something from the league on this.
All right, across the NFL this week, and mentioned it earlier in the program, 49ers big home game against the Falcons. They expect to get George Kittle, their stud tight end, back for that game. The 49ers have been decimated by injuries like a lot of teams have. This is kind of the time of year where teams that have had guys missing start getting them back.
Who's everyone's pick to win the division right now? I was with the Rams before the start of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle's looked pretty darn good so far. Like, they are quietly have been one of the best teams in the league. so far. It still feels like the Rams division to lose to me, but where do you guys lean?
Going into the year, I had the Rams with the slight edge over the Cardinals. I gave the Cardinals a really good chance to win the division because I thought Matthew Stafford's back injury was going to be significant. I had the Seahawks landing in third, and I thought the window was going to shut hard on the 49ers.
I had the Niners heading in. I was as high as anyone on the Niners. I still think the Niners can win the division. Brock Purdy's coming back. George Kittle. I know they lost Bosa and Warner on the defensive end of the football, but Purdy, Kittle, Shanahan, I'll sign up for that. I think the Rams and Seahawks aren't far behind. The Seahawks have probably the best defense in the division. The Rams might have the best player in the division in Puka. And right now the Cardinals haven't helped their case.
No, the Seahawks, this is interesting to me because that new coach that they brought over to that football team, longtime defensive coordinator in Baltimore, he's done some really good things.
Mike McDonald,
Yes.
He's been fantastic.
He's been fantastic. They've got a game at home against the Texans who have not been fantastic.
No. And I think Seattle is a team to sort of what you were talking about, saying with like best player in the division. I think if you look across football, you're like, okay, who is the best player on offense for this team and who is the best player on defense for this team? Seattle might have the number one combination because Jackson Smith and Jigba arguably has been better than Puka Nacua, and Leonard Williams has been the best defensive lineman in football so far to start this year. Like, they are a deep team with a ton of talent across the field, and that's the scary thing that always happens is, to your point, you'll remember when Cliff got hired and Cliff was the head coach, it was like, all right, where is this like revolutionary offense? When Mike McDonald was hired, what were Seattle fans promised? A revolutionary defense, and they're getting it right now.
But isn't it just come down to, do you trust Sam Darnold?
Yes.
And do you trust Sam Darnold for a full season?
Well,
especially when the games really matter at the end of the season.
Do I trust him to get enough regular season wins? For sure. Do I trust him in meaningful games in January? Hell no. No, absolutely not. I do not
I don't
at
know
all.
how you could.
But this team could easily win 11, 12, 13 games with the way their defense is playing and with the way Smith and Jigba just looks completely unstoppable. They have a really good running game too. Like, they're a really good team.
Does this division only get one playoff team, do you guys think?
That's a really good question. I think that we projected it before that it was going to be a multi-team thing. I think the NFC East might be. I think that's what you're looking at more, right, Sammy? Is like, is the NFC East or the NFC West only going to produce one team?
I think the NFC West is going to get two.
I think at the end of the day, they get two as well. It's going to come down to the Falcons, and it's going to come down to like the Commanders and Cowboys.
The Falcons are so hard to peg down because
Right,
you'll
yeah.
watch Penix one week and he'll be absolutely unbelievable, and then he'll just be absolutely abhorrent. Like, there's just no balancing act between him. It feels like we're pretty safe putting the Packers and Lions, but Minnesota's a good shout. None of us are going to buy Bears stock until there's like 3 weeks
And
left.
the big picture disappointment was going into the season. It felt like the NFC West was so wide open, which it still is for three of the teams. And it just stinks that it feels like right now the Cardinals are so clearly the fourth team in the division.
To me, the entire NFC is wide open. You have no idea who's good, right? The Eagles are the defending champions, and everyone thinks the bottom's about to fall out of that tub.
That division, especially after that Eagles loss, you're like, okay, are the Cowboys going to win this
they any
division?
good?
And then
Yeah.
they lose to the Panthers,
Right.
and it's like, where are the good teams? They're
No
just
doubt about
missing.
it. Yeah, well, Jared mentioned it. The Cardinals' huge game. How did they beat the Packers? We'll discuss on the other side. 7 o'clock hour coming up. Stick around. It will feature Kenny Dillingham, Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley.
And my song.
Oh, that's right. That's what's coming up. That's the big news, Jared Carlin. We're back right after this.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located in the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is gut check time for your Valley football teams this weekend. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-4 and on a 4-game losing skid, and now they have the Green Bay Packers coming to town in what feels like a game Gannon and this team have to have. But will they be with or without Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? Kyler was listed as limited on the injury report, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is still in concussion protocol. And for ASU, coming off an underwhelming loss to Utah without Sam Leavitt, they'll get him back as the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders will roll into Tempe on Saturday afternoon. And just like the Cardinals, it feels like it's a game they have to have. And here was head coach Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. You should like to play these games. You should like to play in the games where you're 10-point dogs. You should want that. Those are the games you want to play in.
And be sure to catch Kenny Dillingham coming up at 7:15 right here on Bickley and Marotta, and that's what's trending now.
Football Red Friday.
Hey, it's safety Buda Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
Let's get it!
Yeah, I thought Jacoby played well. I mean, there's no doubt. I was proud of the command that he had, his poise. All 11 guys on offense, the offense playing a little bit better than we've played.
When I find my Cardinals are in trouble, playing games without Murray, we turn to the backup, Jacoby. The offense has been disappointing this season, we all agree. Who can we put with them? Jacoby. Jacoby, 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 my QB. We can win games with them, Jacoby. And who can get the ball to our receivers consistently? He showed that the answer's Jacoby. Can he beat the Packers Sunday with a crowd mostly in green? If Kyler cannot go, Jacoby. Jacoby, 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 the QB. We can win games with him, Jacoby.
You're Paul McCartney. You remember when you were with the Beatles?
Good ending, Jarrett. That was actually pretty good.
Hey, thank you.
I like that one,
All
Jarrett.
right.
Well done. So, Jacoby Brissett, it looks like he will get the nod on Sunday, as we said earlier today, as was reported yesterday. Kyler Murray practicing with some of the practice squad guys. Jacoby Brissett practicing with the first-teamers, the regulars, which would seem to be an indication that Kyler's not quite there and that Jacoby's going to get start number 2. Very, very important because as Kellen has been, I have been really, really profoundly struck by what Jacoby Brissett's performance looked like. I think you've had a lot more skepticism about the conditions of that performance given the injuries to the Colts secondary.
A fiery way to say, I just want to see one more game.
Exactly.
I just want to see one more.
No, listen. But I think that's where I'm getting at. I think you and I both arrived right at the same spot, and that is I want to see one more game. Because I think this is better this way. I think it's fair to Jacoby, who put it on the line and really performed well. I'd give him a B+ for the day. And I think it's fair for Kyler as well to not have to deal with what some of the fan base is saying and thinking right now. It's very, very possible Jacoby Brissett goes out and looks more like a journeyman and not like an answer. I know after that performance in Indianapolis, there were some national analysts who said, look, Jacoby Brissett's capable of being a starting quarterback in this league. Well, he was on Sunday. But for guys like Jacoby Brissett, it's putting that kind of performance out there every week against every kind of defense, especially the really good teams. So that's, to me, is the beauty of it. You're going to get to see more of that, and you can really say, okay, maybe Jacoby Brissett, as a journeyman who's had moments of real success and extended periods of struggles, maybe the system, this team, this here and now really works for him. Or maybe that game in Indianapolis was a one-off.
I think what's undeniable is that this offense fits him more than it does Kyler Murray in terms of what they were able to reshape around him, which was immensely frustrating to watch for me because, again, figuring out Kyler, how to best maximize him. Perhaps there is no way to maximize him, to be clear. This is, again, something where I can make all these claims and, like, will he be the next Baker Mayfield or Daniel Jones? We're going to have to wait till next season probably to figure that out. But what was undeniable is that they were able to reshape their offense in a few different key ways. They were under center more in this game than Kyler Murray had been all season, just on the amount of snaps. He attempted 20 passes in play action. That was 7 more than any other quarterback in football last week. It was the most pass attempts out of play action by any quarterback this season.
Yeah.
So they were able to, again, dramatically reshape their offense around this guy. And then for Petzing to come out and say like it wouldn't have looked dramatically different with Kyler Murray or not is like, okay, why are you lying right now? Because that's just not the truth. This might just be the age-old, like, you're just not going to tell the truth and, like, in your media availabilities or whatever, or is this, like, a thing that goes much deeper and forces us to speculate? Because, again, you're just lying. We know it looked different. We know it looked different based on how well it worked, but also just schematically, what they chose to do, the types of plays that they were running, where they had their quarterback lined up. It's very obvious that it was different. So are you saying this because you don't want to hurt Kyler's feelings and say, well, yeah, we ran Jacoby under center more because he's more comfortable there. Kyler, we want him back. Is, like, Kyler going to be slighted by that? Are these conversations you guys have had behind closed doors that haven't gone well already? Again, I'm going 4 layers too deep because you're lying. Why are you lying?
I think the way you could look at it is you could say maybe this is a matter of semantics. Maybe Drew Petzing is saying the calls that I made would have been exactly the same. Maybe he wasn't talking about the results, but even that, if you're willing to believe that, even that is an indictment of we've seen Kyler Murray try to run some of these plays, and we know that he isn't under center. So that's to your point. How do you square that circle? Because are you covering for him like you said, or what? The thing with Kyler Murray is he obviously has been very reticent to go under center. He does not like turning his back to the defense, then having to turn back around and make sense of the chaos in front of him. He wants it in front of him at all times.
Yeah, he had 20 play action attempts again for Brissett in that game. Kyler had 32 through 5 games.
I think it's really interesting how you came at this topic yesterday when you came at it from Kyler's perspective. That while there's a lot of people sick of what Kyler looks like in this offense, you brought up the point, is Kyler sick of what has been given to him?
Just all I could think about, because that topic originally started with an Andrew Whitworth soundbite, where he was asking why isn't Kyler being the guy to go over and console Amari DiMercato. How about DiMercato just holds onto the damn ball? How about that?
that would solve a lot of problems.
Yeah.
So again,
it's the same thing with Marvin Harrison Jr. earlier in the season with his drops.
Yeah. So I'm standing there in the locker room. We're talking to a few players, and he's just over there talking to someone on his phone, but just looks shell-shocked and dazed, like from a physical, like stature perspective, like trying to read into the body language. Not too much, but I can confirm that because afterwards when we talked to him, he was still just like, you could tell. He could not process what had just happened, and it was just about all of it was out of his control in terms of what went wrong. Now, he could have done something right, and again, this is the story with Kyler and going through over and over again. But yeah, that's where I'm at, Dan. Again, like it's just zooming out to that degree. Kyler deserves a lot of blame for things not working here if it ultimately does end up with that ending. But to act like there isn't his side of this as well, where things continue to go wrong for the Cardinals, is ignorance, in my opinion.
All right, in a matter of minutes, we're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen, coming up for the Sounder for your shot to see the Cardinals take on the Packers, ASU taking on Texas Tech. That is coming up. A great chance to win a pair of really cool tickets to a couple of really big games. On the other side, our weekly visit with ASU coach Kenny Dillingham. Don't miss a minute. We're back right after this.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday. Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon.
That urgency's going to be there whether we didn't have a bye or we had a bye. So the urgency's always going to be there. You know, of course you want to win, you know, going into a bye week, you know, feeling good over a W.
Cardinals, Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you because of what they've done for me. I've leaned on them twice in the last 5 years, and the results I've gotten are amazing. That is not surprising. Recently, they had a former rugby player come into their Chandler facility. He had no relief from back pain, whether he was sitting, standing, or lying down. After his third treatment at QC Kinetics, he walked back into that Chandler facility, handed him back the walking cane, which he no longer needed. This is what people are getting. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. They use advanced regenerative treatments to repair and restore that damaged tissue in your joints that's causing you all those issues. And people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable, and it is all organic. There are no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. You go in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. If if you've got joint pain, check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovic's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Life's a sprint, and you need a quick pick-me-up. Meet G2G Protein Bars, your ultimate grab-and-go meal replacement. Whether you're hustling in the office or conquering the daily grind, G2G is the perfect fuel. Quick, delicious, protein-packed. Score an 8-pack in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local grocer. Or go online at g2gbar.com. G2G Protein Bars, setting the pace for your energetic lifestyle.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, now is your chance to win right now. Caller number 3 at 602-260-9870. You scored 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers this Sunday, plus ASU's huge game against Texas Tech on Saturday. Again, caller 3, 602-260-9870. You're going football in this weekend.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Good morning to all our great listeners in the city of Peoria. And a good morning to ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham, who joins us. Kenny, good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing great. How are you doing?
We are doing good. Big weekend ahead of us, obviously. You know, I spent some time with the film from Texas Tech, and man, that defense, people say this looks like an SEC team on defense. What challenges are you guys going to face with your offense facing that crew?
Yeah, I mean, they have, depending on who you talk to, between 4 and 6 guys that are going to get drafted on their defensive line. And, you know, usually having one guy on your defensive line that's going to get drafted is impressive. Having 2 is really impressive. Having 4 to 6 is very, very impressive. So that's the challenge is we got to be able to prevent them from wrecking havoc and creating TFLs.
Coach, how'd you like the response from your team in terms of the physicality that you wanted to see that you didn't see against Utah?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I thought we had a really physical week of practice. Obviously Utah pushed us around, and this game's about blocking and tackling. And, we couldn't defeat a block and we couldn't make a tackle, and we didn't put our guys in the best position to be successful. And part of that is how we practice. So we made an adjustment to how we practiced, and hopefully we come out and play a better, more physical brand of football this week.
I've been raving about your ability to message right on point to your football team on a weekly basis. You do it unlike anybody I've ever seen, to be quite honest. What are you getting into your players' heads this week, and what was your messaging for how to combat this game?
Yeah, that football is simple. That usually the person who moves the person on the other side wins. If you take care of the football and somebody lines up against you and you move them backwards or you tackle them down, you win a football game. All this other stuff we talk about and we do and we scheme, and that's great. That's our job, to put you in the best angles and the best advantages. But at the end of the day, when you play big games, moving the person in front of you backwards and then tackling them wins the football game. And they don't win the football game till the end of time. And that starts with a mindset, and it's not a mindset that you can talk about, it's an action. And we have to act upon that. We have to play the game with passion and physicality.
I know losing Ben Coleman at any point in the year would sting for you guys, but specifically before this game and that defensive line that you mentioned that you're going to be facing, how have you liked the way the fill-ins have looked this week? And I know you guys did some shuffling earlier in the year. Does that help with some of the movement that you were doing earlier in the year for filling in like this?
Yeah, when you rotate guys, it definitely creates, if you lose somebody like Ben, Ben was a guy who chose to come here when we were 3-9 and had sanctions. And he's been a big part of this change. Like he showed up here when fans didn't show up. Like he showed up here when nobody wanted to come play here. So to lose a guy like that, it's bigger than just, man, we're losing a guard, losing a center. It's, man, you're losing a guy who really helped build this program into a place where we're less than 100 tickets from selling out again, 5th straight sellout. And but the shuffling of it, us having the depth that we did have and playing 7-0 linemen the last few weeks, that's why you do that. So if you do lose somebody, then, somebody can come in who also has reps with the guys around them. So not ideal, but, not every season's roses and candy canes, right? It's and nobody cares. So you better line it up, strap it up, and get ready to rock.
No doubt about it. All right, the last visual of Sam Levitt at practice was very encouraging. There was no tape on that ankle. How you feel about his health going into this game, and how do you think he's going to handle this? Because guys like this, these are the big moments they live for.
Yeah, well, there was tape. I just think it was under his sock today. That's the best part about college football is the ghost chasing begins. That's athletics, baby. You got to love it. You got to love. There's no photos of the feet. There's photos of the feet. Is he Pratt? The games that get played are so funny to me. And but yeah, he looks good. I'm excited. I feel really good. So like last week, the opposite of last week, I feel really good about him playing this week. I feel like he's a competitor, and if he had his druthers, he probably would have gone last week. But that's just, wasn't something we were willing to do. And I'm excited to see us go out there and compete this week. And like I said, this is a really good team. I want to see us fight. I want to see us compete. I want to see the edge. I want to see the fight. I want to feel us from the sidelines. And not every game this year can I say that I've been able to feel our passion and feel our energy. I want to be able to feel that this week.
With Sam and the year-to-year evolution that you want to see from your quarterback, we're about halfway through the year right now. Where have you seen him progress the most compared to last year?
Yeah, I think the last football game was his best football game that he played. He controlled early downs, taking check downs, had a high completion percentage, got the ball out of his hands early on early downs. And that last TCU game. So I think that's where I've, I've watched his progression. Now here's another game where it's going to be the same mantra, right? You can't take early down sacks. You can't play early down superstar because they have really good players. And if you try to play early down superstar, you're going to create negatives. We're going to get to 2nd and 16, and then those defensive linemen get to eat on 2nd and 16. We have to stay ahead of the chains. We cannot live in a world where we're 2nd and 10 plus, 3rd and 8 plus. We've got to stay in run down scenarios.
You hadn't lost a Big 12 game, I think it was, 358 days before the loss at Utah, and now you're significant underdogs in your home stadium where you've had a lot of success. I'm sure you're rallying around that. What do you want from your student body and your fan base, given the fact that this is a 1 o'clock kickoff? You know that
every single down be loud because you never know when it's going to make a difference. The difference between 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 7 in college football is drastic. And how many times can we change the down and distance from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7, 4th and 1 to 4th and 6 where they're punting, right? The fans and the environment can create that, and our players feed off your energy. So we need to feel that on tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Coach, to echo your point on how awesome college football is and how can you not love it, look at the year Raleek Brown is having, his 4th year in college football. In your experience as a coach, what allows kids to get through some of those instances where it takes maybe a year, 2, 3 years to finally break through?
Yeah, I think every kid's situation is different. I think eventually, when you're really talented, eventually, like if you haven't had that success yet in your career, it clicks. And you just kind of grow up and you're like, man, I'm going to put in more work than I ever have. And the thing that makes me so proud of Raleek is he made a decision this offseason that he was going to work so hard to gain weight. And now he's playing in the 190s, the low 190s. And he made a decision to work every day. And to see the work is that's the joy of coaching, is to see the work. And that's a kid who's really, double down on himself, and it's fun to watch him go out there and make plays now.
All right, Curt Cignetti signed a massive $93 million contract. Kenny, if I could scramble up $93 million for you, could you stay here the whole time, your whole career? If I get you $93 million.
Oh, man. I'm just worried about not getting fired. So why don't we just take one step at a time? In this profession, you go from penthouse to outhouse in 1 to 2 weeks overnight. You go from sucking to being elite overnight. And if you get lost in that chaos, you're going to get sucked into it. So I'm just worried about doing the best job I can here.
All the best to you tomorrow. We'll be cheering for you, Kenny. Good luck. Thank you for your time as always.
I appreciate it. Go Devils.
You got it. Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Man, I hope there's a magical Saturday ahead. It's a good thing he didn't see that Arizona sweatshirt you're wearing, brother. That's all I have to say. Good thing you stayed hidden. All right, what are we doing? Coming up on the other side, the Rush Hour reboot with Sammy Cebulka. Stick around. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Your home for Sun Devil football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that nickname, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. Our guy Petros Papadakis from Fox Sports, former USC fullback behind Carson Palmer. He gave him the nickname Sweet because he couldn't believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of a courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But here's what Sweet James is going to do for you if you hire them. If you've ever been injured in an accident, they will be anything but sweet to your opposition, primarily the insurance company that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which is key to their success because it gives them leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. It's why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the country. They don't just win, they win big. You can expect maximum compensation with Sweet James. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovic's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Hey, Sun Devil fans, get ready for another rockin' season with a better tasting, healthier protein shake. Rockin' Protein. Whether you enjoy hiking, jogging, working out, or simply cheering on your Sun Devils, you need Rockin' Protein. Locally made right here in Arizona, this high-quality protein shake helps you get the results you want. And it's made with real Shamrock Farms milk, so it tastes delicious with no chalky aftertaste. Look for it in the dairy cooler. Rockin' Protein, proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. Forks up.
Forks up, Sun Devil fans. Bar S, America's #1 selling hot dog brand, is a proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. From hot dogs and sausage to bacon, lunch meat, and corn dogs, Bar S serves up an all-star lineup of mealtime and game time favorites. Craving something delicious at the stadium? Grab a Bar S pitchfork dog or a 100% beef frank and taste the tradition. Then swing by your local grocery store and bring home the flavor that fuels Sun Devil Nation. Bar S, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Go Devils!
Everyone needs a checking account, so get the one with built-in benefits to complement your unique lifestyle. Mountain America's My Style Checking has perks no one can pass up. You'll enjoy sizzling restaurant deals, peace of mind mobile phone protection, timely telehealth access, built-in identity protection, and clutch loan rate discounts. Make My Style your lifestyle at Mountain America Credit Union. Visit macu.com/mystyle. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Some benefits require no cost registration or activation. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are two huge football games here in the Valley this weekend. First, Saturday afternoon in Tempe, the Sun Devils in their throwback uniforms with their new Sunburst helmet will welcome the 7th-ranked team in the country, the Texas Tech Red Raiders, and the Devils should have Sam Levitt back under center as he's listed as probable on the injury report. We move to Sunday, and while there are question marks surrounding who will be quarterbacking this team, whether it's Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, the bottom line is that this team needs a win in the worst way, and they'll look to get one Sunday against the Packers. And according to Buda Baker, the team feels that urgency.
You know, for us, it's urgency every single day, every time we step foot in the workspace each and every day. So we're just gonna continue to live in the process, live in the moment. Had a great day of practice today,
and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:31 on a feel-good Friday, a red Friday. We have some huge football games in the Valley this weekend. But first, I want to start shouting out those watching on YouTube. If you're wondering, how can I watch these guys every morning? You go to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports. We'll be there from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every single morning. And I wanted to get the Rush Hour Reboot started with something Patrick Peterson said on Wolf and Luke yesterday.
When you got to have a stop, who is going to make the play? That's what it's coming down to. Who
can the Cardinals lean on right now to make a play in a gotta-have-it moment?
So I've been calling it kind of a gut check weekend for both these football teams, and Patrick Peterson kind of said it clearly of when you need a play, who's going to make it. And for both teams, right now, who do you think that guy is? For ASU and the Cardinals. Need a play, gotta have it. Who's the guy?
I think for ASU right now, are you talking both sides of the ball?
Sure, or one guy on each team where you trust the most to make that play.
I'm going to start for ASU. I'm going to start with the quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Sam Leavitt. I would love for Sam Leavitt to kind of do what Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase did with Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
23 targets. Feed him the ball all day long.
For the Cardinals, Vic? It's a tough one.
Give him the ASU.
Yeah.
Boy, give me your ASU one. I'll get back to you.
I'll go with Jordan Tyson just because it seems like he's always open. And after the first game of the season, I was like, okay, let's see what it looks like when teams are doubling him. And then he's just still tremendously open. There were like a couple of throws that Sims made that were not good, and Tyson still found a way to almost come down with the ball. Anyway, he's been superb this year. I saw in the latest ESPN mock draft that he's going top 10. Like, he's clearly separated himself as the best receiver in that upcoming draft class. Not the best receiver.
Yeah,
to come out of the
Cardinals
draft
wise,
last
I
year.
think I'll just go big Calais.
Okay.
He's been so solid in the middle.
Yeah.
And he's come up with big plays when they need it. That's who I'm going to take from the Cardinals.
Am I crazy to say Mac Wilson?
No.
Am I crazy?
No.
Mac's
You
been
could pick him.
fantastic
You
this
could
year.
pick
This
Barry
came up.
Browning.
This came up with Mitch and I where we were getting very ahead of it, don't get me wrong, but like difference between 2 and 5, 3 and 4, as Mitch has brought up earlier in the week on Arizona Sports at Night. When you're 2 and 5, it's like, okay, what does a trade deadline look for you? And you know every team would love a guy like Mac Wilson. Like, absolutely. I would love for him to be a Cardinal for the rest of his career with how great he's been, but at the same time, he's been stellar this year. Awesome.
I love how both you guys went to the defensive side of the football when it came to the Cardinals. Offensively, I think, got to have it. You got to throw it to 85, Trey McBride. All right, so a win this weekend would mean more for who? The Cardinals or the Devils?
I probably would say the Arizona Cardinals because I think there is a world, and we're going to get into this later, where ASU could lose this game and still finish second in the Big 12.
Okay.
And maybe get back into the Big 12 championship game.
Okay.
And maybe get a second crack at Texas Tech.
Okay.
That's possible. I wouldn't say it's probable. So I think it's more important for the Cardinals.
I think especially the quarterback drama, controversy, whatever you want to call it, like in a world where the Cardinals do win this game and Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback that wins this game, that would mean more in a whole lot of different ways. But this game is still gigantic for ASU, and it would shift their season. I think that's what you've been talking about, Dan. It's like, this is the moment that Sam Leavitt steps up, but this is also the moment where we learn if ASU is the team from last year, even better than the team from last year, or if this is going to be a step back.
And I feel like given the expectation of the outcome for both, you guys would both say a loss for the Cardinals would be more detrimental than a loss for ASU, correct? Given the opponent.
I would say so. I think so, yeah. I think we're expecting them, like, let's be honest, like we're not expecting them to beat Texas Tech with everything that they've got on that defense. It would be more detrimental there, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Same? Okay, cool. So Fridays, I like to mix it up. We have a little fun. So I've got... right on cue, Jarrett. So we're going to do a little fun exercise as we head into a massive weekend of what are we going to leave these games with? And we'll start with the Cardinals. We're going to leave Sunday's game with what type of feeling as Cardinal fans?
Clarity.
Oh,
Nice.
great word. That's a great word. I love that because Seabacher, one of our great listeners, he sent me a chart about how, for all the hand-wringing over Kyler Murray, he ranks third in on-target throw rate splits overall. Now, there's categories in there that he's not good at. Throwing under pressure, throwing the ball deep. And he points out there have been a lot of chunk plays dropped on Kyler Murray this season.
Sure.
So, again, clarity. It's a great word.
Okay.
Thank you.
Same game. We're going to leave the Cardinals game with a win because of why?
Defense.
It would
I
have-
think they would have to win through their defense.
Yeah, it would have to be that hallmark defensive game that gets all over Jordan Love.
Okay. So
And forces him to make mistakes because he will do that.
Interesting. I would have said efficiency offensively because I still tend to trust the defense a little more than I trust the offense. But hey, if Jordan Love can make those mistakes, the Cards have a chance. All right, the Sun Devils. we're going to leave the Sun Devils game feeling what about Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson?
Wow. I've been trying to convince myself that there's going to be magic in the air tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Then I look at that defensive line and the defense in general of Texas Tech, and I'm like, how are they going to get this done? I don't know which way this game is going to go. I don't know whether the crowd is going to make a factor that's going to add value, as Kenny Dillingham said. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. I do know that if they lose, we're going to have to reconcile a lot of stuff.
I recognize that this team is different from last year until I realize that maybe it isn't. What I mean by that is, remember last year, 6 games into the season, this team was pretty solid, and we were trying to readjust our expectations where it's like, ooh, could they get 6 wins? Could they make a bowl game? And then all of a sudden, they went on this crazy run. In the second half of the season, they were their best. They were one of the best teams in college football, if not the best team in college football. I think we're going to see the same thing. That's what I'm predicting in this game, and I think it starts with this win right here.
Okay, so this kind of leads into the last one. So how are the Sun Devils going to feel leaving this game about their Big 12 championship hopes?
I think they're going to feel great. Again, I think this is the perfect point in the season where it was a takeoff point for them last year, and I think this is going to be the takeoff point for them again this year. The Coleman injury that we asked Kenny about is really the big difference maker for me, though, because, again, this is the best run defense in the country, and to lose him just at this point in the year, I know he's out for the rest of the year, but to lose him right now is such a pivotal swing point. Again, Sam Levitt has not been playing his best football. He has not been nearly as good as he was in the second half of last year. I think this is going to be the game where we start to see him again. He just seems like a guy that meets the moment. The guy, I say it so many times, it was shocking to me that out of everyone on Arizona State that didn't look rattled in that game, Sam looked the most composed out of maybe anyone in an ASU jersey. It was unbelievable.
And by the way, have you seen the ASU retro jerseys they're wearing tomorrow?
I'm a Jersey guy, and I'm sad Vinny's not here to comment on them. I'll do it for him. They are sick.
They're good.
Some people don't like the white uniforms at home. They look pretty cool to me.
Bring it.
Yeah.
All right, lastly, Kevin will be in Vegas for a loaded sports weekend.
Kellen, that's my name.
I said Kellen.
You said Kevin.
You said Kevin, but maybe Kevin Zimmerman will join you.
Kevin Zimmerman and I will be recording a new edition of the Empire of the Suns podcast.
He was just setting you up for the plug,
Hey, exactly. That's crazy. I could have sworn I said Kellen. So Kellen.
It's like we all wake up at 4 a.m. throughout their week, except I only had to do it twice this week. You're fine, buddy. Don't worry about it.
All right, so what stories and games, aside from the Cardinals and Devils, will you guys be monitoring this weekend?
I will be too busy tracking my friends throughout Vegas as a sober friend this weekend to really keep an eye on too much. I think baseball, I'm very intrigued to see the split point of these series. It's okay, can Milwaukee actually make the Dodgers earn it? And then, of course, that Game 5 coming up later this weekend in the ALCS.
Yeah, that's good. That's going to be gigantic because if Seattle blows that series after taking a 2-0 lead, that generally doesn't happen. You win 2 games on the other team's park, you generally win that series.
Normally.
So I'm looking at that game. I'm looking at that Bucks-Lions game.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the NFC West games and how that's going to play into the Cardinals. The Rams are in London playing the Jaguars. The Seahawks are at home. And they're playing a tough Texans team that's desperate, right?
Yeah.
And then the 49ers, who the 49ers
Falcons.
have? Falcons, who
Sunday
just come
night.
off a great performance. So, yeah, it's kind of hyper-local for me in that regard.
It's a really good Big 12 slate, too, right? You'll be at one of those games as well, but it's the Holy War, too, right?
Holy War. I was going to say the Holy War, a ticket for that game is the most expensive ticket in all of college football on Saturday.
Wow.
$306. And we're talking Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia. It's more expensive to go to that game. There you guys go.
Arizona, Houston, I'll shout out the Wildcats as well. But that's a good one for both teams, where if Houston wins that, they keep their stuff rolling. If Arizona wins that, they've still got an outside shot.
I can't believe they blew that game. And
I can.
just for the record.
All right, lastly, Kevin will be in Vegas for a loaded sports week.
Keep in mind, Sammy, as a listener pointed out today, you've also called your girlfriend a horned frog today.
So, There you go.
Good thing she doesn't listen to this early.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper are joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd. You want to win tickets? Text the word Cooper to 620-620. You will be entered to win. Text Cooper to 620-620. All right, a pretty cool award for Larry Fitzgerald before the really big award. We'll discuss Arizona's favorite son next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Not saying that this is true because I don't believe it, but your job is on the line. You have to win this game. Who you going with? Is it still Kyler? Because your job is on the line because of Kyler. Jonathan Gannon has the second highest odds to be the next coach fired. Now, I'm not saying he should be fired because I don't think he should be, but I'm saying to you, this is your third year here. The reason your job could be on the line and that you have the second best odds to be fired is kind of because Kyler hasn't delivered. Okay, so now your job is really on the line. You want to go with him? Because you've gone with him for 2.5 years and your job is on the line.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and I believe in a couple of different things. Nothing costs too much if it's worth it, and few things are worse than the high price of mediocrity, which you will find everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find mediocrity at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. And if you have never been behind the wheel of a BMW, I'm telling you, the experience will blow your mind. Ranked #1 on Consumer Reports for reliability and safety 2 consecutive years, and it literally is one of the most exhilarating driving experiences you will have on the planet. There's a reason why they call it the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, great reputation for making luxury attainable, which means they've got something for everybody, something in everybody's price range. And remember, you have got a great hookup at Chapman BMW. Highly recommend you take advantage of it. Go take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, great dude, hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Need a new
HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Red Friday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
All right, Larry Fitzgerald, Arizona's favorite son, the favorite, most popular athlete in Arizona history. Not even a question about that. We know 2026 is going to be a big year for Fitz, but before he gets to Canton and before he gets his gold jacket, the Heisman Trophy Trust announced that Larry Fitzgerald is the recipient of the 2025 Heisman Humanitarian Award.
Nice.
Right, yeah, it's a real, it's a great thing for Larry, and the Heisman Trust kind of goes through and they list all of his accomplishments on the field. We all know what they are, but all the stuff that he's done off the field as well. So that's a really big deal for Larry Fitzgerald to win that kind of award prior to the year that he goes into the Hall of Fame. But here's the thing that occurred to me last night. Jarrett, you might remember this. How many discussions have we had about writers, football writers elsewhere, dissing Larry Fitzgerald by not having him among the best receivers in football?
So this is exactly what sprung to mind as you were setting up this segment, not even knowing where you were going with it, is that I feel like he is being forgotten in history. That for whatever reason, in his retirement, or maybe even since the last few years of his career, going into his retirement, history is putting people like Randy Moss and Calvin Johnson and Terrell Owens and people from that era ahead of him whenever they do all-time lists.
Yes.
And they do, like, I thought he was pretty much considered the second best receiver
'cause he is.
of all time. He's not in a lot of people's top five, and I don't know why that is. If it's just sort of like because he sort of faded into retirement. I don't know if it's because the last few years of his career weren't that good on-field success with wins and losses, or if he played his whole career in Arizona. But whatever it is, it feels like he is being forgotten in history.
So I'm glad you're vibing with me on this, is because the reason I bring this up is as caretakers of Arizona's sports scene, and you know how I vibe on this, that we do not honor and remember the things that happened yesterday and 10 years ago the way other great sports towns do. I bring it up with the Jerry Colangelo statue that is sitting in storage right now. It bothers me to no end that nobody in the city, the Phoenix Suns, the mayor's office, the city of Phoenix, will raise their hand and say, yes, let's do this. Let's celebrate this man, right? It bothers me because in this town, we have got this problem. And I'll get back to that problem in a minute. When it comes to Larry Fitzgerald, we need to make sure and do everything we can that this guy's a first ballot Hall of Famer, okay? And I'm worried about the things that Jarrett brought up, that as time has gone by, there's going to be people, I don't know if he's first ballot. You know, he never led the league in receiving yards in a season, never won a Super Bowl, didn't get to the playoffs that often. The people who have Hall of Fame votes in Arizona, I don't know who they are. I know it used to be Ken Summers. I'm not sure if Ken still has one. But the people who have Hall of Fame votes in the Arizona delegation need to go to the wall for Larry Fitzgerald. So he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. So he gets recognized the way that we know he should be.
His case is there's no way to find an argument against him being a first ballot Hall of Famer. I know you just presented some points that could come up, and again, we're a little bit hurt and a little bit damaged because of his reputation and how, whether it was because he was in Arizona, because he spent over half of his career having irrelevant quarterbacks throwing him the football, he faded in, but he has 1,432 receptions. That is the second most in the history of the game. He has 17,492 receiving yards. That is the second most ever. 121 touchdowns, sixth. He is one of 9 guys to have 9 1,000-yard seasons. He is one of 8 players to have 5 100 reception seasons. Like, he is undoubtedly, in my opinion, the best receiver in the world, not named Jerry Rice in the history of the game there. And again, the thing that everyone is shouting at their radio right now that I will go on and say for you is he had 261 starts. Only 117 of those were with Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner. The rest were with a young Kyler Murray, Josh McCown, Matt Leinart, John Skelton, Kevin Kopp, Drew Stanton, Josh Rosen, Derek Anderson, Ryan Lindley, Blaine Gabbert, Sam Bradford, Max Hall, Sean King, Brian Hoyer, and John Navarre.
Yeah. 21 different quarterbacks he played with in Arizona. Here's the other thing. This is why this is important to me. Because he chose to stay his entire career in Arizona, I don't want to see him penalized for that.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. He's a one franchise guy in a sports landscape now where that's virtually unheard of.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If he is inducted on the first ballot, he would be the 8th wide receiver in history to do so. He would join Raymond Berry, Lance Allworth, Paul Warfield, Steve Largent, Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, and Calvin Johnson. Larry Fitzgerald belongs in that class. Now, this whole thing is going to be revealed in February. The way this whole thing works is it used to work. The weekend of the Super Bowl, the Saturday before the Super Bowl, all the Hall of Fame voters get together in a room and they present cases and they argue, right? It's like you have to present strong factual cases for why the guy you're representing or the guy you're pimping belongs and deserves what you're trying to get him to earn. But again, for our status as a sports town, to me, this is very, very important. This is another one of those moments where this has got to happen so we as a sports community can go, yep, first ballot Hall of Famer, right?
Dan, can I relabel it a little bit?
Sure.
I want to see him be the central spotlighted figure of this class when he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's what I want to see. Now, Drew Brees is included in this class, and he is going to get a lot of love, rightfully so. But Larry is the best player in his class. Other names include Frank Gore, LaShawn McCoy, Greg Olson, David DeCastro, Geno Atkins, Thomas Davis as guys who are candidates now for 2026. Phillip Rivers and Alex Smith as well. Among quarterbacks, Jason Witten is in there as tight ends. But I want to see, because we see this all the time where there is a class, but there's one guy that everyone celebrates and stuff. If it's not at least a 1A, 1B with Fitz and Brees, it should still be just a 1 and a 2 because Fitz is just a better overall player. Come at me. I don't really care. I know Drew Brees won a quarterback who won but again, he is the best receiver ever, not named Jerry Rice. He deserves that platform. And to your point, after going under the radar for so many years, this is the time to celebrate him and give him all the flowers that he deserves, and then some.
Yeah, exactly. So heads up to the Hall of Fame voters. Like I said, go to the wall for this guy. That would be a travesty if he didn't get that designation because, like you said, Jared, there's this fear. We've done this a couple of times with a couple of different rando lists.
Yes, whether it's best players of the 21st century kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they don't have him as one of the 3 wide receivers or the top 100 players of all time, and he's below a bunch of other receivers from his era. It doesn't make sense.
No.
Other than he wasn't a flashy personality like some of the other wide receivers of his era, and he played on a team that didn't win that much.
Exactly. And I do not want him to be penalized for what he gave Arizona because people like to overlook Arizona. How about that? All right, because look, football fans know Franco Harris is known for what? The immaculate reception. Yep. Larry Fitzgerald basically had the immaculate career, start to finish. So there you go. All right, halfway through the show, you know what's next? The Bickley Blast on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, fire! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not darn near impossible, but smart money people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt, and that is why if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they're going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off your house and getting rid of all of that interest. It gets you out of mortgage jail. You're going to wake up one day down the road and that house payment's going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. But primarily, you do that, you now have decades to build personal wealth while everyone you know chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. Lots of great stuff with the Life Changer loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. Find out if you're a good fit by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT. Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is gut check time for your Valley football teams this weekend. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-4 and on a 4-game losing skid, and they have the Green Bay Packers coming to town in what feels like a must-win game for Jonathan Gannon and his team. But will they be with or without Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? Murray was listed as limited on the injury report, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is still in concussion protocol. As for ASU, Coming off an underwhelming loss to Utah without Sam Leavitt, they'll get him back as the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders will roll into Tempe on Saturday afternoon. And like the Cardinals, it feels like a game Dillingham and his team have to have. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Michael Bidwill wants to win. He's also reasonable about losses to a point, but he hates to get embarrassed, and to me, that helps explain the edge around our NFL team ever since that awful loss to the Titans. Which brings us to Sunday's game against the Packers. The Cardinals desperately need a win. If they lose, they'll be 2-5 entering the bye week with a slate of tough teams awaiting them in the back half of the season. You can almost see the vultures circling at that point. But if they get embarrassed for a second consecutive home game, Jonathan Gannon might go into the bye week on the list of head coaches on hot seats. Gannon said as much after that loss to the Titans. He told his team the clock was ticking on everybody, and it's a strange twist for a head coach who had scored a lot of civic trust in his first 2 years while earning high grades from his players in the NFLPA report card. Yet currently in the NFL, there is no head coach who has reached year 4 without a playoff berth in the first 3 years, and this has been a very ragged start to a season that once looked so promising. And with the Commanders offsetting $6 million a year from the money he's owed from the Cardinals, who knows where this thing is going in Arizona. But the winner circle on Sunday would be a great place to start. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
This Green Bay Packers team is very gettable. I will say that. Like early on, they looked like world beaters. First 2 games was like, oh, they're going to the Super Bowl. Well, then they have not looked like that same team in the last couple of weeks. And so you look at them. I think they got some injuries up front. I think Jordan Love is still going to throw you the ball. When he does, you got to catch it, right? When he does, you got to catch it and make the interception, make the play. But, you know, they certainly are a team that's very gettable. They're very good on defense. Obviously, Michael Parsons is the guy that you got to focus your attention on. But very gettable. It's a home game. It's, you know, your back's against the wall. You got to put everything you have into this and come out of this 1-0.
That's AQ Shipley, voice of the Cardinals, on a gettable Packers team this Sunday. And I hope they're gettable, because who knows what it's going to sound like if they're not, Kellen.
Who knows, indeed, and I think a big key to this game is forcing Jordan Love to throw the ball. There's no team in the league right now that is passing the ball more than they're throwing it, but the Packers are just about there. 50.3% of their plays this year have been passing plays. That ranks 31st in all of football. And if you look at this team and how they've been able to play ahead in the fourth quarter specifically, that number drops to 40%. That ranks 30th. So Jordan Love has not had to throw the ball late in games at all year. So can you force this to be a competitive game in the fourth quarter? Can you hold a lead in the fourth quarter? Because we know the whole problem for the Cardinals has been finishing games. Getting leads into the fourth quarter hasn't really been a problem. It's been finishing those games. If you can do that once more, find a way to get a lead in the fourth quarter. Jordan Love hasn't really had to chase a game all year. They haven't had to chase a game through the air specifically. You're going to need to stop Josh Jacobs, one of the premier running backs in the league. But again, we talked about this yesterday. We'll talk about it today. If you make Jordan Love do something, he's going to do something stupid eventually.
Yep.
As AQ Shipley is saying, catch the ball when that happens. Specifically, if you can make him throw in the fourth quarter. Again, only 40% of their plays in the fourth quarter have been passing plays. That's 30th in the league. They just haven't had to chase games all year.
And that's the thing is, like, all signs point that this will be a close game. The Cardinals have only played close games,
yeah.
whether it's bad teams or good teams.
Yep.
And this Packers team is very good, but are they any better than the 49ers or the Seahawks or the Colts
question.
are?
Yeah.
And they've played – now, Cardinals didn't win any of those games, but they played those games really close into the fourth quarter, which means hopefully if those trends continue, you could try to make Jordan Love beat you.
I agree with you. I had a discussion with somebody who said that when you look at that stat, it doesn't matter if there's an L attached to your name after a game. All of that stuff doesn't matter. Cumulative points allowed or lost by, it doesn't matter. But I do think what you're saying is essentially correct, that they've been in every one of these games, even against teams that they should have blown out. And it's kind of like the league this year. All right, Wolf and Luke had Patrick Peterson on. They asked, how do you beat this Packers team?
Man, they're going to have to we talked about the running game. They're going to have to control the line of scrimmage somehow, some way on either side of the football. You know, they got Josh Jacobs as a running back.
Yeah.
Jordan Love have had his ups and downs, you know, as a passer, you know, thus far throughout this season. You know, but it's going to come down to the trenches. You know, the guys up front, you know, controlling the line of scrimmage, keeping, you know, finding a way to convert third downs, win in the red zone, you know, because I believe that was something last week that hindered them, you know, not being able to score when they was in scoring position, settling for field goals. Now against another good opponent, against the Green Bay Packers, who a lot of people have favored, you know, to be in the Super Bowl, you have to convert on those situational downs, third downs, red zone, and don't put yourself behind the chains on first downs. I believe if the Cardinals can do that and play solid defense, if the Cardinals can do that, they can easily walk out of that game with a W, and they have to finish the game, obviously.
And this is a portion of the schedule, Dan, that I was really fascinated by, because if you looked back on their previous matchups in terms of where they were at and the types of offenses that they were playing, let's be honest, they were playing against some of the worst offenses in the league. So what was it going to look like right now where they play some of the best offenses in the league? Yep. So, for example, EPA is a metric that measures the efficiency each team has in each play. The Colts rank first in that in offense, and this defense did a great job for 3 quarters. We've talked about that a ton, but they met the task. Green Bay is tied for second. Dallas is fourth in that metric. So we were going to learn a lot about this defense over this 3-game pocket. Now what's happened is they're 2-4. We're talking about jobs being on the line. We have a whole quarterback controversy going on, but this was a very interesting pocket of games to learn about how good this defense is and if it could carry them enough to a win. We learned last week that with moderate offensive efficiency, this defense is good enough. They just couldn't stop Jonathan Taylor in that fourth quarter. And I worry about that again, where this is a tight game and we just see like 12 carries for Josh Jacobs in the fourth quarter and they can't stop him.
Near the end of the third quarter, the Cardinals had stopped Daniel Jones, and the camera focused on Daniel Jones. He was on the turf. He got up, and he dropped the F-bomb really loud. He was that frustrated by the Cardinals defense. And at that point in time, I thought, good for the Cardinals. And then they lost the thread in the fourth quarter, like you said. The beauty about football is you play once a week. The brutality of football is you only play once a week. So when you lose a game, you go through a week of hell. Criticism, all the noise outside the building, all the tension inside the building. You get back out there, you lose again. It intensifies, it amplifies. You go out a third time, it happens again. Then a fourth time, it happens again. Now it's been over a month since you've tasted victory. That's where the Cardinals are at right now.
It is where they're at as well, and I think this is going to be a season-defining game. Again, we sit in these chairs a lot with these microphones, and we build up all these games and say, this is the moment of the season. But really, if they're 2-5 going into the bye week, someone is going to get fired. Someone will be fired. I don't know who it's going to be. Is it going to be Drew Petzing? Is it going to be someone lower on the offensive staff? Is it going to be someone on the defensive side of the ball? But if they're 2-5, head's got to roll somewhere at some point, and I think that it is going to be in the bye week when it happens if they lose this game. It does depend on the way that they lose this game. Again, if Jacoby Brissett is in and we come in here saying they nearly had it and all this kind of stuff, again, they still will be 2-5. But if they're 3-4, you can kind of talk yourself into the state of the league right now, and you can kind of look around and be like, okay, there is no great team in the NFC right now. There are a lot of good to average teams. Are you in that average category? Even if you're just a little bit below average, you can still compete against those types of teams. Where I come from the world of the NBA, Dan, and when teams are playing the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're not really going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. But again, the any given week thing, the Browns just beat the Packers as well. And that's the dynamic of this and the dynamic of this league, where it's been intoxicating for me to experience for a full first year last year, and I'm getting a bit better at it. But to your point, the week-to-week shifting. Like, remember after the Colts game, before the Colts game, all we were talking about is how does Drew Petzing have his job? Is this his last chance? And then we're just not talking about him at all. This week, it just shifts week to week with what we talk about.
I guess you're right.
It's also 3-4 going into the bye when you're going to get back Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson and these guys that could potentially help
Gary
you.
Williams.
A lot more optimism going into the bye. That one game, that one win or loss.
Keep in mind now, could you imagine a baseball team going a month without a victory? Can you imagine a basketball team going a month without a victory? It takes a lot of toll on you psychologically. Patrick Peterson was also asked about that.
Man, honestly, it starts with us, obviously, because, as players, when I say us, it starts with the players. So you have to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what can I do better to help us get out of this slump? And as leaders, you want to be able to galvanize the guys together and be able to lead by an example and be, that guy at the front line, leading the guys to where they know they should be and where they can be. That's the biggest thing is how this team is going to get out of this funk. You know what I mean? And that's going to, honestly, in my opinion, it's going to come down to the leadership, how guys are communicating with one another. How is the locker room still together? Do guys still believe in all of the training that we did in training camp and OTAs, mini camp? Now this is the time that we have to lean on one another because now we're in a hole and nobody else can get us out of this hole but ourselves.
All right, coming up on the other side, we visited with Kenny Dillingham earlier this morning. He said some interesting stuff. We're going to get you updated on his thoughts entering a massive showdown. Oh, that's right. My bad. Rasheer Fleming from the Suns is next.
That's right.
Forgive me. My fault. Rasheer Fleming from the Suns joins us next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. An ESPN panel says it's hard to see Suns extending Mark Williams before the deadline on Monday. The run game is at the forefront of the Cardinals' minds against the Packers, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray was limited while Marvin Harrison Jr. remained in concussion protocol Thursday. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We all know fall is a great time in the Valley, but did you know it's also the best time to replace your windows if you need it? And if you've been living in your home for 15 or more years, chances are you probably do. Do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products where you're getting $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look fantastic, way better than I thought, to be honest with you. The installation process was fantastic, professional, right down to their cleanup process. I thought they were done at my house. They actually came back another day to paint and repair stucco and to make sure no crumb was left behind. Blown away by the process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life, and that lifetime warranty is transferable, and with financing options available, great time to invest in your home. 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and Ray.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Gambo. The final practice of the week for the Cardinals is here. What did we learn about Kyler Murray and his status for Sunday? We'll react on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, there's a lot of growing excitement about the young, new-look Suns, and one young man who's part of their future joins us now. He is Rasheer Fleming, joining us live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios. Rasheer, good morning, brother. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Good. All right, so let's jump in the pool right here off of your last game. You got a lot of minutes. You got an extended look. Jordan Knott gave a lot of guys the night off after coming back from China, and you did not back down. You were going toe-to-toe with people. Your energy was great. How'd you feel about that performance, and how do you feel about things going forward?
I think overall I did pretty good on both ends of the floor, and I think I just showed great hustle and energy, show that I'm willing to play hard, and I think that's just going to continue to show down the line.
Rasheer, we talked about you defending Luka, defending Austin Reeves. How much are those moments you think going to help you as a rookie throughout the year and defending different types of ball handlers and picking up what you want to get there?
Yeah, I think guarding guys like that is just going to help me learn different guys' pace and just kind of help me to learn to defend different guards that play at different like I said, paces. And I'm really excited to just pick up on that and guard other guys that are similar in that level.
All right, Rasheer, not that long ago, the Suns had a player with really good wingspan, Mikal Bridges, and fans fell in love with him. His wingspan was great, nothing compared to yours. This is quite a gift you have. How do you use it on a basketball court?
Honestly, to do stuff that I don't even think about, just to do instinctual stuff, like the one play that I had, I deflected alive and got it I saved it from out of bounds or something like that. But just doing stuff like that, it helps with deflections. I got a deflection on Luka. Just doing little things like that, I feel like it gives me an advantage of. And like I said, with guarding guys, it's definitely an advantage as well.
Rasheer, Dylan Brooks was very complimentary of you and the potential that you have as a defender. What are sort of the tips and tricks that he's been running through, and what does it mean for you as a rookie to have a defender with his pedigree to learn from at this point in your career?
Yeah, he's a great teammate. I think one of the things I picked up on him the most defensively is how uncomfortable he makes his defenders. He doesn't really give them too much space to operate, so I've kind of been trying to pick up on that a little more.
One of the things that it's obvious that you've got the tools and the physicality and your defensive instincts are fantastic. How hard is it as a rookie to not overthink things, to kind of let your game flow? Is that a challenge when you're a young man coming in to an NBA franchise and now this is your profession?
Yeah, it could be a problem. It could be a slight challenge at times, but not too much, because once you get on the floor, it's all that goes away. It's kind of just I start to feel free at most times when I'm on the court.
Rasheer, we've heard so much about your fellow rookie Kaman Malawach, as he is affectionately known, Man. We've heard that he sings. We heard that he just doesn't stop talking wherever he goes. He's been more soft-spoken to us so far, so we're still trying to unpack that personality a bit, and I want you to do that for us right now. What's he like to be around on a day-to-day basis?
You say he's quieter with y'all?
He's a little bit more soft-spoken, Rasheer. Like, you saw him in the locker room after the game against the Lakers. It wasn't quite the guy that we've heard about just yet. And to be clear, Dan mentioned Mikal Bridges as well. It took Mikal a little bit of time to show us his personality, so maybe that's what we're waiting for and why I want you to tell me how Man is to be around, because it just seems like he's the light in the room everywhere he goes.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you can't get him to stop talking. Like, he's making everybody laugh. For sure. Yeah, like, definitely he's making everybody laugh. Always listening to music. Like, he takes his music to the locker room, to the shower. If he's not on the court, he's making sure to listen to some music. So that's something he's always going to do.
All right, so now you weren't around here last year, so you can't speak to the energy that was around the Phoenix Suns last year, but there are a lot of people talking about the freshness, the new vibe. There's obviously a connectivity. You could see the joy and the togetherness in China when you beat the Nets the first time out. From your experience, describe what this vibe feels like.
Honestly, it just feels good to be with a group of guys that is just like you. Everybody wants to win. They're willing to do what it takes to win. Like, and it makes it fun. Like, you see us cheering on the bench for everybody when our teammates are on the court doing their thing, and then it's vice versa when the other guys get on the court. So we're all like there for each other at all times, which is a great feeling. Like, we just keep each other up, and we're all engaged. So that's something you always like want for sure. It's like I don't really know how to describe it, but like kind of like maybe like a college feel, like everybody's like joyful with it. It's kind of like that, and it's super fun.
Rasheer, from our perspective, it was an absolute frenzy of trades that the team made to move into the second round, then move all the way up to the top of the second round to get you. What did that mean? And then what did it mean also when you spoke with Brian Gregory, you spoke with Matt Ishbia, and heard about the style of play that they wanted to play, because it matches yours perfectly with all the instinctual stuff that you were talking about?
Yeah, I loved it. I knew it was going to be a great fit, and especially like when I heard all the things they did to get me there, I was super excited, and I couldn't wait to play for the Suns. It was just like a great feeling to know that the team like really strived to get me.
All right, were you a Devin Booker fan before you came to Phoenix? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, I always liked this game.
All right, cool. Rasheer, listen, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work. Look forward to seeing you this season.
Appreciate you.
Gotcha, man. Rasheer Fleming from the Phoenix Suns. As you pointed out, man, there were possessions. I don't know who used the term Inspector Gadget.
Oh, that's great.
But that wingspan and the ability to make deflections and then create offense from defense.
There was a play in my story. It might not catch your eye immediately, but Rasheer took 2 steps and went from being halfway into the key to the perimeter. And Jake LaRavia, who's been in the league a decent amount, turns the corner on a ball screen thinking he's just going to have the open C in front of him. And then Fleming's just there in his stance, and he tripped over himself because he didn't know what to do. And that's the type of difference that he's going to make for them this year. They were starving for athletes like him the last 2 years. If he is not playing on opening night, he needs to be playing as soon as possible because they need his athleticism and instincts.
That's a great point. All right, now keep in mind, next Wednesday, the ball goes up in the air for real, Kellen Olson.
Can't wait.
The Kings in town. Tickets still available, so if you want to go check out the new look Phoenix Suns, hop on that opening night. That should be a sellout. And also, we want to say a big shout out to our listeners in Litchfield Park. That's the west side, isn't it?
What up, Litchfield Park?
Litchfield
You guys,
Park.
What up, LP? Do they call you LP? I don't know. What up?
Jarrett just shrugged his shoulders. You haven't spent much time there, Jarrett? On the other side, now we're going to get to ASU and Kenny Dillingham and what he had to say when he joined us earlier. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is really bad luck.
Yeah.
This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the back.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and
totally,
get another week to get ready.
And give me another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Yep. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, I'm a huge fan of Sonic for a couple of different reasons. Number one, their all-star lineup of burgers. Absolutely adore the Smasher lineup and also absolutely adore the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger. Does not get any better than that, if you ask me. I am also a big fan of the experience of dining at Sonic. It's something you don't get anywhere else. You pull into a canopied parking spot, you place your order, you've got a menu right outside your driver's side window, a menu with great diversity. Like I said, you place that order, you don't have to move a muscle. You're being served curbside by an iconic car hop. When you get done, you're back on the road. That is the way I like it. If you're a busy guy like I am, running all over the place, Sonic is absolutely perfect. And no matter who you're rolling with, there is something for everybody on that Sonic menu. I am talking iconic classics like Tots, cherry limeades, corn dogs, new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and that drink menu with 10,000 different combinations is positively legendary. When you're hungry, head on down to your neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. There are two huge football games here in the Valley this weekend. First, Saturday afternoon in Tempe. The Sun Devils in their throwback uniforms and new Sunburst helmet will welcome the 7th-ranked team in the country, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. The Devils should have Sam Levitt back under center, as he was listed as probable on the injury report. Kickoff Saturday will be at 1 p.m. in the afternoon here on Arizona Sports 98.7. We move to Sunday, and while there are question marks surrounding who will be quarterbacking this team, whether it's Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, the bottom line is that this team needs a win in the worst way, and they'll look to get one Sunday against the Packers. And according to Buda Baker, this team feels that urgency.
You know, for us, it's urgency every single day, every time we step foot in the workspace each and every day. So we're just gonna continue to live in the process, live in the moment. Had a great day of practice today.
Kickoff Sunday will be at 1:25 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Luke. Can ASU pull off the big upset against number 7 Texas Tech on Saturday? We'll be getting you ready for the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, a message and a mission for all ASU fans out there, particularly the young ones. For years, the incredible vibe at the WM Phoenix Open 16th hole on Saturday morning has been fueled by ASU students who get out to that golf course early, get the party rolling early, and you are ready to rock and roll by 9 o'clock in the morning. I say this because you've got a 1 p.m. kickoff in Tempe, which is not ideal if you want to lean on a crowd to add value. And that is what Kenny Dillingham is looking for. And I'll tell you what, during this run of football that Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils have put together, they've had some classic games, some incredible comebacks. They've had some incredible endings. We saw Kenny Dillingham slipping off into the field with all the students. I believe that was after the BYU game. Here is a chance, and this is probably the biggest moment for the ASU crowd to help influence what is going to take place on the field. The Sun Devils, I believe, how many games in a row have they won at home now? 9? Is that the number? I know Sam Levitt has never been beaten in Tempe. This is the best football team that they have faced to date. Probably even better than the Texas team they lost to in the playoffs last year. They need that fan support to be out of control tomorrow, which is a hard ask when it's 1 p.m. and it's bright outside and the sun's in your face.
And they're coming off a bad loss.
So
they don't have the buzz and the momentum that they had at points last year.
Yeah. But vibe on what you do at that golf tournament on Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons, replicate that at Mountain American Stadium.
And here's why it specifically matters more in this game. Like, yes, Texas Tech, one of the best teams in the country, but they have never really been taken into deep water yet in a close game yet. It was 13-10 Texas Tech over Utah with 10 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the game. Texas Tech goes on a 4-play, 75-yard drive. Over that minute and 53 seconds, that was the only time in the fourth quarter this year where Texas Tech has not led by at least 2 scores. So they have not been in a one-score game hardly at all this season in the fourth quarter at all. So let's see what this Texas Tech team looks like in the fourth quarter. Let's see what it looks like in a raucous atmosphere, because you just never know. Like, there is still a lot we don't know about this team. What we know is that they spent a whole lot of money on their offensive line and their defensive line, and it has gotten them in a whole lot of blowouts so far. But we have not seen what it looks like except for that brief blip against Utah for under 2 minutes when they've essentially been in a close game in the fourth quarter. Other than that, they've been on cruise control. Remember, Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, is questionable in this game.
Wow.
Will Hammond was excellent against Utah, and he sucked against Kansas. So there is an equal balance here. This game is absolutely up for grabs. You and I both believe to some extent that Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson, we're really going to see that connection thrive in this game, but they're going to need to see their defense get back on track. And how do you do that? Behind a home crowd.
Here's Kenny Dillingham on the crowd and the fan base that needs to show up.
It's going to be 1 in the afternoon, 78, 80 degrees out. You're facing a top 5 team or whatever in the country. Where else would you rather be in reality? Like, the environment's going to be rocking. It's going to be sold out. The team we're playing is as good as you're going to get in college football. Like, if you don't think, add value. Like, every single down be loud, because you never know when it's going to make a difference. The difference between 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 7 in college football is drastic. And how many times can we change the down and distance from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7, 4th and 1 to 4th and 6 where they're punting, right? The fans and the environment can create that, and our players feed off your energy. So we need to feel that on tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Here's the pathway to victory for the Sun Devils, if you ask me. You need this defense that was almost as hyped as the offense coming into the year. 10 returning starters, I want to say, maybe 9. And they were really good in the second halves against Baylor and TCU, knocked both of those quarterbacks off their mark and out of rhythm. They need the best game from their defense to date. then they need Sam Levitt to be that dude. And I think all this stuff can happen. But I also know that this defense they're facing is monstrous. A lot of potential NFL prospects. Kenny Dillingham, like I told him to his face, he's about as good as you're going to find in the coaching business at giving and delivering a real clear message to his team. What was that message this week?
That football is simple. That usually the person who moves the person on the other side wins. If you take care of the football and somebody lines up against you and you move them backwards or you tackle them down, you win a football game. All this other stuff we talk about and we do and we scheme, and that's great. That's our job, to put you in the best angles and the best advantages. But at the end of the day, when you play big games, moving the person in front of you backwards and then tackling them wins the football game. And it'll win the football game till the end of time. And that starts with a mindset, and it's not a mindset that you can talk about. It's an action. And we have to act upon that. We have to play the game with passion and physicality.
And something Coach Dillingham brought up in the last cut was the penalties, and that's something that has hurt Texas Tech in the two quote-unquote close games that they've played. One of those is a 42-17 win, to be clear, but that was one of their close games. 7 penalties for 77 yards, but to his point on the atmosphere and how much that can play a factor, he is no doubt alluding to what happened against Utah. 14 penalties for 122 yards for Texas Tech in that game. The amount of false starts just because they couldn't hear anything is not going to be that loud, because Utah is just a raucous atmosphere in general. But if you can get the crowd into it and you can force this team to get a little bit rattled, they will commit penalties, and then after penalties come serious game-changing mistakes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, look, again, you can paint a scenario if the Sun Devils do not win that all is not lost just yet. But what would have to happen if you lost to Texas Tech on Saturday? Texas Tech would have to run the table. They'd have to beat everybody else in the conference, which would give everybody else in the conference that same loss that you just suffered. You would need Utah to beat BYU and get BYU an extra loss. My point is, there's a lot of damage and carnage. We saw it at the end of last year. Basically a 4-car pileup at the end of the year, and they had to get into a tiebreaker system to figure out who was playing in the Big 12 championship game. That could still happen for ASU, even if they lose on Saturday, but then the margin for error is zip.
Right. And on the flip side, if the Sun Devils find a way to win this game, not only do they still have maybe a little bit room for error with the rest of their games left, but you get a win against a top 10 team in the country, you're immediately back into the Big 12 title race, and your schedule now gets a little bit easier. Not to say you can't stumble along the way, but if you win this game, it's obviously the biggest win of the season, but now you can control more of your own destiny rather than needing things to happen.
Yeah, it's not really that tough in the ways that we were expecting, Sammy. That Iowa State game on November 1st was the one that I had circled.
Same.
And then Iowa State lost to Colorado, and it was like, what is going on over there? I thought that they were going to run the table after the way that they opened the season against Kansas State. You've got Houston, who they have an interesting game against U of A. They've been great outside of the one time where they got smashed by Texas Tech. So we'll see for them. Iowa State, West Virginia, Colorado, and then U of A. So Sammy's completely right. If you win this game, you're in a great position to hold that one loss. And maybe even be the team that finishes first in the conference, let alone you just want to be in one of those top 2 spots. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, that's where it gets too wonky, Dan, because it's like, okay, well, maybe like Cincinnati can lose to Oklahoma State this week. And it's like you're doing too many of those qualifiers if you lose this game.
No doubt about it. Here's the other thing that's interesting about this game. Normally, Sun Devils, peak Kenny Dillingham era, you might get 8 to 10 NFL scouts at that stadium. You know how many are going to be there Saturday?
How many?
25.
Wow.
They're going to have their binoculars looking at that Texas Tech defensive line. That's where they're going to be looking. They might not be looking in too many other places when Jordan Tyson and Sam Levitt are out there for sure, but they're going to be fully focused on that defensive line as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that Sam Levitt, Jordan Tyson thing, I mentioned it earlier kind of facetiously, but not really. What Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase did, I would love to see happen all day Saturday. Just
get him the ball.
Feed Jordan Tyson all day long.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of 3-step drops, and Sam Levitt's going to be running for his life a little bit in this game. Again, the Ben Coleman injury and the timing of it is absolutely brutal for this team. But as Coach Dillingham pointed out, they have been shuffling offensive linemen throughout the year. So they're in a position better than most where if you see it traditionally done, it's just those 5 starters out there every single snap. They've been rotating guys purposefully to try and figure out the center thing, but also in case situations like this come up, it's just going to come down to Sam Leavitt making 3 to 5 plays in this game. This game's going to be one of those where it's like 14-7 Texas Tech, and there's a 3rd and 9 at midfield, and Sam's scrambling. And then if he gets that first down, you extend the drive, you score a touchdown. All of a sudden, it's a tie game. If he doesn't, Texas Tech gets the ball back. You're down 2 scores at halftime. It's like one of those situations where he's going to have 3 or 4 moments in the game to make plays. And guess what? He's made those plays most of the time. Outside of him getting absolutely rattled at Mississippi State in Starkville, he's been nailed so far this year. I agree with Coach that his last performance was his best of the year easily.
He looks good. I'm excited. I feel really good. So like last week, the opposite of last week, I feel really good about him playing this week. I feel like he's a competitor. And if he had his druthers, he probably would have gone last week. But that just, wasn't something we were willing to do. And I'm excited to see us go out there and compete this week. And like I said, this is a really good team. I want to see us fight. I want to see us compete. I want to see the edge. I want to see the fight. I want to feel us from the sidelines. And not every game this year can I say that I've been able to feel our passion and feel our energy. I want to be able to feel that this week.
That's an amazing statement right there.
And to share, Doug Tamaro tweeted this last night. 1 p.m. kickoff. That means pass lots open at 6, pay lots open at 7:30, ticket office opens at 9. Get there early, everyone.
There you go. Great advice. On the other side, I watched the Netflix special Starting 5. Suns caught some strays from Kevin Durant. We'll explain on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and there's a misconception in the electronics industry that the big box stores offer better pricing, and that happens because you walk into one of those big box stores, there's probably a television or two at the front of the store, really low price, and you think, wow, I've got to shop here when I need a new television, but what you don't know is that television is likely hot garbage. It's going to rob you of quality and experience, and that is one of many reasons you shop at my friends at Waltz. Waltz does a lot of things. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches. If you want to see what that looks like, they've got one set up in the theater room. It is pretty spectacular. And for all that experience and expertise, you'll get great pricing as well. And to prove it, if you find a price you like, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. And while you're there, make sure you drop my name. You get a little extra sugar. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Ogden Nation.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Arizona State's quarterback keeps trending up. How is the opposition's quarterback trending? The latest surrounding the Sun Devils starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're going to take a slight detour from our most awesome Football Friday in progress to talk a little basketball. So I sat down with the starting five last night, the Kevin Durant episode and all that. But before I get to Kevin Durant, there were a few things that hit me in the show that I think bear mentioning.
Sure.
Okay, so they start with Tyrese Halliburton and that notable Game 7 in Oklahoma City where he came out, hits 3 threes, and then blows out his Achilles.
It was unbelievable. It was like that third three went in, and I was like, oh, he's just going to like score 40 and they're going to win.
And in rewatching that, I thought to myself, was Tyrese Halliburton robbed of one of the greatest athletic moments in history?
Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt, because no one expected that team to ever get there. Like, you know, when you hear from like Oklahoma City after that series and they're like, no one expected us to be here. It's like, you mean like the most popular title pick, you know, like whenever Brady would say, everyone doubted us. It's like, you're Tom Brady. I don't think anyone, Patrick Mahomes, I don't think anyone was doubting you. Everyone was doubting Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah. Everyone was doubting the Indiana Pacers. There was that like most overrated voting amongst the players, but then also just in general, he was like, is he really a star? Is he really a superstar? And to your point, that third three went down. It's like, okay, not only is this guy going to dominate this game, he's going to dominate in a way scoring the basketball. You remember when Steve would do that back in the day, 15, 20 years ago, he would put up 35, 40, 45 in key playoff games. And that's what he was about to do. And you could tell, even when Hallie got hurt, OKC was shaky, man. Their inexperience was showing. My boy TJ McConnell had a 6-minute flurry where he was still trying to keep that thing alive. It was a very memorable finals, and it was cool to see Netflix get the behind the scenes and really a tragic moment for him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Then the show moved on. Well, actually, along those lines, Colin Cowherd, during the narrative of Tyrese Halliburton, delivered a line that I thought was great. He called the NBA Hollywood with a ball.
Okay, I like that.
I like that.
I can get behind that, yeah.
All right, so then
interesting.
Then they moved on to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who said something interesting. He said, everybody knows what I'm going to do. They just can't stop me. And I thought, oh, that's interesting.
He was asked if he thinks he's unstoppable, and he was like, I'm not unstoppable, but I think I'm very, 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 very hard to stop. So I'm not unstoppable, but it takes a lot to stop me. He's actually a cool personality,
really
man.
Is.
He's great, and the league is lucky to have him as one of their representatives on top.
All right, then they moved to the Oklahoma City Thunder pre-Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with Kevin Durant and James Harden and Russell Westbrook, and it was fantastic. And Paul Pierce brought up a question. What would a championship do for James Harden? How would it change the narrative around James Harden?
It would change a ton to the noise that Sammy just made, because he is the perennial choke artist. Is a very extreme way of saying it, but the numbers do not lie. The later you get in a series, the more that he disappears. I thought it wasn't happening as much in their latest elimination, but it was still there. There were moments where he was kind of disappearing in the game, and it's crazy, Dan, because when you zoom out and look at his career, you can make a case that he's one of the best guards ever.
Yes.
If you just look at his statistical profile, not even just that, but like the amount of All-NBA nods, the amount of MVP discussions that he was in, the MVP that he won, he really is one of the best players of this generation, even with these severe playoff blemishes that he continues to have. He was a part of like one of the best teams that never won a title. That Rockets team with him and Chris Paul that was basically unbeatable when everyone was healthy. They came up against the Warriors. Of course, it would change a lot for him.
Then they got into KD, and KD talked about how he wanted to be one of the greats to ever play the game from the minute he stepped foot on a basketball court, and how when he got to 30,000 points in that plateau with the Suns, how it was kind of a moment that solidified that, and then days later, he found out the Suns were trying to trade him.
He did indeed. That night was very weird too, him celebrating that, because that was in the midst of the turmoil. So it was one of those things where Kevin was extremely professional and was always just he found a way to be charismatic through those moments, which of course will rub some people the wrong way. But for him to not just be about like, man, I don't care, we're getting our ass kicked lately. Like, I don't care that I just scored 30K points. Like, he was able to like celebrate it, making a moment a little bit. Still, it was a very odd room to like be in, just because of the vibe that had been around the team, and the vibe was there.
Yeah.
Then, but again, it was in the midst of turmoil. It was an absolute clown car for the last like 4 months of the season to be around.
Yeah, now, so there were two different things about Kevin Durant. He went off on the Suns because he felt very betrayed by them. He used very harsh, vulgar language to kind of recount it. I thought he came off very authentic and very real. And then he went in hard on Charles Barkley.
He did indeed.
And because Charles Barkley, and they replayed the clip on TNT when he did the whole bus driver metaphor that Kevin Durant's never been the bus driver, he's always been the passenger. And KD reacted very, very, very viscerally to that criticism, and he basically called out Charles Barkley as somebody who just wants to say anything he wants, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Here's a little sampling of what Kevin Durant had to say. I'm hoping it's been bleeped out.
It's become the Wild Wild West right now. Nothing is too far-fetched in this league.
From what I'm told, there are multiple teams making really aggressive calls to the Suns on Kevin Durant.
I'm hearing real people that I respect and that are credible in this business telling me that this about to go down. So I'm like on the phone, I was heavy that whole night. I was like, no way they trying to do this behind my back. And they ain't say nothing to me. I said, I understand the business. I know I'm the guy. If is going south, I'll be the easiest to trade. But don't send me to the Warriors. That's what I was saying. I know if you got to trade me, like, make it somewhere else but the Warriors. It's not because I didn't want to go back to the storyline, and then I don't want to go and gut the whole team. And I'm like, first of all, I don't want to get traded because there'll be a lot of take the whole team away from the next team I'm going to and deplete them from everything they got just so I can fit in there. And I'm like, I'm not trying to go through that. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the Warriors, because I'm like, I don't want to go into that situation like that.
Yeah.
It's very important to note that was his in-the-moment thinking.
Yes.
Like, that was as it was happening
Yes.
that Netflix was able to talk to him. This is not a recounting even like a day or two later, like while all of that madness was happening, they were next to him. So they were getting his very authentic, real, in-the-moment thoughts, and it was a subject of debate at the time. And again, it's a different environment than having like the documentary that's going to release later, as opposed to like your in-the-moment media availabilities.
Right.
We knew he felt this way. We just knew, but it was never confirmed until him saying it just now. And like they pissed him off, and he has a right to be pissed off. He can say, "Oh, superstars, whatever. Anyone can get traded, whatever." You have to know the business you're getting into when you acquire someone like Kevin Durant. You do not do that behind his back, because then he will take control of the situation from there, and you'll get screwed. And guess what? He took control of the situation, and they got screwed.
Yeah, you're right on the money, man. You're right on the money. Because the one thing that KD said in all of that was, I gave the Suns some other teams, but no one but the Warriors. First of all, it's a little odd to me that knowing how he would probably feel about a return to Golden State, that wasn't broached with him. Just location specific, right? And then secondarily, like you said, once you did that, it was okay. I'm going to show you what business really looks like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he went about it in that certain way. And to what you were mentioning about the list of teams, that was after the fact. So I don't think he had any idea that they were talking about him in trades. He's a very smart guy. He knows that certain conversations are going to be happening. But at the same time, nothing during then. And then at the end of the year, in like the finale episode of the entire documentary, he did say, like, I have an expiring contract. So I was able to use that as leverage a little bit. So
there you go.
Again, like people were speculating and saying, oh, maybe. No. He's a very smart man. I respect what he did, if I'm being honest.
All right, a reminder that the NBA season for the Suns kicks off on Wednesday. The Rockets are playing the Thunder on Tuesday.
Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait for that game. We've got like Lakers-Warriors, I want to say, too. Yes, more LeBron James, more Steph Curry, but that first game I'm really looking forward to.
And a reminder for Suns fans, just found this out, there are still tickets available for opening night. That isn't always the case. You want to go to opening night in Phoenix, get on that now. All right, coming up on the other side, it's the 9 o'clock hour on Friday. Celebration time, right? Social Studies with Sammy Cebulka. We're back right after this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
I was kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good you've had a real bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they quit showing up. Happens to all of us in the state. And this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. Their range is incredible. From fire pits to barbecue pits, patios to pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? If you're a pickleball player, they're in the pickleball business. They can build you a court in your backyard. You know, sometimes getting court time is hard. Not if you have one in your backyard. But more to the point, Turf Monsters believes in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your home. They believe in doing what they say they're going to do. Go check out samples of their work online. While you're there, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc. The OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is gut check time for your Valley football teams this weekend. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-4 and on a 4-game losing skid, and now they have the Green Bay Packers coming to town in what feels like a game Gannon and his team have to have. But will they be with or without Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? Murray is listed as limited on the injury report, and Harrison Jr. is still in concussion protocol. Kickoff on Sunday will be at 1:25 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And for ASU, coming off an underwhelming loss to Utah without Sam Leavitt, they'll get him back as the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders will roll into Tempe on Saturday afternoon. And like the Cardinals, it feels like a game they have to have. And here was their head coach, Kenny Dillingham, on Sam Leavitt and his update.
I mean, well, there was tape. I just think it was under his sock today. That's the best part about college football is the ghost chasing begins. That's athletics, baby. You got to love it. I mean, you got to love there's no photos of the feet. There's photos of the feet. Izzy Pratt. The games that get played are so funny to me. And
kickoff Saturday in Tempe will be at 1 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Every morning at 9 o'clock, we get social. We ask our listening audience a variety of questions. We call through the answers for content, and Sammy Sabolka takes us all through it. Take it away, Sammy.
Yes, and dare I say, down the stretch we come on this Friday. On the week, if you're looking where to follow us on social media, we are on X at Bickley_Murata. That's where we'll post these daily questions. We are on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and we are on YouTube. Shout out to the 180 of you currently watching. We're at Arizona Sports on YouTube every single morning. So today on Social Studies, we get into the Cardinals, and we're going to first and foremost ask, Arizona will beat the Packers if blank.
Sounds stupid, but I'll say it. I say stupid things sometimes, but sometimes I say stupid things that make sense. If it's a close game in the fourth quarter, we rattled off the numbers, how Green Bay only passes the ball 40% of the time in the fourth quarter. That's been my whole mantra the 2 days filling in. Make Jordan Love do something stupid, and he'll probably do something stupid. But what has Green Bay done? You had double-digit lead in every single game so far, and then they just give the ball to Josh Jacobs over and over again until the game is over. Avoid that section of the game, and you'll win it.
I'm going to say they will win the game if the defense holds the Packers to 24 points or less.
24 points or less. Okay, I'm in the camp of if they can force Jordan Love to have that, oh my God, what are you doing moment, and maybe that turns into a defensive touchdown or a really good field position, sets up a score. If they can do that, I think the Cardinals can win and offensively be efficient. AZ Big Red said if Joe Flacco starts at quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. C Backer 44 says the defense gets 3 turnovers, 1 going for 6, and another in plus territory. And Micah Parsons gets sore, and Josh Jacobs struggles down the stretch.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the Micah Parsons things, we talked a little bit about it. The holding stuff, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I know you're getting held, but just go play. And then lastly, Keith said if the Cardinals play complementary football from an offensive and defensive standpoint. All right. So, Jarrett, this was the question of one thing you've learned as we get.
Well, we last night featured a game between 2 older quarterbacks, 2 veterans.
Yes. And we had.
So it made me wonder, pose this question.
What is one thing that you have learned as you guys have gotten older?
I can start. I think a thing that I've learned for sure is that life is going to get in the way, and you can't be a spoiled little brat about it when it does. Like, when you get the flat tire on the day where you've got 3 hours of sleep, and also, like, you just have to deal with it and get past it, and you can't let it, like, sandbag a day, sandbag your week, or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good advice. I want to hear what some of our listeners have to say.
Yeah, for sure. Justin Prestigard said, my grandma once said, son, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Yeah, it's good.
It didn't resonate until I had, he said it didn't resonate with me until I became a parent. 2 ears, 1 mouth. And then we had one, now at 38, I'd be getting called washed in any professional sport. If in any other profession, I'd be called a young buck, 38.
Yeah.
I feel like sports kind of skew how you view age a little bit. This is something, as I've been removed from college for a little bit, is that these kids getting drafted really in any sport, I'm older than all of these kids coming into the league, and that scares me. Brian said not to care about what other people think of me. You like me, great. You don't like me, same thing, great. Another one, that the Oscar Wilde quote was correct. I'm not young enough to know everything. That's good. And then lastly, Stephen Ruiz said that rich people are not inherently worthy of your respect. Some people are born just on third base.
Oh.
Yeah, all of those things are true. I could probably contribute 100 of things like this. But
that's a great line. The great line of he was born on third base and thinks he got a triple.
Thinks he hit a triple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
The don't care what anybody else thinks thing is a slippery slope, though.
Yeah.
Because you should care what some people think.
Agreed.
Or else you become very self-centered and selfish and unself-aware.
Find the people that you want respect from, basically, is like the middle ground of it, right?
I think that's very fair. All right, so lastly, Kellen is heading to Vegas. I'll be headed to Fort Worth. Jarrett just came back from vacation. Dan, you got any vacations coming up?
Not yet, but I'm sure I'm going to find one.
Yeah, there we go. So what would be the, quote, perfect vacation and why?
This came up, I think, a couple of months ago when I was filling in, and we were talking about like iconic sports destinations, because as listeners got to know when I was filling in, Dan and I huge tennis fans. I really want to check Arthur Ashe off, and that's like the perfect vacation for me right now. I've got a couple of sports bucket list items left, and F1 races in there. They're actually in the States right now, racing in Austin. This weekend, Arthur Ashe is one for sure where I gotta go. So there's a couple of those checking off where I've done the ballpark thing, kind of going around. I went to PNC over the summer. I want to go into other sports a bit and check those off, like Lambeau and football. Just like get a couple more destinations in.
I gotcha. For me, where I want to go, I've been blessed to be all over the world, but I've not seen Italy from the inside. I've only seen it from the water. So I've seen the Amalfi Coast, and it's fantastic. But I need to spend some time in Rome and Florence. You know?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Gambo just burst through the door.
Venice,
Gambo, what are you doing here?
Venice.
You say Italy and just
that
I love it.
and I want to get to Greece as well.
Yeah. Jarrett?
Well, yes. I love the beach, so a beach vacation is great, but I also would like to do like a food tour through somewhere.
What's the dream food tour?
Probably through Italy. I have been to Italy, but I was right out of college. I don't think I appreciated it like I would now.
Yeah. So for me, to Kellen's point, the sporting vacations kind of I have to get to Augusta eventually in my lifetime. I need to.
Eventually, in my lifetime, he's 25 years old.
Hey, some say it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because you have to win the raffle, the lottery to go.
You got to get in the lottery. Have you? Every year you got to do it.
I've been trying, and I also think Wimbledon is something that you kind of get that experience of going overseas and to England, and then you go to Wimbledon. So that'd be really cool. But a couple from our listeners, Ross Vegas said, of course, I could go with all my bros and golf in Vegas or Tahoe, poolside cabana, sportsbook. However, my family, we're going on a cross-country vacation to Wally World in the family truckster. That is obviously more appealing to the family. And then
that's a reference to the movie Vacation, in case you were too young to.
I had no clue. Maybe that does show my age. And then Seabacker 44 says, we're a Disney family, so every 2 years, all of us, kids and grandkids, go to Disney World, Universal Orlando for 11 days, and it never fails to be the best vacation we've ever had. I forget, are you guys Disney World, Disneyland people?
I grew up on Disneyland trips as well. It is a wonderful place that only continues to get better. Anyone that would besmirch the great land of Disney, I will fight you.
You will fight them? Really? Yeah, listen, I think I've told you this. There was a time when I took my kids to Disney constantly. Probably 20 times Disneyland, 7 times Disney World.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Wow, that's
a lot.
That is a lot.
But I'm not an adult go by myself to Disney.
Gotcha. You're not a, quote, Disney adult.
No.
Okay.
No.
No, neither am I. I think it'd be fun. I've only been once. And lastly, a quick Mock My World update from yesterday. We did the beloved by multiple teams or fan bases draft. And right now, it is close. Dan Bickley is edging out Kellen Olson's team.
I have a chance to win?
Yes, you
Wow.
do. So
Oh my
those
gosh.
two teams, Dan Bickley has Kurt Warner, Anquan Bolden, Tom Brady, and Kevin Garnett. And Kellen has Wayne Gretzky, Reggie White, Shaquille O'Neal, and Greg Maddux. And for third and fourth, I'm narrowly beating Jarrett with my team of LeBron James, Lionel Messi, Deion Sanders, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And Jarrett's team, Mark Messier, Randy Johnson, Nolan Ryan, and Dr. J. Only an hour left to vote on
Bickley
that.
has 34.7%. Kellen has 32.2%.
I swear I gotta get my first win because it's never coming in mustache, not a mustache. This is where I have to get my victory.
Kellen, just send the tweet to a couple
I'm
of
not
your
asking
friends.
for pity votes, everyone, but if
Right,
you're listening and you're like, oh, Kellen has the better team, then go vote for me, please. Thank you.
Pity votes. Pity votes.
So,
but yeah, pity vote. Yeah,
All right.
please.
Thank you, Sammy. Good job. All right, on the other side, we'll take a last tour around the NFL. Football news coming next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You flash the 10. 5 fingers and 5 fingers. Flash the 10! Flash the 10 and only do it in the fourth quarter. Why? Because it includes the first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Add them all up, and that adds up to 10.
I like it. My only question is what happens if it goes overtime?
Well, again, hopefully you'll flash the O.
You'll finish.
I
knew you were going to
you'll
have an answer.
do this, something like this or something.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. Sports fans know better than anyone that you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need a really good plan, which is why if you are thinking about retirement, if you're worried you will not have enough money in retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, do not fumble the ball. Set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Go get a game plan that is going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. And remember this, Trajan Wealth is veteran-owned and locally operated. They are not beholden to certain products, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated at all times to act in your best interest. After meeting with Trajan Wealth, you are going to learn it's more than numbers. It begins with relationships, deep dives into your interests and your needs, customized strategies, personalized plans based on where you want to be. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them at 480-990-3300. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard. Tippers are flaring.
is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
Come on, I got you, brother.
And the Arizona Sports app.
Come on.
Bickley and Murata.
Come on, we work.
Red Friday.
Hey!
Red Friday.
All right, a little bit of news out of Cardinals headquarters heading into this weekend's enormous game against the Green Bay Packers. Running back Amari DiMercato out for the game. Defensive tackle Walter Nolan will not be activated. Kyler Murray will be a weekend decision, and Marvin Harrison Jr. remains in concussion protocol, but Jonathan Gannon says he is progressing.
Just about what we expected. I think the Marv news is the one where he was, I believe, on a limited status on the injury report yesterday, so maybe he was trending in a certain direction, but once you're in that protocol, it's tough to get out of it. Within a week's time, and it sounds like Kyler's headed for a questionable designation, and we could have guessed that a couple days ago.
Yep, exactly. All right, before we move on, shout out to our listeners in New River, Kellen Olson.
Shout out New River. I've been up there.
Shout
I've been
out.
up there a time or two.
Oh, have you?
I've
Okay,
been
cool.
up there a time or two.
All right, so that's what we're looking at with the Cardinals. It'll be interesting to see what kind of running game, if any, they can sort of muster and manufacture. I still like my idea. Jacoby Brissett starting quarterback, Kyler Murray starting tailback.
Not this week though, but maybe
No.
maybe when they're both healthy.
No, not ever.
It was a draw between Bam Knight and Michael Carter, if anything. Neither guy really performed better. It was Bam Knight getting quite a bit of carries, though. I thought Michael Carter still looked okay, but this is the best run defense in football right now, so it might not be the right week to evaluate that either.
All right, so we'll keep you informed. Keep listening throughout the day for more news coming out of training camp headquarters. All right, interesting weekend in football. Andy Reid versus Pete Carroll. That's going to happen this weekend. The Raiders are going to play the Chiefs. This is close to being the combined oldest game from head coaches. Andy Reid is 67. You ever seen that guy, Jarrett? Pete Carroll is 74. Their combined age is 141. The record is 142, set by Bill Belichick and Romeo Crennel, which means if Pete Carroll and Andy Reid are still coaching next year, they're going to break the record.
It's exciting. if they're both still alive next year, forget coaching.
Mm-hmm.
I thought more of the Raiders this year, and they still have time, but
it's been a really weird year.
I thought Ashton Genty, Geno Smith, Pete Carroll is going to be some new energy in that team, and they just haven't been that good.
Geno's at 7 touchdowns and 10 interceptions in 6 games. Like, he has always been known as a gunslinger and a guy who will try and make any throw, but I've always been a big fan of him, thought he's one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the league, and thought that I had no idea what Seattle was trying to do, and they were totally right on this, and the naysayers were totally wrong. He's been a disaster to the point where if this continues for another game or two, they might want to look elsewhere at quarterback. They just gave him a whole lot of money, don't get me wrong, but they might want to look elsewhere. They are going into the bye week after this week. So
yeah, he played himself out of the Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold
project
that everyone was saying, like, because he was included in that. And now he looks like it was sort of a blip, and now he's back to
or he was one of those guys that can get a reclamation project, but in the proper
got to be
like we just saw with Flacco and Rodgers and talked about earlier, right? Like in Seattle it'll work, but in a place like Vegas it won't work.
Early on, this might have been 2 weeks ago, where Pete Carroll seemed to blame Chip Kelly a little bit. He kind of blamed. He was asked about Geno Smith's struggles, and he's like, well, Geno's not calling the plays. And people thought, ooh, that's either, defending your quarterback or kind of taking a shot at your offensive coordinator. I don't know.
They had the Tom Brady stuff going on earlier this year, too. Yeah. They're the Raiders. They always find a way to make the headlines, and not for good reason.
Not for good reason. Part of the significance of Joe Flacco's epic takedown of the Steelers last night is Joe Burrow reportedly is telling people he's coming back this year. He's going to be back in mid-December. The Bengals now are 3-4, and they're heading into a cushy stretch of schedule. And it matters because this is the Week 17 opponent for the Arizona Cardinals.
The AFC has been off to an extremely odd start. You look at the AFC East right now, the Patriots are tied at 4-2 with the Bills. And at this point, it really does feel like a coin flip with the way Buffalo's look. To your point, you can't rule out Baltimore at 1-5 yet. They've got so many injuries elsewhere that even if Lamar comes back, it would be tough for them. But at the same time, felt like Pittsburgh was in a great position to just run away with it. Not the case. Of course, the Colts are 5-1 in the South, and then in the West, the Kansas City Chiefs are in third in that division. They're at 3-3 right now. It's been a weird, unpredictable season so far in a good way. You love parity in this kind of way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If you're a 49ers fan, this is an exciting weekend for you. George Kittle saying he is back. The 49ers are taking on the Falcons as the NFC West starts to get sorted out. We did this exercise a couple of days ago. You go through every division in football, and it's hard trying to get a beat on who is going to win that division.
It's difficult. This is a great game. I love this primetime slate. 5:20 p.m. Sunday night. That is the 49ers hosting the Atlanta Falcons. There was some buzz after Bijan Robinson's excellent game where, is he just the best player in football? Because he looks absolutely incredible this year. As I mentioned earlier in the show, you never know what you're really going to get from Michael Penix. And then what I believe is two teams deciding who's the best in the NFC right now at 4 o'clock on Monday. That's a must-see game with the Buccaneers traveling to Detroit to take on the Lions.
Yeah, and that is one of the interesting things about this football season is that Baker Mayfield has literally gone from a dude that was polarizing and unlikable to a lot of people to sort of this new wave of football heroes.
Absolutely. He joked about it earlier in the year where he was like, I used to get called immature for what I did on the field. Now it's moxie. Now I'm a dog. And it's well, that's what happens when you win football games and you play at an elite level. Of course, Max Scherzer telling off his, could you imagine if Jazz Chisholm would have done that to Boone? Yeah. How people would have lost their mind? Yes. But that's because Max Scherzer can get away with it because he's one of the greatest pitchers of all time. So once Baker starts to develop in this kind of way, it's an awesome story, Sammy, because if you look at the 3 MVP favorites on FanDuel right now, it's Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and
no Daniel Jones there?
Not yet.
He'll probably win Most Improved Player. Or there's that's the NBA.
Comeback
player of the year.
I think people are waiting for the Colts to come back down to earth, is what I think.
I'm in that camp. But the Baker Mayfield thing, and this is no slight to this other person, but he's everything that everyone wanted Johnny Manziel to be.
Yeah.
In the NFL.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right.
Baker Mayfield is doing that, just that.
And I'm astounded because I've said it before. Baker Mayfield came to Glendale with the Carolina Panthers, and I watched that game, and I'm like, this guy's no good. And it's just proof that in the NFL, what it is proof of is there are a lot of dysfunctional organizations in the NFL that just can't match up a player's skill to a system that best executes that and rewards that and complements it. And so these quarterbacks, they get into a right place, and it's a revelation to everybody else.
Absolutely. 2 more NFC games to keep an eye on. I will label these as if they take care of business.
All right.
Now, you feel pretty good about the Rams against the Jaguars, but this game is in London, and those games always get wonky, and Jacksonville's been a little bit stingy. The one you feel less confident about is the 3-2 Bears taking on the 1-5 Saints. They're at home in that game, but if the Bears take care of business, all of a sudden they're 4-2, and their schedule is very light the rest of the way. I'm not saying worry about the Bears here anytime soon, but they're going to keep stacking wins eventually with this schedule if they can take care of business. They have not been worthy of that trust, as your face showed when I said that, Dan.
Well,
you know
listen,
better than I do.
I do. But I do think that there's an excitement building in Chicago that they did get the right head coach.
He looks like a personality, to say the least, and there was a stat going around earlier this week. There's only one team in football that scored 21 points in every single game. It's Ben Johnson. Again, we talked about that with Mike McDonald earlier. You hire the defensive-minded coach, you have one of the best defenses in the league. You hire a brilliant, innovative offensive mind, and it actually turns into like a brilliant, innovative, like offensive system.
Imagine
Is that something
right?
you're allowed to do?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I was told that's what was going to happen 5 years ago. He develops quarterbacks, everyone. Look at his track record. Okay, I'm sorry.
Puka Nacua.
Previous scars.
Yeah,
Puka Nacua
right.
out for that Rams
It's a
game,
good
by the
note.
way.
It's a good note.
Yeah, that's a very good note. All right, if you ever say to yourself, man, I just can't get enough of Jared Carlin.
I do.
We were
Big
saying
fan.
that. Were we saying that earlier in the week?
Yeah, the humor, the jokes. I just can't get enough of that guy. You're in luck because it's that time for the Sports Kebab. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. You know, we got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Parker & Sons is tremendous in your time of need. I learned that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. Blew my mind that a live person answered the phone, but a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, one of many things that sets them apart. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were already at my house dealing with my issue. I was incredibly impressed by that. But Parker & Sons is also there to help you make everyday life better. They've got some great things for preventative measures, especially with fall and cold and flu season coming. Captura Air Scrubber. This cleans the air in your house 24/7, makes a big difference because you do not know how much gunk you are breathing in the comfort of your home. A reverse osmosis system and a water softener from Parker & Sons can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water, helps you stay healthy. If you're drinking from the tap, you don't know what you're putting in your body. For 50 years, Parker & Sons has been the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember this, all their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts at helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There are two huge football games here in the Valley this weekend. First, Saturday afternoon in Tempe, the Sun Devils in their throwback uniforms and new Sunburst helmet will welcome the 7th-ranked team in the country, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. The Devils should have Sam Levitt back under center as he was listed as probable on the injury report. Kickoff Saturday in Tempe will be at 1 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. We move to Sunday, and while there are question marks surrounding who will be quarterbacking this team, whether it's Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett, the bottom line is that this team needs a win in the worst way, and they'll look to get one Sunday against the Packers. And according to Buda Baker, this team feels that urgency.
You know, for us, it's urgency every single day, every time we step foot in the workspace each and every day. So we're just gonna continue to live in the process, live in the moment. Had a great day of practice today.
Kickoff Sunday from State Farm Stadium will be at 1:25 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which quarterback gives the Cardinals the best chance to win on Sunday, Jacoby Brissett or Kyler Murray?
Kyler.
Jacoby.
All right. I also think Kyler. But 85% of the vote says Jacoby Brissett. 15% of the vote, Kyler Murray. We'll see if Kyler's good to go. If not, it'll be Jacoby Brissett. That's your Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Thanks, Sam.
You are a very funny man. I'm sure your sense of humor will serve you well in this situation. And I'm slowly getting a little bit annoyed by this humorous activities.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, yes, it is the Sports Kebab. Sports news skewered here on a Friday. And guys, it is great to be back in time to do the Sports Kebab for both of you. I was off earlier this week on vacation with the family in Mexico, and it was a great time. I had lots of fun, but the weather was crazy, guys. It was nice and warm, but the wind was relentless. Seriously, it was 83 and constantly blowing hot air. like Jerry Jones. No, but really, though, the wind was constantly blowing at you on the beach. My face was wind-burned red. My cheeks were stretched back. I couldn't open my eyes like Jerry Jones. And if you think the wind blowing out was bad at the beach, you should have been in the car with me driving home after a week of tacos and beans. Who played that? Okay, no, don't do it again. But I did have a really good time spending time with the family, going to the beach, in the pool, eating good food. It was fun. Now, one thing I will say, though, is the place we were at had a big water slide, and I think I might be too big and too old to go on those anymore, because I went down once, and I was bouncing around, and by the end, my chest hair was beaten up and torn apart like the turf at the Steelers Stadium. Speaking of the Steelers, they had a big game versus the Bengals on Thursday that featured a matchup of 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers versus 40-year-old Joe Flacco, a couple of old legends. It is, in fact, the first quarterback matchup where both QBs are blue bloods, and both QB's favorite TV show is Blue Bloods. I mean, these
gets those out, huh, Jerry?
Yeah, these were older. They were older quarterbacks.
Sure.
Yeah, they were so old that they had to replace the Gatorade dispenser with a cooler of Ensure.
Ensure.
And the irony is that if the older Rodgers and Flacco weren't playing in the game on Amazon Prime, they would never be able to figure out how to watch it without help from their kids.
I can confirm every week I talk my dad through it.
Well, it's not just you.
It's tough.
It's not just you.
When they say it's being distributed on Amazon, what does that mean?
Yeah, that was 10 years ago, Jerry.
Okay,
you can
fair.
retire that cut. You can
fair
retire
enough.
that cut.
Fair enough. It was a great game, though. A bunch of scoring changes. Last night, Flacco and Rodgers went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And that was just to the bathroom while they were trying to sleep.
Jeez.
They're older quarterbacks, these guys. They're the first quarterback duos whose prostates were the same size as the footballs. And they're old, not just old, but they're old school. Did you see them using smelling salts during the game?
Oh, yeah.
Smelling salts. Now, to be fair, Flacco and Rodgers can only smell the salts because they're both on low-sodium diets due to high blood pressure. They're older.
Older quarterbacks?
Yeah, they're old. Well, they're older quarterbacks. I'm glad you pointed that out
Yep.
because, look, things are different when you're old like that. Most quarterbacks do post-game interviews with ESPN to discuss the win or the loss, but these guys did post-game interviews with Jordan Hudson to discuss being her next boyfriend.
Is that your new go-to this year?
What's that? Jordan Hudson? Yeah, she's a good one.
You
She's
just
a good
always
one.
come back to her.
Yeah, she is. But in the end, though, Flacco and the Bengals scored the upset over the Steelers, sending shockwaves through Pittsburgh. Now, Steelers coaches blamed the loss on defensive injuries. Steelers fans blamed the loss on lack of focus. Aaron Rodgers blamed the loss on Dr. Fauci, which I thought was weird. Elsewhere in the NFL, the city of New York has fallen in love with the rookie duo of Cam Scadaboo and Jackson Dart. Seriously, I haven't seen someone take over this city like this since King Kong. And like King Kong, both Dart and Scadaboo appear to be primitive apes bewildered by the world around them. I mean, you've seen them, right? These guys,
I have.
Yeah, they're very enthusiastic. They're very endearing, but they're also very tough. I mean, they throw their bodies around on the field with no regard for physical pain. And then after the game, they don't even take Tylenol or Advil or aspirin or anything. Now, mostly it's because they can't figure out how to open the child-proof caps on the bottles. But still. And speaking of football, it's a huge football weekend in the Valley with ASU playing Texas Tech and the Cardinals playing the Packers, both at home. Now, the bad news is this means there will be lots of fans coming in town from Lubbock, Texas, and Green Bay, Wisconsin. But the good news is locals will get to see the subtle differences between rednecks from the Southwest and rednecks from the Midwest with these fans. And finally, I hope the Cardinals win this weekend because they're playing a good Packers team, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be rough. It's going to be hard. In fact, Jonathan Gannon said it's going to be a dogfight. And I said, Jonathan, come on. Enough with the Michael Vick references this week. There you go.
Thank you, Jared.
Thanks, Jared.
I was expecting more on the subtle differences between Southwest rednecks and Midwest rednecks.
Yes. Well, there's got to be something there. Where they put their barbecue sauce, something. Where they store their fat.
I was starting to get like comfortable, Dan, and then he said something very uncomfortable, and I was like, oh yes, that's the sports kebab. There we go.
That's my brand.
What did he say that was uncomfortable?
Moving on.
All right, good enough. If you need more of Jared Carlin, what's your Twitter handle, Jared?
JARRETTGC.
There you go. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll wrap up today's show. We'll give you the weekend predictions coming up next. Hey, Sammy, that just dawned on you?
I didn't know if we were doing them without Vinny, but...
Oh, okay. Good enough. All right. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If Kyler goes somewhere else and he becomes Baker Mayfield, or if he becomes Sam Darnold, if he has success somewhere else, I'm not going to look at it and go, oh man, they should have kept him. Boy, what a mistake that was letting him go. I won't do that. I won't, because it's not working here for him.
Okay.
You know, it's not, because I think that's the fear for some, but I think that's the thing that looms over this a little bit is when he does get another gig, does he succeed there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about amazing deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That is where General Manager John Nissen and his entire team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, they're now available 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. How about America's favorite truck, the F-150 with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine? They're ready to roll with 3.9% APR for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end November 3rd, 2025. When you stop into Earnhardt Ford, just tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road, they've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for, or you can shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com, and that ain't no bull.
One last match, one unforgettable night. The regular season finale is here as Phoenix Rising hosts San Antonio FC on Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m. It's Fan Appreciation Night with special drink and food deals and end-of-season merchandise sales all night long. Celebrate the season, cheer on the squad, and send Rising into the playoffs in style. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Final match, full stadium. Let's rise together.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of, and fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Away yesterday. He was a member of Kiss.
Kiss.
Yeah, that was sudden. I mean, they called off a tour, then suddenly there was a report he was on life support, and then he was gone.
I was reading about it. It's interesting because he was in the band during their heyday in the 70s. Then he was not in the band. Then he was back with the band in the 90s. Then he was not with the band. Then he was back with the band during their endless retirement tours.
Yeah, right. I actually read they actually sold the rights to Kiss. They made a fortune just selling the brand. That's Gene Simmons, man.
Exactly. I was also thinking about this band, how it's odd. It's one of the few examples where the most famous member of the band is not the lead singer.
Yeah, it's
like
true.
Gene Simmons is the most famous member of the band.
I always assumed that he was. I knew that he wasn't later on, but I always assumed that he was. Yeah.
And Paul Stanley is the lead singer.
That's right. Yeah, that's interesting. It's a good call. All right, today's song of the day, Kiss, Ace Frehley.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, before we get into our weekend predictions, I want to tell you something. I know artificial intelligence is very dangerous and all, but yesterday I saw an AI-produced video of Jimi Hendrix at a Seattle Mariners game drinking a beer during a playoff game. And it was incredible until you realize we are all doomed.
Yeah, I think they cut down 40 acres of rainforest to make that video for you. Yeah. That's we are doomed.
We are doomed.
But we are doomed, like actually.
Yeah.
Maybe not in our lifetimes, but eventually, yes.
Yeah, it's like the next generation I'm super worried about. We're in the clear, I think. I think we'll be good, but like the 50 years after, that's where I'm...
So I'm doomed?
You're doomed.
Okay, cool.
I think you might be with us, Sammy. I think you'll be good. Tail end of when you're...
When we get into the
like
2100s.
Years, yeah.
Okay.
That's when we're doomed. So everyone listening, we're good. Don't worry about it. It's just our kids that are screwed.
Okay. All right. Speaking of the Seattle Mariners, I'm going to give you my 3 predictions, and then you all can chime in with what you got going on.
Cool.
All right. So I'm going to hope this into existence. By the time we get on the air on Monday, Sammy, we're going to have a Dodgers-Mariners World Series on tap.
This is what I had, Dan. I had this, but I had this as well, yeah.
Okay. Because the Mariners are playing one last game at home today, they better win. Then the series goes to Toronto. I've got them winning that game on Sunday. I don't know if I believe it. I'm trying to speak it into existence. So Monday morning, we'll be talking about a Dodgers-Mariners World Series. I've got Arizona State shocking Texas Tech 28-27.
Love it.
And I've got the Green Bay Packers beating the Cardinals 27-13.
That first one, Dan.
You got the
my
same
turn.
one.
My turn to go?
Yes.
Is that the deal?
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
My turn. I had down that just will know the World Series matchup by Monday, and that means that the Dodgers will win one of their 2 games and move on, and then whoever wins Game 5 of the ALCS will win Game 6. I'm leaning Toronto, but I'm rooting for Seattle as well. My second prediction, there will be a 500-yard passer for the first time this year in the National Football League. There has not been one since 2024. when Kirk Cousins, of all people, did it in Week 5, and then you got to go back to 2021 to find the last one. Some candidates: Cowboys at Commanders, that's Dak Prescott, and then Chargers and Colts, I'm looking at Justin Herbert as well. And just because I looped into every appearance that I make on this show, Lando Norris wins the Austin Grand Prix in F1, setting up a dramatic close to the season, the last 5 races of the year. His teammate, Oscar Piastri, currently leads the driver standings by only 22 points. If Lando was able to win, he would cut that lead down, and we would get a dramatic close to the season.
Nice. Some actual F1 news, too. They announced a new deal with Apple today.
Got to find the new streamer to put everything on.
Pretty big.
It was just on ESPN. That was too simple.
Exactly. Jarrett, do you have predictions?
Yes, of course I do.
Yeah, same.
The
Okay.
Dodgers will sweep and
All right.
advance to the World Series.
Okay.
They're too dominant. Their pitching is too good. I think that this is a bold one because I'm going to go beyond just that the Cardinals win. I'm going to say all 4 NFC West teams win this weekend.
Ooh, okay.
And then I am going to, this is broad, but I'm going to say,
You're going to say absolutely nothing.
I'll change it, actually. I'm going to say USC wins on the road, beats Notre Dame.
Oh,
I like that.
You
That's
do
a
know
fun one.
this might be the last time those two schools play that game?
It could be, yeah. I've heard about that.
I always lean towards the old Pac-12 schools. I think I have bias, whether that's logical or not, because I've been all aboard on Oregon this year, too. Killed me last week.
All right, so that means it's up left to me. I also think the Sun Devils kind of shocked the nation, re-stamped themselves as a playoff contender. They get a 27-24 win, the same score as the Baylor and TCU game.
Okay.
The Packers get a 31-20 win over the Cardinals, and then we're questioning a lot of the Cardinals' existence as we headed to the bye. And a game I'll be in the building for, might as well give a prediction. TCU beats Baylor 42-21 in a rout.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
2 high-powered offenses. Feels
Yes.
like at least one's going to go off.
Exactly. And then that TCU win that TCU win for the Devils looks a little bit better as well.
Yeah.
So there we go. We'll get them up on social media as well.
Now, I wonder how much of this is wishful thinking with the Sun Devils.
I thought about this because I'm not a known ASU fan. I went to U of A.
Yeah.
There's 3 U of A guys in here. And it's wild the belief that I have in Kenny Dillingham, Sam Levitt, and Jordan Tyson. In that I think when all 3 of them are together, the Mississippi State game, I think, is naturally a one-off. On the road at an SEC team, genuinely should have won the game probably. I just have faith that this team at home is going to find a way to win.
That they're going to find a little bit of magic like there was last year.
Yes.
Now, what's interesting, Curt Cignetti, the head coach of Indiana, he signed an 8-year, $93 million contract. This was a guy coaching in the middle of nowhere making $700,000 about a year and a half ago, which is incredible to me. And it's also incredible to me how little a college coach in basketball and football has to do to get paid. It's like the minute you have a good moment, the minute you have a good bowl game, the minute you have a good stretch of football, it's like agents seize that leverage and schools are like so grateful that they just, here you go, whatever you want.
And to do it at how about a dynamic football program? And that's not Indiana, but how about Penn State? Like James Franklin, he's a nutcase. He's going to want to keep coaching. He's set for the rest of his life now.
Yeah.
Like he worked he had 2 good years at work, and now he's set for the rest of his life.
It's incredible.
But it's also if you're in Indiana, you have to do it. This is it's such rare times in your history that you've been this relevant. You have to grab onto it. And the problem is, it doesn't mean anything. If Penn State right now offered him, they would offer him more money and better chance, then he would leave, and it wouldn't mean anything.
Then he would have to exercise his buyout, then Penn State would have to foot that bill. Yeah, all that stuff. It's crazy. I totally agree with you. It's the sad thing in college football. I've been saying this for years. As soon as a great coach gets where he's going in college sports, they're going somewhere else. Bring it up because
because Jed Fish screwed U of A. Oh, sorry.
He definitely did. He did that. Thank you for saying that. I was going to as well. Yes, he did.
I bring this up because if Kenny Dillingham does pull this off, And I do give them a coaching advantage in this game. Because, Kenny can be very creative. It wasn't that long ago. He was just pulling stuff. He was drawing up plays. Punters were throwing the ball.
Delay of games.
All that stuff. So I think they can pull this off. And if they do, I think it will be a coming back to the coming out party, if you will.
To your point, you have to worry about it every year. Like, they just got things figured out with him last offseason or going into the bowl game, if I remember correctly, with the timing of everything. You just have to keep re-upping over and over again because, to your point, Penn State having a bad year, Alabama having a few bad years, like, they'll just continue to increase that number.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, before we get out of here, Cowboys coach Brian Schottenheimer said Trayvon Diggs had an accident at his home last night.
Uh-oh.
Well, ended up with a concussion. He's not playing on Sunday.
Unbelievable.
That sounds like me slipping in my garage while mopping the garage.
That's right.
Barefooted.
If you're a starting cornerback in the NFL right now, make sure your surroundings are safe. Charvarius Ward got slammed last week. Concussions all over the place. Stay safe, guys.
Stay safe, everybody. On behalf of Kenny Dillingham, who joined us, on behalf of Suns Rook Rasheer Fleming, who joined us, on behalf of Sammy Cebulka, the return of Jared Carlin. Great job filling in the last couple of days, KO. Have a great time in Vegas.
Thank you, sir. Been a blast.
I'm Dan Bickley. Wolf and Luke next. Don't miss a minute. We'll see you Monday, folks.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is gut check time for your Valley football teams this weekend. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-4 and on a 4-game losing skid, and now they welcome the Green Bay Packers to town in what feels like a game Gannon and this team have to have. But will they be with or without Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? Murray was listed as limited on the injury report, and Harrison Jr. is still in concussion protocol. Kickoff on Sunday will be at 1:25 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for ASU, coming off an underwhelming loss to Utah without Sam Leavitt, they'll get him back as the 7th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders will roll into Tempe on Saturday afternoon. And like the Cardinals, it feels like a game Dillingham and the Devils have to have. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Good. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Football Friday. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Man, what is going on? Luke, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. You know, I think I've found the recovery time from some of these football weekends. Usually by about Wednesday, I'm ready for more football. And then we get to Friday, and I'm like, I don't know what happened last week. Gut punch for ASU, gut punch for the Cardinals. All right, bring on more. Here we go. Let's go.
I was not ready for that. I really was not. I think I'm just getting over it now. And here is Friday. And you know what a good day to get over it. If you're going to get over something, get over it on a Friday.
Yeah, get ready for Saturday and Sunday. That's Here we go. ASU, Texas Tech tomorrow, and then Cardinals, Packers on Sunday. We are going to talk to Monty Ossenfort. He's going to join us in about an hour and 15 minutes, get his thoughts on the Cardinals. We talk to Jordan Simone here in about 40 minutes, get his thoughts on ASU. Let's start right now, Wolf, with what's coming up for the Cardinals on Sunday? And I know you like to always, how do you say it, parachute in from 30,000 feet?
Yeah.
Well, let's go like 50,000 feet.
Okay, I like that.
Let's just go even further up. I'm going to keep this simple to begin the show. Could a win on Sunday save this season?
Yes. Yes, a win on Sunday could save this season.
I agree with you.
There's no doubt about that. I don't think the season is over. I don't, but it's really, really tough to convince a lot of human beings that we can get better over the bye week when you're 2-5.
Yeah, because then you also have that additional week, and I'm not saying this would happen to every player, but you have that additional week for it to just sink in. You know, hey, you're on a 5-game losing streak. Hey, you have one of the worst records in the NFL. Hey, you haven't won since you beat Carolina on September 14th. And then all of a sudden your next game's November 3rd. It's been almost 2 months since you've experienced a win.
Yeah.
You just don't need that, whereas because
this team, more than most teams, just needs something to feel good about right now. And if you could beat Green Bay, that's a pretty good way to go into the bye week.
Yeah, can I just say as well, I want players around me that don't care what your record is, honestly.
I agree, but I don't know that you have 53 of them.
I'm willing to acknowledge that truth. I honestly, base it on my superpower was the fact that I every game was do or die. It was for me personally, because you were either in the league or you were out of the league. And for me, every game was in the league, or if you don't go out there and give everything you've got, you're out of the league. It was that plain, that simple. And yet I know there were other guys that were in there, guys that were actually talented, guys that were in the locker room that felt the same way and would go out and play the same way. Man, if you could just vet players coming out, whether you're drafting them, of course, or whether you're signing them in free agency, talking with them, sitting down, interviewing them, being able to vet them and figure out who is who feels that way every time they go out and play. Because you know what? Is it possible the Arizona Cardinals could overcome a 2-5 deficit at the bye? Yes, it is. The only thing is the likelihood of that happening plummets if you lose this game.
You're getting to the point where if you go 2-5, you're right. It's possible you could come back, but you're going to need to be one of the best teams in the NFL after the bye. I mean, if you start 2-5, you're probably going to have to go 8-2 afterwards
with that schedule.
Yeah,
being what it is.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were playing, I was going to say Tennessee. Can we need another team that's an example? If you were playing. If you were playing the Jets 10 times, it'd be tough to go into. But the flip side, though, and this is real, and I don't think Green Bay is unbeatable. And spare me if we come in here and the Cardinals lose 44-3 on Monday. I'm not saying the Cardinals are better than Green Bay right now. I'm not saying that. But I don't think Green Bay is unbeatable. I'm not sure the Cardinals will do it.
They've already lost.
Yeah, well, they lost to Cleveland, so maybe that's why. It's like I have
they're
to
not
look at you a little
unbeatable.
sideways when I'm like, yeah, didn't you lose to Cleveland?
Yeah. The only thing is, Cleveland has an excellent front seven.
Yeah, Cleveland's
they really do.
Got a monster defense.
Yes.
There's no denying that. Patrick Peterson was on with us yesterday, and we asked him how you go about fixing the mindset, the collective mindset of your team after a losing streak that includes just a brutal loss to Tennessee now 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't think, the way that they lost, it was weird. It was awkward, but, a way that a team have probably never lost a game before, but the way that they came out the following week against the Colts, they performed well. It seemed like they put that behind them. It's just all about finishing out games, putting together your best, your effort in that 6-minute offense, in that 6 minutes in the 6-minute defense. When you got to have a stop, who is going to make the play? That's what it's coming down to. Who can the Cardinals lean on right now to make a play in a gotta-have-it moment? And that's what they got to figure out.
Yeah, they got to figure that out, man, seriously. And this would be a great game to do it. Home game, of course, the Green Bay Packers, that bye week, it does loom. If I were a leader in that locker room, if I were walking around, I'd be telling people we don't want to hear anything about the bye week. Don't say a word about the bye week. You bring up the bye week, why don't you just go bye-bye, if you know what I mean.
I see what you did there.
Okay, yes. I'm just saying it's a situation where you've got to have 100% of your attention on the Green Bay Packers. This game, once again, it's not like it's impossible for the Arizona Cardinals to turn their season around if they lose this game and go 2-5 into the bye. It's not like it is impossible, yet at the same time, Basinonians, it's just not something that you would say is logical.
It's just starting to get, illogical is the best way to put it. You look around the division, you got the 49ers playing the Falcons this weekend. San Francisco's beat up. Do I think they're going to win that game? Yeah, but, they could easily lose that game. Atlanta just beat Buffalo. You got Seattle playing the Texans on Monday night. I know it's in Seattle, but that's certainly a game they could lose. And you got the Rams playing Jacksonville in London on Sunday morning, and the Rams already ruled out Puka Nacua for that game. So it's definitely possible they could lose. If you could just win a game, you could be within a game of everybody else in your division.
Yeah.
But the flip side is true. If you keep losing, it doesn't even matter what anybody else in your division does, because now you have to make up ground. And this is the harsh reality of giving away a game to Tennessee, and we said it at the time. You lose that game to Tennessee, you're going to have to go beat a team like Green Bay to make up for it. You chose the harder path. Amari DiMercato chose the harder path. Your defense, unfortunately, chose the harder path when they let up after that.
Man.
Let up's not the right word, but they couldn't close out the game. So now, I mean, nobody in this league is going to feel bad for you. Green Bay's not going to be like, oh, I'm so sorry about that Tennessee game. Here, why don't you take a win from us?
Yeah,
You're going to have to rip one back.
Once again, there is intensity, and then there's intensity. There are two different kinds of intensity. And, you said that they let up. They took their foot off the gas. That's what they did. And that's why, once again, I was a team captain at one point in time, a long, long time ago, Masonodians. 8 of the 10 years I was actually in the National Football League. I was a team captain, and from time to time, you would have to square somebody up. From time to time, you would have to say something to somebody collectively. You would have to do it. And this is one of those moments where I think of a Buda Baker. Again, I'm not saying Buda did this. He didn't. I don't know that. But I'm just saying if Buda Baker were to stand up and say, I'm stepping over this line, I want everyone who is committed 100% to step over this line with me. Physically do it. Step over an imaginary line on the ground and say, I am going to give you everything that I've got coming up in this Green Bay game. I just think the importance of this. Just say it out loud, brothers. 3-4, 2-5. 3-4, 2-5. Huge difference between 3-4 and 2-5.
2-5 is the, oh man, we could have done this, or this could have happened, or 3-4 is you're back in it. You are. And if you beat Green Bay to get there, then you're back in it with a little bit of weight behind your most recent win. You bring up Buda Baker, and I think back to that season of Hard Knocks. And Rick, you have the cut too. Here, just play.
2 more opportunities, and this is done until next year. 2 more weeks, 14 days. That's all we got, and it's over. This team is never going to be the same again. Let's work at work, starting tomorrow. Love y'all. Let's stay together. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3. Family.
There it is.
There's also that cut, too, from that year where he screams he's tired of losing. And he's like, it was one of those cuts where everybody nationally was just like, wow, look how into this dude is. And everybody here locally was like, yeah, this is Buddha. You're all just learning a little bit late. But I still, even with all of us here locally knowing that's the way he's wired, I thought the cuts showed some insight into just how, just what you're just saying. Like, if somebody would pull everybody aside in the locker room and be like, here we go. Like, do we want to sit here and talk about how we could have won games? Or you just want to win an actual football game?
Yes. Buda Baker, though, is not demonstrative out on the field. He's not demonstrative like that. Mm-hmm. That's why it's interesting to hear him be demonstrative. That one cut, man, where he was yelling.
Where I'm tired of losing.
I'm tired of losing, and he was yelling. Let me tell you something right now, man. Declare, are you in or are you out? I love that. That's what I want to see him do. I wonder if he has done that.
Watch your teammate who has been here his entire career, who is tired of losing. How do you watch him say that and verbalize that and coupled with the way he plays and not also be tired of losing and want to run through a wall and change it? All right, we come back. Who is in and who is out for the Cardinals on Sunday? We're going to react to the latest injury news, and there's a lot. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them run the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, we gotta score! We gotta score!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
That's what I'm talking about!
Wolf and Luke.
I'm talking about, boy.
Red Friday.
Well, you get this deep into the season, and the injury report just means a little bit more. So let's run through who the Cardinals are or aren't or might have this weekend. Wolf, I got some Jonathan Gannon audio from this morning as well. Look, Green Bay's got a lot of guys hurt too, but I'm just not going to run through all of those. Josh Jacobs has been limited all week with an illness. I would assume he's probably going to play. That's the biggest name on there for the Packers. Like Matthew Golden's on there, but he's been full participant all week, so I'm not even really sure why he's on there. Anybody in particular you want me to start with JG updates on? I'll warn you, they're all fairly short.
Yeah, the Josh Jacobs. Is there, you know what, Josh? I mean, okay. No, bring it on. I want your best. Bring it on, Josh
But
Jacobs.
if one of the Packers wanted to sit out, it's a long season.
If you want, Josh, are you sure?
They've already
the
had their
holidays
bye
are
week,
coming
too.
up.
Yeah.
You want to be ready to go.
All your shopping? I mean,
Okay,
come
yeah,
on.
okay.
They have already had their bye week. Not great if you're trying to win a Super Bowl and your bye week was in the beginning of October.
You know what I'd like you to start with, as a matter of fact? Did he say anything about Darius Robinson?
Well, it's funny. That's actually where I was going to start. So here you go. This JG was asked how D-Rob is doing.
He's doing well. Yeah, he was back out there. It's good to see. Just like all that kind of goes into Teo question. That's a different one because he played and then he was down. So you're looking for some different things from him. But he's got to get back in the saddle and get going.
Okay, so there it is. Darius Robinson. I wonder if he's going to be able to play. I would imagine if he's out there practicing, right? He's out there practicing. I'm wondering if he would be able to actually play. Because the last game he played in was probably his best game.
Yeah,
as an
that's a good
Arizona
point.
Cardinal.
You got a couple Cardinals right now that are young, that their most recent game was a really good game, and then they got hurt. I also want to thank our listeners in Youngtown right now.
Oh, Youngtown.
Thank Youngtown. I haven't got to thank Youngtown in a while.
Youngtown.
Do you want to?
I love the fact it's not Youngstown.
No.
It's Youngtown.
Time with Youngstown. It's
I think
Youngtown.
that's really cool.
Here's some more injury updates. I'll just go JG overall on the injury front.
Okay, injury front. Amari's not going to make it, and we will not activate Walt. Everybody else will see the next 48 hours how it goes.
Okay, Walt. That's Walter Nolan, of course. I'm not going to activate him. Okay, that's great.
How different would his career be if his name was Walt Nolan?
Yeah, I know. That it does.
Sounds like a dentist.
Yeah, Walt Nolan. Walt. Yeah. Okay, we all get that. But, okay, Walter Nolan is not going to be ready to go this week. Of course, that makes sense.
Nobody expected
that. Well, I did.
Oh.
I thought maybe there's a possibility he's going to be activated. Of course. Why not?
Get
him some action. Get him some action before the bye. That apparently is not what's going to happen. Rick was right, ladies and gentlemen. I say that. I was wrong. Rick was right.
Can you just say you were wrong? Do you have to say Rick was right?
Well,
I feel like then you're dragging all of us down. Okay.
Well, I know, but Rick was the one who had the
slippery
circumference
slope
to actually say it.
Yeah, okay.
So
just remember that later in the show.
Okay, so
we're all listening to Smash Mouth.
He's going to be ready to go. He's going to be ready to go, and they're going to activate him after the bye.
That would be
Ron Wolfley reporting.
Here's
my sources.
JG on Nolan's first week back because he has been practicing now at least.
He did a good job. Good to see him back out there. I know he was excited, but he did a good job.
Yeah.
We need to get some wins just to get more words from JG.
Yeah, JG's melancholy right now. He is, and, why shouldn't he be? Honestly. You think about a coach that here it is. This is year 3. This is a pivotal year. He's suffered a lot of injuries to a lot of players, and he's lost 4 games by a grand total of 9 points.
Well, the other thing, and we can ask Monty about this, you don't want to get to a point where not only are you losing games and you feel like the progress of the team is being set back, but you're losing young players you're trying to develop to injury. You know what I mean? Where you're starting to not have Darius Robinson enough. You haven't had Walter Nolan. Marv is hurt. These guys that Trey Benson, Tip Ryman, like guys that are part of the lifeblood of your organization in terms of not just what your record is this year, but are you still going in the right direction, or is this year going to be a setback? I'm not saying this year is a setback yet, but a lot of the guys that you were looking to take the jump from year 1 to year 2, it's not even that they're not taking the jump, they're hurt. So it's almost like an incomplete. Here's JG. He was asked how Marv is doing.
How's Marv doing?
Good. Working through the protocol.
Will he be a contact participant today?
Whatever the protocol says, that's what he'll do.
Yeah. Once again, I don't know. He definitely, I'm hoping he's not experiencing any kind of hangover from this concussion. You can have some relapses, Basinonians, and feel a little dizzy from time to time after it. I hope he's not experiencing anything symptomatic of that.
The concussion protocol is, as much as JG's not saying a whole lot in these answers, that is a separate thing where you just have the protocol to go through, and you either check the boxes and you're good, or you don't and you sit out the game. I mean, so that one is it's going to be tough for anybody to give an answer on that until he just checks the boxes.
I would say the question I would ask is, has he suffered a relapse at all? Has he experienced any type of hangover from the concussion? Has he experienced anything like that? Has he had a relapse? Something like that. I think JG would be very forthcoming on
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, the good news with Marv is that injury was just this past week. It's not like he's had to miss any games yet.
Yeah.
So, he may just end up being totally fine. JG was asked about Will Hernandez and what he has seen from him so far.
Yeah, obviously a big jump in play counts, from the first game that he played to this last one. But he's working on his game, getting back to who he is.
I mean, he played 100% of the snaps on offense last week. That is a significant jump from the 0 he was playing until the previous week. And then even the previous week, it was, 23 snaps? It was like 35% or something. It wasn't much.
Yeah, no, what's honestly, again, this is the key. It is, especially in this game. This is a key to the game, that Will Hernandez is ready to go, that he plays better than what he did last week as well, because you could see it. Sometimes when they were out there for a lot of these plays, they had a lot of possessions, double-digit play possessions, where you could just see it. He was not in the shape he needed to be in, and that tells me that's one of the reasons why they waited as long as they did. You could just see it. He was struggling from time to time. Will Hernandez is the key to the offensive line as far as I'm concerned. That they get back playing the way that they did when Will Hernandez got hurt, before he actually got hurt. He was the best offensive lineman in the 5 games he played before he blew his ACL out. He was the best offensive lineman they had. They've got to get this offensive line right and back to playing how they were. Or you know what, guys? Honestly, the 10 games after this game coming, it really doesn't matter. I hate to be that blunt and that frank, but if this offensive line does not allow their running backs a little room to run and use their talents and can't protect their quarterback, it's going to be a long season.
Yeah, there's really no way around that. there just absolutely is not any way around that. You can list this as number 1,000 on the list of reasons why I could never be an offensive lineman. But imagine you're exhausted from a workout and then you stand up and you have to just get shoved around by DeForest Buckner. I mean, that would just be that's why an offensive line, like, you look at these guys and they're 350, but they still have to be in shape. Otherwise, I mean, there's no break, right? So you're 15-play drive and you're like, hold on, let me catch my breath, and you got a defensive lineman just shoving you into your quarterback. Real quick, too, JG on Kyler.
Where's Kyler? How's Kyler progressed throughout this week?
Good. He's doing well.
What are you looking for over these next 48 hours?
Same.
Didn't get a whole lot there, so they asked when we'll know about Kyler.
Do you envision knowing about Kyler Saturday night again or Sunday morning?
See how it goes.
Didn't get a whole lot there either, but at least they tried. All right, when we come back, what are the Sun Devils going to have to do to upset number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe tomorrow? We're going to ask former Sun Devil safety Jordan Simone, also known as Ron Wolfley Jr. on this show. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC, ladies and gentlemen. Man, as a former football player, especially a wedge buster, brothers, I've busted it up a lot of stuff, man. And there's a lot of things going on with my back, of course, and spine I don't think I even know of. And maybe you're experiencing some problems with your back or spine. Well, you need to go see DISC. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. man, enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media this morning and discussed when he might know the status of quarterback Kyler Murray for the team's game against the Green Bay Packers.
Do you envision knowing about Kyler Saturday night again or Sunday?
We'll see how it goes.
Kickoff for the game is Sunday at 1:25, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has a huge game tomorrow at home against number 7 Texas Tech. Joining Wolf and Luke next to talk about it is former Sun Devil safety Jordan Simone. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a football Friday and a big college football game tomorrow in Tempe. ASU against number 7 Texas Tech. Joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line, as he does each and every week, is Ron Wolfley Jr., Jordan Simone. He also wanted Cam Scadaboo worked into his name last week.
Yeah, that's
Jordan,
true.
Your name's getting longer and longer by the week. How you doing?
I'll tell you what, boys, I'm here for my brothers at 98.7 FM. And it's good to be back with you boys. It's always fun to be here. And we've got an absolute dandy in Tempe at 1 p.m. tomorrow. I might get down there at 6:30 a.m., run the stairs, run around the stadium, do some push-ups. I mean, what an opportunity ASU has to be right back in the mix.
Jordan, where do you begin when you talk about ASU and Texas Tech? Where does your mind go?
Well, they had 2 bye weekends. They had their first bye, and then last weekend was actually a bye as well. If you didn't know, the team stayed home. They didn't go up to Salt Lake. They just decided to stay back and just not show up. Yeah, they didn't tackle. They didn't do anything good. Jeff Sims threw a couple decent passes, but for the most part, it wasn't pretty. And so, obviously the one thing we can't have on this team is an injury to our quarterback. And of course it does happen. Who knows how it happened? They're saying, an injury from Baylor. We're going to believe them. We will believe them and we will move on. But yeah, Levitt's obviously a huge part of this team. And when you remove him, it kind of removed any sense of believing they could win a football game. And clearly the team just did not want to be there. It was cold. It was wet. They didn't have their quarterback and they didn't believe they could win. And they followed that up by not tackling a single person. But I think they'll bounce back. I really, truly believe that they can bounce back this weekend. ASU has a history of beating good teams, top 10 teams at home in the middle part of this season. You think about Oregon. I think Washington, when Washington was ranked 5th in the country, Oregon, a couple of years ago, when Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels beat them, and they're not doing anything good these days anyway, but highlight of their career. So yeah, ASU's got a chance to shock the Big 12 here.
We're talking to Jordan Simone. Jordan, a game like that, you brought up the defense and just not tackling, which is pretty uncharacteristic of this team the last couple years. Kenny Dillingham has made it a point to have extra physical practices this week. He took accountability, saying maybe he had let these guys get a little too comfortable. Just in your experience, a physical practice, a week of physical practices, can that solve that when you typically are good at it? It's not like they're trying to learn how to tackle. They typically are good at it.
Yeah, one thing I appreciate about Kenny is that he goes, look, something's not working, so we got to change it up. So they decide to go, let's get way more physical in practice because, Wolf, you know this, you play how you practice.
Yeah. And
if you're going through the motions at practice, it doesn't look good on Saturday during the game. So let's get back to basics, fly to the football, hit the crap out of somebody. Like good things happen when you run to the football. And we just haven't seen that from this team that returns so many starters on defense. Yeah, they're banged up. But I don't care. I mean, it's effort is so important on defense. If you're not flying to the football and wrapping guys up, it's not going to work out. You're not going to win games. So I love that they said, look, we gotta change something up. So let's get really physical in practice. And if guys are banged up, next man up mentality, we got to find the best 11 on defense that are gonna play hard.
So we know what Sam Levitt will bring to ASU, of course. When you flip it over and look at Texas Tech, they also have a quarterback situation going on with Baron Morton and Will Hammond. Who would you rather see if you had your druthers?
I mean, I'd rather see Will Hammond, the backup. I think he's the backup for a reason, but at the end of the day, it's not the same situation as ASU. It's not a Sam Levitt to Jeff Sims drop-off. They both can play good football. They both can run. Baron Morton, I think, is the more complete quarterback, but you bring in Will Hammond. He's a dude that, he's another running back essentially back there. I mean, he can run the football. So I know that they have confidence in him to lead their team. Baron Morton, I think, is the better player. But at the end of the day, it's so much more about ASU. Just their defense has to do the little things right. They have to stop the run against a team like Texas Tech. I mean, their running back is as good a running back as they've seen. In the Big 12. So, and this year. So, I want to see them tackle, wrap up, create some turnovers. It's things that we've been talking about every week on the show, it seems like, and we just haven't seen it. I expected to see a complete game against Utah. Didn't see it. So, this just lines up for ASU perfectly. They're getting 7.5 points at home, the line. And so clearly Vegas doesn't think that they have a chance in this game. But this is a game that ASU always comes out. Nobody believes them all of a sudden. They've got a bunch of negative press, negative media coming off that Utah game. And then they do something crazy like go beat Texas Tech. And if they beat Texas Tech, they're right back in the mix in the Big 12. If you remember, they lost 2 Big 12 games last year. They lost at Texas Tech and they lost at Cincinnati. About 7 games into the year, they were 2-2 in the Big 12. And here we are with a chance for ASU to beat Texas Tech and kind of control their destiny to get to that Big 12 championship game. But it ain't going to come easy. They're going to have to get back to what made them great last year and run the football, take care of the football. And so if Levitt's healthy, they got a chance to beat anybody. I don't care what anybody says. If Levitt's playing, they can score. And if they want to go into a shootout, I'm going to lock in that over 51. I know you boys love talking about gambling. We always talk about it. But no, I think ASU's got a chance to win this game.
You should see the look on Wolf's face every time you say it. He's like, I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm just going to nod.
I know.
We're talking to Jordan Simone.
That's why you have Ron Wolfley Jr., the son of Ron Wolfley, to explain the betting lines.
Jordan,
I'll talk to you at dinner tonight.
The fact that this game is at home and there's all this on the line, and I'm sure there's a certain level of like, hey, we kind of got embarrassed last week. We'd like to avenge that. And ASU's been good at home, and like you said, if they win this game, they're almost back in the driver's seat in the Big 12 in a weird way. How much does emotion play into a game like this when you're a player? And do you have to control it at any level, or you just go out there and just go out of your mind?
I mean, there's always a little bit more juice in the locker room, going into a huge game like this, a 1 p.m. kick, which I always love day game kicks. They're always special at ASU. You think about, I always think about Notre Dame in 2014 day game, 2 top ranked teams. But it's just such a great atmosphere. These day games, the weather's going to be perfect. I mean, it's a great recruiting weekend for ASU if they can get a win, and have some big time recruits in the house locally, nationally, wherever they come from. So they've got an opportunity here to control their own destiny, and it ain't going to come easy. I know Texas Tech is banged up after last week, but they're beatable. I mean, and ASU ain't going to take them lightly by any means. They know that they're the top dog in the Big 12, and they lost to them last year. So I hope that there's like this sense of they want a little bit of revenge. But Joey McGuire and Texas Tech, I mean, you got to give them their flowers. They've they got $28 million in NIL across all sports from one donor. I guess he made some money in the oil business. I didn't know that oil was a big deal. Apparently it runs the world. Who would have thought? But they got this one guy who donates $28 million. They give $1 million to their softball pitcher. Like this is a guy.
Yeah, but George, just think about it. The guy's a billionaire, right? Psh,
yeah.
Ain't nothing but 21 million.
It's like you giving me $20 to go to the movies. He's just going to hand out $28 million.
Right.
To the team and go like, hey, let's go get a national championship. That's fine. So they go load up. And you know what, Wolf? You'll respect this. They loaded up in the trenches more than anything else. He said, give me O-line and D-line. The guy's an ex-offensive lineman for Texas Tech, oil billionaire. And I think I should get into the oil business, try to become a billionaire so that I can donate $50 million to ASU, and then we can load up the trenches.
And you wouldn't even miss it.
No,
I mean, if you're a billionaire, come on.
If Wolf struck oil, ASU would have a $30 million fullback on the roster.
Yeah,
that's right. A good day in the stock market makes him more money, I'm sure.
Jordan, great stuff,
bro.
Man. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, boys. Talk soon.
All right.
Go Devils. Let's go. Get a win.
That's Jordan Simone, also known as Ron Wolfley Jr. on the show, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. We're giving you another chance to win Sun Devil tickets and Cardinals tickets. Listen for the Sounder this afternoon at 12:15, not that far from now, for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers and ASU take on Texas Tech. Again, listen at the 12:15 mark for your chance to win tickets to both Cardinals and ASU this weekend. Yeah, kind of a big weekend. All right, we come back. Speaking of the Cardinals, one prominent Packers player is not happy with the officiating, and Matt LaFleur intends to talk to Sunday's officials before the game. The Cardinals aren't even involved in this, but they're getting dragged into it. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub 500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, imagine a yard with no mowing, no mess, and no more money spent on reseeding your lawn. Imagine that, Basinonians. Just clean, green perfection all year long. Why wait? Call my friends over at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass. You're going to love it, man. Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time. Text GREEN to 620-620 to get that 15%. Think about it. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service for you. Simply the best. That's right. Text GREEN to 620-620 to get 15% off. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. That's LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
Come on, I got you, brother.
And the Arizona Sports app.
Come on.
Wolf and Luke.
Come on, we work.
Red Friday.
Hey!
Red Friday.
All
right, Wolf. Well, I'm looking at Micah Parsons on one of the TVs in the studio right now, and he's talking. I can't hear him, but the quote across the bottom of the screen from him is they want to load the points up, talking about the referees in the NFL. And I have audio right here from Micah that I'm going to play. Micah Parsons, never one to shy away from speaking his thoughts.
Yeah.
And here he goes.
No, I don't think it matters. The refs are going to call what they call. All we can do is just hope we get call a fair game. Like I don't care what the fans want sometimes. Like, if your team holds, they should get better tackles, better guards. Like, don't blame that on us.
That's towards the end of his comments. It started with him saying basically he's getting held all the time and nothing's getting called.
See, there you go.
They just want points.
No, I don't think it matters. When he said that, I was like, what?
Yeah.
What matters?
I don't know where the start of it is, but basically he was talking about how he feels like he's getting held and how the league is in on it because they just want to see more and more points.
Well, you know what? Lawrence Taylor thought he was getting held. Dexter Manley thought he was getting Charles Mann. Every great defensive end that I have ever seen, you know what? He is getting held. And I'm just saying, they think they're getting held, and he probably is getting held, and Micah Parsons is no different. It's been going on for a long, long time, buddy, yet at the same time, nobody has it out for you.
No,
nobody.
You're not going to get any sympathy from the Cardinals because I'm pretty sure Trey McBride got held in the back of the end zone on the last offensive play of that game against the Colts. Like sometimes the officials just miss the calls. Now I hear what Micah Parsons is saying. He's not saying it was one call. He's saying it's constant throughout the games. The only reason this is even a talking point for us here is because obviously the Cardinals play Green Bay this weekend. And Matt LaFleur talked about his stance on this.
Surely you send stuff in occasionally, but that's going to be definitely a conversation pregame.
Yeah. He's going to talk to the officials pregame.
By the way, Base Earnings, this is what a head coach does before every game. Meet with the officials, and you're going to air out what you want them looking for on your other team. This has been going on forever. When you got a coach that meets with officials, at least back during my day, Base and Orleans, that's what they did. And you can also talk to them before the game when you're out on the field. Hey, you know what? Look at number 75 on every play he's holding. You get to air your grievances and say what it is you want to say to the officials. Doesn't mean they're going to throw a flag.
No.
It just means you get to actually have your say in front of them. I think Greg LaFleur is going to make sure. Greg LaFleur. That was.
I wanted to see where your sentence is going first.
Good,
because
right
maybe
there.
you were talking about Greg LaFleur.
No,
I don't know.
you know exactly, man. Greg LaFleur, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Mike LaFleur, of course. This is a guy that is one of the better coaches.
You mean Matt?
What did I say?
You said Mike. That's his brother.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought you meant LaFleur from Dodgeball.
Matt LaFleur, of course, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's so bad. Oh, my goodness.
Now he's going to talk to you, or talk to the officials about you before the
let's
game.
put it this way. We all know, we understand this guy, he's going to have his say to the officials, but every head coach gets that.
Yeah.
Every head coach.
But at
That's
the same
my
time,
point.
we're all going to be watching on Sunday, and the first time they call a Cardinals offensive lineman for holding Micah Parsons, we're all going to be like, it's because of this conversation. It's because he complained. That's the last thing the Cardinals need is an official or officials going into a game looking to call holding on them because penalties have been an issue so far this season, especially, as you pointed out a couple weeks ago, anytime Trey McBride seems to make a huge play, it gets called back because of holding or something on the offensive line. It's something you got to pay attention to now. If I'm Jonathan Gannon, I'm probably also talking to the officials and saying, hey, I understand they're complaining about holding calls that have been missed. We haven't played Green Bay yet this year, so don't take it out on us if some other officiating crew missed a call when Cincinnati was playing Green Bay, because the last thing you need if you're the Cardinals is more penalties against your offensive line right now.
Yes. No, absolutely. And once again, this is stuff they also try to do based on needs to get inside your head as well. It's become a story right now, but it happens all the time, once again, that you will get a head coach airing out what it is he wants the officials to focus on. There are some coaches, Jim Hannafin, stand out there with a cigarette base and be out there just absolutely some of the most foul things coming out of his mouth, talking about how a left guard, he's offside on every play. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Jim Hannafin out there airing his dirty laundry before a game as everyone is getting warmed up out on the field. He's over there talking to the officials, and many times he's telling them what he wants. I've seen it over and over and over again. So I don't think anything has changed in that regard.
I don't understand why anybody would ever want to be an official. I mean, your job is basically, hey, go out there and get yelled at a lot by people with a lot on the line in front of everybody. Like, that's basically the job. And you're like, hey, yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, though, is going to be an issue on Sunday, whether they alter their calls or not. I mean, we're going to play Fulcrum football later on in the show. He's got to be one of the most pivotal players in this game. I don't know that you can really necessarily neutralize him. We were talking about this earlier in the week, Wolf. The first couple games, if you look at his snap count this season, he hadn't really had a training camp. He had just gotten traded, and the first couple teams to play against the Packers only had to deal with him about 45% of the time. His last game out, he played almost 90% of the snaps. The Cardinals are going to get the full Micah Parsons experience, which means the offensive line, which has struggled, can't.
Yeah.
I don't really care who the quarterback is on Sunday for this part of the conversation. You have to find a way to slow him down first.
Well, the best way to do that is you make him play football. This is something that Matt, we actually had in here talking about this very thing. For me right now, I just honestly want to see him run the ball right at him. I just want to see you go ahead, line up, and run the ball right at him. Make him stand there and fight. It's the best way to actually tire a pass rusher out, as a matter of fact. You just run the ball right at him. They used to do it with Lawrence Taylor all the time.
Used to do it with Aaron Donald.
Over and over and over and over again. Aaron Donald, a little bit different because he was a three technique.
But you at least knew where he was going to be, and you could try to run
You knew where he
at him.
was going to be, but you've got to do that. We talk about this stuff all the time, but some point you have to make a guy stand and fight, and that's what I think they're going to do. I'd be surprised if they do anything different.
It sounds simple, but I'll just add this. We've been talking about it throughout the week, but now it's Friday. It'd be a lot easier to play against Micah Parsons if you're not playing from behind. We can talk about identifying where he is and whoever the quarterback is, calling that out and adjusting the play and trying to run right at him, and those are all real things, but you don't want to be in 3rd and 8 and you're down by 10 points because he doesn't have to even think twice. He can just chase down Jacoby Brissett or a hobbled Kyler Murray or whatever the situation is. He'd be chasing down Lamar Jackson at full health. It's Micah Parsons is a problem. So this is not the week to play from behind. It isn't. When we come back,
LaFleur, by the way, was my teammate in 1986.
I was going to say, I figured
that's pretty good.
Must have been somebody.
Pretty good.
When we come back, talking about injuries, how could they affect the ASU Texas Tech game? And before we get into the segment, I'll say it goes both ways. Texas Tech is beat up, and there's more news on that today too. So we'll get you that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Greg LaFleur.
Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Yeah, man, that mouth, it's something really, really important. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. Now, listen, there's not going to be any gimmick dentistry out there, bait and switch pricing, fake unlimited time offers, or surprise add-on fees. At Aria, you'll always know what to expect. This is your health, Basinonians, not a sales pitch. Come experience the ARIA difference. ARIA is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media this morning and discussed when he might know the status of quarterback Kyler Murray for the team's game against the Green Bay Packers.
Do you envision knowing about Kyler Saturday night again or Sunday?
See how it goes.
Kickoff is Sunday at 1:25, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has a huge game tomorrow at home against number 7 Texas Tech. Kickoff is at 1 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sun Devil quarterback Sam Leavitt is probable for the game. And the Los Angeles Dodgers look to get back to the World Series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Coverage begins at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs, live from Talladega Motor Speedway this Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona, your home for NASCAR Xfinity.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Arizona State's quarterback keeps trending up. How is the opposition's quarterback trending? The latest surrounding the Sun Devils starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Football Friday, heading into what could be a great weekend of football. Oof. Or I guess it could be the opposite, but let's focus on what it could be. It could be the great weekend in football.
Sounds great, yeah.
Starting with ASU Texas Tech tomorrow, 1 o'clock at Mountain America Stadium in Tempe. Texas Tech, number 7 in the nation, undefeated. None of their games have even been close. The only team I would say that they've played that's on ASU's level is Utah, but they handled Utah. And, to be fair, Utah handled ASU last week, so keep that in mind. But ASU does seem to get up for these, the home games certainly, and the games against the tougher teams. And we're talking to Jordan Simone earlier. He brought up, if they have Sam Leavitt, they can beat anybody. And I know any team would say that, but I also think, you got to remember, this is a team that almost beat Texas in the college football playoff last year. I know Cam Scatterby was a huge part of that game in particular.
Yeah.
But the last year and a half has shown us they can beat anybody when they are at relatively full strength. They're not going to be at full strength tomorrow, but it sounds like there's a good chance they would have Leavitt. Texas Tech's not going to be at full strength either. So just keep that in mind. There's news today that Skylar Gill-Howard, who one of their really good defensive linemen, is out for the rest of the year with an injury he suffered last week against Kansas. So both teams are kind of beat up in this one.
Yeah, and once again, that is the strength of Texas Tech. Gill-Howard, of course, is a 3 technique. They're also got other guys that are banged up on that defensive line, but that is a strength for them. And hopefully, I'm really concerned about the offensive line going into this game, especially without Ben Coleman. He's just a huge difference maker on that front 5. And for me, looking at their offensive line, I'm worried about that more than anything, especially when you've got a guy that is banged up who happens to be your quarterback.
Well, yeah, you bring up Ben Coleman. Here's Kenny Dillingham on This Morning talking about that loss and what it means.
Yeah, when you rotate guys, it definitely creates, if you lose somebody like Ben, Ben was a guy who chose to come here when we were 3-9 and had sanctions. And he's been a big part of this change. Like, he showed up here when fans didn't show up. Like, he showed up here when nobody wanted to come play here. So to lose a guy like that, it's bigger than just, man, we're losing a guard, losing a center. It's, man, you're losing a guy who really helped build this program into a place where we're less than 100 tickets from selling out again, 5th straight sellout. And but the shuffling of it, us having the depth that we did have and playing 7 linemen in the last few weeks, that's why you do that. So if you do lose somebody, then, somebody can come in who also has reps with the guys around them. So not ideal, but, not every season's roses and candy canes, right? It's and nobody cares. So you better line it up, strap it up, and get ready to rock.
Right. It's not just me, Mason audience. It isn't.
He's also accurate in the not every season is roses and candy canes. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to extend that to the entire calendar year of 2025 for Valley Sports, and let's now put that behind us.
Okay.
In mid-October, please.
Yes, but once again, I do not see a path for ASU. I really do not if they can't run the ball. I think they have to be able to run the ball. And knowing that Raleek Brown is going to get the vast amount of carries on that, I honestly think that offensive line somehow, some way, working against what I believe is the strength of Texas Tech.
Yeah.
If there's one position room that you would say is a strength, you're going to go NIL, are you not?
I'm going to go NIL, yes, which would be their defensive line. Their offensive line too, but yeah, the defensive line. We played the cut from Sparky's Den yesterday where Kenny brought up how they had 4 defensive linemen returning and 4 transfers beat them all out. And he didn't bring this up, but I think we can all figure out why those transfers beat them all out, because they went out and they threw a bunch of money at their problems, but they did intelligently throw it at their problems.
Yeah.
Must be nice to strike oil and just be literally strike oil, just be able to buy a team, but it doesn't guarantee anything if you buy the wrong pieces. Texas Tech has bought the right pieces, and it's going to be tough to run on them. However, ASU has Raleek Brown, and they've got Tamarius Robinson, who they are very high on as well, and they may have Kanye Udo. They're not going to have Kyson Brown, but ASU's been able to run the ball pretty effectively this season.
If you're going to strike oil, where are you going to strike it, Bates and Onions? In the ground.
Hey, I see what you did.
Did you see what I'm doing right there?
You should be
That's
voicing
right.
the intro to the game tomorrow.
Yes, you're going to strike oil. It's going to be in the ground, Bates and Onions. Ron Wolfley reporting, and that means anyone who puts their hand in the dirt, anyone who puts the hand on the ground, we're going to pay him. Makes a lot of sense.
Smart move, and it's working for them. Here's Kenny Dillingham on Sam Levitt.
I mean, well, there was tape. I just think it was under his sock today. That's the best part about college football is the ghost chasing begins. That's athletics, baby. You got to love it. I mean, you got to love there's no photos of the feet. There's photos of the feet. Izzy Pratt. The games that get played are so funny to me. And
all right, so we kind of picked that up mid-conversation, but the conversation was about the fact that now all of a sudden there's all these different shots of Sam Levitt walking around before the Utah game with the little boot, and then all the reporting on, does he have tape on his ankle? He doesn't have tape. He does. Now there's reports that he doesn't, but Dillingham just said he does. Here's more from Kenny Dillingham on Levitt's impact. And I remember Kenny earlier this week, he was asked, is this a situation where not having him was such an emotional letdown that the whole team kind of fell apart? And you remember his answer was basically like, I sure hope not, because we got bigger problems. But he did talk about the impact that Levitt has on this team.
He looks good. I'm excited. I feel really good. So like last week, the opposite of last week, I feel really good about him playing this week. I feel like he's a competitor. And if he had his druthers, he probably would have gone last week. But that's just, wasn't something we were willing to do. And I'm excited to see us go out there and compete this week. And like I said, this is a really good team. I want to see us fight. I want to see us compete. I want to see the edge. I want to see the fight. I want to feel us from the sidelines. And not every game this year can I say that I've been able to feel our passion and feel our energy. I want to be able to feel that this week.
Oh, my goodness, Kenny, you're getting me fired up right now. Are you kidding me? Now imagine him up in front of his team, Bates and Onions, saying these very things.
Yeah.
And this is in knowing how they've practiced all week long, how much more physical it's been, tackling to the ground, some live situations. That's something you rarely see anymore, at least in today's high level of football.
Tamarius Robinson was one of the guests on Wednesday on Sparky's Den, and that came up, the tackling during the week. Mm-hmm. He's like, I like it. And then I asked him, and Cameron Dyer was there answering as well, who on this team hits the hardest in practice or who, just in games? Like, do you see it? Did I already tell you this? They both immediately, didn't even hesitate. Before I even finished the question, they were both like, Ghost. Miles Rouser.
Yes.
That's the guy that you have to look out for. Because you got a defense here where a lot of these guys can hit.
Yeah.
And that's why last week was so uncharacteristic, and I have to think embarrassing on some level. If you take pride in being a defense that can go out there and do some damage, that's the first time we've seen them really just get pushed around in 2 years. So you factor in, like you said, how Kenny's talking now, and that's not to his team. So imagine him before his team tomorrow, home game against the number 7 team in the country, a team that beat ASU last year when ASU was the better team. Texas Tech still beat them, and now Texas Tech is loaded. I hope we see ASU's best tomorrow, and I think we're going to, minus the fact that they're dealing with injuries to guys like Kyson Brown and Ben Coleman and Xavier Alford.
And I think we're going to see their best, and the reason why is because of their coach, Kenny Dillingham. I kid you not, Bates and Onions, again, the college level is different from the NFL. You can make a kid who's 18 and 19 years old, you can make him better than he really is. You can. They have talent. ASU does have some talent. But you know what? You can always make that talent more focused, concentrate more. You can make them better than they actually are. And Kenny is really, really good at doing that. That's why watch the first quarter specifically. In particular, watch it just to see the physicality on both sides of the ball and how ASU is holding up with that physicality.
This is why, you want to see Levitt play too. I know neither team's at full strength, but we don't want to be here on Monday being like, well, but if they had Levitt, they could have won. Like, let's just see ASU's best. And it's either going to be good enough to beat the number 7 team in the country or it isn't. But this is what sports is about, right? You want to see your best against the best of the best, and that's what should be on the line tomorrow. And we're giving you another chance to win tickets to that game and the Cardinals game. Listen for the Sounder this afternoon at 12:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals-Packers game and the ASU Texas Tech game this weekend. We just filled up your weekend for you. Again, that's 12:15 today for your chance to win tickets to both the Cardinals and Sun Devil games this weekend. When we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, are they facing a quarterback controversy? We're going to ask their general manager, Monty Austinfort, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday. Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon.
That urgency's going to be there whether we didn't have a bye or we had a bye. So the urgency's always going to be there. You know, of course you want to win, you know, going into a bye week, you know, feeling good over a W.
Cardinals, Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools has been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. That's right, Presidential Pools. They first started as a little company all the way back in 1991, and now they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. They have an industry-leading warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool, not only to add value to your home, of course, but your backyard. Perfect for the weather that is here right now. Football season is here, and I'll be hanging in the backyard, of course, with the kids and the family, and maybe you will be as well. It's one of the reasons why you got to go to presidentialpools.com. You can check out all the options that you have, all the alternatives at presidentialpools.com. Voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at sandersonford.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From savings to convenience, discover all the advantages of using the Albertsons or Safeway For You app. Becoming a For You member is free, easy, and offers awesome perks. Receive personalized digital savings on your favorite items, earn points towards discounts on groceries and gas, easily access the weekly ad from anywhere, and more. Download and sign up today to get $5 off your next $25 purchase as a new member. Take advantage of all the benefits you get by downloading the Albertsons or Safeway For You app today.
Your home for everything Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cards HQ with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are back. Wolf and Luke want to give a quick shout out to our listeners and YouTube viewers in Carefree. Thank you to everybody out there in Carefree. And we got a big game for the Cardinals Sunday against the Packers. We're pleased to be joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort. Monty, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Hey guys, good. Thank you for having me on this Friday. Getting ready for a tough challenge this week. Green Bay's a good team. They're good in all three phases. They're explosive on offense, and they can generate pressure on defense. So it's going to be a tough challenge for us. But we've had a good week here, and excited to get going on Sunday.
Well, Monty, we're 6 games in. Every single one of them has been a one-score game for you guys. Not the result you've wanted in the last 4. So just where's your head at after 4 losses here?
Yeah, Luke. I mean, I think you see it around the league every week. These games are tight, and it's a thin margin, and sometimes it doesn't go your way, and we're on a rough streak here, and we got to find a way to get out of it. And it's 4 in a row here, and they've each been a little bit different, and they've each come down. 3 of them for sure on the last play, and then the 4th one close to the last play. And so it's definitely not where we want to be, but there's no other way to get out of it than to just get out there and go get a win, and that's what we've been focused on. The guys have been great. You gotta quickly move on in this league. You can't let things linger. And was proud of the response of the guys last week and really take it to the wire against a good Colts team on the road. And the response this week has been good too. So excited for our guys. They're looking forward to the challenge, and we got to find a way to get over the hump here.
So, Monty, from a general manager's perspective, of course, and your staff, you're looking at it from a talent perspective. When you watch tape and you watch this team play, how close do you think you are to turning this around?
Well, Wolf, I mean, I think when you watch the games week in and week out, you can the game never comes down to one play, but there are 3 or 4 plays in each game that, like, man, if that one would have went our way, or if we would have made this play here, the result of the game ends up very, very different. And so, I would say just across the league in general, when these records come into play, this team, they got no chance in this game, and this team, this team's going to blow out this team. I mean, I think that is a very thin line between the talent and the different between team to team. And so it really comes down to those 3 hours on Sunday and who executes and who performs the best. And, really when it comes down to crunch time, who makes enough plays. And so far, the last few weeks, we have not done that. And so that is our goal to find. But we have a good locker room. We have good players, and those guys, no one's more frustrated than them. And they're anxious to find a way to get over the hump here and find a way to get a win on Sunday.
Talking to Monty Ossenfort. Monty, the game last Sunday against the Colts, the offense really seemed to pick up, and Jacoby Brissett was in there. I just wanted your reaction when you're seeing the offense look the best it's looked this season with Brissett. Just your thoughts on how he played and what it means.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Jacoby. Jacoby's been in the league for a long time, and I was a part of the staff that drafted him back in New England a while back, and so Jacoby's done that his whole career, and it's why we were attracted to signing him, and we're very happy to add him to our group because that life as that number 2 quarterback, you don't always get the reps, and you have to prepare yourself to play, and you never know when your number is going to get called, and you got to be ready. And so to see Jacoby, handle that like a professional and go in there and operate the offense and be able to, put some points on the board, get some big plays, that gave us a chance, put us in a position to go down there and win the game. Unfortunately, we came up 1 play short, but, a lot of respect for what Jacoby did to come in and help our offense and put us in a position to have a chance to win that game.
So, Monty, as you know, fans want to know, is Kyler Murray your quarterback going forward?
Yeah, Wolf, I know that's always a hot discussion, and those are always fun discussions to have and speculation. And, really like where we're at right now is we had Kyler out there in practice yesterday. We're going to have him out there today. Really, we're going to continue to progress with him and see where he can be and see what he can do out on the field. And so, we at the same time, we got to prepare for if he's not ready to go. And so, that's one of those things where we're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there. And so and at the same time, we got to have, if he's not ready to do that, Jacoby's got to be ready, which he showed he can do last week. So, I think our focus is really on getting Kyler to a point where he can get back out there on the field and do the things that we know he's capable of doing.
We're talking to Monty Ossenfort. Monty, with Walter Nolan, the practice window opening this week, obviously a big deal to get him back here at some point. Being that he's a rookie, just in your experience, how far do you think this has set him back to start off his career?
Well, Luke, I think missing any time as a rookie is tough. It really is. It's hard to make up for those reps. And so, we had a good spring with Walter. He had a really good spring, and then unfortunately had that injury right before camp started. And so, he missed valuable time in camp and then obviously all the way up through the season. But he's worked extremely hard. He's put himself in a great position to come back from the injury. It was awesome to have him at practice yesterday. He's been chomping at the bit to get back out on the practice field. And, he looked good yesterday. And so, we have a plan for him. We have a plan that, it's not as easy just to say, oh, he got 2 practices in and let's get him out there. We got to be smart about this, and we got to do what's right for Walt, both his health and what he's ready to do for the team. And so he's not going to be ready to play this week, but we'll have a plan for him going forward, and hopefully we get him out there sooner rather than later. But it was awesome to have him out there yesterday. He looked good in his first time out there, really his first time putting shoulder pads on since really back in December when he was at Ole Miss. So he's working hard, but we're excited about what he can bring to our defense.
Monty, how critical is this Green Bay Packers game coming up this week?
Wolf, I think every game's critical. That's life in the NFL. Like, we only get 17 chances to go out there and win a game, and it's a much. We only get 7. It's not like baseball or basketball that have many more dates on the calendar. We get 17 times to go out there and win a game, and so is this game more critical than the last or the next? Or I think every game is critical, and so that's why it's an opportunity for us to go out there and get a win. We need one. And our guys know that. So does that make any, the subsequent games any more or less critical? Not really. Every game's critical, and that's the way our staff and our coaches and our players approach it.
Talking to Monty Ossenfort. Monty, last time we talked to you, Marv was coming off a pretty good second half against Seattle, and we were just kind of wondering how much that's going to carry over. It seems like it has carried over for him. So I guess kind of a 2-part question, if you have any update on how he's progressing, but also just have you seen a difference from him the last couple games?
Yeah, I think he is definitely progressing, and there's certain boxes that have to get checked on the concussion protocol spelled out real clearly with the league, and Marv is checking those boxes, and it's another step today, and so hopefully we can continue to progress the right way. But Marv's had good practices. He made a couple plays in the game last week, including the one that he got hurt on was a great play on that over route, contested catch. It was an explosive play. Marv is continuing to do the things that we see in practice each week. When the ball comes his way, he's going to make a play. He had that rough stretch there early in the season, but that was abnormal from what we've seen of Marv the first 2 years. And so, really excited about where Marv's at. Think he's going to be a big part of our offense moving forward. He's had a good week of practice. Hopefully we can continue to trend in the right direction this week. But really, really happy with the way Marv has moved on from, a couple bumps in the road earlier in the season.
Monty, do you anticipate making any moves before the trade deadline coming up November 4th?
Yeah, that's coming up here in a couple of weeks. You're right, Wolf. And so, those conversations really start to pick up here in the next couple of weeks, I would say. Those are always conversations that we have across the league, and, people that we're interested in, people that other teams are interested in. Those are always fact-finding and seeing what opportunities may be out there. And those are, we've made a trade each year the last 2 years. We traded a player away 2 years ago. We traded for a player last year. So those are always things that we are going to look at for ways to improve the team. And if something makes sense for us to do, we will not hesitate to do it. So, I think those discussions here will come into play here the next couple of weeks, and, that November 4th date's coming up. But, we certainly are going to be having those conversations.
Monty, just going back to the close games for a second, because everybody, around the league will always tell you that's kind of what the step a team takes from being decent to being a playoff team. In your experience, what pushes a team over in those late moments? Is it just experience playing together in moments like that?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot that goes into that. I think there's experience as some of that. I think it's guys stepping up and making plays in critical situations. Sometimes you make the plays, sometimes you don't. When you make more than you don't, then that's when it typically goes your way. I think there's a lot that goes into that, and so I think the more a team has been in those situations, it certainly can help. But I also don't think that's a given that's going to be the difference making. So, in the end, it's these games are tight, and these plays they come down to a few plays a game, and you got to be ready to strike when your opportunity is there. And so those are things that we're going to constantly stress. All 6 of our games have come down to really ultimately close to the last possession, and it's going to be that. It's going to continue to be that way. And so we're anxious to find a way to get over the hump there, but that's going to be nothing new. No matter what our record is, these games are close, and we got to find a way to get over the hump with them.
Monty, is a bye week for you and your staff? What are you going to do over the bye?
Yeah, I think Wolf we'll get through Sunday, and hopefully we can come off. It's always much nicer going into a bye week off a win. Yeah. So that's our main goal right now. But certainly there's certainly things that we will still be hard at, and then there'll be a time that we'll take a step back, and it's a long season, and we've been going here since late July, and so this will be the first kind of break, and our players need a break, our staff needs a break, and so there'll be time for that too. But no, it never completely shuts off. The league continues to run, and so it's that balance of finding some rest, finding some way to recharge, getting ready for the stretch run of the NFL season. But it's that balance where you can never really, it's the NFL season, you can never really completely turn it down.
Well, Monty, we appreciate this as always. Good luck on Sunday.
Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to the chance this Sunday. It's going to be a good game, good matchup, and we're looking forward to the opportunity.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty.
That's Cardinals. That's Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. We'll come back and react to what the GM just told us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Not saying that this is true because I don't believe it, but your job is on the line. You have to win this game. Who you going with? Is it still Kyler? Because your job is on the line because of Kyler. Jonathan Gannon has the second highest odds to be the next coach fired. Now, I'm not saying he should be fired because I don't think he should be, but I'm saying to you, this is your 3rd year here. The reason your job could be on the line and that you have the second best odds to be fired is kind of because Kyler hasn't delivered. Okay, so now your job is really on the line. You want to go with him? Because you've gone with him for 2.5 years and your job is on the line.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On February 21st, the Arizona Cardinals Foundation will host the first ever Cardinals Climb. State Farm Stadium will transform into a mountain-like experience with trail-inspired routes for all ages and abilities, raising funds for 4 organizations benefiting Arizona's special needs community: Barrow Neurological Foundation, SARC, Special Olympics Arizona, and Treasure House. Registration is open now at cardinalsclimb.com. Help us make a difference, because together we climb higher.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first. That'd be perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Just buy your new home now. You already found it, so buy it, and then sell the old one later. Don't overthink it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. That way you don't have to do any showings, no waiting around for other people, no double moves. Trust me, the double moves, you don't want to do the double moves, and Orchard makes it so you don't have to. Then the Orchard experts, they'll take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the Green Bay Packers, and according to our Tyler Drake, quarterback Kyler Murray was working with practice squad players in the open portion of today's practice. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was not in a non-contact jersey. And the Los Angeles Dodgers look to get back to the World Series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Coverage of NLCS Game 4 begins at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
This is Red Friday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke. Red Friday.
All right, thanks to Monty Ossenfort for joining us last segment. Arizona Cardinals general manager, and Wolf, we have the opportunity right now to react to some of this. So
sounds good.
I'm going to start with the quarterback stuff. I feel like that's where we have to begin. So we started by asking him his reaction to seeing how the offense looked with Jacoby Brissett in there instead of Kyler Murray.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Jacoby. You know, Jacoby's been in the league for a long time, and you know, I was a part of the staff that drafted him back in New England a while back, and so Jacoby's done that his whole career, and it's why we were attracted to signing him, and we're very happy to add him to our group because you know that life as that number 2 quarterback, you don't always get the reps, and you have to prepare yourself to play, and you never know when your number is going to get called, and you got to be ready. And so to see Jacoby, you know, handle that like a professional and go in there and operate the offense and be able to, you know, put some points on the board, get some big plays, you know, that gave us a chance, put us in a position to go down there and win the game. You know, unfortunately we came up 1 play short, but, you know, a lot of respect for what Jacoby did to come in and you know, help our offense and put us in a position to have a chance to win that game.
The guy was just absolutely lights out fantastic. He really, really was. We've talked about it all week long, but man, anytime you can get your backup quarterback to come in and throw for 320 yards, 29 of 45 for 320 yards, a couple of touchdowns as well. Chunk throw after chunk throw after chunk throw. The guy was absolutely lights out.
I mean, unless it's Joe Flacco, how can you really expect that from the guy you bring in, right?
Flacco!
Oh, we'll get to Flacco. Don't worry
man.
about that. But no, you're right. I mean, Jacoby Brissett, if he has to play on Sunday, could go out there and play a decent game, and it's not going to look as good as his game against the Colts did. Now, maybe he goes out there Sunday and plays even better. I mean, I'm not going to rule that out. Or maybe Kyler plays. I mean, that's it's all kind of on the table right now. And you asked him about Kyler. You asked Monty Austin-Fort about Kyler. This is what he said.
Yeah, Wolf, I know that's always a hot discussion, and those are always fun discussions to have, and speculation. And, really, like, where we're at right now is we had Kyler out there in practice yesterday. We're going to have him out there today. Really, we're going to continue to progress with him and see where he can be and see what he can do out on the field. And so, we at the same time, we got to prepare for if he's not ready to go. And so, that's one of those things where we're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there. And so and at the same time, we got to have, if he's not ready to do that, Jacoby's got to be ready, which he showed he can do last week. So, I think our focus is really on getting Kyler to a point where he can get back out there on the field and do the things that we know he's capable of doing.
So, I mean, how did you frame that question up? You asked if Kyler's still QB1, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said, is Kyler Murray your quarterback going forward?
Yeah.
Yes.
And look, Monty's good at this, right? He answered that question very much as if Kyler is the quarterback on Sunday, and then he kind of took it. Look, he didn't say anything there that is a surprise. At least, I don't think it's a surprise. My thought on this is, as we are sitting here on October 17th, I think they fully are committed to Kyler Murray as their quarterback. I just think that a game like last Sunday, coupled with the first 5 performances when Kyler was a part of it, kind of just being mediocre on offense, I think that stuff is all going into the decision-making process at the end of the year. That's my belief on this. Like, how'd you say it on Monday? It's all being recorded.
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's one game with Jacoby Brissett. I don't think it's being recorded as, hey, Jacoby's our guy of the future. I think it's more just, okay, when Kyler stepped out, the offense looked better.
Yeah.
So now how does Kyler respond to that? Because he's going back in when he's healthy.
I'm so glad you said that, because honestly, that's exactly what you're looking for right now. Jacoby Brissett stepped in, and the offense looked incredible. I mean, I don't want to build this thing up like it's the end-all, be-all, but when you've got a guy who stepped in and played the way that Jacoby Brissett played, and again, 7 chunk throws, 7 plays over 20 yards or more, that is incredible, considering the fact that, once again, the Arizona Cardinals had 7 plays the whole year up until that point of chunk throws. So, to me, it's significant. And just watching Jacoby Brissett go out there and play the way that he is right now, I mean, I want to see Kyler Murray respond in a competitive kind of way.
I think that's the biggest
thing.
I
want to see him respond as a competitor. Just saying, hey, listen, I'm not talking about, QB1. I'm talking about you as a competitor. Go take the ball and go do something with it against the Green Bay Packers if he plays.
It was impossible to watch that game if you're a Cardinals fan and not think to yourself, wow, okay, hold on. Like, is there like a 6'4" quarterback in the draft? Is this what the offense would look like if you found the right guy? You got to find the right guy. I mean, remember this. If you move off of Kyler Murray in the offseason, you're probably taking a step back at that position next year. Almost certainly, unless you've identified another quarterback that's already playing around the league. But it was impossible to not wonder that. And so if we're all wondering it, I'm sure his teammates are at least thinking it, not making like a snap decision like, oh, Kyler's done. It's not that. It's just there's a question there. And obviously Monty Austin-Fort has more on the line than almost anybody. There's no way he's not at least looking at all possibilities. But I think you said the biggest thing. Now the next part of this story is, how does Kyler respond?
Yes.
What if that brings something out in him and then you do have your guy? But it's a conversation.
More than anything, I just want to say, I hope it does. I hope it does bring something out of him. I hope he is got a little bit of fire underneath him now. I hope he's going to respond that way, because if he isn't, what does that mean?
But that's part of your answer. I mean, yeah, the easiest thing is Kyler comes back and he is playing an evolved version of the guy that was an MVP candidate in the first half in 2021, but that's 4 years ago, and you got to see it now because you're trying to build something here. All right, when we come back, let's get into that Thursday night game that was just craziness. Just every Thursday night game is going to be craziness now or what, but we'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. They got guys who are playing on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pre-game at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Yes, indeed. It is October right now. That means the Bronktober sales event is going on at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. It is on right now, Basinonians. That's right. The Bronktober sales event. Think about this now. $299 a month on a Broncos Sport. Yeah, the Broncos Sport. You like the Broncos Sport, right? Maybe the missus loves the Broncos Sport. $299 a month. Or, of course, you can get the big Bronco for $399 a month. Yeah, $399 lease a month. And during the original Bronktober sales event, there's all kinds of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup. Maybe it's the Expedition you're into. Maybe it's the Ford F-150. That's what I drive. The Mustang, whatever. Not just Bronco and Bronco Sports. It's all on sale. And lease specials that will make your eyes budge out, man. Seriously. Think about this. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All offers expire 10/31/25.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV MSRP or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. An ESPN panel says it's hard to see Suns extending Mark Williams before the deadline on Monday. The run game is at the forefront of the Cardinals' minds against the Packers, and Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray was limited while Marvin Harrison Jr. remained in concussion protocol Thursday. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, let's talk a little football as we head into week 7 of the NFL season. I'm guessing somebody in our picks pool yesterday took the Steelers.
That was me.
Was it? Thursday night games are so weird. Remind me to never get involved with the Thursday night games or
what
the
a
Monday
game,
games.
though.
Oh, it's highly entertaining.
Great game that was.
Where do you want to start with that?
Which quarterback played better, Flacco or Rodgers?
I mean, they both played pretty good. Flacco. I mean, Flacco had his team won, but and he didn't turn the ball over. But
I thought Joe Flacco was absolutely lights out. Sorry, Aaron.
342 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and he wasn't on the Bengals a week and a half ago. That's the craziest thing to me.
He's been there, 10 days or something? 11, I think, counting today. It truly was incredible to see Joe Flacco go out there and perform the way that he did. The throws that he made, the reads that he made, I just thought they were incredible. He had a quarterback rating of 108.6. That was my first thought, Joe Flacco. My second thought was Aaron Rodgers. For whatever reason, I think it's the ear pads that he's got in, but it frames up his face perfectly, and I think he looks like he's 80. And I know that based on his because I look up here and I see myself on camera, and I look like I'm 80 as well.
Well, here, put one of these helmets on. Maybe
yes.
I don't know. I will say this about Aaron Rodgers. That game ends, they lose, but that last pass, 75 yards in the air.
No, it wasn't, Luke.
Yes, it was.
No, you're exaggerating. It was 68. Go back and look at it.
I disagree.
It was okay.
Because he was behind the line of scrimmage and it went into the end zone. So I'm accounting for 7 additional yards there.
I see. All right, that's good.
75 yards in the air.
You're going to get it. Didn't go into the end zone. It actually hit the goal line is what it did.
All right, Rodgers can't throw.
Okay, great. I'm just saying. What was the turning point of this game? It was incredible. It was 14-10 Bengals with about a minute to go in the half. And DJ Turner made one of the most incredible interceptions I think I've ever seen. He literally took the ball out of DK Metcalf's hands. Did you see that? Stunning. Right before the half ended, the Steelers were driving. Rodgers tried to float a fade to Metcalf, and DJ Turner took the ball away from him. DJ Turner is becoming one of the best cornerbacks in the National Football League right now. He's still developing, too. That pick allowed Joe Flacco enough time to move his team down the field and kick a 49-yard field goal. Suddenly it was 17-10 going into the half, and I guarantee you the Bengals believed they could beat the Steelers. The Bengals believed they could beat them. 17-10 going in at the half to have that kind of turnaround where the Steelers were driving down to actually kick a field goal or score, and suddenly they're not, and it's going the other way, and you get points out of it. I thought that was big.
Let me ask you this. Who wins the AFC North? Because now you're talking about a division that's actually played a couple more games than all the other divisions because, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati have already played, and they have a combined 9 wins in that division. And for context, the NFC West, Niners, Seahawks, Rams, Cardinals have already combined for 14 wins, and they haven't even started their Week 7 schedule yet. It feels like they're just collectively leaving the door open for Baltimore as long as they can. I mean, Baltimore's 1-5. They're going to have to rip off about 7 straight wins, but Cincinnati's only a game and a half out of first now, and they haven't even played for the last month, it doesn't feel like.
Yeah, can I also say this, brothers? Jamar Chase was targeted 23 times.
Probably not enough.
23 times in the game!
Hey, I tell you what, when you have an elite receiver, you get him the
Have
ball.
you ever, seriously, I've never seen anyone targeted that much.
Not that much, no. But
23 times in the game. He had 16 receptions for 161 yards. Let me ask this, command and control. Have you ever seen somebody targeted 23 times in an NFL game?
I think it might have happened with Cooper Kupp a few times, but that's about it.
Brandon Marshall.
You've seen it.
Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall.
I think he had 22 catches in a game.
Take that, Wolf.
Goodness.
I'll double check that.
Man, I missed that. 23 times he was targeted. I was thinking, man.
Wow.
You know what? I'd love to see Marvin Harrison Jr.
Brandon
targeted
Marshall
23 times.
Brandon Marshall was targeted 28 times in one game, the most in NFL history.
Oh my gosh. I missed that game.
But you know what, to be fair to you, Wolf, Brandon Marshall was number one. Chris Chambers was targeted 26 times in a game. Jamar Chase last night is number 3 all time.
Okay. All right.
It's wild.
Never seen it.
If you have a player like that, you got to get him the ball. Here's Joe Flacco after the game.
This is such an emotional game, but like sometimes, especially as a quarterback, you got to take the emotions and the want to of like looking ahead at the results. You got to just take that out of play and just go play football. And hey, we got Jamar on an out route. Oh, they're off of him. Just throw it. Just simple things. It just goes back to the basics and not worrying about the result in the moment. Just playing the play and getting our guys in position to go win it.
So refreshing to hear that.
I know.
Hey, our best player's open. I'm just going to throw him the ball. We were trying to win, right? We're not trying all this extra complicated garbage. We're just trying to win the game. Jamar Chase is one of, if not the best receivers in the NFL. He's our best player. He's kind of open. I'm going to throw him the ball.
They're playing off him. I'm going to go ahead and throw him the ball. You know what's interesting about that as well? He was talking about using his eyes and reading coverage and just throwing the ball to the open receiver, regardless of who it is. And if they're going to do that to Jamar Chase, you better believe he's getting the ball.
Flacco was really he was great after the game. Now Thursday Night Football, they've hit the jackpot the last 2 weeks. You had Flacco and Jamar Chase up there with Richard Sherman and everybody after the game to do that interview. Last week is when you had Cam Scatterbo and Jackson Dart up there. I don't know. I mean, Flacco, I feel like he's like playing better now than he did for a good chunk of his career. The guy did win a Super Bowl. It's not like he was a bad quarterback his whole career, but he wasn't always the most exciting player. That was a great performance last night.
No, I'm with you on that. And it wasn't like Aaron Rodgers played poorly either. It was really interesting to see these two 40-year-olds out there balling.
Is Flacco a Hall of Famer?
Man.
I'm not the right person to ask because I was never super high on Flacco. I feel like when he came into the league, he was in his mid to late 50s. Like that's just the way he acted when he was like 24. So now that was a while ago, and he's got the Super Bowl. I mean, I had that thought watching the game last night. He has as many Super Bowls as Aaron Rodgers, which is kind of crazy.
Right.
And he was a part of that.
Right.
He wasn't just watching his team win the Super Bowl that year. He was a part of it. I don't know. That's a tough question. Ask me when he's played 10 more years.
Can I just say my initial reaction is no.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way I think about it is if you have to hesitate to think about it, he's no.
Right.
Yeah.
But you kind of have to hesitate on Eli Manning, too, and he'll probably get in.
Well, I'm not hesitant on Eli Manning.
Well, I'm not hesitant that he will get in.
I think he is going to get in.
I'm sure there are.
Joe Flacco?
Well, what if he leads Cincinnati to the Super Bowl this year?
Well, then that will do it.
That would change everything.
That will get him in.
Here's Aaron Rodgers afterwards.
Well, I think you got to realize, listen, we want to win every game. There needs to be an expectation of winning, but this is a short week, division opponent. Anything can happen. Obviously, Joe played really well for them, and Chase and T got going for him. But this is the NFL. We had a chance to really open up some space, but we're 4-2, still first in the division. Got a couple, home games coming up, back-to-back, another Sunday night opportunity against my former team. So I'm not going to ride the roller coaster, and I know Mike isn't, and hopefully you guys follow suit.
Wolf, you'll love this. When I walked in today on one of the TVs, the headline across the bottom of the screen was, Are the Steelers wasting Aaron Rodgers' great season? They're in first place.
Yes, they're still in this thing. Yeah, you know what?
How can you be wasting the season if you're in first place?
I know. It was just so weird to see two guys who are 40 or more years. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is 41.
And again, Aaron Rodgers 2 years ago looked like he was 60 out there. And all of a sudden, he's having a much better year. Joe Flacco, there was a stretch of like 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years where he wasn't all that impressive. And now he's coming back and, oh, that was an entertaining game last night. Much more than I was expecting from those
A lot
two.
of under center, was it not?
Interesting. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee. based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the Green Bay Packers, and according to our Tyler Drake, quarterback Kyler Murray was working with practice squad players in the open portion of today's practice. However, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was not seen in a non-contact jersey. Kickoff for the game is Sunday at 1:25, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has a huge game tomorrow at home against number 7 Texas Tech. Kickoff is at 1 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sun Devil quarterback Sam Leavitt is probable for the game. And the Los Angeles Dodgers look to get back to the World Series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Coverage of NLCS Game 4 begins at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The race for NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship is on, live from Talladega Motor Speedway this Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Well, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Cardinals have a big one Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. Kickoff is at 1:25 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and discussed how quarterback Kyler Murray is progressing.
How's Kyler progressed throughout this week?
Good. He's doing well.
These next 48 hours?
Same.
This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. And it asks, which quarterback gives the Cardinals the best chance to win on Sunday? Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett?
Well, if we're factoring everything in, Kyler Murray is clearly still hurt.
Yes.
Whether he's good to go.
He's practicing with the practice squad guys today.
Yeah, I mean, an injured Kyler Murray. First of all, the first 6 games of the season, Jacoby Brissett has given them a better chance to win in the one he played as opposed to the 5 Kyler played, and Kyler's hurt. So, to me, you start Jacoby this week, see if he can prove it again against Green Bay. And then, ideally, Kyler's good to go. He gets to come back against Dallas on Monday Night Football, and you set him up to maybe see his best.
Yeah, I think Kyler Murray, once again, is going to be the starting quarterback going forward for the Arizona Cardinals. I just think right now, it feels like to me, and we were just talking about this, you and I, it feels like to me that Kyler isn't going to play coming up this Sunday.
It feels like they'd have to be forcing it almost.
Almost forcing it if he was going to play. This is just my feeling based on things. Nobody has said anything to me about this. I always feel like I have to make that clear. I don't have any inside information. I just feel like Kyler Murray right now is not going to play, and they're going to go ahead and hold him out, I think, until after the bye, and give Jacoby Brissett one more time, one more go against the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I think the healthy option between the two of them definitely gives them the best chance to win. So I'm going to go with Jacoby Brissett here. Jacoby Brissett, 85%. Kyler Murray, 15%. All right. We were joined by Cardinals general manager Monty Ossenfort earlier today, and we asked him if Murray is still QB1 after Brissett's solid performance against the Indianapolis Colts. Here is what he said.
Yeah, Wolf, I know that's always a hot discussion, and those are always fun discussions to have, and speculation. And, really, like, where we're at right now is we had Kyler out there in practice yesterday. We're going to have him out there today. Really, we're going to continue to progress with him and see where he can be and see what he can do out on the field. And so, we at the same time, we got to prepare for if he's not ready to go. And so, that's one of those things where we're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there. And so and at the same time, we got to have, if he's not ready to do that, Jacoby's got to be ready, which he showed he can do last week. So, I think our focus is really on getting Kyler to a point where he can get back out there on the field and do the things that we know he's capable of doing.
What do you guys make of what Monty had to say there?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything too surprising in there. I think, all of these games now are going into decisions that'll be made at the end of the year. That doesn't mean Kyler's not going to be here at the end of the year or next year. I think, the best case scenario is that Kyler takes another step this season and they just make the playoffs and they don't have to make a significant change in the offseason because we're all looking at it right now being like, well, Jacoby stepped right in. Look how good he was. Every quarterback could do it. It's not that every quarterback could do it. It's just Jacoby raised the question of, are there quarterbacks out there that could do this better? But the reality is, if you switch quarterbacks this offseason, most likely you're taking a big step back next year at that position.
Man, it just seems, listening to you talk right now, it just seems so difficult if Kyler Murray were to come back right now. Imagine the schedule being what it is, how difficult it is. Kyler not having a slam dunk first 6 games of the season. We've talked about it. It wasn't like he lost the games for him, but it wasn't like he was winning the games.
Felt like he was the definition of league average.
Exactly right. And, knowing what the schedule is like ahead of him, can you imagine if Kyler Murray does come back and plays well from this point forward, what that will say about him? And I think almost he needs to do that. He needs to show them this year that he is their guy going forward. I think these last 10 games are absolutely pivotal for Kyler Murray.
You look at the schedule the rest of the way, and you're not going to win a lot of these games if your quarterback doesn't do something, really good in those games. And then you take a step back and you're like, you know what? You're probably not ever going to make the playoffs if your quarterback's not doing something really impressive. And we've seen Kyler be impressive before, more so in the first half of seasons than in the second half. We have seen him do it, so it's there. But the biggest thing is consistency, and this is not some new narrative just because Jacoby Brissett played well. This was the narrative coming into this season.
If they don't make
the playoffs, you have questions you have to answer.
Arizona State football hosts number 7 Texas Tech tomorrow at 1 p.m. Kick is at 1 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Here's Kenny Dillingham from Sparky's Den earlier this week discussing the keys to the game.
It's going to come down to which team can run the football and stop the run. All the other stuff is great. You got to be able to throw the ball. Jordan Tyson's the best wide receiver in America. We got to be able to get him the ball, let him do his thing. But when it's all said and done, it's not just running. It's about blocking and tackling up front. Whichever team blocks and tackles better is probably going to win the football game.
What do the Sun Devils need to do to beat Texas Tech?
Block and tackle.
Yeah, block and tackle better.
I'm with Kenny on this. It really is. I mean, the strength of Texas Tech is their defensive line room. That means the offensive line for ASU has got to play so incredibly well. That's a difficult proposition because of how talented and how good that defensive line room is.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, I think ASU can tackle with Texas Tech. I think ASU's defensive line is fine. Put them up against Texas Tech's O-line, that's going to be a battle. It's the flip side. ASU's offensive line already was kind of shaky at times this year, and now they're beat up facing Texas Tech's defensive line. The one thing I will say, you and I talked about this earlier in the week, the one thing you have that Texas Tech doesn't have is Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
So if you can keep this close and he makes a couple big plays, that's what separates you from Texas Tech.
I think it's one of the reasons why Kenny continues to cite it, but the Sun Devils have got to tackle so much better than what they did last game against Utah. And I think it's one of the reasons why I expect them to tackle better. think of all the physicality of this week, the emphasis that has been on blocking and tackling, going live, Basinonians, and doing it to the ground. You don't see a lot of that anymore in today's high-level football, but they did it this week at ASU.
All right, I was going to ask you guys a baseball question, but we're running short on time, so I'll just update you guys on this. Last segment, we had the conversation of if Joe Flacco is a Hall of Famer, so I put that out on our X page at Wolf and Luke. Is Joe Flacco a Hall of Famer? And through 27 votes, 51.9% of the voters say that, yes, he is a Hall of Famer.
That was the least definitive result I've ever heard. You just put it out. I mean, it's a tough debate. Like I said, give me 5 more years of Flacco, and I think we have an answer. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. As always, Judas Priest and Alice Cooper are joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd. Text Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them live. That's Cooper to 620-620. All right, when we come back, if the Cardinals are going to pull off the upset on Sunday, what is their path to doing it? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
If we want to win this game, we can't let them run the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Free game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Yeah, the weather's broke. There's no doubt about it. We got 8 months of beauty right now, but you still don't want to move yourself. Little tip from your Uncle Ron right there. Don't drive yourself nuts. Get the professionals to do it. Moving Team 6. Listen, Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. This is what I love about these guys. They're a family-run business, man, and this family is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service, and that's what I love about Moving Team 6. It also is built on the backs of the Lee family, and what I also love, they proudly support and hire veterans as well. What can you expect? You can expect perfection from Moving Team 6. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age.
making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, Wolf. What a caller number right now. We can give away some tickets.
Okay. Let's go caller number 6, the number man, Basin O'Neens.
Caller number 6 at 602-260-9870. Again, 602-260-9870. Caller number 6 right now. Oh, you just win a pair of tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers and ASU take on Texas Tech. Pretty big football weekend here around the Valley, and you could be right in the middle of all of it so that you can cheer on both the Sun Devils and the Cardinals potentially to some huge victories this weekend. 602-260-9870. And before we get into this with the Cardinals here, Wolf, I want to thank our listeners in Levine now.
Levine. Not Levin.
No.
Levine. Yes. Don't say Levine, Basin.
You would be horribly misreading the word. Yes. It's definitely
Levine.
Thanks to everybody listening out there and all around the Valley, and certainly if you are watching on YouTube as well. Let's get into this Cardinals game now. We're running out of segments before we get into the weekend here, Wolf. So if they pull off the win on Sunday at home, what are we going to be talking about on Monday that was the key to this for the Cardinals?
For me at least, Basin O'Neens, there's no doubt about this. It is shutting down Josh Jacobs. You have to be able to do that. Now, again, the Packers' offense is better, I would say, at throwing the ball than they are running the ball, but they're not bad at running the ball at all. Number 12 in rushing yards per game, and number 23 in rushing yards per play. They are good. They're more in the middle, I would say, of the pack for the most part in terms of running the ball. And Josh Jacobs, we've been talking about him all week and how impressed I am with him as a running back, one of the toughest tackles in the National Football League. Yet at the same time, you got to shut him down because you don't want Jordan Love in a balanced offense.
That's what they've been doing.
You do not want him in a balanced offense. You want him to be one-dimensional. He's pretty good even when he's in a one-dimensional situation, but you don't want him in that balanced offense because that's when he's at his best, and he won't throw you the ball. That's the one thing the Green Bay Packers are so good at, Basin O'Neens. They don't give you the ball. They have 3 turnovers on the season offensively.
Yeah, and I know one of those interceptions for Jordan Love came against Cleveland in the game they lost because it was a huge turning point in the game, probably to your point because he doesn't really throw interceptions. And even in that game, I'm just looking at the stats from that because that's the one time that they have lost this season. It was still pretty balanced. The Packers ran the ball 31 times. They threw it 25 times because they were never trailing in that game till the very end. Cleveland scored 13 unanswered in the fourth quarter. I'm with you. It starts with stopping Josh Jacobs. It also would help if you could slow down Micah Parsons on the other side of the ball. Paris Johnson Jr. was asked about that.
Oh, I do. I mean, that's the beauty of the NFL. You have amazing rushers each and every week, and he's a highly respected guy. So the chance to go against him here is one I look forward to.
Yeah, Paris also talked about what he sees from the Packers on film.
I think we just got to run the ball, and we got to do our thing, Again, like I said, we respect the defense a lot, but at the same time, I mean, it's about just the toughness down there. When you're down with your hand in the ground, you're not thinking about the stats, what they did the week before. It's about what am I about to do right now. So we'll make sure we handle that on Sunday.
Man, I love this guy for so many different reasons, seriously. Paris Johnson Jr., Bay Sidonians, this guy is a baller. He is. And how he doesn't have the C, I thought he'd have the C.
I think he's going to
how
have
he
it next
doesn't.
year.
I mean, this guy quietly becoming one of the best left tackles in the National Football League. This is something that some people are starting to take notice of. Pro Football Focus, of course, as well. They're high on Paris Johnson Jr. This guy has done a very, very good job. What I also love about Paris Johnson Jr. is he cares about his teammates and actually wants to see them do well and mentors some of the younger guys right now. Even though he's young, he mentors some of them right now.
Yeah.
I love that.
He's definitely, he was already a leader before the season, and you don't have to be wearing the C to be a leader, as you've said multiple times.
Yeah.
But I do feel like he's taking another step forward this year. Maybe out of necessity because Kyler's hurt and you had the whole Amari DiMercato thing. And, you know, I feel like it was the natural progression for him anyway. But, yeah, he's one of the leaders on this offense. I mean, you don't have James Conner. So there's a clear absence of leadership on the offensive side of the football. I also just like how he kept it simple right there. I mean, we can talk about how good Green Bay has been and how they are one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl. And look what they did to some of these teams. But he's right. When you're on the field, you're not sitting there thinking about what the Packers did to Detroit in Week 1. And I'm guessing Green Bay isn't thinking about what they did to Detroit in Week 1 either. If they are, maybe you have an advantage on them if they're not in the moment. But, you know, we've said this. We've talked about this like it's a bad thing this year because it has been a bad thing. But the Cardinals keep playing close games. All of these games are coming down to one series basically at the end of the game. That's a bad thing when you're playing Tennessee and you should be up 28-6.
Yeah.
It's a bad thing when you're playing New Orleans and you should just hit a field goal to close the game out. Or Carolina, you shouldn't have given up an onside kick. But if you play Green Bay to the point where it comes down to the final possession on Sunday, at that point, anything goes. And so in this case, it would be a good thing. And so far, what we've seen from the Cardinals, the one consistent thing is they're going to play every game down to the final possession, no matter who they play, good or bad.
Yeah, and, you know, it just seems like you really have to focus on the Arizona Cardinals defense going out and taking charge and playing very, very well. They have to because, once again, if the Packers have success scoring the ball, if they're able to move it, I mean, they're number 8 in points per game.
Mm-hmm.
They're number 8 in terms of scoring. So if they're able to do that, now all of a sudden that offense has got to try to catch up. And that means throwing the ball a lot. And you don't want to be one-dimensional in this situation. It's going to be hard enough to move the ball against the Green Bay Packers, their defense. I mean, this is a good defense, basically. It's talking about number 5 overall in yards per game and number 2 in yards per play allowed. That's elite when you're in the top 5. Running the ball is very, very difficult. To have a quarterback who isn't in a balanced offense, that's a huge advantage for the defense. It just is. And when you've got a Packer defense that is top 5 in yards per game and yards per play in terms of running the football allowed, that's as good as it gets. Elite in that. Now you can have a good idea of turning the other quarterback into a one-dimensional quarterback. You know how many quarterbacks in the league can actually survive being one-dimensional? I would say maybe the top 10 would be okay. But after that, nobody else.
Get them out of their comfort zone, make them do stuff they don't want to do, make them do stuff that's predictable. Cardinals do have a good defense. The more we talk about this, the more I feel like the path to a Cardinals win is getting more and more narrow the more we talk about it.
It feels that way.
Green Bay, the most complete team the Cardinals have played so far. It's not even really close, is it?
So, once again, where's their weakness?
That's the problem.
Where is the Green Bay Packers' weakness? Man, they're pretty good.
Their potential weakness, I still believe this, is Jordan Love. But he's not a weakness. That's not the right word.
Yeah.
I just think that your best chance to exploiting some sort of mistake is going to come from the other team's quarterback almost in every game if you're stuck like this, unless it's Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar, whoever. because I don't think you're gonna get Josh Jacobs to make a ton of mistakes. I don't think you're gonna get this Green Bay defense to make a ton of mistakes. But you have to remember this: if you're the Cardinals and you're going, you don't need Green Bay. You don't need to solve them for the rest of the league. You don't need to go out there and beat Green Bay 11 times now going forward. You need to beat them for 3 hours this Sunday. And you're at home. I know there's going to be Packers fans, but you need this game more than Green Bay does. I mean, that's
big time.
At the end of all of it, if you want to simplify things like Paris Johnson just said, the simplest way to go into this game, the Cardinals have to have this game. Green Bay wants this game.
Be desperate.
They better look more desperate than the Packers.
Be desperate and pick up the phone and call Crazy Carl.
Just have him on speed dial. All right, when we come back to college football, if you could have ASU dominate one aspect of the game tomorrow, what would it be? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Crazy Carl.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is like really bad luck.
Yeah.
This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the back.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and
totally,
get another week to get ready.
And give me like another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Yep. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level. on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the Green Bay Packers, and according to our Tyler Drake, quarterback Kyler Murray was working with practice squad players in the open portion of today's practice. However, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was not seen in a non-contact jersey. Kickoff for the game is Sunday at 1:25, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has a huge game tomorrow at home against number 7 Texas Tech. Kickoff is at 1 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sun Devil quarterback Sam Leavitt is probable for the game. And the Los Angeles Dodgers look to get back to the World Series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Coverage of NLCS Game 4 begins at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Arizona State's quarterback keeps trending up. How is the opposition's quarterback trending? The latest surrounding the Sun Devils starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, ASU Texas Tech tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Jordan Simone mentioned this earlier when we had him on. And he's right. And, you know, you and I had kind of mentioned it earlier this week, too. Wolf, it gets lost in the shuffle. But if ASU can win this game, you're not only still in it in the Big 12, you've really shaken things up. You're almost back in the driver's seat. I know BYU, I think BYU's still undefeated, aren't they? But either way, like you've beaten Texas Tech, who nobody has beaten. Texas Tech has beaten Utah. Utah's beaten you. So this is your quickest path to erasing that loss last week, is to specifically defeat Texas Tech.
You know what's amazing about this, Basin Earnings? The similarities, once again, between the Arizona Cardinals facing the Green Bay Packers and the Sun Devils facing the Red Raiders of Texas Tech.
None of this is going to be easy.
Both of these, I mean, Texas Tech, I don't know if they have a weakness. And that's what we're talking about, the Green Bay Packers. The Packers are strong in almost every room, strong in almost every unit, offense, defense, special teams, of course, schemes that they run. They're strong, and so is Texas Tech. It's like you're going to have to play a perfect game. I think if the Sun Devils are going to win this game, they're going to have to play a near perfect game. And I feel the same way about the Cardinals going into the Packers.
Yeah, it's funny. The more we talk about these, the more I am seeing a path for ASU, and I'm seeing a very narrow path for the Cardinals, which is not where I started this week, honestly.
But you are seeing a path for ASU.
I'm almost seeing a bigger path for ASU the more we talk about it. Which, again, talk to me tomorrow at halftime and see how or just after halftime, because ASU always adjusts at halftime. But it's not a lack of respect for Texas Tech. I do think they are properly ranked and I think they're going to be there going into the college football playoff. I think Texas Tech is going to be one of the teams.
So where do you think ASU has a chance? Where do you think that bigger possibility exists?
I've seen ASU step up in big games over the last year and a half. I do think their defense, this is not me thinking it is significantly better than it was on Saturday. I do think you have playmakers and intangibles if Leavitt's going to play. At the beginning of the week, we didn't know that. I think the fact that you have Jordan Tyson is not something small if you can get him the ball. And we know Leavitt can. Even if everything else is kind of breaking down, he can get him the ball. I understand why ASU's the underdogs. I mean, the offensive line being beat up against Texas Tech's defensive line. I know Texas Tech's missing a guy or two, but they've got 700 of them. They can just run through. I understand why ASU's the underdogs, but they've been really good against these tougher teams, and they've been fantastic at home the last 2 years.
Yeah, for me, once again, it's a situation where Sam Levitt is not going to be 100%. I think we can say that with certitude.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be 100%. Sam is a tough guy. He's going to go out there. He's going to gut his way through it. But once again, this is not the game you want your quarterback to be limited in any way because of just how good that defensive line room is for Texas Tech. And you're banged up on the offensive line. That's not a good harbinger going into this game either.
If you told me, it's kind of how we teased it going in the break. If you told me I could just, wave a magic wand in this part of the game ASU dominates or, outplays Texas Tech, it would be if you could somehow get ASU's offensive line to outplay Texas Tech's defensive line. If you could somehow do that, because that right now on paper to me is where the biggest deficiency is and the biggest advantage for Texas Tech. If you could somehow get that offensive line to hold up against that defensive front and give Sam Levitt a real opportunity to do stuff and work some magic and give Raleek Brown a chance to, get some speed and do what he does, I think you have a real chance, like a real chance.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But that's a big if.
If you tell me that Sam Levitt has great protection, that the offensive line goes out there and protects, and remember, it's not just always the offensive line. I think we take that for granted sometimes. It's the offensive line. That means your running backs as well. They're picking up in blitz pickup, and they're doing a really, really good job. Your wide receivers are on the same page, and when they have a hot route, they're running the correct hot route as well. And Sam Levitt is reading it and getting the ball out quickly. It takes a team. It truly does, a team to protect a quarterback. But if you told me they were able to protect him, I think that might be the one area where I see some light shining on the Sun Devils as well.
I feel like at both of these teams, you just have to assume they're going to both play at their best, even if they don't. But I feel like if both these teams play at their best, almost everything else in the field is pretty even. And like I said, ASU has an advantage at receiver. Don't take that to mean Texas Tech doesn't have good receivers. They do, but it's just they don't have Jordan Tyson. You give yourself a chance at home. Texas Tech has a couple really good running backs, and I asked Kenny Dillingham about that on the Sparky's Den show on Wednesday night. Cameron Dickey and Jacoby Williams have both been really good. Dickey's getting all the attention right now because he just ran for 263 yards against Kansas.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it will. But Jacoby Williams had a couple touchdowns and 100 yards the week before. Here's Dillingham.
So physical. Yards after contact. Very hard to bring down. Great contact balance. You may hit him at the line of scrimmage, and it goes from 1st and 10. Should be 2nd and 9, but it's 2nd and 6. And 2nd and 9 versus 2nd and 6 are two drastically different downs. And that allows you to play ahead of the sticks all game long. So they're very hard to tackle. They're physical, and they're good up front. And I think that combination, you just got to be able to get them in the bad down and distances.
Yeah. How do you beat Texas Tech? You be more physical than they are. You tackle better than they do. You block better than they do. I mean, that's how you beat a team that is built on the line of scrimmage, paid on the line of scrimmage. That's how you beat that team. You beat them in a very fundamental kind of way.
Well, here's the harsh reality, too. And this goes both ways. I mean, Texas Tech, when we were talking to one of their reporters yesterday, he's like, it's part of this turn when Texas Tech lost to ASU, or didn't lose to ASU, but fell behind ASU in the standings in Iowa State last year and had to watch the Big 12 championship play out without them. Texas Tech knows they have to go through ASU in this conference. And the flip side is true, too. If you can't beat Texas Tech tomorrow, it's not like they're suddenly going to lose all their NIL money next year and the year after. The path through the Big 12 largely goes through Lubbock and Tempe right now. There's other teams. I understand BYU's undefeated. I just think Texas Tech is better. And ASU just won it last year, so you have to give those two teams the edge right now. But chances
it's so hard
are,
to say that, though. It is to me. It's so hard to say that after what happened in Utah. It's really difficult to look at that and say the path to the Big 12 championship still comes through Tempe.
But I think it goes through Lubbock, too. You know what I'm saying? Like
that I'd agree with.
They're going to have this money every year. Maybe it goes down by a couple million or it goes up by a couple million. And, yeah, Utah's always going to be there, and BYU's there right now, too, and there's always going to be other teams that jump up. But you're going to have to go through this team at some point if you're ASU. You didn't go through them last year, and they're much better this year. All right, we come back. The Suns season opens up in just under a week, and the Suns are going to look radically different this year. And that part of that is, of course, they're not going to have Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has finally gone on the record about his near departure from the Suns in the middle of last season and ultimately his departure at the end of the season. We'll get you what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub-500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Need a new HVAC system? Service Experts Fall Flash Sale is on now. Get $1,000 off a new high-efficiency heating and cooling system. Hurry, offer ends October 31st. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit ServiceExperts.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
The world is a vampire sent to drown.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Phoenix Suns start their season next week. Rumor has it that Commissioner Adam Silver was going to be in attendance for the first game, but he didn't want to get too close to the Suns' gorilla because of his strong resemblance to a peeled banana. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Big Limmer on the mornings.
You know, Jarrett was so proud of himself, too, for that line. You can almost,
it was pretty good.
You can hear the smugness in his voice after he delivered it.
Agreed.
Also, Jarrett and I may be doing a duet, and that's going to sound horrible. Just be aware of that.
Okay.
We were plotting this out in the newsroom earlier in the show today. It will sound not as good as this.
And Shane Conlon loses his mind once again, basically. Google it, my young crowds.
Suns opening with the Kings on Wednesday at home. There are still some tickets available to that one if you want to get out there for the home opener. And then they go on the road for 3. So it'd be great to get out there for that opener against Sacramento. Again, it's next Wednesday. And, Wolf, this is a name that we're probably not going to be talking about a lot this season. We might be in the playoffs if Houston goes all the way. But we're not going to be talking about it in terms of the Suns because Kevin Durant is the name. And Kevin Durant obviously has been traded a while ago now. But Starting Five, the TV show, he was asked questions about, nearly getting traded mid-season by the Suns last year and his reaction to that. And there was a lot in there about what that ultimately led to and him leaving in the offseason. But I'm going to play some of the audio of KD for people that haven't heard it because it just came out this week, talking about why he didn't want to get dealt mid-season last year.
It's become the Wild Wild West right now. Nothing is too far-fetched in this league.
From what I'm told, there are multiple teams making really aggressive calls to the Suns on Kevin Durant.
I'm hearing real people that I respect and that are credible in this business telling me that this about to go down. Something like on the phone was heavy that whole night. I was like, no way they trying to do this behind my back. And they ain't say nothing to me. I said, I understand the business. I know I'm the guy. If is going south, I'll be the easiest to trade. But don't send me to the Warriors. That's what I was saying. I know if you got to trade me, make it somewhere else but the Warriors. It's not because I didn't want to go back to the storyline, and then I don't want to go and gut the whole team. And I'm like, first of all, I don't want to get traded because there'll be a lot of take the whole team away from the next team I'm going to and deplete them from everything they got just so I can fit in there. And I'm like, I'm not trying to go through that. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the Warriors, because I'm like, I don't want to go into that situation like that.
Man,
there's a lot there.
There is. Where do you begin on that one, Luke?
To me, the two things that jump out were he didn't like it happening behind his back, which I get not liking it.
Yeah.
But Luka got traded behind his back. That's the only way to trade Luka. Because if you had let it get out, other teams might have offered you something better than the Lakers, or all of the teams would have offered you something better than the Lakers. Sorry, that was not even the point of this. But the other part of it is him being candid about not wanting to go back to that storyline in Golden State.
Yeah.
Which I get that.
I do too.
That is no matter. He could go there and lead the NBA in every stat and be Finals MVP again as he was last time with the Warriors, and people wouldn't give him credit if he won that.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like, I totally understand it. I know where KD is coming from, Basin Orleans, and I know that this dynamic definitely exists. Yet at the same time, the only thing I don't like, you are a mercenary. That's what you are. And if you don't have a no-trade clause in your contract, you don't have a no-trade clause in your contract. I'm just saying, you are a mercenary. And the fact that you could possibly be moved and be traded, a team could actually go out there and talk about a possible trade behind your back. Why shouldn't it exist for everybody in the NBA, everyone in the NFL, everyone in Major League Baseball, because you are a mercenary playing in the biggest mercenary league on the planet.
Yeah.
You get rewarded very well for what you're doing. You get compensated extremely well. You don't always get to pull the strings.
As we all know, only 2 players in the NBA get no trade clauses, and obviously they are LeBron and Bradley Beal. The standard by which every other player will be measured.
LeBron and Brad.
And Bradley Beal, yes, those are the 2. I do wonder what would have happened if the Suns hadn't tried to do it behind his back. Because I think the Luka trade scenario maybe isn't the best example, actually. And I'm the one that gave it, but I'm retracting it because the second the word got out that Luka was going to be traded, he would have probably tried to stop it. I mean, we saw how much he didn't want to leave Dallas. Word got back to KD anyway. KD knows everybody in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So was it being naive to think, especially if you're trying to trade him to the Warriors, that Steph or Draymond Green or somebody wouldn't mention it to Kevin Durant? I just wonder if you had worked with him around the trade deadline, if you could have got the trade done that you got done in the offseason. I don't know. We'll never know.
Yeah. You know what I do love? I think a lot of this drama is gone, basically, for the Phoenix Suns. I think we're all kind of feeling that. I think a little bit. The drama is going to be gone for the Phoenix Suns. I love the fact that right now, this rebuild, what you see is what you get. There's not a lot of drama behind any of it, as a matter of fact. What you see is what you get. You're going to get, and this is one of the things that I'm really looking forward to. I want to see a team that has the intensity night in and night out. Doesn't mean you're going to win games. Doesn't mean you're going to win 50 games. Doesn't mean you're going to win 40 games. Doesn't mean you're going to win more than 30. I think they are, but it doesn't mean that. But the intensity and just seeing what you see is what you get. You know what? I'm going to come out here and I'm going to compete. And it's all going to be about what I'm doing in between the lines. It's not going to be about what's outside of those lines. There's not going to be any storylines, I would imagine. Not many outside the lines for the Phoenix Suns. And I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it can be good. It can be bad, too. I mean, the Suns have spent the last couple years in the spotlight around the NBA. There was just no way around it. When you already have Devin Booker and at the time had Chris Paul and you bring in Kevin Durant, I mean, they were the favorites to win it one year. Even when they weren't the favorites to win it, there was always some sort of drama going on. So you are in the center of the NBA world. That goes away now. It's almost like you moved out of New York City to like a small town, but you were kind of burned out in the big city anyway. There's not going to be drama with this year's team. I'd be surprised if there was. I sure hope there isn't. That's part of the selling point of this year's team, right?
Yes.
It's not supposed to be drama.
What you see is what you get.
But, I do remember going back 7, 8, 9 years where Suns fans were like, it's like we're like an afterthought in the league. I don't want to go to that either. My only worry with all this is, where do you find your next, I don't want to say star player, because I don't feel like you need a big three in today's NBA. But how do you get your next player that is Devin Booker's, counterpart or whatever? Because you look at the great teams in the NBA, they do all have more than one scorer. And that's why it's like, I want to see Jalen Green play, because you don't have a lot of high draft picks coming up. So you're hoping Jalen Green can become that guy. There's a lot of guys on this team I think could play big roles on the next really good Suns team. But who's your guy that can give you 25, 30 points any night?
Yeah, I love that. You know what you do? Typically, you draft guys.
Well, that's going to be a problem.
It's going to be a problem. But you did draft Kaman Malawach. You did do that. And once again, this guy is young, and it's going to take him a few seasons. There's no doubt, I would imagine, especially to develop on the offensive end of the floor. I think it's going to take a few seasons, but, this is, to answer your question, this is what you do. You draft players like that who've got an awful lot of talent, and then you hope they develop into something better than what you even imagined.
I think that's what it's going to take, or it's going to have to be Jalen Green. Because I look at this team, and you look up and down the roster, and it's not hard to convince me, like I said, the next time the Suns are in the playoffs, that Ryan Dunn plays a big role. If Dylan Brooks is still here, then that he would play a big role. That Kaman Malawach is going to play a big role. Obviously, Devin Booker would have to be a peak Devin Booker, but they're going to need to add another piece, or Jalen Green has to develop into that piece. And I don't know how you're going to draft him unless you find him late in the first round, which is not impossible, but you're going to have to do it.
No, but you think they acquired Jalen Green because they think he is going to develop into that
I mean,
guy.
he's the key, right?
Yes.
That's kind of where this conversation is going. Jalen Green is sort of the X factor and all this. Not for this season, not for the start of this season, but just big picture. It's the conversation we had earlier this week. Who scores besides Devin Booker? You're not going to beat Oklahoma City unless Devin Booker plans on dropping 120 himself.
Yeah.
With just one guy scoring.
Just honestly, listening to those cuts by KD, I'm at a place right now, based on our needs, where I'm happy. This is going to be what you see is what you get, and a lot of the drama is going out the window. I'm in a good place in regard to that.
I didn't even play the second one for you because it's a Friday and I didn't want to put you through it.
Okay.
Not that it was that bad, but I know you're over it. When we come back, which players are most likely to swing Sunday's Cardinals-Packers game? We're going to play around to Fulcrum football next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Here's the deal with this football game. If ASU wins this game, there is a path back to the college football playoff. There is a path to the Big 12 championship game if you win this game. You lose this game, that's kind of out the window. You lose this game, and you're playing for bowl eligibility. So you talk about a pitchfork in the road, right? This could be a hard left or a hard right after this game for ASU's program. Can Kenny Dillingham, can Sam Levitt, can they summon the magic to take this team down?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, these shades are commercial grade, man. They're super strong, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from metal or motorized. Yeah, manual or motorized. Sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all, Basinonians. That's right, installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. They'll work around stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. That's right. Listen, go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, In some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the Green Bay Packers, and according to our Tyler Drake, quarterback Kyler Murray was working with practice squad players in the open portion of today's practice. However, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was not seen in a non-contact jersey. Kickoff for the game is Sunday at 1:25, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has a huge game tomorrow at home against number 7 Texas Tech. Kickoff is at 1 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sun Devil quarterback Sam Levitt is probable for the game. And the Los Angeles Dodgers look to get back to the World Series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Coverage of NLCS Game 4 begins at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and we are heading into Week 7 of the Cardinals season, so it is time for a round of Fulcrum Football. Wolf, the rule is simple. We're just picking the players from this game, Cardinals or Packers, most likely to swing Sunday specifically, that game. Not the rest of the season, just Sunday. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Rick, do you have that coin toss? Oh, that was an awesome coin toss.
You won again.
Man, I'm getting better at the coin toss.
You always win.
All right. Well, you know what then? I am gonna just take the obvious. I'll go with a Green Bay player. I'll give me Micah Parsons.
Oh, you ripped it. There's the drop right there from Gozo. Okay, you're going to take Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say after that drop. We've been talking for segments at a time today about Micah Parsons.
Yes.
That's how disruptive he is. Before we go any further, by the way, too, Rick, you said Jacoby Brissett is the Cardinals quarterback who spoke today.
He spoke today, yes.
So read into that what you will.
I'm going to read into that.
He's the quarterback that spoke last week. So it doesn't matter. Whoever the quarterback is, they're going to have to deal with Micah Parsons. So that's my first pick.
Yeah, that's a good one right there, Luke. Okay, my first Fulcrum football player has got to be Mack Wilson Sr. Yeah, Mack Wilson Sr., the Mike linebacker for the Arizona Cardinals, not only because he's got the green dot, not only because everyone needs to be on the same page and have communication, something that the Mike backer is responsible for getting everyone in the box lined up, but they're also going to need a lot of gap integrity and good tackling, because Josh Jacobs could be the key to this entire game. He is a tough tackle at 5'10", 225 pounds. He's very, very physical, yet he's got a little shake to him, a little pick and choose, if you will. And if you choose wrongly, you might get trucked on the football field. Mack Wilson Sr. is largely going to be responsible for getting off blocks and making a tackle on Josh Jacobs, and that's why he is my first Fulcrum football player.
All right, I'm going to go with a real specific potential storyline in this game here, okay? And I probably don't even need to pick this guy as early as I'm going to, because you're not going to pick him, but give me Will Johnson.
Mike LaFleur, of course. Will you knock it off? Mr. Perfect, you've never made a mistake. The fact that I said Greg LaFleur first, because I played with Greg LaFleur.
He had that too,
Oh, my
apparently.
goodness. That's so bad.
I'm going Will Johnson specifically as somebody who can maybe force a game-changing turnover in this one. I know Jordan Love hasn't turned the ball over much this year, but he did throw 22 interceptions over the last 2 seasons. It's not like he's immune to turning the ball over. And in 3 career playoff games, he's thrown 5 interceptions. Again, this is not a playoff game, and he's not turning the ball over this year. But I think we can all admit he's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not the elite of the elite yet. He might become that. But on Sunday, I think your path to winning this game is finding a way to turn Jordan Love over at least once. And I think Will Johnson's your best chance at that in the secondary. So give me
Wow, you know what? Yeah, I like that, Luke. I like the way you're thinking right now. Okay, give me the number 2.
What number? I don't have any numbers
you don't
over here.
have that
Number
over
2?
there?
Rick, do you have the number 2?
Come on.
We're not doing a countdown. Why would I have a number 2?
I just thought, okay, great.
Here, let me try it. Number 2.
Well, it's my second Fulcrum football player. I'm just saying.
we don't play the numbers for that.
Well,
that's for the poll.
Of course, there's always a first.
They don't give me the numbers because they know I'm going to play them too much. So it's only, I'm very sanctioned with
Let
that.
me just say this, Masonians. Josh Sweat is my second Fulcrum football. Yeah, that's right. Mac Wilson Sr. was my first, and Josh Sweat is my second right now because the Arizona Cardinals are going to have to generate some type of pressure against Jordan Love. They're going to have to get after him, and their best chance of doing that is Josh Sweat. It's time for Sweaty to step up and get dirty. Forget about the sweaty part. We'll just take the dirty part.
Just Josh Dirt.
Josh Sweat is my second Fulcrum football player. Got to get pressure on Jordan Love.
All right, well, if I'm making my third pick, Rick, could you give me the number 3?
Number 3.
3. See?
You just got to know how to ask
I'm just
for it.
saying.
You just have to know how to ask for it. That's all. Man, I tell you, the guy I want to pick third, we don't know if he's going to play, which is kind of a theme with a lot of these guys. Here, we know this guy is going to play, and Jacoby Brissett was looking for him in the end zone last week. Give me Trey McBride.
Mike LaFleur, of course. Will you please let that go?
Trey McBride, for obvious reasons. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel with this pick. This is the one guy on offense that you know is playing this weekend, that you know can move the ball for the Cardinals, regardless of who the quarterback is and regardless of who the defense is. Trey McBride's going to have to be at the center of all of this. You're looking for areas where you have an advantage over Green Bay. I don't know that there are many on paper, but one of them is you have Trey McBride and they don't.
Okay, boy, you've got a bit of a theme going there. You know what? I have a theme as well, Basinonians. My third Fulcrum football player, Budda Baker. Budda Baker, man, there's no doubt about it. They need Budda Baker to be at his tackling machine best coming up on Sunday, of course, because of Josh Jacobs and the threat that he is of running the ball. Not only that, Jordan Love pulling the ball down.
Yeah.
Jordan Love can use his legs, does a very good job. He's very similar to Pat Mahomes in regard to pulling it down and being effective when he needs to be effective. Tackling is going to be at a premium for the Arizona Cardinals defense. And when you talk about tackling, right at the center of it is Budda Baker. Budda Baker is my third Fulcrum football player.
I like your theme more because your theme is more cohesive. Mine, now that I look at it, it's almost like I'm just taking dart throws of like the only way the Cardinals can win this is if Trey McBride goes off. If
Yeah,
Will
but that
Johnson
happens
makes
every
plays.
week, Luke.
Well, that's true.
Just saying.
You're not wrong. All right, for my fourth pick, why don't you give me somebody on the offensive line just so Wolf can't take them? But if I'm going to take Micah Parsons, I got to take Paris Johnson Jr.
Greg LaFleur.
Paris Johnson Jr.
Played tight end. It's really pretty cool. He's a great guy.
Getting a lot of love on the show today. But Paris, I'm taking him not just to spite you, so you can't take him, Wolf. You're going to have to protect whoever is back there. And Paris Johnson Jr. is going to be your tone setter on the offensive line.
No, that is a really, really good one. But I have a theme, ladies and gentlemen, because once again, if in fact the Arizona Cardinals cannot stop the Green Bay Packers from running the ball, that to me will set off a chain reaction that I don't think the Cardinals as a team will be able to overcome. And that is the reason why I went with Mack Wilson Sr., and then Josh Sweat, and then Budda Baker. And now my fourth Fulcrum football player is going to be Dalvin Tomlinson. Because gap integrity is going to be what this game is about. Gap integrity across the board. And anytime you talk about gap integrity, you're talking about a big dude who is as square as it gets, holding the point of attack, and that's what Dalvin Tomlinson will do, and that's why he is my fourth Fulcrum football player.
I like it. So you went with Mack Wilson Sr., Josh Sweat, Budda Baker, and Dalvin Tomlinson. I went with Micah Parsons, Will Johnson, Trey McBride, and Paris Johnson Jr. Okay, when we come back, we know the Packers are good. They've only lost once, but they haven't looked dominant in all these games. Just how dangerous is this team the Cardinals are about to face on Sunday? We're going to ask Green Bay Press-Gazette columnist Pete Doherty. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mike LaFleur, of course.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If Kyler goes somewhere else and he becomes Baker Mayfield, or if he becomes Sam Darnold, if he has success somewhere else, I'm not going to look at it and go, oh man, they should have kept him. Boy, what a mistake that was letting him go. I won't do that. I won't, because it's not working here for him.
Okay.
You know, it's not, because I think that's the fear for some, but I think that's the thing that looms over this a little bit is when he does get another gig, does he succeed there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What a great time for sports. Maybe the best time of the year, honestly, October. Football's all around you, college and pros. Follow along with all your favorite teams at Twin Peaks. It's like one big indoor tailgate surrounded by great people and great food and great TVs. You can keep up with your fantasy football lineups as well. And you got the baseball playoffs going all month long, and good chance we're down to 2 teams by early next week, maybe even this weekend. Step up to your plate. Watch every game with scenic views on deck. Basketball is about to start up next week. Hockey just started up last week. Call some friends. Get to Twin Peaks. Grab a table. Order up some food and drinks. That way you are good to go. With all those TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. And while you're there, you can enjoy their entire menu made for MVPs and outstanding food selection. Burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads like the backyard barbecue brisket or the OG pepperoni. And nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks either. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered. So never settle. Stop by and experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm, as long as you make it Redbird Farms.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Ready, set, forward. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Frogtober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc. The OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Let's go! Come on, come on, come on, come on!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Yeah!
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ooh, he played! He played!
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
All right, I want to thank all our listeners in Chandler, Arizona.
Wow,
Beautiful
Chandler. Beautiful suburb.
Yeah, and downtown Chandler. I'm a big fan. Now I feel like I'm working for the Chamber of Commerce, but thanks to all the listeners in Chandler.
What's up, Chandler?
We are going to go to the Arizona Sports Line right now and talk to Green Bay Press-Gazette Packers columnist Pete Doherty, who's joining us right now to talk about this game on Sunday. Pete, thank you for the time. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. How you guys doing?
Doing okay, Pete. Really appreciate your time today.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Well, Pete, let's start here. I mean, you guys have quite a few big names on this team in Green Bay, but the newest one, Micah Parsons, how much of a difference maker has he already been for the Packers? And do you think he's still maybe finding his footing there?
Yeah, he's been a huge difference maker. And it showed up on the scoreboard and in the overall team performance in the first two games. I mean, they dominated Detroit and Washington. Both of those offenses, I mean, basically had a really hard time functioning for more than 3/4 of the game, and the Packers were up big, and they got some garbage points at the end. It hasn't been as good. He's been playing really well, but he's getting double, triple. There's a lot of plays where he gets chipped and then doubled. It's amazing how much defenses are or offenses are putting on him. You know, they clearly don't want this guy to beat them. And the defense has been good, except for Dallas. They gave up 40 points, but they've been good otherwise. And it was just the second half in that game. But like the Joe Flacco, who, if you saw last night, he still got a little something. He figured out how to attack this team. It's just, you got to get the ball out fast, take the short stuff. If you get in any trouble, throw it away. And then max protect. I think the Cowboys did this a lot. Max protect when you want to do something a little more downfield. And so, the Packers are still working out some of the kinks, some of the best ways to use Parsons. Their defense has been good, but I would say it was borderline great those first two games, and it's just been good since then. And, they're just a team. They're like a lot of the rest of the league. They're still looking for their identity, both offense and defense, and it takes, a lot of teams, it takes half a season, and some teams never get there. But it takes usually half a season for that to happen. So, this next month is important for the Packers just to show that they're figuring out who they are.
So, Pete, it's interesting because looking at the Green Bay Packers, I don't see an obvious weakness. I don't see a weakness on this team. Your thoughts on, if there is a weakness, what do you think that might be?
There's not just a huge glaring weakness, but there's soft spots. I think at cornerback, they've got three guys who are, Keyshawn Nixon and Hobbs and Valentine, Nate Hobbs and Carrington Valentine, who are, decent players, but none of them is even approaching an upper echelon player. So they're a little weak at corner, and to trade for Parsons, they had to give up Kenny Clark, who was a good defensive tackle and a really good run-stopping defensive tackle. And so they're weak there. And Devontae Wyatt is their best one, and he's pretty good. And he's a arrow pointing up guy, but he hurt his knee. didn't play last week. My guess is because he didn't practice today. I'm guessing he won't play this week either. And they just don't have any depth there. So those are two weak spots that jump out. Now, I think they've got enough talent, especially with Parsons. They should be able to cover up for it. But there are some weak spots there that I think teams will try to attack.
Talking to Green Bay Press Gazette Packers columnist Pete Doherty on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Pete, is there a player that has emerged in the passing game as Jordan Love's favorite target? I mean, the stats and even just watching this team from afar, it looks pretty balanced in the passing game. But is there a guy that kind of is his main guy?
No, there isn't. And, they're trying to turn that into a strength, where they just can look for the best matchup and Love can throw to whoever's open. When they're game planning, they can pick out, it's a different player every week, and it could be, that they want to pick on the other team, and it could be a different guy with them. But it is good to have those great players. I mean, we saw that last night with Chase, how great, what did they throw, 20 targets, something like that, some unbelievable number.
23.
So there are pros and cons both ways. But no, there's no go-to guy. The closest thing is probably, it's beginning to be Tucker Kraft, their tight end. He's a pretty talented guy, and I think he's going to become pretty well known around the league in the next year or two. And Matthew Golden's a really talented first-round pick. He finally had kind of a breakout game last week, and as the season goes on, he's got to be a guy that they look to get the ball to because he's their most explosive player on that side of the ball.
Pete, you guys are killing me up there. I mean, Brett Favre, then Aaron Rodgers, and now here comes Jordan Love. I mean, you guys, do you think Green Bay fans really understand how privileged they are at the quarterback position?
Probably not. I mean, some do for sure. I do chats every week, and where mailbags where people submit questions, and there's been huge complaints about all three of them. And, Love, there's still, a pretty decent segment of fans who are very, skeptical or unsure of him. But, it points to, there are advantages and disadvantages to being the Packers. Disadvantage, you don't have an owner who can dip into his pockets. If you need a capital infusion, now that they can sell equity to companies, to hedge funds, the Packers can't do that. So they won't have access to that's a lot of capital. But one advantage is that what they've done is they've given their GMs, going back to Ron Wolf in '92, total say over football. And they let those guys make football decisions. And if you didn't have that setup and you had an owner, that owner would have been really good friends with Brett Favre. And he would never have let them draft Aaron Rodgers with a first-round pick. He would have insisted they take somebody who can help the team immediately. Same thing with Jordan Love when Aaron Rodgers was still their quarterback. So that is this franchise's kind of its superpower, is as long as they set it up this way, they improve their odds of sustaining success by letting football people make those tough football decisions, planning ahead a couple of years instead of thinking only always of the now.
Man, that is a great point, Pete. Jordan Love, where has he improved the most?
He's taken care of the football, even though he had a terrible interception that cost him the game at Cleveland in the fourth quarter. They just needed a first down, and it was late. But the only thing they couldn't have happen was an interception. They were in their end. It did. Return to the 4, easy touchdown. They ended up losing the game. But he's got 2 interceptions in 5 games. Last year, his first 2 years, he was prone to making young quarterback mistakes, and he's an aggressive guy, which you like. I thought Rodgers was careful to a fault at times. If you have one criticism of him, but where Love is, leans a little more towards the Favre end. He's not Favre quite that crazy and reckless, but he's leans a little that way for wanting to push the ball downfield and take some chances. But he's only thrown 2 interceptions, and he's taken real good care of the football. I don't think he's fumbled, or maybe it's just once he's fumbled. So that's a really big step in his evolution. He's still got some things, clock management and some other things to areas to grow. He's by no means a finished product. He's got a long ways to go, but 2 interceptions after 5 games. That's pretty good because he's also producing yardage. I think his passer rating is 110. So, it's not like he's not doing anything and just checking the ball down.
Pete, we appreciate this. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Pete.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. That's Pete Doherty of the Green Bay Press-Gazette joining us right there to talk about a Packers team. Wolf, twice in there, you asked the question I was about to ask.
Really?
Yeah, you asked about where Jordan Love's getting better, and you asked the question I really wanted to ask of if Green Bay has a weakness. And,
yeah.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Is this good news by any chance?
Yeah, it's good news. So
Okay.
according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. has been cleared from the NFL's concussion protocol, and he will play Sunday. I do have a little bit of negative news, though.
Oh, no.
Why? I do have a little bit. It's not. Will Hernandez had a knee issue pop up, and he was limited today and is now questionable.
Oh, man.
You couldn't just give us the commercial break to enjoy our Marv moment.
Just had to throw that.
I didn't even get to do the Marv chant, and now it's just
Marv.
Yeah.
Worst.
All right. Well, that was an emotional roller coaster, like every moment of being a sports fan in Arizona. When we come back, what does ASU's mindset need to be heading into that game against Texas Tech? You'll hear what Kenny Dillingham said about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday. Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon.
The urgency's going to be there whether we didn't have a bye or we had a bye. So the urgency's always going to be there. You know, of course you want to win, you know, going into a bye week, you know, feeling good over a W.
Cardinals, Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Amen to that. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals, Basinonians, so you can focus on what matters most. One of the reasons why you might want to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300. Listen, it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything to me, Basinonians, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now because of that, and couldn't be happier. Pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC, Registered Investment Advisor, Client Paid Advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside, I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
they're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
After your last putt drops, make Bonehouse Brewing your next stop in Fountain Hills. Our tap room is a true Arizona adventure. Mining relics, hidden treasures, and a beer lineup that's as creative as your short game. From our legendary hazy IPAs to crisp lagers and seasonal stouts, there's a brew for every golfer's taste. Bring your foursome, share your best and worst shots, and raise a glass to the good times, because at Bonehouse, every round deserves a legendary finish.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the Green Bay Packers, and according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. has cleared concussion protocol and will play in the game. Kickoff is Sunday at 1:25, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU football has a huge game tomorrow at home against number 7 Texas Tech. Kickoff is at 1 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Sun Devil quarterback Sam Leavitt is probable for the game. And the Los Angeles Dodgers look to get back to the World Series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. Coverage of NLCS Game 4 begins at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Arizona State's quarterback keeps trending up. How is the opposition's quarterback trending? The latest surrounding the Sun Devils starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, we'll deal with the 5 seconds of good news we got. Marvin Harrison Jr., and then the negative news with Will Hernandez. We'll deal with that in the final segment. Let's talk a little ASU here, although I am looking in the YouTube live chat right now, Wolf. And the reaction to not having Will is, it's about your reaction.
He's questionable.
He's questionable.
Yeah, he's questionable. And, to me, that's not good.
No, you never want to suddenly be questionable on Friday.
On a Friday, yeah. Right.
Doesn't mean he's out, though. That's a very fair point. Let's go. Let's talk some ASU here as they head into their game tomorrow. Kenny Dillingham on with me on Sparky's Den on Wednesday talked about the mindset he wants his team to have going into this game.
Go play our best football game. Nameless opponent. Obviously, hopefully we get excited to play them, right? And there's a little bit of juice. One, from coming off getting your butt beat. If you don't have a little bit of motivation to go, show people who you are, then that's one. And then two, you have a top, 7 team in the country coming into your stadium, and then 3, it's a sold-out crowd. So there should be, the motivation is to play our best football game, and to do that, you have to play with a relentless passion.
You know what's so cool about that? You heard him say nameless opponent. Mm-hmm. I love that.
Yeah,
you know that I love that because that's right, based on needs. It really doesn't matter who you're going to play. You should never think about the helmet they're wearing or the uniform they're wearing or the color scheme they have on. The only thing you ought to know is it's different from yours. Mm-hmm. And you ought to go out there at every game, once you step in between the white lines, let that be, ding, let that be your go sign. You step inside those white lines, there's only one way to play this game, and that is to the ground with everything you've got. Man, I love that. Nameless opponent. But he did throw in the fact that there is some exterior motivation as well. Did he not?
Yeah, he did. And throughout that conversation, I brought up at some point any level of a revenge factor in this game because the Texas Tech beat them last year. I mean, it's not the same Texas Tech team. And he did. He said, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he was like, yeah, these guys are 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. I would expect there's probably some of that too. But to your original point and to his original point right there, that's how you have to approach this. I mean, we've been talking all week, and certainly if they win, we're really going to be talking about next week about how they just flipped the Big 12 on its head, which is something they did a few times last year. If they can beat Texas Tech, this is the team that you want to play this week. It's not great timing with the injuries, I understand that, but you need a crack at this team because it's the only way to drag yourself back to the top of the Big 12. You have to beat Texas Tech. But if I'm on that team or if I'm the coaching staff, you just got to focus on what you need to do to play your best football because you're coming off playing your worst football.
Yes, which is why he started with the nameless opponent.
Yeah.
Started with that. But he did go into motivation. I'm telling you, there is external motivation as well, especially when you're dealing with 18 and 19-year-old kids. I talk about it all the time, but it's the truth. Not everyone's going to be this dog who's just locked in mentally all the time. And it doesn't matter. Every time I walk in between the white lines, dang, I'm going to the ground with blood under my nails, with a painted face and a dark heart. Yeah, you'd love everybody to be that way. They're not. And that's why it's really, really important you have a head coach who can reach the guys that need to be reached.
He's authentic
as well.
This is one of ASU's advantages over most teams is that Kenny Dillingham has consistently, even when they were struggling his first year, consistently been authentic, and you have to deal in the reality. I mean, when he said that, when I asked the question, he wasn't like, yeah, we're going to use that as motivation. It was more just like, I'm aware that I'm coaching college kids, and I'm sure that's part of it. He also talked about how comfort can sometimes be a curse when you have familiarity on your team.
I think the fact that everybody's played together has definitely, it's a blessing and a curse. Comfort because the communication and the trust in everybody, but the curse is comfort.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you have comfort, right, complacency can seek in. But the comfort of, it's a close game, I know you're going to make a play.
Yeah.
Let's go win this thing, is powerful. And our guys have that comfort and belief in each other that when they look left and right, they know somebody's going to make a play in close games. And I think, playing at home, playing a really good football team, let's go play our best football game, look at the guy next to you, have a lot of trust that they're going to make the play they're going to make because they put in the work, and let the chips fall where they may.
Did he just talk about comfort and being comfortable? And
yes, potentially leading to complacency.
You know what I can think? You know what makes me think of Basinonians? I signed a contract with the Cleveland Browns, a 2-year deal for 1.2.
Okay.
All right. 1.2. Bill Belichick was bringing me in to actually make me a team captain, and he wanted me to captain his special teams. He was bringing me in for that, which is one of the reasons why he paid me 1.2, which I still can't even believe to this day.
Take that deal right now.
Having said that, though, I walked in the locker room and I was like, I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you, and you. Oh, and I'll take you. Because I was not comfortable. I never would be comfortable. Never in a million years. Based on what they were paying me, I knew, if you pretty much made the team, okay, based on what they've paid you, it never impacted me this way. And I say this, Basinonians, to not tell you, hey, look at me, just to tell you that comfortable and being comfortable on a football team is an oxymoron. It is. And yet there are a lot of guys that are. They're just, hey, fat and happy is what we used to call it. And it's true. You got four. Yeah, back in my day, it'd be $4 million in the bank. You got $40 million in the bank today. You see if you're uncomfortable on a football field. Can you make yourself uncomfortable when you got $40 million in the bank? That's hard to do.
Yeah, and it's by nature not a comfortable sport. I mean, you really aren't supposed to be out there like, oh, this is so easy. Look at me. So I thought that was brutal. I wanted to play that yesterday for you because I wanted to make sure you heard that. And he had a couple I mean, it's Kenny Dillingham. He has a couple quotes like that every time we do the show, and every time he's on with Bickley and Murata. I mean, just the way the guy is wired, you see why his players listen when he talks.
You know, I honestly think, too, you're just being comfortable. It's the bane of every professional athlete. It's the bane of every coach or every manager. You think about it, being comfortable. I wonder if the Diamondbacks, we were talking about this, just the fact that, they had all these guys. They were a much better team going into the season last year than we've seen here. They've never had a roster that was more talented than what we saw them going into the season last year, and yet I think there was a little bit of comfort that was there. And then at the trade deadline, there was uncomfortable players, maybe. An edge that suddenly appeared in the clubhouse. And maybe that's why the intensity level rose, and so did the wins.
It's funny you bring up the D-backs, because when he said that, that was my first thought.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and then my second thought was the Suns.
Wow.
When you want to talk about what intangible that you can't read as a stat could be affecting teams that have high expectations. Whoa. And you have to go below the surface and say, well, why do you have high expectations? Well, the Suns had high expectations because they had two of the greatest players in the world on their roster.
Talent.
And the Diamondbacks had high expectations because they already had a good team and added really high-end players. And I don't think ASU is going to fall into this trap, but, ASU's bringing most of their team back. I think watching them play through the first 6 weeks, it's crazy. They could be 4-3 when we're in here on Monday, and they are a much better team than 4-3. But the reality is they're playing the best team they're going to play all season unless they make it to the college football playoff. They're playing them in 23 hours, so they can't be comfortable. We come back. All right, who needs to be the MVP of the game for the Cardinals on Sunday? We'll get into that and just how big this weekend potentially is, good or bad, for both teams, ASU and the Cardinals. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, what do you say, Rick? You bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind. That's what I'm talking about, the autumn wind. It is out there, the autumn wind, right here in the Basin, isn't it? And it is blowing. That means football, of course, is here, and the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. I talk about everything, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about adjustable frames, mattresses, sheets, pillows. Everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Think about that, man. Yeah, sheets, pillows, adjustable frames, mattresses, everything is 25% off for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Yeah, I thought Jacoby played well. I mean, there's no doubt. I was proud of the command that he had, his poise. All 11 guys on offense, the offense playing a little bit better than we've played.
When I find my Cardinals are in trouble, playing games without Murray, we turn to the backup, Jacoby. The offense has been disappointing this season, we all agree. Who can we put with them? Jacoby. Jacoby, 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 my QB. We can win games with them, Jacoby. And who can get the ball to our receivers consistently? He showed that the answer's Jacoby. Can he beat the Packers Sunday with a crowd mostly in green? If Kyler cannot go, Jacoby. Jacoby, 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 the QB. We can win games with him, Jacoby.
You're Paul McCartney. You remember when you were with the Beatles?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Well, that was kind of a melancholy Jared Carlin song.
That was so good.
Kinda,
that might be my favorite. Greg Brady
kind of summarizes where we are. What was the one he did last week though? That's Amari.
That was pretty good too. Yeah, he's on a roll.
He's been on a bit of a heater. The one a few weeks ago with the Dolly Parton one was really good.
Yeah. Well, just to sort of reset where we are, and I had to do this for myself during the break too to try and figure out who's even playing. I'm looking at the latest injury report for the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf, and Marvin Harrison Jr. does not have a game designation. He doesn't have out or questionable or any of that. He was a full participant today, so that's great news.
That's great. Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be a go for Sunday.
That's what it would seem like, yeah. Now, Will Hernandez didn't have any, he wasn't on the injury report all week, popped up today, limited, knee, questionable. Not out, questionable.
Yeah.
And then as far as who the quarterback is, Kyler Murray is officially listed as questionable. Again, we did this last week, pulled back the curtain a little bit, and you can read into it whatever you want. Normally, Kyler Murray talks to the media on Wednesday. He didn't last week, and so then we're kind of wondering, okay, which quarterback's going to talk to the media? Jacoby Brissett did on Friday last week. Same thing today. It was Jacoby Brissett who spoke to the media. So that does not mean that he's going to start. But right now, this is following a very similar pattern to last week.
Yeah, it is. Right now, I have a feeling that it's going to be Jacoby Brissett going forward for all the reasons you've just mentioned right now.
Plus that song that Jarrett wrote.
Plus that song, of course. I think it is going to be Jacoby.
RQB.
RQB, which is really good. I'm bummed out about Will Hernandez. I really am, Basinonians. Seeing him appear on the injury report, it's disconcerting to me. It really is, because once again, it is the offensive line. If there is one room right now that I really feel is in trouble, it's the offensive line. And the offensive line impacts so many other rooms around it and ultimately impacts the entire team. And if you can't get consistent play on the line of scrimmage offensively, man, it just doesn't matter what your skill does, basically.
Yeah, that's the bad surprise we got today, was that. Because I'm looking, over the course of the week with the injury report, there were guys that were limited on Wednesday that were full participants today and aren't even on the injury report anymore. Guys like Akeem Davis-Gaither, who's a big deal. He was full the last couple days. Bam Knight, full the last couple days. He's good to go. Rabbit, full the last couple days. He was limited on Wednesday. Michael Wilson was limited on Wednesday. He's been full the last couple. All these guys good to go. So your official injury report now going into the weekend, Amari DiMercato and Walter Nolan both out. I don't think that's a surprise. Monty told us Walter Nolan was out earlier when we had him on. Keaton Crawford, Will Hernandez, Zay Jones, Kyler Murray, and Darius Robinson are all officially listed as questionable, and then everybody else is off the report.
Okay, yeah, man, there's so many other bigger names right now, guys that are producing more. But, man, would I like to see Darius Robinson off that injury report.
Yeah, ideally him and Walter Nolan off of it. I know Nolan's just now coming back.
Yes.
I'd like to get to a point where you had both of them.
Yes,
instead of neither of them.
I had all these great expectations coming into this season that, man, could you see this? Could you see 3 down? You know how Nick Rawlis loves to play that 3-down defensive line, covering the 3 interior offensive linemen. Couldn't you see Dalvin Tomlinson, the human square base audience, lined up in a zero technique, head up on the center, and then have 2-3 techniques on either side, Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan III.
That'd be nice. Be nice to just see the actual team that was put together in the offseason. This has been a theme, unfortunately, for a lot of our teams here around the city lately. For those wondering, Josh Jacobs is officially listed as questionable for the Packers, but he was a full participant today. So he's been dealing with an illness. I would assume if he's a full participant today, he's going to be out there on Sunday, since everything kind of runs through him.
He's not acute. He's not spreading anything, unfortunately.
The quarterback who spoke today, like I said, is Jacoby Brissett. And I'll get you a couple things he said. I talked about processing plays in the pocket.
I'm hoping that person is coming open, or the feeling that the play is about to develop before I get hit. And that's part of this job, is to stand in there and take a couple hits and deliver the ball. And thought we did a good job of that last week. And guys made plays when the opportunity presented themselves. I think for the most part, I thought we had a good time in the pocket, and I thought the guys up front did a good job. That's a good front, and our guys responded well.
Yeah, that is great, man. It's great when you got a quarterback that will stand there and take a shot. And Jacoby Brissett proved that he would do that early on, as a matter of fact, last week in the first quarter. Took a couple of shots and hung in there and did it with a square jaw and square shoulders.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even before it was clear that the offense looked better, it was clear he was going to stand in there and take shots. And sometimes you'll see a guy do that early in the game, and then they kind of get like they're dancing around back there, like, okay, I've taken enough shots. He never wavered on that. And I think more than anything else, if you had to boil down that whole game and you took out stats and you took out the debate of Kyler or Jacoby or what this means big picture, if you just boiled it down to that and you asked Cardinals fans what they liked about that game, Jacoby Brissett standing in there, standing tall, I mean, he is 6'4", and just being like, go ahead, hit me. I'm gonna make the throw before you hit me.
Yeah.
There's just something like just basic fundamental football about that. And I can only imagine like what his teammates must have thought. Because if it's firing up the fans, before you're even doing anything right, it's got to fire up your teammates too, to be like, he's going to stand there and take the hit to get me the ball right now.
You got anything else you want to fire off? You don't have any time.
Not that I can play. No, I don't have enough time to play it. But I will say this, for both of these teams and how big this weekend is, I mean, I view this as the Cardinals trying to survive and salvage their season. ASU, man, I know it's going to be tough, but they've got a huge opportunity in front of them. That's really all you can ask for, is that opportunity.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they both won?
Yeah.
Blow our minds.
We're due. All right. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gibbo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
We're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there.
That's Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort with Wolf and Luke today, backing Kyler Murray as the team's starting QB. As far as his health is concerned, he just completed a week of limited practice, once again working with the practice squad receivers today. His official designation for Sunday, Murray's, is questionable. In other Cardinals injury news, Marvin Harrison Jr. was again practicing, this time without the yellow non-contact jersey. He's officially off of the injury report after a full day of practice, and he will return to the field on Sunday. Also of note, offensive lineman Will Hernandez added to the injury report with a knee injury. He is listed as questionable. And in the MLB playoffs, another doubleheader in the championship series. Now a best of 3 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Game 5 in Seattle starts at 3:08. And then tonight in Los Angeles, the Dodgers need just one more win over the Brewers to return to the World Series and defend their title. First pitch is at 5:33 with pregame coverage starting at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
You're working from home today. Shall I point for you? Shall
Point,
I
flex
for you?
Call somebody out on a third strike, whatever you want to do.
Somebody out on
Live
a
your
third
best life.
strike
Live your
for
best
you.
life. So I tell people all the time, live your best life.
You do. I feel
Whatever
like
it
we're
is.
depriving our YouTube audience of you doing the thing.
Every once in a while I have to work from home, so
Yeah,
today's
that's
one of
fine.
those days.
Yeah, so you're working from home, and that's
Yeah.
all right. That's all good. We good?
Not because I don't like you. It's just,
Well, I'm glad you cleared that up.
Right, yeah.
Thank goodness. Here I thought it was me or something I was doing, and you just needed to get away from me. No, that's not the case?
No, not the case. Not the case.
Well, we're going into a big football weekend, obviously.
We are, man. We are.
We are. It's a potentially dangerous football weekend we're going into, Gambo. There's a lot of people nervous about both of these games.
Yeah, I mean, 2 losses is, all the right now, hopes are still alive. whatever, whether they're on life support or not, hopes are still alive for the Cardinals, okay? And hopes are still alive that ASU can get back to the Big 12 championship game. We come in here on Monday with a couple of losses, and those take a huge hit. Huge hit.
Yeah,
huge.
And I don't want to think I'm trying to be a positive thinker about it. I'm not trying to live my head in the clouds or even in the sand for that matter. I acknowledge that both of these tests this weekend are going to be tough. But, man, the idea of coming in here Monday with both of them losing, and then you just start looking at a whole lot of despair, and we're still a week and a half away from Halloween, and it's just...
And we got Sun starting next week,
And we do. And
next week.
There continues to be a very interesting level of interest in the Phoenix Suns this year. There's a healthy curiosity about them. We'll get into a couple of Suns topics later today as well. But we've got a lot of football for you today. We got some Suns content. We even got some Diamondbacks news, courtesy of one John Gambadoro. Yes, on your Twitter account. We're going to talk a little. Ooh, says Mitch in the other room. Ooh.
Some people may like that. Some people may be like, not real. But some people could get excited about it.
We'll see what people, if they get excited about your Diamondbacks news. But let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Jonathan Gannon on Kyler and how he's progressing.
How's Kyler progressed throughout this week?
Good. He's doing well.
These next 48 hours?
Same.
Oh, God. Good. He's doing good. He's doing well.
He's doing well.
Well, it's like when you ask somebody, I always grew up with, like, how you doing? Nobody ever gives you the answer. Like, when you say, how you doing? Like, I always say, like, how you doing, right? Nobody really answers that.
No.
Well, I've never been walking and somebody says, like, how you doing? Hey, let me tell you, I'm having a rough day today. It's just a couple things went wrong. I just, I kind of tweaked my back doing these, these squats, and then, it was bothering me. And then, you're not going to believe this, but, like, my wife spent more money than I wanted her to. And, like, nobody ever, goes through that. And then, we're arguing over, I wanted to go to the movies, and she doesn't want to go, but I really wanted to watch this movie.
I hope she's not there. Is she there? I hope she's not standing right behind you. Is she there at your house?
Yeah. And then I told my kid to wash the car, and he didn't do it. So, you got a few more minutes because I got a few more things. Nobody ever does that, right?
Not that.
That's exactly what I thought. How's Kyler doing? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Just like somebody walking by you. Hey, how you doing? Good. Nice.
Just lie to me. Don't give me the truth. Just lie to me. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, come out again. Like, hey, you know what? Let me tell you how he's doing. We go through the whole week about how he's doing. Like, he's not going to do that.
Jonathan Gannon's obviously holding this one very close to the vest. Here is what we do know about where things stand with the Arizona Cardinals going into this game. And you know what? Just because I feel like being a ray of sunshine today, I'll start with the good news. Not only was Marvin Harrison no longer in the yellow non-contact jersey and working at today's practice, he has been cleared from the NFL's concussion protocol. He will play on Sunday. He is not listed at all on the Arizona Cardinals injury report. Ian Rappaport tweeted out he has been cleared from the protocol. He'll play on Sunday. So there. Good news when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals, okay? Yeah. And that's good.
Five-step process, whatever the hell that is. It's just like he cleared it and he's good to go. That's great. That's great.
And I'm not trying to be snarky here. That is really good news. They are going to need him. Amari DiMercado is out. He will not play. As expected, Walter Nolan will not be activated this week. And while he did a good job in his return to practice, says Gannon.
He did a good job. Good to see him back out there. I know he was excited, but he did a good job.
Yeah, so he is not ready to go. He wasn't once again.
And he did a good job.
Very, very good job. Very conservative with the answers there. The list of questionable players, Keaton Crawford is questionable. The one that's a little concerning after not being on the injury report Wednesday and Thursday, Will Hernandez popped on it today. He was limited with a knee injury. He is questionable for the game. Zay Jones is questionable. Darius Robinson is questionable.
Wow,
and
Will Hernandez. That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. That's I hope that's just it's a thing and not a thing. But there's a dash and there's a dash and then there's limited today on Friday, which makes him questionable for the week.
Our guy Jess Root a few days ago wrote a story that did Will Hernandez unlock the Cardinals offense? And like, oh man, we were kind of excited about Will getting back to play in and. obviously not active for the first 4 games. He was just practicing and practicing and practicing, and then he came back, and when he played the first game, and even though short amount of time, like they did so well, and it's just like, okay, Will Hernandez is like, he's a big part of their success.
I'm laughing because so I just pulled up the story in my notes.
13 drives, 13 drives,
yep.
9 scores.
Cardinals have scored in 9 of the 13 drives.
Yeah.
No,
it was a good story by our friend Jess Root from Cards Wire, and it was like, could Will Hernandez have unlocked the Cardinals offense, and now you're telling me he's on the list.
Yeah, so I can also tell you today during practice, once again, it was more of Kyler throwing to the practice squad wide receivers, and once again, it was more of Jacoby Brissett throwing to the receivers. Monty Austin-Fort, the general manager of the Cardinals, was on with Wolf and Luke today, and he was asked the very direct question if Kyler is still QB1. Here's what Monty said.
I know that's always a hot discussion, and those are always fun discussions to have and speculation. And, really like where we're at right now is we had Kyler out there in practice yesterday. We're going to have him out there today. Really, we're going to continue to progress with him and see where he can be and see what he can do out on the field. And so, we at the same time, we got to prepare for if he's not ready to go. And so, that's one of those things where we're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there. And so and at the same time, we got to have, if he's not ready to do that, Jacoby's got to be ready, which he showed he can do last week. So, I think our focus is really on getting Kyler to a point where he can get back out there on the field and do the things that we know he's capable of doing.
I got to jump in. What's amazing?
Yeah.
Him and Gannon said the exact same thing. Monty just took a minute to do it, and Gannon took 4 seconds. And I love them both. I do. I like both of those guys. You know me. I'm a fan of them, and I think that they're good and stuff like that. But it's just like, Gannon just good. And Monty's like, well, just in a roundabout way, just when he's ready, he'll play, and we're getting Jacoby ready, and he just talks around it for a little while, to kind of, to fill the answer, and where JG's just like, yeah, he's good. When he's ready, he can play.
Yeah, and that's
when he's ready, he'll play.
The different approaches of the two men and again, it's not unexpected. It's not a surprise, both in terms of the injuries or even the potential timeline. The bye week is coming up next week. We all, and we'll talk more about this a little bit later, but I hope this weekend is not a case study in be careful what you wish for, you may get it. Because we've spent at least the early, and we've kind of it's like a typical football week. We've kind of come almost full circle on a lot of these topics. We started the week, Jacoby Brissett. Oh, my gosh, Jacoby Brissett. Look at what the offense did under Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're kind of ending the week with, okay, the reason Jacoby Brissett is a career backup in this league is because when teams have a chance to prepare for him, he kind of exposes weaknesses in his game that can be exploited. And I just hope Sunday doesn't become hey, all of you who wanted Jacoby Brissett again and not Kyler Murray, okay, here you go. I hope this is not a be careful what you wish for, you might get it kind of moment,
But I think me and you were pretty good about saying it's not that it's Jacoby Brissett. I mean, it was that it wasn't Kyler. It's like, let's see somebody else in the offense and what they're capable of doing. It was more, it wasn't like, oh my God, Jacoby Brissett. It's like we're just waiting in the wings with this, we've had that here where guys waited in the wings. I mean, Jake Plummer, right? When Ken Graham went down, Jake Plummer waiting in the wings to be the franchise quarterback. I don't think anybody's looking at Jacoby like that. Nobody is. It's just like, man, I really wanted to see what it would look like with somebody else, anybody else that's not Kyler. And then it was really good. But your point was really well taken yesterday, and I enjoyed that conversation about, if you've got time to prepare for Jacoby Brissett, well, then, the results aren't as good. They're not as good because guys – have time to prepare for him and get ready. So we'll see. We'll see what he does against the Packers if he plays this week. I would expect right now that he would play.
Coming up next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, quarterback updates number 2, college football edition. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pregame at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Arizona State Sun Devil football hosts the Texas Tech Red Raiders Saturday in Tempe. Pre-game starts at 10:30. Kickoff 1 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, welcome back here on Burns and Gambo. Hope everybody in the community of Cave Creek is having a good Friday.
Cave Creek.
Happy Friday to Cave Creek. Happy Friday to ASU, because once again, Sam Levitt Gambo is probable on the injury report that was re-released last night, the updated availability report that was released last night. Kenny Dillingham this morning on the Bickley and Murata show, getting a nice chuckle about how much attention has been paid to Sam Levitt's foots and pictures of Sam Levitt's foots.
I mean, well, there was tape. I just think it was under his sock today. That's the best part about college football is
The ghost chasing begins. That's athletics, baby. You got to love it. I mean, you got to love. There's no photos of the feet. There's photos of the feet. Izzy Pratt. The games that get played are so funny to me.
That is, he got a kick out of that.
He did. He called
got
it
a kick out of that.
Ghost
right?
chasing. I loved it. That's the best part about college football. The ghost chasing begins. That's athletics, baby. That's great. But that's also, and he said in kind of the same breath, he also said that's a program that's got rabid interest, right? Like that's, in a way, he wants that. He invites it because it means people care and people are interested and people want to know and people are invested in Sam Levitt's feet and whether it's taped and whether they're showing pictures of it or not. That's, in a way, that's a good sign for a program that people are that invested in it, I guess.
Yeah. I thought another good sign, the news coming out just a few hours ago, the Texas Tech's defensive lineman, Skylar Gill-Howard, out for the year.
Yeah.
Got injured against Kansas. This was huge. Like this, he's been very good for them. He's got 13 tackles. He's just a good player, an impact player for them. And they've got one of the best defenses in the country. So they take a little bit of a hit in the trenches with one of their main clogs in the middle there being out for the year after getting hurt in that last game.
Yeah, defensive tackle Skylar Gill-Howard, according to Pro Football Focus, he had the 4th highest PFF grade among defensive tackles nationally. Now, I know they come at you in waves, and I know they got a lot of guys because they paid for a lot of guys, et cetera, et cetera. And we're actually going to have a reporter who covers Texas Tech on the show coming up at 3 o'clock. So we'll get some perspective from him on exactly how big of a deal this is for them. But I think anytime you lose somebody that important who's considered one of the, like you say, one of the key cogs, that's a loss for them, right? And maybe balances the scales just a little bit, at least tips them just a little bit back in another direction.
Yeah, there's a lot, and just getting ready for this game, just a lot. Like there was a story in the Midland Reporter Telegram, Texas Tech ready to prove its grit against Arizona State. Like, okay, like they're selling this as, hey, nobody believes us. Like we're 6-0, we're 3-0 in the Big 12, but nobody believes us. They don't think we've beaten anybody good. Well, here comes Arizona State. They're the Big 12 champs. They're the team that took Texas to overtime. Like this is, forget about what happened with Utah. They didn't have their quarterback, but this is the game that can kind of prove to Texas Tech that they're a top program.
Which is interesting to me because I don't that to me just feels like smoke. I don't know if Texas Tech needs to beat ASU to validate anything about how good Texas Tech has been. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading the putt a little bit. But that sounds to me, and you tell me whether you agree or not, more like internal motivation by Texas Tech to get up for this game. Because I don't think they require a win over ASU to validate anything about the season that they're having, how good they are. But that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, the season that they've had. But remember, what's the knock on them? Oh, I haven't played anybody. Oh, they haven't played anybody. Oh, look at that non-conference schedule. They haven't played anybody. The knock on them is that they haven't played anybody. So this is their – okay. And Utah wasn't very good last year. So it's like, oh, we beat Utah. Okay, but Utah sucked last year. So, like, this is like, I think they could sell that. Like, I think I could buy – if I'm a player, I could buy that. Hey, we haven't done anything. We're 6-0. Everybody complains that we haven't beaten anybody. Oh, we beat Utah. We beat the hell out of them. Yeah, great. But they look at their record last year. Arizona State, now that would do a lot for us.
Yeah, okay. When you frame it that way, I guess I can see it. And I was just thinking about ASU season last year. And albeit it was a little different because they didn't have the dominance that Texas Tech did. But ASU needed a couple of validating wins last year during the regular season for us to go, oh, okay, they're for real. Oh, okay, it's legit. They beat Utah. They beat K-State on the road. They beat BYU at home. It was, we kind of needed those wins to let us know, yep, this is real. Yeah, they're actually that good. Yeah, this isn't fake. Texas Tech obviously has been way more statistically dominant than ASU could dream of being a year ago in terms of how they're thought of nationally. But I get it. Sometimes you need to beat the teams that are considered good in the conference for you to get the respect that you're truly craving.
Well, you don't want to get too high on your horse, right? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, everybody's praising Texas Tech. Oh, they're going to be a top 4 team in a you're the coach. You want to be like, hey, listen, tap the brakes a little bit right here, okay? Don't get too high and mighty, because Arizona State will punch you right in the mouth if you do. So I think that could be the way they're going about it.
Yeah, perhaps. Kenny Dillingham today, back to Sam Levitt being back on the impact he has being on the field again this morning with Bickley Murata.
He looks good. I'm excited. I feel really good. So like last week, the opposite of last week, I feel really good about him playing this week. I feel like he's a competitor. And if he had his druthers, he probably would have gone last week. But that just, wasn't something we were willing to do. And I'm excited to see us go out there and compete this week. And like I said, this is a really good team. I want to see us fight. I want to see us compete. I want to see the edge. I want to see the fight. I want to feel us from the sidelines. And not every game this year can I say that I've been able to feel our passion and feel our energy. I want to be able to feel that this week.
Now, that is an interesting comment right there.
I want to feel it too, Burnsy. I'll be there tomorrow. I want to feel it too.
Do you think you're going to be able to feel it all the way up there in that cushy press box?
Oh, man.
Do you think you'll be able to feel it up there? I don't know, Gambo.
I'll be there.
That's a long way for it to travel. As far as the D-line for Texas Tech, Kenny Dillingham, he might have known about the injury. I haven't heard this cut yet. He might have known about the injury. He might not have. Let's see what he says about that Texas Tech D-line.
Yeah, I mean, they have, depending on who you talk to, between 4 and 6 guys that are going to get drafted on their defensive line. And, usually having one guy on your defensive line that's going to get drafted is impressive. Having 2 is really impressive. Having 4 to 6 is very, very impressive. So that's the challenge, is we got to be able to prevent them from wrecking havoc and creating TFLs.
Yeah, and hopefully for them, with him being out, it will make a little bit of a difference. Also, we've got nothing new on the quarterback situation for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, questionable again. The Red Raiders, it sounds like it's going to come down to a game day decision. I've not read any update on this. Again, we'll talk with Don Williams, who covers the team in Lubbock. We'll ask him about it at 3 o'clock if there's an update there. If he can't go, it's going to be Will Hammond, who was a big part of what they did against Kansas. It's already 3 different games that Baron Morton has had to leave for Texas Tech. How much of an impact that makes, we'll see. We're looking for any advantage we can get right now when it comes to this game on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. I mean, this would be, you could look at all the wins that they had last year. I don't know if a win over Texas Tech might be bigger than anything they did last year.
Yeah.
Think about all the wins that they had last year. I mean, the Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game.
It certainly would be the most accomplished team that I think they would have beaten in the last year and a half. Nothing against BYU, nothing against K-State or Utah. And if they had beaten Texas, I wouldn't say that, but they didn't. I think it would be the most accomplished victory for this program under Kenny Dillingham if they're able to beat Texas Tech.
Right.
I think. Better than Iowa State in the Big 12 title game, because Iowa State was just, okay. This team's not just, okay. They're really, really good. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, is a reunion in works for the Arizona Diamondbacks and one of their players? Well, that could mean a whole bunch of people. So who exactly are we talking about? Stay tuned, and we'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who were playing on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Christian Brothers, AC, Plumbing, and Electric. Boy, they've got some great October specials for you. And listen to this. If you need a new AC unit this month and this month only, $2,500 off a brand new unit installed. They could do these prices now because they're not in the busy season. It's not May, June, July, August, September, even early October, so they can give you these discounts because they've got great units. They carry Trane, Goodman, Bryant, all the top name brands, and for a limited time right now, you can take advantage of $2,500 off a new system, a new AC system. If you need a repair, they're giving 15% off. 15% off right now. All service repairs with Christian Brothers. And, of course, they've also got another great special, a free service call. For new customers, you can get a free service call if you need to have your AC unit repaired. Go online at cbrothers.com. You'll see all the great specials. You can even give them a call as well at 602-222-3535. That's 602 222-3535.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
We're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there.
That's Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort earlier today with Wolf and Luke backing Kyler Murray as the team's starting QB. That is, when he's healthy. And the latest on that is that Murray has just completed a week of limited participation at practice. He was once again working with the practice squad receivers today. Murray is officially listed as questionable. In other Cardinals injury news, Marvin Harrison Jr. was again practicing. No yellow non-contact jersey today. He's also officially off the injury report and will return to the field on Sunday. An additional note, offensive lineman Will Hernandez was added to the report today with a knee injury. He is listed as questionable. And in the MLB playoffs, another doubleheader in the championship series. It's now a best of three between the Blue Jays and Mariners. Game 5 in Seattle starts at 3:08. And then tonight in Los Angeles, the Dodgers need just one more win over the Brewers to return to the World Series and defend their title. First pitch is at 5:33, with pregame coverage starting at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday. Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So when I say a reunion could be in the works for the Arizona Diamondbacks, of course, Gambo could be talking about a half dozen players.
Merrill Kelly,
Zach Gallen, Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez.
Well, I mean, Gallen never left. Would that be a reunion?
Well, I guess not. I guess reunion would be the wrong word, but
Naylor, Suarez,
bringing
Kelly.
him back would be the right way of saying it. Maybe if the Diamondbacks are going to bring back a player, I could use that. Reunion wouldn't be the right word.
Right.
You're not talking about any of those players when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Who are you talking about?
Paul Goldschmidt.
What, you mean this guy?
And the pitch to Goldschmidt, that is hit well out to center. Going back, Carroll turns, looks, that one is way gone. And the homerless drought is over for St. Louis as Paul Goldschmidt hits his second to tie the game at 3.
That guy right there, huh?
That guy, yeah. Yeah, the Diamondbacks are going to kick the tires on that. And, they're going to kick the tires on Paul Goldschmidt. They don't have a first baseman. They're not going to go spend a lot of money on a first baseman. So if you look at Paul Goldschmidt, you look at him and how well he crushes left-handed pitching. And the feeling is like he would be great at 38 years old for a one-year platoon job. Just come in, platoon it. You bet you get all the at-bats against left-handed pitching. We'll give you some DH opportunities. And then you find somebody else out there, that's a left-handed hitter, get some of the other at-bats. I know people aren't going to like this, but maybe Pavin Smith, So, yeah, I think that's something that's going to be discussed. They've got their meetings coming up in a few weeks here where they'll go over everything in the organization. This will be the first time they all get together and have these meetings. And Paul Goldschmidt is expected to be brought up and discussed as, hey, because now then they'll set the budget at that point.
Yeah.
They'll go over what players they want to target. And there are people in the organization that would like to see the Diamondbacks bring back Paul Goldschmidt.
Your tweet on this about an hour ago in regards to this was retweeted by our friends over at Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info, who point out that Spot Track, the website that keeps track of not only salaries and payroll and contracts and things like that.
Can I guess?
You promise you're not cheating on this one?
Oh, no, I didn't even know this.
Okay, guess.
$8 million.
Close, 7.2.
Okay.
Spot Track,
a little higher.
A little higher. Spot
Track
projects Goldie on a one-year deal at $7.2 million.
Bernsey, if I would have said 7.2, then I probably would have been cheating.
Well, no.
Just sir.
But Kimbo, you are a professional academic cheater. You know better than to guess the exact number. A professional academic cheater doesn't guess 7.2. They would guess like 7.7 or 7.8.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on your game, dude.
I figured 8. As a part-time guy.
Come on, man. I've done this show with you for 15. I'm on to the ways.
You're on me.
Yeah,
You're on me.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
What were you going to say?
I did. I think that's a 1 year, $8 million. I think is a fair deal to bring back Goldie. And now I don't know if he has interest, right? I don't know if he'd be interested in coming back. And we'll have to see what he still wants to play.
Yeah.
All the indication is he still wants to play. I'm just saying that the Diamondbacks are going to – that'll be a name that they talk – they're going to talk about a lot of free agent names. But that's one that they have some interest in.
To SNY, this was on October 8th, so presumably right after the Yankee season ended or near the end of the Yankee season. Goldie indicated he still would like to keep playing at age 38.
I'd like to continue playing, but I hadn't sat down and thought about it. I was expecting to continue to play here and all that, but I still love playing. I still have fun out there. Still want to try to go in, love to compete, so we'll have to see what happens, but thankful for my time here. I don't know what the future's going to hold, and just try to give everything I have every day, and unfortunately came up short.
Gambo, I'm down with OPS, and it really tells the story for Paul Goldschmidt last year in the splits against left-handed pitching.
Crushed it.
Paul Goldschmidt's OPS was 981. He crushed it.
What was his batting average?
336. He had 336 with an OPS of 981 against lefties. He still absolutely takes them to the cleaners. Against right-handed pitching, that OPS drops 350 points. He's a 619 OPS against Riders last year.
So he's not an everyday player
strictly
anymore.
It would have to be, you're talking about a strict and if you want a comparison, like a Randall Grichuk kind of comp, right? Like Randall Grichuk was the right-handed complement to Jock Peterson at designated hitter. And so think about, relatively speaking, how limited we saw Grichuk. He had his moments, to be sure, but it felt to me anyway like Grichuk was, because he was so left-handed dependent on a pitcher being out there, you really had to pick and choose your spots with him, right? You just weren't going to get a consistent amount of at-bats or plate appearances out of him, and I think Goldschmidt would have to be exactly the same way.
Yeah. So next week they'll have their meeting. Next week all the big wigs will get together. They'll have their meeting. At that point, they'll set a budget. It's not going to be a fixed number. It'll be a range. It was phenomenal, fascinating to see yesterday. The Diamondbacks are 5th overall in spending in Major League Baseball when you compare the revenue to payroll. Revenue to payroll. They're right up there. Only the Mets, Dodgers, Blue Jays, and Phillies spend more when it comes to how much revenue bring in compared to payroll.
As like a percentage, right? As a percentage of the revenue.
They're a top 5 highest. And listen, and that's what the owners always said to us. Like, whatever money we get, we spend. We don't. None of the owners of the Diamondbacks have ever put a dime in their pocket. This is a true story. None of them have. Now, there's 10 owners, right? Everybody knows Ken Kendrick, but there's 10 owners of the Diamondbacks. Nobody's ever taken a dime. Whatever money they make, they always put it back into the team. I respect that. A lot of people respect that. They will have $60 million, sidelined the next year, between Gurriel and Corbin Burns, and then you throw in Puck and Ginkel and J. Mart. You're talking about $60 million on the sideline when the season starts. So, they're going to spend money at a high rate again. It won't be as much as they spent this year, but it won't be that much different. But that's why you can't go sign the first baseman to a 3-year, $50 million deal. That's why Goldie, that kind of makes some sense to bring him in on a 1-year deal and try to see if somebody else through the organization, could be ready a year later.
It makes a lot of sense. I'll be honest with you and everybody out there listening. I'm 100% down with bringing Paul Goldschmidt in on a 1-year, $7 or $8 million contract. I'm more worried about the other half of the equation. I really am. I'm more worried about, is it going to be Pavin Smith from the other side?
He struck out way too much for me this year.
I don't.
Way too much.
I feel because I feel like you're going to end up relying on the other half of this platoon more, just based off of pitching and how it looks in Major League Baseball. Yeah. I'm cool with Goldie. That's great. I really think it only solves about 40% of the problem over at first base.
I got to check on this. Can Adrian Del Castillo play some first?
If they do,
if you're not happy with Pavin, you got to have another option in case Pavin keeps striking out so much.
I like Del Castillo. I like Del Castillo as a designated hitter option for that exact same kind of question this season, as a guy who could give you some thump. I just don't. Look, Pavin's a good guy. He's been on our show many, many times. We had high hopes for him to be able to take over last year. It did not work, and I just don't know if another season of him. Again, I think that's the more important part of the equation, Gambo. I really do. And I just don't know if I'm comfortable with just slotting Pavin Smith in and hoping he has a better year, because he did not have a good year last year. At all.
No, I you know what? I totally agree with you. I mean, I liked Pavin going into the season, but he doesn't usually strike out as much as he struck out last year. I just don't know what happened. So, so they'll set the budget, and at that point, they'll go over the arbitration guys. They'll go over the free agents. They'll go over their own free agents, qualifying offers, arbitration. All of that stuff is what they'll go over next week. But Goldschmidt, again, I don't know if Goldie has interest, but I'm telling you that there are people in that organization that would like to bring him back.
We are giving you another shot to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the sounder at 4:15 today for your chance to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Green Bay Packers and Arizona State to take on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 4:15 today right here on the Burns and Gambo Show for your chance to win tickets to both Cardinals and ASU this weekend. Look at this tease here. Who dey say gonna beat them Bengals? With Joe Flacco, no less. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
3 and 4 is disappointing, but you can talk yourself into some things at 3 and 4. First of all, you're only one game under 500, so you can come out of the bye week win and you're right back at 500. You can convince yourself that we could very easily insert the number of victories. It's a real heavy issue. as to what they're going to do and how this team is going to look, and the importance of not coming out of the bye week at 2-5, especially when, as you pointed out, you can make this argument that things could be so much better for us.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Mitch is here. He's got today's Twitter poll question of the day, filling in for Lauren, who's under the weather. Hope Lauren feels better soon.
Lauren's sick? I must have missed that memo. I didn't know.
It's okay. You were busy today. Yeah, we'll give you a pass on this one.
I'm finding that out now.
You were busy. Yes, she texted this morning to say she was not feeling very well. So she is working from home today. We also have some news that's just coming in to the Burns and Gambo show.
Straight to the Burns and Gambo news desk?
Yeah, that's right. The Burns and Gambo news desk.
Hit us. What do you got?
Matt Zenitz, who covers college football for CBS Sports, is reporting that 7th-ranked Texas Tech is currently expected to start backup Will Hammond at quarterback tomorrow against ASU. Sources tell me and Chris Hummer for CBS Sports. Starting quarterback Baron Morton didn't practice all week due to an injury. That is from Matt Zenitz, who is a national NFL, national college football senior reporter for CBS Sports.
They're coming in here with some backup quarterback and beating ASU.
No way.
Take that stuff home, Texas Tech.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
We've
got
got
running here with some backup quarterback.
Don Williams from the Lubbock Avalanche Journal. He's going to join us in the next segment to talk about that. All right, Mitch. So now that we got the I's dotted and the T's crossed, you've got a poll question
I's
today.
have been dotted, T's have been crossed, poll has been asked, and the fans are furious that there is not a certain answer option, and I'll explain why in just a second. So, Gambo, this was a Burnsy and I collaboration here.
Okay.
Who leaves this weekend with a win? And you cannot say neither. So your options are ASU, the Cardinals, or both. But you cannot say neither.
People in the replies, Gambo, are very grumpy that we didn't give neither as an option. Like, no, pick one. Pick one.
We don't want to go into the weekend on a sour note. I mean, come on.
Neither would be running away with it. We get it. They're both big underdogs at home. I understand. You got to pick
just
one.
based on the opponents. Just based on the opponents, I'm going to say Cardinals.
Okay.
Based on their opponents.
Okay. I'm also going to say the Cardinals, even though you disqualified me from picking them to win earlier this week. I'm gonna pick them just because of what we're about to talk about in 60 seconds. I think the nature of the NFL makes it easier to justify the Cardinals beating the Packers than it does in college football. It's the NFL, man. Anything can happen. Anything can happen on any given Sunday. I would vote the Cardinals as well.
Any given Sunday. Good movie. All right. The optimism right now is with the Sun Devils, who have 59% of this vote, 27% going with the Cardinals, and an overly optimistic 14% say both, but I can only imagine what this poll would look like if neither was an option.
Yeah, the replies are saying, I'll do what I want, I'll say neither. And so that's fine. We just didn't give you an option to vote on that. So that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. The Cincinnati Bengals tried to teach Joe Flacco the Who Dey song.
Teach Flacco the song. Here we go. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think they'll beat the Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think they'll beat the Bengals?
That's good.
A quarterback who learned the playbook while driving from Cleveland to Cincinnati earlier in the week.
How hard can it be?
Yeah, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I've been playing quarterback since the mid-'80s. How tough can this be? I'm Joe Flacco. I'll be fine. It's funny to see. Mike Tomlin earlier in the week was really upset that the Browns would trade Joe Flacco in the division like that. They're like, somebody explained to me why a team would make Joe Flacco their starter one week and then trade him to a division rival the next. They must be way smarter than me because I don't understand why anybody would ever do that.
Well, yeah,
maybe
Tomlin was pissed.
He was pissed. He was not happy about that trade at all, and we saw why last night. That great pass down the field to set up the game-winning field goal. One of the more entertaining football games of the year, I thought, last night on Thursday Night Football. That one was a lot of fun to watch.
And I'm just fascinated by these numbers by Joe Flacco. In 2 games since he's been there, 9 days, 559 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, 559 passing yards. One of those veterans that could play another 5 years if he wanted to. Yeah, that was a huge win. That was a huge win. I also got a kick out of one of the offensive linemen tackling Favre and then him losing his mind on the sideline. Did anybody see that?
Tackling Favre? You mean Rodgers?
I mean Rodgers, not Favre. Rodgers, Favre, Rodgers.
No, I didn't see that. I must have missed that part of the game.
Yeah, that was pretty funny,
he
too.
Tackled him, and then Rodgers gets up and starts barking.
Yeah, they were it was after a touchdown pass, and then Rodgers starts running down the field, and the other guy starts running down the field. He kind of jumps on Rodgers, but he's old and flimsy, so he kind of falls apart. And then he starts yelling at the guy, "Why'd you jump on me?" And he's just pissed at everything. But I mean, just it's a big win for the Bengals, and it made me think okay, when Burrow went down, it was like, okay, there's your easy win for the Cardinals. Put that one in the you count that one in the win column, and now you're looking at, geez, okay, Flacco's 342 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jamar Chase set a franchise record with 16 receptions. Like, okay, maybe that's not so easy after all now.
Yeah. And yes, you suddenly have to give a different level of respect. Although, I mean, who knows if Joe Burrow's the quarterback or Joe Flacco's the quarterback? Who knows? It's still such a long ways from now. Man, I almost looked at it. I mean, that's one way to look at it. And I think the other way to look at it is that once again, we come to find that there are no super. Not that the Steelers were a super team. They weren't. They were a little overvalued at 4-1. But, man, we were all throwing dirt all over the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, yeah, they're done. They're toast. Forget it. No Joe Burrow and the other quarter, Jake Browning's not the answer. It just once again goes to show. And I actually think, like, this almost makes the argument for the Cardinals for the rest of the season. Like, once again, we're being given a lesson on how any team can beat any other team on any game, and it probably shouldn't even surprise us that much anymore when it happens. I mean, the Bengals behind Joe Flacco just beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were 4-1. Like, it doesn't make any sense, but nothing about the NFL this year, Gambo, has made any sense. And I think that's why, going back to our poll question, that's why I picked the Cardinals as the more likely team to win this weekend, because I just think in the NFL, is it really that crazy when Team X beats Team Y? You know, this just validates that.
It's a really good question. And I think it's more AFC. Like, if you think about the bad teams in the league, they're all in the AFC. The Jets are awful. Miami's awful. The Browns are terrible. The Ravens have been terrible. The Titans are terrible. The Raiders aren't any good. Well, now go to the NFC. What's a really bad team in the NFC? New Orleans?
Yeah,
who else a bad team?
Like a really bad team?
Yeah, like there's 6 or 7 really bad teams. Like Miami and the Jets suck. Cleveland sucks. Tennessee sucks. The Raiders aren't any good. Like, there's a lot of bad teams in the AFC. The problem is the NFC doesn't have that. They don't have a lot of bad teams.
Yeah, and you're right. I wouldn't say that about the Giants, even though they're 2-4.
No, they're coming on now.
I wouldn't say that about Carolina. They're 3-3.
Right.
Look, I'm not going to say it about the Cardinals. I'm not going to say it about a Cardinals team that's 2-4. They're not really, really bad.
No, they're not really bad.
They've lost 4 straight games by 9 points. They're not as bad as their record is, but their record is what they are. So yeah, you're right. I mean, all of the awful, all of the suck pretty much resides in the AFC.
At least 6 bad teams in the AFC, maybe only 1 in the NFC.
But then I think that the NFC, that just kind of speaks to the idea how in the NFC all of these teams
wide open.
There's just not that much separation. You know, there's just the New York Giants a week ago beat the Philadelphia Eagles. There's not that much separation between the two of them. There will be a game this week.
Yeah.
Where we're in here on Monday and going, Team X just beat Team Y and they really weren't supposed to. It just, and I don't know if it's going to be the Cardinals or not.
Yeah.
But I think this Bengals game kind of reiterates the evenness of everything this year.
So as a Giants fan, right, like, their wins were against the Chargers and the Eagles.
Yes, very impressive.
But in between that, they lost to the Saints. But they are playing a lot better ever since they took Russell Wilson out and they put Jackson Dart in and they gave Scatterboo, the starting job. So they have been playing better. So I don't think there's a lot of bad teams in the NFC. But I don't think there's also a lot of great teams either, right? We've talked about that.
Yeah,
there's no great teams either, which is why it's just just get in. Like, this might be the year that if you could just get in, you have a shot.
We have a new wrinkle regarding Texas Tech going into tomorrow's game against ASU. What should we expect from the number 7 team in the country given their injuries? We will check in on Lubbock's football team next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Pro Smile. Now listen, wisdom teeth, if you've got kids getting ready for college, high school, most likely time to get their wisdom teeth removed. You probably want to book during the winter break. You could call Pro Smile now and book your time for holiday winter break before it fills up. A lot of kids, my kid, needs to go to Pro Smile and get his wisdom teeth pulled out. We're kind of waiting for the sports season to end and find the right time. So for us, winter break is perfect. So we'll bring Q in to Pro Smile. They've got great locations as well. One over in Phoenix and one in Scottsdale. And we'll bring him in and we'll get those wisdom teeth pulled by the great dentists at Pro Smile. Pro Smile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facility. They'll get your kid in and out and feeling great before they head back to school or they just get to enjoy the rest of their break. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you're in the best hands with Pro Smile. Trust the pros and board-certified oral surgeons at Pro Smile. They can get your kid in and out. No need to dread it. No need to fear it. Don't let cost hold you back either. They take most insurance plans and even offer financing. No need to put the wisdom teeth removal off any longer. Just text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the information or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the Shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray has completed a week of practice all days in a limited capacity. He once again was working with the practice squad of receivers. Murray's official injury designation for Sunday is questionable. In other Cardinals injury news, Marvin Harrison Jr. was a full participant in practice. He's officially off the injury report and will return to the field on Sunday. And offensive lineman Will Hernandez was added to the injury report today due to a knee injury. He is listed as questionable. And we're just about to get started in the MLB playoffs. Game 5 of the ALCS from Seattle. The Mariners and the Blue Jays now essentially in a best of 3, tied at 2 games apiece. That one just about to get started. We'll keep you updated as that game goes along. And then tonight in Los Angeles, the Dodgers need just one more win over the Brewers to return to the World Series and defend their title. First pitch there is at 5:33. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona State Sun Devil football hosts the Texas Tech Red Raiders Saturday in Tempe. Pre-game starts at 10:30. Kickoff 1 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports on this Friday. We've had this game circled for many, many months, knowing that it was probably going to have some big Big 12 implications. It's here, and it certainly does. And joining us right now on this Friday afternoon from the airport on his way to Arizona to cover this game for the publication he works for, Don Williams from the Lubbock Avalanche Journal is our guest here on Burns and Gambo. Don, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thank you for coming on today. We appreciate it.
Oh, you bet. Appreciate the invitation.
Don, let's start with the quarterback news. We're hearing it's going to be Will Hammond, the backup, who's played a lot this year, obviously with the three games that the starter has missed. Tell me a little bit about Hammond and what we should expect from him.
4-star recruit, redshirt freshman, a guy who the Texas Tech fan base has been really excited about since really his entire career here, because his entire career is this is his second year, but he's a guy who came in with a high recruiting pedigree. And it's one of those situations where it seems like for a faction of Texas Tech fans, anytime the starter throws a couple of incompletions in a row, the fans are clamoring for the second guy.
Right.
So if they get to see the second guy tomorrow, a lot of people will be happy. And, Will Hammond last year, Baron Morton's kind of he's had an injury history. He's been vulnerable to missing portions of games, not extended stretches, but portions of games, taking hits and that sort of thing. And so last year, Will Hammond came in, played the second half at TCU and looked really impressive, though he lost a fumble at the end that was very costly and a 1-point loss. He started the Liberty Bowl game against Arkansas. Wasn't that great, but then he came in the Utah game, the Big 12 opener this year, and just lit it up in the second half. Again, Baron Morton had to leave that game with an injury early in the third quarter. Hammond came on and led them to 24 points in their last 4 series of that game, and it was a 13-10 game. They won 34-10. And then last week was kind of, I guess you'd say, maybe the Will Hammond experience encapsulated, because when he came into the game in the second half against Kansas, the first few series he wasn't very sharp, was missing some throws, but then kind of rallied, found himself there in the fourth quarter and ran for a couple of touchdowns. So he's a guy who he's kind of you could call him a dual threat. Obviously he is where he is because of his passing, because of his arm, but he's also a guy who can run and run effectively, and he's probably he is the better runner of the two.
When I look at ASU last year, ASU lost to Texas Tech. And obviously this Texas Tech team is much different, but Morton had a couple of touchdown passes. Texas Tech did a real good job of stopping Cam Scatterbo. The Brooks kid had a good game running. ASU just really didn't. Sam didn't play well. They had a couple kickoffs go out of bounds. But tell me, when you look at Texas Tech, the team that beat ASU 30-22 last year, to this team coming to Tempe right now, what is the biggest difference in their play?
Well, the biggest difference is hands down it's the defense, and the reason why is because there's been a Texas Tech got a lot of national attention this offseason because they added 22 players in the transfer portal, and these weren't just depth guys. These weren't just rotation guys. You're talking about the entire front four on defense, 3 starters, 3 new starters in the secondary. I mean, 7 transfers on the defense are starters. You have, I think the number is 4 transfers that they got from the portal on offense are starters. And of those 22, of those 22, you got 11 that are starters, and nearly every one of the other guys is in the 2D. So personnel-wise, it's just a very different team.
Yeah.
And defense in particular is, I mean, I've covered Texas Tech football for 40 years, and this could be the best defense that they have had. I mean, they're allowing only 11, 12 points a game compared to a lot of years Texas Tech defense have allowed 30 to 35 points a game. Usually it's a liability. This year it's the strength of the team.
Don, then for and this is something also we've been talking about today, it sounds like defensive tackle Skylar Gill-Howard is going to miss the rest of the year with an injury. That report came down last night, this morning. I can't remember exactly when. There's so much depth there. How impactful is that, and how easy is it for them to keep rolling on with what they're doing with the Red Raiders defense in his absence?
Well, I think that's a good illustration of what I was just talking about, because they lose Gil Howard, but his backup is a young man named A.J. Holmes, who was a starter last year for the University of Houston, and Houston played good defense last year. Even though they were a 4-8 team, it wasn't the defense's fault. Gil Howard went out the first series of that game last week, and Holmes came in for him, and he played lights out.
Yeah.
And so there's really, I mean, Skylar Gill-Howard has played really good football. I mean, he's been one of the reasons why this defense is so good. But there's really not a whole lot of drop-off between him and the guys who are going to be playing for him. Again, I think the guy who will start in his place is A.J. Holmes. But then they also have a young man named Jaden Cofield, who's a sophomore, who is he's among their guys who came straight to Texas Tech out of high school. He's been one of their best young players. And then there's a senior named Duda Banks, fifth-year senior, who has starting experience. So if they're going to lose a guy, that's a position where you hate to say they could afford to lose a guy.
Right.
But it's not like they're going to be searching for answers or grasping for straws for who to put in there. I mean, they have at least three very capable replacement guys.
Don, tell me, since you've been covering that program for 40 years, and given that ASU won this conference last year, we were talking about this earlier, how much stock are they putting into a win this weekend against ASU as sort of a defining claiming of the conference court's kind of moment for them? Given all the other things they've done this year, all the other impressive numbers, how important is it for them to beat ASU in that regard as it relates to the Big 12?
Well, I think this is one of the big games that they have left. Obviously they everybody's kind of pointing towards the Utah game at the beginning of conference play. They passed that test by winning 34-10. I think ASU, given being the defending Big 12 champion, having a couple of really marquee offensive players at quarterback and receiver with Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, I think this is kind of viewed as the next big test. And then beyond that, Texas Tech 2 weeks from now goes to Kansas State, which has been Kansas State has beaten Texas Tech 12 out of the last 13. And then the week after that, Texas Tech plays Brigham Young at home, another undefeated team. So I would say this is kind of viewed as like the second big test of the season. I guess maybe, and it's kind of unfortunate because obviously last week you had the question, okay, Sam Levitt doesn't play. So the question is, how much Sam Levitt are you going to see? And now, Barron Morton doesn't play. If he doesn't play, then both first string quarterbacks are coming into this one at less than peak uphill.
Yeah, Don,
That's the unfortunate part of it.
yeah, Don, you're coming. Your cell phone's breaking up a little bit, so we're gonna let you go because it sounds like you're getting a little interference there at the airport. But we do very much appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on for a few. We wish you safe travels, and maybe we'll bump into you in the press box this weekend. That is Don Williams, who covers Texas Tech for the Lubbock Avalanche Journal, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show to preview this game coming up. When we come back, top acquisitions in the NFL are getting the job done for their new teams. Do the Cardinals, can they claim any of those players this year? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday. Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon.
The urgency's going to be there whether we didn't have a bye or we had a bye. So the urgency's always going to be there. You know, of course you want to win, you know, going into a bye week, you know, feeling good over a W.
Cardinals, Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and their 2 years of interest-free financing is very, very popular for those people that want to get their eyes fixed. 2 years, 24 months to pay it off without paying any interest. Think about that. You're struggling with your eyesight. You wear glasses and contacts and readers, and you've always wanted to get the surgery. You've heard me talk about LASIK surgery and how great it worked for me. You could get the clear lens exchange. You could get the camera inlay. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers the LASIK surgery. Over 60,000 LASIK surgeries performed by Dr. Jay Schwartz. Simply the best in the industry at what he does, and he can help you with that vision correction procedure, and you could take advantage of 2 years interest-free financing. They've got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and all you have to do is give them a call at 480-483-EYES, and you'll be on your way to getting that eyesight restored, being able to see the world the way you want to see it. That's 480-483-EYES or online at teamidoc.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is Red Friday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
All right, so if you're just tuning in, the big news of the day from the Cardinals, as we say hello to everybody out there listening, and a greetings for our friends in Tolleson, who are joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Either
Tolleson,
the southwest part of the valley. Greetings to those in Tolleson who are hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Marvin Harrison Jr. has been cleared from concussion protocol. He will play on Sunday. Amari DiMercato is out. Walter Nolan is out. Everybody else is questionable. That includes Kyler Murray. But once again, he was working with the scout team receivers today. Jacoby Brissett was working with the top pass catchers so far today. It'll be interesting to see if, depending on how this goes, if Jacoby Brissett makes this list a few weeks from now. But as of right now, on CBS Sports, and I don't know if I should have been expecting to see somebody from the Cardinals on this list or not.
Maybe Josh Sweat. Maybe Josh Sweat.
Maybe. Yeah. Ranking the top 10 NFL offseason acquisitions so far a third of the way into the season. No Arizona Cardinals were mentioned. Very prominent players around the NFL were, but no members of the Arizona Cardinals were.
Yeah, I always look to see if a Cardinals on it. They got the cornerback Isaiah Rodgers to the Vikings as a big signing. They got Harold Landry III to the Patriots, the defensive end. They got Stephon Diggs to the Patriots, so Patriots get two right there. Javonte Williams to the Cowboys was number 5. Rico Dowdell. Number 6 with the Panthers, another running back.
Buckle up, baby.
Cowboys trade for George Pickens. That was number 5. So a couple for the Cowboys. Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers. Number 3, we'll come back to number 3. Okay, we'll come back to number 3. Mm-hmm. Packers trade and extend for defensive end Micah Parsons. Seattle signing Sam Darnold, number 2. And number 1, the Colts signing Daniel Jones. We've seen Daniel Jones, right? We've got Sam Darnold again.
Yeah, we'll seen Sam Darnold once. We'll see him again.
We're going to see Micah Parsons this week. We're going to see George Pickens and Williams when they play the Cowboys. So they're going to face them. They don't play the Patriots, so and they don't play the Vikings. So those are the guys that the Cardinals will face
and they saw
out of those teams.
They saw the Panthers, but Hubbard was the running back for that game, not Dowdell.
Yeah.
So they didn't get a chance to see him. Yeah, I think to me, for one, it's not a huge surprise that Josh Sweat, and I'll even throw Calais on there as a guy who maybe you could have made an argument for belonging on this list. But it's not a huge surprise to not see either one of those guys. I think if you had told me before the season that you'd have a list like this a third of the way through the year, and Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold would both be listed ahead of Micah Parsons, I'm not sure I would have bought that back on Labor Day. I'm pretty sure on Labor Day I would have said, "Are you sure? Right. Are we sure that Micah Parsons is only going to be third on that list behind 2
Sam
journeyman quarterbacks who are just, being shuffled around and passed around and going to different squads, and yet that's how impactful both of those guys have been. And Micah Parsons still has been very impactful. He leads the NFL in pressures. I'm just surprised. I never would have bought that he would have been trailing those two guys a third of the way into the season.
It makes you wonder, too. Crystal ball it here. You wonder if the Cardinals could ever get a quarterback that could be on this list next year. You do. You wonder if, so there's 3 quarterbacks on this list. I thought that was kind of fascinating.
Yeah?
That there were 3 quarterbacks.
Okay.
Because it gives you – what you're looking for is if you don't feel like you can nail the draft and you're looking for somebody that can help you be competitive. Look, the Cardinals put together a competitive roster. If they decide to move on for Kyler Murray, you don't want to go to a quarterback who's not ready and inexperienced. You don't want to go to Anthony Richardson, right? You don't want to go to somebody that can't, because you believe that you put together a roster that can make the playoffs with everything they did. Sweat and Tomlinson and Calais won't be here next year, but then look at all the draft picks that they had in the last couple of years. So, you want to make sure you get a quarterback that can help you be competitive, the way Daniel Jones is helping Indianapolis be competitive, and Sam Darnold with Seattle, and Rodgers with Pittsburgh, even though they lost last night. So you just wonder if they can find somebody that could be on this list next year if they decide to move on from Kyler.
Yeah, and obviously we don't know whether they're going to move on from Kyler or not, but it does give me a little bit of hope that I mean, again, we'll see how the year goes on. We'll see if Daniel Jones is as effective in week 14 as he is through 6 weeks. Well, the same thing about Sam Darnold.
Sure.
Sam Darnold looked terrific last year for the Minnesota Vikings until he didn't at the end, and then it was same old Sam Darnold at the end, and it cost the Minnesota Vikings a deep playoff run. But I do think, given that this year's quarterback class in the draft, while we initially thought it looked like it was going to pop and that there were going to be a lot of guys, it doesn't feel like there's going to be as many guys in this year's quarterback class in the draft, and that maybe the wiser course of action will be to try to find your Daniel Jones, to try to find your Sam Darnold, or
Mac
even,
Jones.
God forbid, your Aaron Rodgers or your Mac Jones, right? And just see.
No, I wouldn't want the older guy. Like, I wouldn't want the Joe Flacco, Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't want that type of quarterback. I probably would want. Yeah, I'd probably want somebody that's had some success, but a team gave up on them, and you question whether they did the right thing or not. So look for that type of guy. Like, I wouldn't want Tua if he's available. I have no idea who's going to be available next year.
I'm trying to look right now. I'm actually stalling because I'm trying to look to see who's. Well,
yeah, I wouldn't want Fields. I mean, you go through the quarterbacks who could be available. I wouldn't want Fields. I wouldn't want Russell Wilson. I would want Mac Jones or Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold. Those type of guys are fine. But
okay, here's who's available. You ready?
Who's available? Go through.
It's not a great list. Daniel, these are going to be, according to Spot Track, these are the 2026 quarterback free agents: Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Marcus Mariota, Zach Wilson, Tyrod Taylor, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Jimmy Garoppolo, Mitch Trubisky. Boy, this list is just
it's
junk.
just bad.
It's just junk.
What do you mean? Joe Flacco's on that list.
Wait, you mean the Joe Flacco, the Who Dey guy?
He's Flacco the song. Here we go. Who Dey? Who Dey? Who Dey think they'll beat the Bengals? Who Dey? Who Dey? Who Dey think they'll beat the Bengals? Nobody.
Yeah, go get that guy. Why not? Do we have a song here? Can we teach them that? The Cardinals have a Who Dey song? No, I don't think they do.
I think Jarrett does a bunch of songs every.
No, we don't want to teach. We don't want to.
Mitch, how old are you?
I'm going to be 30 in December.
Okay, 30. Joe Flacco's 40.
Well, when he was a Bronco, he was my age now.
Old.
Yeah.
He's going to be 41 years old in a couple of months. Like, I don't.
This list is hard to. It's really hard to find anybody.
It's hard.
Who moves the needle at all? Who makes you feel like, okay, it's not going to be Kyler, but we're going to go with this veteran who will. But then, this time a year ago, we would have said the same thing about Daniel Jones. This time a year ago, we might have said the same thing about. You just never know. But it is hard to get excited about anybody who might. So maybe it's. You're trading for somebody, or somebody's. I don't know. Or somebody gets cut because they're trying to save money. I don't know who totally is going to be available out there, but it's interesting.
Listen, there's teams out there right now who have bad quarterback play that are probably doing the same thing as us, looking and being like, well, what about Kyler Murray? What about and debating it, what about Kyler Murray?
What about
Cardinals could move on from him?
Who were the four guys that we were talking about earlier in the week? Who could benefit from a change of scenery? It was Kyler, it was Anthony Richardson, it was Bryce Young, and it was Tua. Those were the four. Those were the four. And of those, I mean, if I'm just being honest, the one who I find the most interesting is probably Richardson. Of those, Tua would be way last on my list. Of those four, I
don't want Tua.
Not counting keeping Kyler. It's just okay. So of the three. If you're telling me one of those three guys is going to have a change of scenery, who are you most interested in? I know who I'm least interested in. I'm least interested in Tua on that list. I just, no thanks. So it'd be down to Anthony Richardson or Bryce Young if both of those guys get a change of scenery,
I'd rather just have Kyler. No, I mean, like I mean, because you
listen to the fatigue in your voice when you say that. Just the hell with it. I just rather have Kyler. What do you? But I get
well,
your
at that
point.
place, okay. If to that point, then I would rather just draft a guy and then sign Joe Flacco to a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, honestly.
No, and I understand that sound you're making in your voice. I do, because it's just not a very encouraging list. It isn't. There's nobody out there that gets you very excited at the position. And so maybe it is the draft. Maybe you'd have to go identify that guy and go get him and have a backup behind him, like you say. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, after I remind you that this is the 10th anniversary of Character Counts, Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know, they could be next. Text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. On the YouTube chat that we have here for people who are watching the show, every now and then somebody makes a comment on there that inspires us to a conversation. That is the case in our next topic, and we'll tell you what it is next on Burns and Gambo.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, and they've been helping people every day with refinances, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all at the Lund Mortgage Team. I have been using the Lund Mortgage Team ever since I moved to the Valley. That's my company, Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver. They do a great job. They've done a fantastic job for me in helping me with all of my mortgage decisions that I've made. Really set me up, years ago, just, going over your plan, right? Very important to have a plan and know what you want and, knowing when I was going to retire, making sure the house was paid off by then. They put together a terrific plan for me, and they can do the same for you. A lot of people right now are looking to purchase houses, and the Lund Mortgage Team gets you pre-approved for free. Yes, they get you pre-approved absolutely free with the Lund Mortgage Team. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130. Let them go to work for you. They'll do a great job getting you pre-approved for a mortgage for free. The number is 623-889-0130, or go online for more information at lundmortgage.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
We're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there.
That's Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort with Wolf and Luke earlier today, backing Kyler Murray as the team's starting QB. That is, when he's healthy. And the latest from practice is that Murray did go through another day of limited participation and was once again working with the practice squad receivers. His official designation for Sunday is questionable. Other notable Cardinals on the injury report, Marvin Harrison Jr. is not one of them, as a matter of fact. He was a full participant today. No yellow non-contact jersey. He got all the possible contact that you can get in a football practice. He has no injury designation for Sunday, is what I'm trying to get to. Apologies for the delay. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez was added to the injury report today with a knee injury. He is listed as questionable. And ahead of tomorrow's Big 12 showdown against number 7 Texas Tech, the Red Raiders are going to be without their starting quarterback, it would appear. Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports reports that Baron Morton will be out for tomorrow's game. He has been questionable all week, and that Will Hammond would be in line to start if those reports confirm to be true. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. There's a fork in the road for both of our Valley football teams. We'll discuss how the Sun Devils and the Cardinals did. Tune in Monday morning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, or the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That's why Dan Bickley is a columnist, and a great one at that. Yes, this is a fork in the road moment for both of these programs this weekend. ASU against Texas Tech on Saturday. The Cardinals against the Packers on Sunday. We're going to have a lot to talk about when we're in here on Monday. As we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show, thanks for hanging out with us here on Arizona Sports. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, you could subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and you can watch us, whenever you want, at home or on your device, however you want to do it. And Gambo, we have, and I wish I wrote his username down. I'm such an idiot. I didn't yesterday.
Did you like it?
I
might have liked it.
I might have liked it.
Oh, you can always go back to the likes.
Okay, maybe. Well, no, it was on the YouTube. It wasn't on Twitter. It was on YouTube.
It was on YouTube. Okay.
So there's lots of ways you can interact with us. You can on the Burns and Gambo X page on the YouTube chat. You can text us at 620-620. There's lots of different ways you can interact with us. This one was on YouTube. And I didn't write down the username, and shame on me. Mitch, did you find it?
I was just going to say, if said person who suggested it is watching on YouTube right now, please scream in the chat at us, and we'll flag you.
And Gambo, he's working from home. Gambo, you're working from home today, but you were in studio yesterday, and I said this to you, and I said, I really want to talk about this tomorrow for a few minutes, and I'm curious to hear what you have to say with it. Somebody chatted on the YouTube chat, quote, "Sorry, ASU, but it's best for the conference. Tech needs to win."
Ooh.
And I thought about it, and I've been thinking about it, and I don't know if that person's wrong. If it's
okay. So give me your argument as to why you want a dominant program at the top of the Big 12.
Not that I want necessarily, but it's something. And I'm going to actually, in a roundabout way, I'm going to hold you responsible for this, for me thinking this way.
Okay.
Something you said yesterday, that Texas Tech is trending to be a top 4 team in the college football playoffs.
Yes.
And I think that would be a dream come true for the Big 12. I think it would be a dream come true for one of their teams to be so good,
they're top 4,
and so dominant that they're not handed one of those top 4 spots like ASU was. They go out and just bully ball their way into one of those top 4 spots. I think secretly that's exactly what the conference would love to have happen this year, just to have that one great team that belongs in the conversation with all the other truly great teams this year in that regard.
Right now, the Red Raiders have a 79% chance to make the college football playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They have the 5th best odds to make the playoffs of any team in the country. They have a 61% chance to win the Big 12. And a lot of people say that, that they are the best chance at an at-large bid. They're the team that can get that at-large bid. So, they're favored to win all their remaining games. They play Arizona State. And if they win this one, then I think almost like a cakewalk, right? Oklahoma State, Kansas State.
BYU's the only
BYU's
other one.
a tough one, but they're home against BYU.
Yeah.
Then Central Florida and West Virginia. So if they're able to beat Arizona State, they could go undefeated. They could go undefeated in the conference. And if they go undefeated in a conference, then I would think that they've got a legitimate shot to be one of those top 4 teams.
Yeah, I saw, and I sent this in our group email today. I saw, and this was a bowl projection from The Athletic.
Okay.
And by the way, we think Javier is the gentleman's name. The YouTube chat is suggesting it was Javier on the YouTube chat.
I went back and looked at the chat replay. I figured out how to find it back. It was Javier.
Javier?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
you,
Listen,
Javier.
listen. He ever since he lost the Coyotes, he's been really good at checking out the show
with a J, not an X.
He's been listening to the.
What
first
else?
time I met the guy, I think I called him Xavier.
Well, what else does Javier have to do, right?
He's got nothing
but
to do
watch
now.
the Burns
He's
and
got
Gambo
nothing
show.
to do.
Bowl
The latest projection I saw, the latest projection I saw was Ohio State 1, Miami 2, Indiana 3, Alabama 4,
Okay.
Texas Tech 5.
Okay. The
So
one
right on the verge
Yeah.
of, now if Indiana loses a game or Miami loses a game, like you could get in there. So based on one of the models that I was looking at on The Athletic, that's what they had. Ohio State 1, Miami 2, Indiana 3, Alabama 4, Texas Tech 5.
The one I saw was very similar. It had Texas A&M 4, Alabama 5, and Texas Tech 6.
Okay.
So, and by the way, for what it's worth, it had ASU playing Florida State in the Sun Bowl in El Paso, for what it's worth. But that doesn't have anything to do with the price of tea in China. I just think that, and I know you and I have had this conversation in a roundabout way since ASU went to the Big 12. I just don't know if every year, if there are 6 teams that are all good but not great, and they're all relying on a bunch of tiebreakers to get into the college football playoff. I mean, it makes for great weekly viewing every Saturday. Makes for a fun conference to follow.
I don't want what you want.
Well, I'm just saying what does the Big 12 want? Because does the Big 12
parity?
Because if that's the case, then all they're ever gonna get is the 12th seed in the playoffs. That's all they're ever gonna get.
I think ever since Texas and Oklahoma left, I think they've embraced parity. I mean, look how far this conference stretches, like from Tucson to West Virginia.
I get it, but that's where I think Tech is sort of showing you the alternative.
Okay. I like this conversation. I think it's a good one.
I think Tech is showing you the other side of the coin and what else is possible. Hey, if you've got, and you know what, I think I'd even meet you almost like halfway on this one and say it's probably not good for one dominant program. But if you had like 3 dominant programs that were, and we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week too, that were real powerhouses that could make a real claim as we are one of the best teams in college football, and that is that. I don't know if that's what they'd prefer. I don't know. I'm not suggesting that there's going to be any hanky-panky going on Saturday at Mountain America Stadium. I'm not saying that the Big 12 wants Texas Tech to do this, but I got to imagine they like having a team that is this much of an ass kicker out there, right? Like they're big time.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. And I know they, Brett Yormark, and I had a chance to spend some time with him last year at one of the ASU games.
Name dropper.
He's just the commissioner of Big 12. Nobody knows who the guy is.
Name dropper.
If I'm dropping a name, I can do a hell of a lot better than that. That's not a very big name to drop.
Now you're dissing the Big 12
No,
commissioner?
I'm just saying, he's not that big of a name.
Forget about getting him on the show anytime soon. He's not that big of a deal.
I think that a lot of people feel that if they had a juggernaut, then it would be better to compete with the Big Ten and the SEC. You know, they're the deepest conference, I think. I think they're the deepest conference, but they don't have a powerhouse. Now, you know what's nice about not having a powerhouse? Nobody's coming to steal your programs. Nobody's knocking on. Nobody's saying, hey, listen, I'd love to. Hey, boy, you guys are really doing it right over there. What do you think about joining the SEC as we expand to 72 teams? You know, nobody's saying, hey, the Big Ten, we're just going to put a 0 on the end of it and be the Big 100. How'd you like to come join us?
Yeah,
like, you don't have to worry about that. I understand what you're saying. I don't know that there's a right or a wrong answer. You can make a lot of good points that, you know, if you did have a juggernaut at the top, then it's easier not to get lapped by the Big Ten and SEC. You got somebody who can actually compete with them, somebody that can draw attention to the program, somebody can go deep in the playoffs and draw more attention and bring more money to the Big 12. I get that. I was there in the Pac-12 with ASU, and it was tough. It was tough to once every 10 years have a team that had a chance. I like the parity better. I like the chance that one team can emerge in any 1 year. I like it better than having one team that's going to win it every year.
And ideally, I would hope that ASU would be one of those 2 or 3 teams that would be the dominant powerhouse in the conference. I mean, in a perfect world, that's kind of what I'm talking about, is that they'd be one of the 2 or 3. By the way, Good Vibes Gino just hit a solo home run for Seattle. Bottom of the second, the Mariners are up 1-0 in the very crucial Game 5 of the ALCS. That series is tied 2 games apiece. And Seattle is up 1-0 right now in Game 5. We're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder at 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Green Bay Packers and for ASU to take on Texas Tech. Listen at 4:15 for your chance to win tickets to both. Why should you bet the over on the Suns win total? And not just because Gambo says you should. Next on Burns and Gambo.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pre-game at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. In Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere. You want a Terrain, you want an Acadia, you want a Canyon, you want a Sierra, you want a Yukon. You're not getting one for less at anywhere else other than Liberty GMC. They've got because it's GMC, they've got the best trucks, the best SUVs, and the best deals. $13,000 in savings right now on a 2026 Sierra 1500, $6,000 in savings on a new 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty. They've got plenty of inventory, plenty of choices, plenty of trucks for you to get in on. It's also a great time for you to get a new SUV at Liberty GMC. You can lease a 26 GMC Terrain, $299 a month for 39 months. In Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Jacoby Brissett is trending toward his second straight start against the Packers. What we learned from the preseason about the Suns' rotation questions. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is cleared from concussion protocols, but Kyler Murray remains questionable. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I'd like to dedicate this next one to a friend of mine out there listening right now here on the Burns and Gambo show. His name is John. He's in Ahwatukee right now.
Yay.
John, this one's for you. One bet to make on every team this year in the NBA. One of ESPN's gambling insiders says take the over on the Phoenix Suns. 31.5 wins. He says take the over. And he writes, the Suns roster overhaul gives Devin Booker a balanced backcourt alongside Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, both reliable three-point threats. Rookie Kamad Malawach and Mark Williams, bolster the front court, while new coach Jordan Ott brings offensive innovation. Even without Durant or Beal, this revamped Suns squad should comfortably surpass 32 wins. Comfortably surpass.
Comfortably.
Okay. That one was for you, John, in Ahwatukee.
Thank you.
It's just on this all dedication hour here on Burns and Gambo. 32 wins doesn't win you jack squat, all right? You need 37.
I need 37.
So this doesn't completely validate everything you've been saying about him. You know what? So this was on ESPN.
It's going to be close.
Yes.
I mean, I think either way, right? I think it should be pretty close. This should be a one-score game. This should be a one-score game.
It's going to be like a game in the NFL. It's going to come down to the last 2 minutes. I'd be surprised if this doesn't come down to the last week of the season. The last week and a half of the season. I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, I don't like. This is tough because I think a lot of people think, oh, Gamble thinks they're going to win 50 games. No, I don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No,
you don't even think they're going to be above 500. You made that clear about a week and a half ago. You're like, they're not even above 500 team.
I like if they won 40 games, I wouldn't be surprised. Do I think that they can go 42-4? I would say no. The West is tough. The West is really tough. I think they're gonna surprise some teams with how hard they play, and I think they're gonna will themselves to some victories that they wouldn't have normally had because I think they're gonna be a tough team to play. I think they're gonna play hard night in and night out. I think they're younger, they're more athletic. They're gonna be able to run with teams. We were talking about it the other day with I think with Kellen. Like I always used to say, like you knew they're gonna when they were playing certain teams that were younger and athletic. I would say it before the game was over. Me and you would talk about it. They're not gonna win this game. They have no chance. They can't run with these teams. Like those were the teams they couldn't compete with. They couldn't run with those teams, and there were a lot of those teams. And you just knew before the game started, like they can't keep up with those horses. So I think that they could do that now. I think they'll be a little bit better defensively, especially with the addition of Dylan Brooks. I do think they have more size and length, which I think is going to help a little bit. They're going to be. They're not going to have the scoring that they had in previous years.
No, it's going to be a struggle.
You're not going to have the scoring. So that'll be a struggle. Can they be better defensively? Can they grab more offensive rebounds to keep second possessions alive? Can they be a little bit deeper than they were in the past? I think those are things that will bode well for them.
Yeah, and we'll talk about the defense in a second. One other thing I want to say about this piece, though, that I kind of took note of, I look through the other teams and the other predictions because ESPN did, one bet to make on every team. Boy, he was very bullish on a bunch of teams in the West, which I kind of thought was almost counterintuitive to this conversation about the Suns. He says, take the over for Minnesota, take the over for Memphis, take the over for the Warriors, take the over for the Pelicans, 55-plus wins for the Denver Nuggets. The Lakers, 15-1 to win the title is probably a decent bet. He says the Kings, that's a decent bet to have them participate in the Western Conference play-in. And I'm looking at going,
boy, he's picking a lot.
That's what I mean. I'm looking at him going, okay, dude, someone's going to suck from this conference. They can't all be good.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you got to kind of pick and choose here a little bit, right?
You can't try to please every fan base. Come on.
You can't. I mean, the only one that he was negative about, ironically or coincidentally, was the Rockets. Under 53.5 wins. He calls
the
them
the Van Vliet
Van
injury.
Vliet. He cited the Van Vliet injury as the big reason why. He cited them as more of a play-in team than a contender because of Van Vliet, and he also cited Kevin Durant, even though he misses games. He didn't miss as many as he usually does the last year or so. But I did think that was a little odd. Like, and to your point just a second ago, the West is really, really tough. It's going to be really tough, and that's, I think, ultimately at the end of the day, while agreeing with you, the Suns are going to be way more entertaining to watch, and they're going to try harder, and they're going to play harder. I just, in the West, I just don't know where the wins are. It's just going to be hard. It's going to be hard against that conference. Now, you mentioned the defense, a preseason kind of ranking, not statistically necessarily, but just kind of a best guess, had the Suns as the 23rd best defense in the NBA. This is Devin Booker this week talking about the improved defense.
Yeah, it does too, and offensively too. It's offensive rebound. I know from being on the other side, it's frustrating. You play good defense for a good 20 seconds, and shot goes up, and the team gets another possession. So we're stressing it on both sides. Defensive rebound, make sure we hit them in, and offensive rebound, make sure we have a chance at getting it.
They're certainly going to be better than they were a year ago because I don't know how they could possibly be as bad as they were defensively. I mean, they were hideous defensively last year.
Yeah, hold on. My eardrums are shaking a little bit from that interview with Devin Booker. There is no interview I dislike more than a basketball interview at practice.
Yeah, it does too. And offensively too, it's offensive rebound. I know from being on the other side, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They have these
Loud noises!
They have these abilities where you take a photo where you can actually erase somebody from the photo.
Yeah.
Like, I would like the ability to erase basketballs bouncing from an interview when you're at camp like that or practice like that. You just press this button and all of a sudden all that sound goes away and you just hear the interview. They should be a little bit better. Listen, they have to be better defensively or this isn't going to work because they're not going to score at the same level without Durant and without Beal. They're just not going to. Now, can they be, last year they were terrible defensively. I think they were number 27. This is putting them up a little bit to 24. Brooks is going to be a big reason there, but also it has to be Mark Williams being healthy. It has to be Ryan Dunn taking that step up and playing more. Ryan Dunn's got to play more. And then if Malawash can get in the game, his ability to block shots and things like that. So, when Frank Vogel was brought here, it's like, oh, defensive coach, he's a defensive coach. And, they weren't bad defensively 2 years ago, but they fired him. They ended up firing him. Budenholzer came in, and he was just completely lost. And we'll see what Jordan Ott does. But I think the emphasis is going to have to be on getting stops because they're not going to score at the same level.
I think another guy, honestly, to keep an eye on, and I play this, is Devin Booker. He not that he's an elite defensive player.
Interesting.
He's okay, but we saw under Monty, Devin Booker achieve a level of very competent defensive play under Monty Williams, like a real effort. And I don't. That's been one of the disappointing things to me about Book, honestly, the last couple of years, is that version of him, we have not seen him very much under either Frank Vogel or Mike Budenholzer, I thought. But I thought under Monty, for a couple of years there, Devin Booker was transforming himself into a better, competent defensive player. And I'll be watching him to see him. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
I think it's a great point because now it's all on him. Like you had something yesterday about the burdens on Booker. I think he's going to want to play harder defense because it is on him. Like it is a reflection of him. Hey, Durant's gone, Beal's gone. Can you carry this team? And he's going to have to. Be better defensively to carry this team and get them some wins. And I think, and the other thing is, I really just think that they're going to have a lot more fun, and I think that's going to make guys play harder. I just do.
Well, and maybe Dylan Brooks will set the tone defensively for Booker to follow as well. When we come back, 4 o'clock on this fast-moving Friday, Mitch is here with the 4 o'clock reset next on Burns and Gambo. You are?
Here's the deal with this football game. If ASU wins this game, there is a path back to the college football playoff. There is a path to the Big 12 championship game if you win this game. You lose this game, that's kind of out the window. You lose this game, and you're playing for bowl eligibility. So you talk about a pitchfork in the road, right? This is going to be a hard left or a hard right after this game for ASU's program. Can Kenny Dillingham, can Sam Levitt, can they summon the magic to take this team down?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kyler Murray just completed this week of practice. Every day this week, he was a limited participant. Today, in particular, he was once again working with the practice squad receivers. Murray is officially questionable for Sunday's game with a foot injury. Other Cardinals injury news, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was a full participant. He's officially off of the injury report and will return to the field on Sunday. On offensive lineman Will Hernandez was added to the injury report today. He is listed with a knee injury, and he's listed as questionable. Ahead of tomorrow's Big 12 showdown, number 7 Texas Tech will be without their starting quarterback against ASU. Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports reports that Baron Morton will be out for tomorrow's game. He's been questionable all week. Will Hammond would be in line to start should those reports be proven true. There's the words. And in the MLB playoffs, another doubleheader in the championship series where it essentially a best of 3 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Game 5 from Seattle is going the Mariners' way right now. Old friend Gino Suarez with a solo home run has the Mariners up 1-0. That one's in the bottom of the third with nobody on and one out. And then later tonight in Los Angeles, Dodgers need just one more win over the Brewers to return to the World Series and defend their title. First pitch is at 5:33. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
We wish Lauren the very best. She is home under the weather today. The very capable Mitch Vareldis, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, is filling in. He's got the 4 o'clock reset. Mitch,
I'm going to carry that moniker with me the way that I go.
The very capable Mitch Vareldis?
Very capable. It implies just enough, but maybe not too much, that anybody feels threatened by the time that they're done.
I meant nothing but a compliment when I called you the very capable
I took it that way.
Vareldis.
And there's less pressure on me if I don't do well.
Just let it fly. What do you got?
All right, we'll start with Cardinals injury news. 2 players have been ruled out for Sunday. That would be running back Amari DiMercado and defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. As far as those who are questionable, Keaton Crawford, the safety, wide receiver Zay Jones, defensive lineman Darius Robinson, offensive lineman Will Hernandez, and quarterback Kyler Murray, Gambo.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think we're going to see Jacoby Brissett. The Will Hernandez one is the interesting one for me because what have we said? There 12 drives, and they've had 9 scores with him on out there. So I think that's what it is.
13 drives, 9 scores.
9 scores. How many touchdowns is that? 6 touchdowns?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, like Will Hernandez, it's, he's been great for this offensive line, so I hate seeing him on that report.
Yeah, he practiced fine on Wednesday and Thursday and then was limited today. You never like seeing a guy go backwards like that. Never. So that one makes me a little nervous. The good news is Marvin Harrison Jr. has cleared concussion protocol.
Yes.
And he is playing this weekend. He will be available, and that is good news.
For the Packers, 2 injuries on the D-line in Devontae Wyatt and Lucas Van Ness. They won't play, and neither will wide receiver Christian Watson. Other NFL injury news. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua is going to miss Sunday's game against Jacksonville in London. He is dealing with, I believe it was an ankle injury that he suffered in the team's win over the Ravens. And then another game to be missed by Brock Purdy of the 49ers. So Mac Jones again Sunday night against Atlanta.
No Puka Nacua. That's interesting because he's such a great player. He's had a great year.
Yeah.
I'm not a big believer in Jacksonville, but, you'd like to see the Rams take a loss right there. And I'll tell you, the San Francisco thing, it's just it doesn't matter. Mac Jones has played extremely well for them. They've got a lot of problems. They just lost one of their best players in Fred Warner for the year. That's devastating. So they're going to rely on their offense a little bit. That Mac Jones-Kendrick Bourne connection has been fantastic for them.
It's Atlanta on Sunday Night Football? Is that
in
who they have?
in Santa Clara.
In Santa Clara? Okay, yeah. The Puka Nacua thing, I think it is pretty substantial for the Rams to be missing him. He's a vital part of what they've been doing so far offensively this year. So we'll see how that plays out. That game's in London.
Mm-hmm.
That's the early Sunday game between the Rams and the Jags.
So if you're up at 6:30, you've got a great football game to watch.
Burnsy's up. Burns, crack of dawn, man. Once that light comes in the room, Burnsy's up.
Crack of dawn. It is.
Man, he's up. He's got that. Do you have the thing where it makes the coffee before you get out of bed, or do you have to make it yourself?
No, I've got the thing that makes the one cup at a time. So I just wake up with a little pot in, and I've got a cup of coffee in 3 minutes. So yeah, I'm an early riser, and that's my lot in life.
So this will be Week 7. Week 7 actually began last night, but then in a couple of weeks will be the NFL trade deadline. And one of the biggest names as far as rumors is concerned, even last year, New Orleans Saints running back Alvin Kamara. So yesterday he met with the media and was asked about reported rumors that are out there as to whether or not he would be traded.
If I was a GM, I guess I would go to the player and be like, hey, we're trading you, just so you know. So if Mickey come downstairs and say that, then I'm going to go drink a pina colada.
If they trade me, I'll drink pina colada somewhere, a.k.a. I'll be done.
So he didn't pull a Kevin Durant and be like, you better tell me if you're trading me and not just trade me.
Yeah, he made it rather retire than play somewhere else, which is really interesting given how bad that football team is. He's got a home there and he loves it there and all of that, but I don't know if that would prevent the Saints from moving him, but I would think, given their record and where they are, well, if they wanted to, they could certainly look at that. I just don't know how much sway
Kansas City calls, right? Kansas City would love to have him. Kansas City calls and they say, hey, listen, we'll give you a chance to go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
we'll give you a chance to go play for them, and you can always come back.
Yeah, and if you want, we'll put a pina colada machine in your locker at the facility.
He's kind of reminding me of Damian Lillard when all those years before he actually left Portland of just, I'm happy here, I want to be here. Maybe Alvin is just operating the same way.
Maybe.
As far as ASU Texas Tech, huge matchup tomorrow afternoon in Tempe. And for Texas Tech now, the shoe's on the other foot when it comes to quarterback injuries. It was CBS Sports' Matt Zenitz who said that Baron Morton is trending towards not playing tomorrow, so Will Hammond in line to go. Also on their defensive front, Skylar Gill-Howard. He was already ruled out on Wednesday, but today we learned he's now going to miss the rest of this season.
He's one of their top defensive players, but they have a lot of really good players on that defense. So I think, Gambo, the more impactful one is the quarterback, Do-si-Do, and Will Hammond getting the start. Now, he's been very capable, too, but I think given that it's going to be him for a whole game, I'll be curious to see what kind of vulnerability that puts Texas Tech in offensively and how it changes things. It leaves me a little hopeful that maybe ASU can make some inroads on that team.
I just hope this NIL guy isn't like, hey, can we just go pay somebody from another team to come trade? We'll trade for him now. We'll give this program $4 million for their player.
We'll make a trade right before. He'll be like the Joe Flacco of college football, right? He'll drive across state and play for Texas Tech tomorrow. No, it's a not totally surprising, and it sounds like the news is great about Sam Levitt. Everything continues to trend that he's going to play. So it is a big pitchfork in the road, as Dan Bickley has said, for the ASU program tomorrow. It's a big day for them.
Let's check in on baseball right now. Top of the fourth inning in Seattle. This series tied 2-2 between the Mariners and Blue Jays. Seattle holding on to a 1-0 lead, but the Blue Jays threatening with 2 on and nobody out against Bryce Miller. That one run. Old friend Gino Suarez, a solo home run off Kevin Gausman, Gambo.
Good put the game on right now. I can't believe I don't have that game on. What's it on?
How are you
Fox?
It's
FS1.
Fox
FS1?
One.
What are you doing over there? What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
It's like
I
you're
got this,
focused
I got
on your
this,
job or something.
I have
don't
this
know.
great setup. Like I have a great setup. Maybe I'll tweet it out. I have a really cool setup, but I don't have the game on.
Well, get the baseball
MTV,
game on.
welcome to my crib. This is my office.
Over here are my bobbleheads. Here are all my Broadcaster of the Year awards.
Oh, man.
Here's a flag of Italy right here. There's
I've
a flag
got,
of Norway right there.
I got Norway, I've got Italy, I've got Ireland, I've got Switzerland, I've got Austria, I've got Germany. I was just look. I need my Finland flag. I don't have my blue and white Finland flag.
You'll
I
get
gotta
it someday.
that.
It's like the United Nations over there at Gambo's office.
United Nations of Gambo, if nothing else. And then later tonight, Dodgers just need one more win to get back to the World Series, hosting the Brewers. Game 4, first pitch there, 5:33. And then we'll close with this. Gambo, do you know what happened on this day back in 1989, perchance?
It was the earthquake in San Francisco.
Do you remember what it sounded like on the broadcast for Game 3 of the World Series?
Candy Maldonado with the hesitation, allowing Jose Canseco to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base. So the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an earthquake. So the two voices you heard, Tim McCarver first, and then Al Michaels on the broadcast, they just go off the air. And then there's just the blank screen that says World Series on it. That was the moment that Loma Prieta, the earthquake that struck in 1989, took the World Series broadcast briefly off the air.
36 years ago.
Oh, my God.
You ever sat through an earthquake, Gambo?
No.
I have. It's
I mean, I don't think I have.
It's a unique experience. It really is the weirdest.
Where were you?
San Diego. Well, I was vacationing there with some friends, and there was one that hit more up the coast, but we could feel it all the way down in San Diego, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. It woke us all up. It was strange. Yeah, it was a very strange experience. You know,
It's really scary if you're on the coastal in particular, because that's where most of them happen, is right over that fault line.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then last one, this was from me. Moments of sheer panic last night in hockey.
After review of the call on the ice stands, we have a goal. Oh, sorry. Oh, hang on. Excuse me. After review, there is no goal. Florida will be charged a bench minor penalty for delay of game.
So that was the voice of Michael Markovich, who was the lead referee in the Panthers-Devils game last night. There was no goal. What was originally a goal was confirmed to be a goal, but then not confirmed to be a goal, and the Panthers still lost to the Devils.
Did he just make a
3-1.
mistake? Did he just say the wrong thing on accident?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
A little oopsie. Like, oh, sorry. Hockey Twitter lost it, though. I thought it was funny.
Do you miss hockey, Gambo?
You know what? I miss playing it. I miss playing. We had a great team with the old radio station, and I always loved to play. But the ice times just got so crazy. Like all the games were at 10 o'clock at night, and then I got old. I can't be up to that. Like.
Then I went and got old.
Old, reliably get old and can't play sports anymore. That's your reset, guys. Thank
you, Mitch. We appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, can the Arizona Cardinals slow down the Packers offense? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. You know, we got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees.
only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Gambo, hook me up with a caller number, please.
3.
Caller number 3, 602-260-9870, 602-260-9870. Caller number 3 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Cardinals take on the Packers Sunday and ASU take on Texas Tech on Saturday. A double dip of big-time football action, and you'll be going to both. Caller number 3, 602-260-9870. As we welcome everybody into the Burns and Gambo Show, a hello to our listeners out in Waddell. Joining us here from Waddell, Arizona. We appreciate you joining us as we turn our attention to the Arizona Cardinals and the Green Bay Packers. And normally, Gambo, you will find one stalwart, one holdout, somebody who says, no, on second thought, I think the Cardinals are going to beat the Packers Sunday afternoon at State Farm Stadium, right? Like we've
Who is that guy?
No, that guy does not exist. That gal does not exist.
He got to be somewhere.
You sent me a screenshot of the NFL Network's predictions. I sent you a screenshot of NFL.com's predictions. I looked on ESPN today. I can't find that guy. Or that gal, for that matter. I cannot find that person, that human being who thinks the Cardinals in the national media who think the Cardinals are going to win this game. I can't find
All right, I will say that, but the NFL Network, right, they had 10 people doing the game preview picks. They had 10, the Bucky Brooks and Daniel Jeremiah and Maurice Jones-Drew. The interesting thing to me on this is that there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them had it a one-score game. Oh, I'm fascinated by it. I play the one-score game.
I know you are. Well, we had another one in the NFL last night, for goodness sakes.
Right. So 7 of them have it as a one-score game. There's only and there's no real blowouts. The biggest blowout was Gordon on the NFL Network, 25-10. He thinks the Cardinals kind of get shut down a little bit. Only 2 of them picked the Packers getting to 30 points. Patra and Daniel Jeremiah, but they all picked the Packers to win the football game. So, and on your list as well, nobody was picking the Arizona Cardinals.
No, it's on, let's see. Now you've got me. I don't know why I don't look at it like this, because I know you're going to look at it like this, so I should just follow suit.
Oh, the one-score game.
The one-score game thing. 1 of the 5 said it would be more than a one score. 4 of the 5 said it would be a one-score game. I got a 7-point differential. 8 point, 7 point, 7 point. Yeah, so 1 of the 5's 30-16. ESPN was the same thing. Of the 3, 1 of them said it would be more than a one-score game. So I don't know. I mean, of course, closer gives you a chance to win it, but I don't know if our poor hearts could take another close loss by the Cardinals, considering this 4-game losing streak is by a total of 9 points.
Well, you got to learn how to win these games. So if it's a close game, you've got to learn how to win them. It's the one thing that's kind of holding his team back a little bit. So they've got to find a way to win a close football game. So if we are going into the fourth quarter and it's a 3-point game, you can't lose another one of these. Listen, this is a must-win for so many reasons. It really is. It's a must-win for a lot of reasons. But they do have to find a way to close out games. You've got to find a way to put the nail in the coffin, whether it's, running out the clock with 4 minutes left by getting a couple of first downs or scoring getting that touchdown late in the fourth quarter that puts you up by 2 scores. That's the stuff that they have to do. They haven't done it yet. And that's why, look, let's call it like it is. That's why nobody's picking the Cardinals until you prove that you can win these games. People are looking at the Cardinals like, oh, they play close games, but they don't win. They're 2-4. So, they're going to pick the Packers in this game because, you had sent something to me yesterday. The Packers are, say what you want, but they're a Super Bowl contender. Right now we're just hoping that the Arizona Cardinals can be a playoff contender.
Yeah, and I think we all believe Green Bay, when it's all said and done, will be a Super Bowl contender. They just, we know from our research and from our conversations with people in Green Bay that it's been a little underwhelming so far. They've had double-digit leads in every single game they've played, and yet they've had to fight, scratch, and claw in every single game they've played, with the exception of the one they won in Week 1 against the Detroit Lions. It feels like, I don't know what unit it's going to come down to at the end of the game, if it is a close game or if the Cardinals do need to finish. It feels like I know we spent so much time talking about the offense, and we think Jacoby Brissett is going to start, but we don't know that for sure. It's just kind of based off of the anecdotal evidence that's been building all week long. I'd be surprised if he doesn't either, but we don't know for sure. It feels like the bigger challenge, though, is going to be on the defense. Josh Jacobs has been running very well the last couple of weeks. The Packers are 8th in the NFL in yards per play. They're the best in the NFL in third down conversions. 27 or more points in 4 of their 5 games. We throw a mini parade when the Cardinals score 27 points. Green Bay's done it in 4 of their 5 games that they've played so far this year, or 3 of their 4 games that they've played so far this year. It feels like defensively, whether it's Josh Jacobs, Jordan Love, Tucker Kraft, that old ASU demon from our dreams, Matthew Golden, the former Texas player, who seems like he's getting more and more involved in that offense. It feels like offensively there's a lot here that could hurt the Cardinals, and you're trying to figure out. Yeah, I think it starts with Josh Jacobs. Yes. Because the Cardinals had such a hard time stopping Jonathan Taylor last week. It probably starts with him, but there's a lot here offensively that can beat you if you're the Cards.
Yeah, I think it's more about the Packers have had some problems on defense. I think the Packers are going to move the ball. They've got the weapons like you just mentioned. It's a matter of can they defensively, can they get enough stops? They haven't played a good 4 quarters of football defensively. Now, they should, but they haven't. So I think when you look at that, that's where you're like, okay, how do the Cardinals win this game? Can you score 28 to 40 points? Can you be in that range? Because we expect the Packers offense is going to be good and they're going to score. But to me, it's really like, I don't know that I trust the Packers defense yet. It hasn't been able to put together a great game. And they really struggle in the second half and fourth quarters of these games.
Yeah, they have. And whichever side of the ball it is required for them to finish, they have to finish. If it's another one-score game and it's on the defense to finish the game, or it's on the offense, the idea of coming in here Monday and having yet another fourth quarter failure from whichever side of the ball fails to do it, will be extremely frustrating if we have to go through that. It's going to be extremely frustrating. I don't know if they can take another game like that, to be honest.
No, I don't think I can take another game like that. But, these teams, they go back a long way, man. The first time they played each other, and you probably remember this one, back in 1921.
I do. I was a young man back in 1921. We were just we were enjoying the Roaring 20s.
Yes.
And I was hanging out with the Great Gatsby, and we had no idea the Depression was coming our way. We were just
no idea the Depression was coming.
We were just living life to the fullest back in the 1920s.
You were going to see silent films back in those days, weren't you? You were a big. Burnsy was a big movie guy back in those days with the silent films. No, it is remarkable. These are two of the NFL's oldest franchises. I believe it's the second oldest rivalry, in the NFL. So, because they go back to 1921 was the first time that they played against each other.
Something always interesting almost always happens when the Cardinals play the
Packers.
Boy,
ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth?
Okay, last year, no. I mean, other than me seeing Lambeau Field for the first time, which was awesome. Nothing tremendously interesting happened in that game, but you think about the A.J. Green turnaround game. You think about the playoff games with with Carson Palmer and Fitz or Kurt Warner and Aaron Rodgers. I mean, like oftentimes
the Cardinals won those games.
Cool stuff happens when the Cardinals play. Really weird, interesting stuff. So we'll see if this one follows suit. When we come back, ASU or Texas Tech will win this game if ... We'll fill in the blank next on Burns and Gambo.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/3/25.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. On the Cardinals' final day of practice, Kyler Murray was once again a limited participant and was working solely with the practice squad receivers, at least during the open portion. The quarterback for the Cardinals is officially questionable. In other Cardinals injury news, Marvin Harrison Jr. was a full participant in practice. The wide receiver is off of the injury report and will return to the field on Sunday. And then offensive lineman Will Hernandez added to the injury report today with a knee injury. He is listed as questionable. Ahead of tomorrow's Big 12 showdown, number 7 Texas Tech will be without their starting quarterback against ASU. Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports reports that Baron Morton will be out for tomorrow's game. He's been questionable all week. Will Hammond would be in line to start. And in the MLB playoffs, another doubleheader in the championship series. It's now a best of 3 between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. Right now in Seattle, it's in the top of the 5th inning. As a little throw to first just barely beats Andres Jimenez. There's 2 outs now, top of the 5th. Seattle's up 1-0. That's what you care about is the score. Mariners up 1-0 in that one currently. Then later tonight, you've got Dodgers and Brewers. Dodgers need just one more win to go back to the World Series. Coverage starts at 5, first pitch at 5:33 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Arizona State Sun Devil football hosts the Texas Tech Red Raiders Saturday in Tempe. Pre-game starts at 10:30. Kickoff 1 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah.
Been a long time since rock and roll.
It has been a long time since I've rock and rolled. It has.
Been a long, lonely
time.
Been a long time, been a long time, been a long, lonely.
I would nominate this for one of the best albums front to back of all time.
I have it on vinyl. It's amazing.
I do too. It is amazing. I enjoy listening to this one on vinyl.
Yeah.
There's
there's not a person in my friend group that wouldn't put Led Zeppelin #1 in their favorite bands.
They would certainly.
That was my wheelhouse, man. That was my wheelhouse, 70s and 80s. You know.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, I kind of discovered them later. In turn, like I wasn't. I just Led Zeppelin. I discovered a little later on, and when I was a kid. But man, they're good. Maybe the best rock and roll band of all time. They're fantastic, and that is definitely a tip jar song. As we welcome you back to this Friday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. As it would appear, Blue Jays just tied up the game with the Mariners on an RBI double. by George Springer, I think is what just happened a second ago.
Springer's been hot.
Yeah, so 1-1 right now. This has been a good series. Tied 2-2. They're in top of the fifth of Game 5 right now in Seattle, and it's a tie ball game. Later tonight, it's the Dodgers. So you got this game coming up on tomorrow. You're going to be there at Mountain America Stadium. It's a big one for ASU. We've been talking about it all week. In many ways, Gambo, I think we've had this game circled for a while now, probably for a couple of months, knowing that Texas Tech was probably going to be the big bad wolf with their $28 million NIL roster coming in. Now, we got the news today about their quarterback. It looks like it's going to be Will Hammond, not Baron Morton. We got news today that one of their very good defensive linemen will not play and is out for the season, but they've got a lot of depth there. Gambo, there was a story this morning on AZ Central previewing the game, and it was ASU will win if, or Texas Tech will win if. I don't know if there's been a game in recent memory that so obviously and blatantly comes down to line play on both sides of the ball to determine who will win this game.
ASU have to make tackles. They cannot. They have to make tackles.
Right? Just screams the line play in this game is the thing that matters the most on both sides of the ball.
Well, I agree with that. I think the line play is crucial. I mean, ASU cannot make the mistakes they made against Utah. They've got to be more physical. At the point of attack, they have to be more physical. They have to create some tackles for losses. Kenny had talked about, we can't put ourselves in these second and long, third and long situations. So your offensive line has to play well. If you're ASU, you have to play. And so I look at Cameron Dickey and Raleek Brown too, right? Cameron Dickey's coming off a game. Burns, he had 263 yards rushing and 2 gigantic long touchdowns last week. I mean, a 71-yard run, a 55-yard touchdown run. He crushed it last week. And I like Raleek Brown. I really do. So I think it comes down to which of these teams can establish the running game. Because what you want to do is you want to keep the other team off the field in a game like this. So I think if Dickey has a big game behind their offensive line, they're going to control the tempo, they're going to control the game. If Raleek Brown can have a big game behind ASU's offensive line, they can control the tempo, keep Hammond and Dickey off the field, and control it. So I agree with you. It's line play, but secondary to that, you've got 2 really good running backs here. Those guys are gonna look to dominate the game.
Yeah, that was one of the keys that Michelle, she wrote the piece for AZ Central, Michelle Gardner, who pointed out that ASU average time of possession leads the Big 12 and is 5th among FBS schools. Now, normally, I don't get all that jacked about time of possession. Sometimes you can dominate time of possession and you could still very easily lose a football game. I think it very much matters, to your point. I think it very much matters in this game for ASU to have long, sustained drives that just keep Texas Tech's offense off the field. I think that is absolutely essential. But I think that, and Raleek Brown certainly matters for that. But ASU has to take it to a different level with the physicality and the domination that we saw last week against Utah. They have to respond to that. And then on the other side of the ball, Sam Levitt's dealing with some kind of a foot, ankle type injury, whatever. And this Texas Tech defensive line, this Texas Tech defense gets after quarterbacks. We saw it 9 times last week.
9.
Nine times? 9 times. We saw it 9 times last week. If the offense, and this is where I think I'm probably the most worried about this game for ASU, even though Sam's got tremendous escapability. Man, with all of the losses on the offensive line for ASU, having to deal with that defense and the way they get after him, Sam, you're going to have to get the ball out quick. He's going to have mobility. I hope everything's functional enough down there with his ankles and his feet that he can have that kind of mobility. Because it's just line play for me. ASU's defensive line has to be better than they were a week ago. ASU's offensive line has to open up the running game and has to protect Sam Levitt, or this is going to get bad tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. I'll be going down there tomorrow. I'm a little bit concerned about that too. If he doesn't have the mobility that he usually has, it's fine. He can stick in the pocket. You got to get Jordan Tyson more involved than he was last week. Sims was not able to do anything with him at all. Lots of targets, but about half a 50% catch rate, I think it was. 8 out of 16, but 8 catches for, what was it, 40 yards, Burnsy?
Yeah.
They got nothing out of Tyson.
16 targets for 40 yards. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, 16 targets for 40 yards. Crazy.
It's crazy.
So I think Sam can win a game if Raleek Brown is running well and if Sam has to stay in the pocket and not run as much. But look, we know Sam. He's going to run.
He's going to run.
He's going to run. Hey, whatever it takes to win, he's going to do. So, second, the blocking is going to have to be great. It really is. And you're going to have to hold your blocks as long as you can. You're going to have to continue blocking when Sam takes off because you're trying to prevent him from getting any big hits.
Yeah, ASU's going to have to be better offensively on third down to extend these drives like we're talking about. It's tough, but it's also – like we said yesterday, this game, and we kind of made this point at the end of the show, this game is starting to give off kind of those Texas vibes from a year ago in the Peach Bowl, and where just the point spreads are kind of similar in terms of what was expected from ASU in those games, and ASU obviously did more than hang against Texas in the Peach Bowl. It's a game they should have won. So I also, as much of a mismatch as this looks, and as concerned as I am about this, I am definitely leaving myself open to the idea of being pleasantly surprised tomorrow. I really am. Like I'm not sitting here saying it's impossible, it can't happen, it won't happen. Man, I've been down that road with Kenny Dillingham and ASU thinking that they were toast, and they were pleasantly surprising last year when they were in that situation.
Yeah, like I said, I think Texas Tech, look, ASU, chance to beat one of the top teams, chance to, prove that you could, still be the defending champs. You don't want to lose this game and be on the outside looking in. You've got to win this game if you're ASU. But I also, like I said, I really believe that I think Texas Tech is going to look at it and they're going to say, look, nobody believes in us yet. Even though the rankings are there, the knock is we didn't play anybody non-conference. Okay, we beat Utah, but how bad was Utah last year? And this is the first – they're going to sell it as this is the first chance you've got to go beat somebody that everybody legitimately believes is a really good football team. So I think that's going to be the selling point for the Red Raiders.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, if the Suns are going to have any success in future years, they have to show up on this list soon. We'll tell you what list it is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Murata, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot.
I like you too, Bick. Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Wolf, what is up? What's going on, Luke?
Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So you're one of those people, you prefer leasing a vehicle rather than purchasing one. You like the idea of being able to get into something brand new every couple of years. Just give them the car back, you get something new. You don't have to worry about changing the tires and having the wear and tear on the car. Well, Sanderson Ford, they've got something special for those of you leasers out there. Arizona's largest Ford dealership has some smoking deals where you could lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for just $399 a month for 36 months. You're saying, wow, that's really good. Can you do better? Yes, we can. How about lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months? You're saying, okay, but I probably got to put $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 down. No, you have to put $1,810 down. That's it. The Bronco offers require $1,810 down. The Bronco Sport is $1,920, so under $2,000 down. Those lease deals are tremendous. Now, you've got to get on approved credit from Ford Credit, but they're a great selection at Sanderson Ford. So if you love to lease, head on over to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, we have to try this again. So we
have to try it again. Technical difficulties.
Technical issues. Do you still want to stick with caller number 3, Gambo?
No, because we had technical difficulties with caller number 3.
Okay.
I'm going to go with caller number 5. We're in the 5th inning of the Blue Jays Seattle game.
Caller number 5, 602-260-9870. Caller number 5 at 602-260-9870 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Cardinals take on the Packers on Sunday and ASU take on Texas Tech tomorrow. We apologize profusely for our technical issues, but it's good to see that we've got Rob and the crew on it trying to get everything fixed in there. Caller number 5, 602-260-9870, and you will win the tickets to go see that game. The NBA's 25 under 25, ranking the league's top young talent based on future potential. Gambo, if this is going to work, at some point, somebody from the Suns needs to be on this list.
We do this with all these teams. We look at everybody does these lists, top 25, under 25, and you've got to have these players. Like, you got to have them. Like, the Cardinals have to have them. The Suns have to have them. The Diamondbacks have to have them. You have to have these young, dynamic players. And I think there's a chance here, because right now they don't have any, right? None in the top 25.
No, and I'm looking at the list. And I'm just going to, maybe I should have looked at this sooner and formulated this thought earlier. Okay. This is going to be a tough list to crack. There's some good players on this list.
And look how but some of these guys are going to get past 25.
Well, that's
like
true.
Anthony Edwards and Cade Cunningham and Jalen Williams. They got a bunch of guys, Evan Mobley. These guys are all 24. Tyrese Maxey, Scotty Barnes, Franz Wagner. So like a bunch of these guys are going to drop off this list next year when they're when they get older than 25, because it's 12. Well, actually, it's 25 and under, right?
25 and under.
The NBA's 25 under 25. So if you hit 25, so Bernsey, 8 or 9 of these guys aren't going to be on the list.
Yeah,
next
okay,
year.
and I wasn't, and that's good. We probably should have hashed this out a little earlier, but sometimes radio is best on the fly like this. Yeah, there are a bunch of kids on this, but there are also a bunch of players who, like you say, Anthony Edwards and others, who are going to kind of age out and not be on this year, or not be on this list. But eventually, and hopefully sometime soon, you get a come on Malowatch who's going to be on this list. It might be asking too much to have a Rasheer Fleming on this list, but you hope, because that's you spent so much of your inventory to get those two young guys on your roster, believing you could build around them. You got to hit on at least one of them to be on a list like this at some point.
Well, I mean, I was looking at, Malowatch when they were talking about the best rookies in the preseason, and Malowatch was a guy that was listed on that. He was one of those guys you look, okay, all right, well, I see you. He's played so well in that last game. He was ranked, I believe it was like number 5.
I believe you're correct, yes.
Yeah, they were looking. Here's the NBA's 7 best rookies in the preseason ranked, and he was 5th. Kamon Malowatch was 5th. So that's a big deal right there. Now, I don't know, and I'm really curious to see this, right? I don't know how much playing time he's going to get early.
Yeah, I think that's why it's going to be a struggle for him to carry this over into the regular season.
Right, but he's got 6 years to get on this.
No, I know.
19. He's got a long time to get on this list.
I'm
5
just saying,
years.
I don't think the 5th best rookie in the preseason translates into the 5th best rookie in the regular season when you're talking specifically about Kamon Malowatch, because I just don't know how much he's going to play. I think a lot of it, quite honestly, depends on maybe the second biggest X factor for the Suns this year, and that's Mark Williams' health.
Yeah.
I think X factor number 1 is Jalen Green and Devin Booker and how that backcourt work together. I think X factor number 2 is just a guy who has missed 55, 60% of his available games since he came into the league 3 years ago. How much is Mark Williams going to play this year? I think that's X factor number 2.
Listen, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm reporting that he's not going to get the rookie extension. I think you keep him on a contract deal. You keep him motivated. Hey, there's a lot of money out there for you. Stay healthy. Work hard to stay healthy and go out there and compete at a high level and play well. Be one of the top 10, 15 centers in the league, and you're going to get paid. He'll be a restricted free agent next year. Now, they haven't announced it yet, but I'm not expecting that he's going to get the rookie extension. So, but I think you're right. I mean, he's a big reason why. If they have success, he'd be a big reason why. If they fail, he could be a big reason why, right? If he doesn't play a whole lot.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot to watch with him. I think the goal, and I said this to you earlier, I don't think they're looking at it like, we got to have him play 75 games. I think that they got 60 games out of him. If they got 60 out of him, I think they would be like, okay, that's a win. That's good. Because you go look at his history, like it's just as 60 games would be like, okay, wow, you kept him relatively healthy for most of the year.
Yeah, it puts them in a position of having to make a really interesting choice about him a year from right now. We're talking about Mark Williams. Like if he's great, then they extend him and give him the money, but then at what cost to Kamon Malowatch's development? Does that provide? What kind of impediment is that? Or he's hurt all the time, and you don't re-sign him after that, and then you maneuvered on draft night, and you gave up very valuable draft assets to get a player who
2 first-round draft picks,
who gave you no impact. I mean, it puts them in a real interesting decision spot next year in terms of what they're going to do, and it all depends on how it turns out. That's why that move was, and I said it to you yesterday, and I really believe it. Of all the things they did this offseason, not that they care what I think, but I gave them all my stamp of approval except for the Mark Williams thing. I still just I don't really get that one. I just don't get that one. It's like, wow, it's like all or no. So anyway, but
would you be okay with like if Malowatch develops and plays well at 19, if you sign Williams to say a 3-year deal, by the time that deal's over, I mean, you're talking about Malowatch being still like 22, maybe 23. At that time, could you just roll with Williams and Malowatch as your 2 centers and just move on from Nick Richards?
You could, but I think when you draft a center like Kamon Malowatch at number 10 overall, and I understand patience, and I really do. So I'm not gonna. I don't think.
So you got 1 year of patience.
No. I think I've got like 2 years of patience. I think by year 3 of Kamon Malowatch, I need him to be really good. I need him to be better than Mark Williams is right now. in year 3. How about that? Does that sound reasonable?
Totally.
I need Kaman Malawach
would.
to be better in year 3 than Mark Williams is right now.
I could even buy 1 year. I like the 1 year of let him develop and things like that. You need 2 centers. The question is if he's that good, you don't want him, playing 12 to 15 minutes a game behind Mark Williams. If he's that good.
If he's that
good. So that's the problem you have with if you decide to keep Williams and Malawach develops the way you want him to. Well, now you've got 2 centers that are worthy of a lot of minutes. Well, then, you could always, maybe you could always trade Mark Williams if he's proven that he's healthy for like 2 years in a row. We'll see how it plays out. But it's not a bad problem to have.
No, it sets up potentially, because you need. And we've said this before, but I believe it's the truth, and so do you. Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming, boy, if you miss on either one of those guys, you're in a world of hurt. You're because you just don't have control of your own draft pick until 2032. So you kind of slid all your chips into the middle of the table on these 2 guys being good, because you just don't have a lot of draft assets. And it's going to be hard to now they can make trades off the roster. Maybe they can reclaim some draft assets moving forward, but they're not going to have theirs. And so I just think it's very important for their development as an organization that they hit on both of these rookies. And that's a lot of pressure. You know how it goes in the NBA draft, man. It's not an exact science on these guys and who's going to be great. So it's a lot is riding on them getting it right with these 2. A lot.
Yeah, and both of these guys have to be developed. And that's why I was talking about Mike Muscala and how much he's worked.
Yeah.
Especially with Malawach and just trying to, and he was a former player in the league, and he's really worked with him a lot. But, yeah, they've got to take that time out because they failed with Josh Jackson and Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris, but just throwing them all into the fire and not really having a great development plan for them. So they've got to make sure that they've got a great development plan for these guys.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Handel, winner of the 2 tickets to go see ASU Texas Tech tomorrow and the Cardinals and Packers on Sunday. When we come back, Kyler Murray, questionable for Sunday. We'll give you the complete updated injury list, and if no Kyler, can Jacoby do it again? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for V's Barber Shop, the original location in Arcadia 25 years ago. And for some crazy reason, I would drive in from Gilbert to go get my hair cut at V's. It's not a crazy reason at all, actually. They had the best barbers in town. And it was just, it's a cool place to be. It was the original V's was like, wow, man, this place is just really different. And that, to me, is what's great about V's. It's been 25 years, almost 26 years now since that original in Arcadia. They've expanded and they've grown, and whether it's the one in Ahwatukee that Gambo just went to a couple of days ago, or whether it's the one in Gilbert right by my house, or the one in Queen Creek that's not that far from where I live, every V's Barbershop, great barbers, the best in town, in some cases the best in the country, and every V's Barbershop has that same old-fashioned, old-school throwback vibe of the original. It is a timeless experience at V's. The next time you need a haircut or a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
We're going to continue to try to get Kyler healthy and get him in a position where he can get back to doing the things that we know he can do on the field. And then, when he's doing that, he'll be out there.
Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort with Wolf and Luke today, backing Kyler Murray as the team's starting quarterback. There's just one catch. Is he healthy enough to play as the team's starting quarterback? Well, the latest on the practice report is that he had another limited day, and then reports from our Tyler Drake and others noted that he was working with the practice squad receivers for a second consecutive day. Murray's official designation on the injury report is questionable. You could see the complete injury report right now on ArizonaSports.com. Ahead of tomorrow's Big 12 showdown, number 7 Texas Tech will be without their starting quarterback against ASU. Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports first to report that Baron Morton will be out for tomorrow's game. He's been questionable all week. Will Hammond would be in line to start. And in the MLB playoffs, we have another doubleheader in the championship series. We're now going into the bottom of the 6th inning in Seattle, where the Blue Jays have now taken the lead. They now lead 2-1 in this Game 5. This series is tied at 2 games apiece, with the Blue Jays getting the best of the Mariners the last couple of days. And then coming up in about a half hour from Los Angeles, the Dodgers look to sweep the Brewers out of L.A. and go back to the World Series for the second consecutive year. First pitch is at 5:33. Coverage starting right now on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Let's go! Come on, come on, come on, come on!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Yeah!
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ooh, he played! He played!
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
48 hours or so away from the Cardinals and the Green Bay Packers at State Farm Stadium, and the injury report for that game is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. 2 players ruled out for sure. Amari DiMercato with the ankle will not play. Walter Nolan, despite having his practice window open this past week, will not play. He is out for this game. Not a huge surprise on either one of those players. Certainly not on Nolan. He hasn't had a training camp, so you would imagine they're going to take their time there. The list of questionable players involves 5 different guys. The noteworthy ones among them, Kyler Murray, obviously questionable, as Mitch just mentioned in what's trending now. He was throwing to the practice squad wide receivers during practice today in the part that was open to the media. Jacoby Brissett was still throwing to the main guys. We'll talk about that in a minute, Gambo. Darius Robinson was questionable for this game, as is Zay Jones with a knee injury, as is Keaton Crawford with an ankle injury, and maybe the one that raises the eyebrow a little bit, Will Hernandez, who was not on the injury report on Wednesday or Thursday, was limited in practice today, and he is now questionable for the game as well.
Yeah, he's had a lot of impact for this team, Will Hernandez, since he was able to get back, really helping the offense. And look, the way we feel that the Cardinals can win this game is the Green Bay's got a good offense, like, between Golden and Jacobs and Love, like they're going to score some points. It's, can you score with them? Can your offense get going? Can your offense score? So good to see Zay, Marvin Harrison Jr. back. Looks like all signs pointing to Jacoby Brissett, not finalized, but we expect that it's going to be Jacoby Brissett just based on the history of doing this and seeing it and the way these guys practice and things like that. But I had an interesting angle as you were talking there. I'm thinking to myself, like, I think we both kind of agree, like, Green Bay's offense is good. They're going to put some points on the board. Their weakness has been their defense that, you're probably going to have to put a lot of points up on the board in order to beat them, right?
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
Okay.
Yep.
The problem with that, not that it's a problem, but, say Jacoby Brissett goes out there and they score 34 points and they win the game behind Jacoby Brissett throwing 4 touchdown passes.
In other words, if he does it again, what do you do?
Well, I'm just saying, now if you beat, I don't know the answer to this. I'm just bringing up, you beat the if we think that the way to beat the Packers is your offense has to go score on a bunch of possessions, and Jacoby Brissett's your quarterback, and he leads you to scores on a lot of those possessions, and you get 3 or 4 touchdowns out of him, and you win a high-scoring game, and he throws for a lot of yards again, and you just beat the Packers. That'd be your best win of the season.
Yes,
but
would.
It keeps you alive, and we can sit there. Okay, Kyler's healthy. We're going back to Kyler, and be like, okay, now you've had 2 games of Jacoby Brissett playing well, not just 1. And, all that talk about, if you have a week to prepare for Jacoby Brissett, you shut him down. Now, this all has to happen for this to come true, to fruition, but that was just something I thought about.
No, it's honestly nothing. It's not that we haven't considered it. I don't feel like it's been a little underserved this week. Like, not that we're assuming that Jacoby Brissett is going to have a step back game, but I think the idea that he could improve upon what he did last week, I don't feel like we've talked about that a ton. If that were to happen, boy, to be a fly on the wall in that facility in the next 2 weeks, because they'd have the bye week, and then the week after that would be Dallas. I would have to think that Kyler would be, and I'm just guessing here, would be physically ready to play in that football game, right?
And all indications are they're going right back to him. Jacoby Brissett could throw 4 touchdown passes on Sunday and lead the Cardinals to a romp over the Packers, and all indications are they're going back tomorrow.
Yeah, and that I don't know. I don't know how that would go over. I don't know how that would go over with the fan base. I don't know what the internal conversations would be. I don't know what
I know what the external conversations would be.
Of course, the external conversations, but you've been doing this a long time, so have I. When do organizations ever allow the external conversation to dictate the internal decision? They don't. They're going to do what they're going to do, and they're not going to care about what you're saying or I'm saying or fans are saying or anything like that. But it does, because and I read another preview. You mentioned Jacoby Brissett. And I was reading a preview today on NFL.com, and this is exactly what we're talking about here. This is a quote-unquote from the NFL.com preview for this game. Quote, Jacoby Brissett has proven over his career to be a top-end backup, but expecting him to duplicate last Sunday's performance this weekend against an even better defense seems unfair. If he were able to produce at that level consistently, he'd be number 1 on the depth chart at one of the other 31 clubs. So whether Brissett makes a second start of the campaign or Murray returns from the foot injury, I'm not sure we can count on a similarly prolific day from Arizona's offense, close quote. And I think most of us are kind of looking at it like not expecting Jacoby to duplicate last week's success, but just curious, can they come close? Can he do it again? Is it similar? And yeah, you're right. There's
two ways this could go, right?
If he doesn't duplicate it, then it's easy. It's an easy decision.
Sure.
Yeah,
okay. Go right back to Kyler.
Go right back to Kyler. He's healthy. We told you guys he was our number 1 quarterback. Bang, he's back out there. If Jacoby Brissett plays well again, that really complicates things for the. It simplifies things, but it complicates things at the same time, right?
I think it makes it more difficult because, Jacoby Brissett goes out there. Packers have a week to prepare. He struggles. Packers win the game like everybody expects. Okay, and Jacoby just plays okay, very average. It's like, okay, go back to Kyler. Makes all the sense of the world. But if Jacoby lights up the Packers, it's like, okay, I know he's not your long-term answer, but you're trying to win football games now. Like, everybody's job is on the line, and this is a big year. I just don't know. I don't know. I think that they would still go back to Kyler again, but then what if Kyler comes back and has 2 mediocre games? You're like, okay, we've got to save our season here. Like, you do get to look, after last week, it was like a lot of us, not everybody, but a lot of us thought, man, his offense is just in better rhythm with Jacoby. Like, it's better. Like, you could do more with Jacoby. It's not like Jacoby's the long-term answer. We've never said that, but it's just like, I think you could do more with him than you can with Kyler. So if he goes out there on Sunday and he plays extremely well, that's going to be interesting to see what the fallout of that will be.
And like the pendulum has kind of swung the other way, too, where we were starting off the week talking so much about exactly what you said. Man, this offense just looks so good with Jacoby. And I feel like we're kind of ending the week with this, let's pause a little bit on the Jacoby talk and just recognize that exactly what they wrote in the NFL.com preview. There's a reason why he's a journeyman backup who's been around the league. He's very good at the backup quarterback thing, but history is filled with backup quarterbacks who, when given that chance to do it again and again and again, they just can't repeat it. It's just not very. So I don't know. I like how you said I don't know. Because you know what? It's okay for us. I don't know. I don't know what they would do. I really don't. I don't know how they would handle that decision if Jacoby goes out there and lights it up again. I really don't. I know what will help, and something that I didn't mention in the injury report, but I will here. Marvin Harrison Jr. has cleared concussion protocol. He is good. Big. He will play. Yeah. That's big because even though we saw Jacoby Brissett had an ability to really spread the ball around, having Marvin Harrison Jr. out there should help the cause. So he's been cleared. He's going to play, and that's good news. It's going to be fascinating to watch one way or another. I'm looking forward to Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? 17. If you lose and you fall to 2-5, I think there's been 7 teams since 1990. So in 35 years, there's been only 7 teams that have started off 2-5 and then made the playoffs.
Yeah, and many of them.
It's happened, but it's
happened,
not a lot.
But they've like a couple of them in the recent years.
7-1
really bad.
9.
Like Jacksonville did it. They were a 9-game division winner. They were a 9-win division winner. The Washington football team did it a few years ago. They were a 7-win division winner. Remember that team?
And,
I mean,
somebody was 7-9.
Yeah, that was Washington. It was Washington back in 2020. Okay. They were 7-9. So it's going to be really hard if you're 2-5. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I tell you about Judas Priest and Alice Cooper joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd, text Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them both live. That's Cooper to 620-620. Paul Goldschmidt, former Arizona Diamondback, future Arizona Diamondback. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of dismissive. But I asked Zoe this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
$195 million collectively saved by Global Credit Union members last year. $195 million. So for all of your banking needs, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, whatever the case may be, you really need to look into becoming a member at Global Credit Union because there is a clear and distinct benefit that comes with being a member of Global Credit Union. $195 million collectively saved by global members. That's because global members, look, there's a real commitment at Global Credit Union for low to no fees on the accounts if you bank with them. There's a real commitment there for a better interest rate than you can get at a bank. I'm a member of Global Credit Union. I can speak to this personally. Yes, this is all true. They're really committed to it. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. They've got a super easy-to-use mobile app. Basically, everything that you expect out of your bank, you will get out of Global Credit Union. So please explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Phoenix Suns start their season next week. Rumor has it that Commissioner Adam Silver was going to be in attendance for the first game, but he didn't want to get too close to the Suns' gorilla because of his strong resemblance to a peeled banana. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickler Murano Mornings.
Shout out to our listeners in Maricopa, Arizona. Maricopa, I hope you're having a fine Friday afternoon and going into the evening and the weekend. We appreciate you hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I wonder what the reaction is in Maricopa, Arizona, Gambo, to the news that Paul Goldschmidt, the Arizona Diamondbacks might kick the tires on a turn of Paul Goldschmidt to the organization this upcoming offseason.
Yeah, I believe that they will. They're going to have their they're going to start their meetings next week. They're going to have their end of year meetings, and they'll go over the budget at that point. They'll talk about arbitration guys, guys in free agency, things like that, and then put together a plan for what they're going to do. And one of the guys that I do believe that they're going to kick the tires on and look at is a short-term thing with Paul Goldschmidt. I think that they are open to bringing him back as a platoon player on a one-year deal. He's 38 years old. He crushes left-handed pitching. He doesn't hit right-handed pitching, so he can't be an everyday first baseman anymore at 38 years old, but still good defensively. And, you wouldn't have to pay him a lot of money to have him as a platoon first baseman. Remember, first base is not an area they want to spend a lot of their money on. So. Right. They want to spend their money on pitching. They want to get the bullpen fixed. So first base is not an area where they would spend a lot of money. So I think that Paul Goldschmidt is going to come in. I don't think he's going to cost more than, under $10 million on a one-year deal. So that might be something where you look at it and say, okay, it makes a little bit of sense to bring him back because they don't have a long-term answer at first base. Now, there might be some guys in the system that are not ready to do it, but that's where I could see a one-year deal for Paul Goldschmidt working out.
Yeah, he did mention to reporters after the Yankees season ended that he doesn't feel like he's done, that he'd like to keep playing.
I'd like to continue playing, but I hadn't sat down and thought about it. I mean, I was expecting to continue to play here and all that, but I still love playing. I still have fun out there. Still want to try to go win, love to compete, so we'll have to see what happens, but thankful for my time here. I don't know what the future's going to hold, and just try to give everything I have every day, and unfortunately came up short.
Just turned 38 years old. You mentioned the splits, and they are pretty jarring how different they are. Last year against lefties, he hit .336 with an OPS of .981. Against right-handed pitchers, he hit .247 with an OPS of .619.
Yeah, he's a platoon guy.
So and so I think we all, as nostalgic as we might be for Paul Goldschmidt, and certainly no more so anybody than me, he was a great Diamondback. He's a Mount Rushmore type Diamondback in terms of one of the all-time greats. I think we all have to temper our expectations and understand we're basically talking about Randall Grichuk here. If you're talking about how much playing time is he going to get, think Randall Grichuk when he was the right-handed platoon designated hitter for the last year and a half, and think about
lefties.
Yeah, think about how often he played, how often you'd see him in games, how often he'd get taken out of games. That's probably the comp here,
Yeah, you got to face more right-handed pitchers than left-handed pitchers. That's why his salary would be down. Now, if anybody thinks he's an everyday first baseman, I mean, then he might go somewhere. Now, again, I have no idea if Goldie has interest in the Diamondbacks. I'm just saying what I've heard is that they will kick the tires, and that will be a discussion for them on, whether that's a guy that they can bring back.
Like I told you earlier, and I really do, the more I think about this, the more I really do believe this. I'm actually, it's a great idea. I have no objection with it at all. I'm way more interested in what they do from the other side of this platoon and who your left-handed hitter is. Pavin was such a rough year for him.
Left a lot to be desired,
yes,
man. He really did. It was tough. I mean, because I've liked Pavin as a hitter. I've always think okay, he's a good hitter. But man, the strikeouts were just too much. You got to put the ball in play, and he was just striking out at such a high level. So I absolutely think like you do. You could do it. You could go get Goldie at the right-hand side, but you might need more than a Pavin Smith option from the left-hand side.
Yeah, and you mentioned Adrian Del Castillo. That's an interesting idea. There's a couple of, honestly, since we're having this Diamondbacks conversation, you mentioning Adrian Del Castillo, there's a couple of players like ADC that I do wonder about moving positions. I saw, not for nothing, I saw that Jordan Lawler reported for duty for he's going to play winter ball down in the Dominican like he did a year ago. I do wonder if part of his assignment while he's down there will be to play a little bit of outfield to see if he's an option for Mike Hazen and the crew out there. Adrian Del Castillo, I don't know if he's got any winter ball plans, but, getting some reps over at first base to see maybe whether he could be the other half of that equation over there. Can he defensively play over there? I mean, I don't know. These are questions that I think Mike Hazen and his crew are going to have to get a little bit creative in trying to figure out how this is going to work exactly. And those are just a couple of things maybe to keep in mind with this roster, to take what you've got and reallocate it in a way that makes sense and in a way that works.
Yeah. Again, I think first base is the least of their priorities, but so that bringing this up is just it's a name I had heard that they would discuss and have some interest in. But I do think, again, it's not like top of mind for them, first base. It's still, can they bring back Gallen or Kelly? And if not, they got $60 million in payroll that will be sidelined in April. $60 million.
Yeah.
Most of it's with Corbin Burns and Lourdes Gurriel, but then you've also got J. Mart and A.J. Puck. And so you've got a lot of money sidelined. That money will come back. Those players will come back at some point. It's like, so, you can't go crazy with your spending, because those guys will come back, but you also got to find out, how do we stay competitive for the first half of the season until these guys do come back?
But you reminding everybody that it's not top of mind first base does make me a little nervous that they would just try to run it back with Pavin Smith. Like hey, it's not the biggest priority. It's not what we're going to allocate most of our resources to. We're going to give Pavin Smith another try over there and see if it works. That to me would be a big risk. That to me would be a really big risk for them to just try that again that way with him over there, So I understand they're not going to prioritize first base very much, but if that translates into just bringing Pavin Smith back, I think that's a mistake. That's just my opinion. I think that would be. I think they need to do more than that, even if it's not a priority for them this offseason.
Right. No,
that's my
agree.
opinion.
I don't know how. There's got to be other options, right? It can't just be, okay, Pavin Smith's going to get all the at-bats against right-handed pitchers. Well, what if he plays as poorly as he did last year? Now you're in a boatload of trouble.
Go back. If you look back at Pavin Smith's numbers, like, he exploded for the first month of the season. He was great. You take his numbers from, like, I'm just going to pick a date, like May 1st on, it was rough. It was really, really rough. So it's something to keep socked in the back of our mind as we get into the Hot Stove League and try to figure out what the Diamondbacks are going to do. Hopefully, we're not watching a Dodgers World Series parade while we're having these conversations.
God, who's going to stop them?
That's all. I don't know. I mean,
who's going to stop them?
I don't know if the winner of this series is, but I'm watching the Toronto Seattle game now. I don't know if the winner of this series is, but I don't know who's going to stop them.
I think the Dodgers could beat the American League All-Star team in a World Series best of 7.
You think so?
I think they would. I think if you took the
That's
AL
depressing.
All-Star team, I think the Dodgers would. I hate to say it, but I think they would beat the AL All-Star team.
I find that to be very depressing on this Friday afternoon. When we come back, Sam Levitt is trending to be a go for tomorrow. The same cannot be said for the opposing quarterback. Is that a key to a Sun Devil victory tomorrow, or does that not have anything to do with anything? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
3 and 4 is disappointing, but you can talk yourself into some things at 3 and 4. First of all, you're only one game under 500, so you can come out of the bye week win and you're right back at 500. You can convince yourself that we could very easily insert the number of victories. It's a real heavy issue as to what they're going to do and how this team is going to look, and the importance of not coming out of the bye week at 2 and 5, especially when, as you pointed out, you can make this argument that things could be so much better for us.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis, who is a fiduciary, 5 locations right here in the Valley. You probably seen him on TV, the Asset Preservation Hour, doing a great job helping people with all their financial needs, their retirement plans, the financial plans, their tax plans. And he's done a great job for me for many years, helping me with all of my plans so that when I retire, I've got everything all ready to go. Now, one of the things I've met with him just recently on is just, looking at that tax situation, because a lot of us put money away tax deferred. Now, many financial advisors just ignore it, and they'll figure you'll cross that bridge when you get there, and hey, too bad you're going to have to pay taxes on this money. Stuart likes to come up with a tax plan because there are definitely pockets of times when it's good to pay the taxes and times when it's not. And if you make the mistake and you don't consider taxes, well, then you're going to end up paying a lot of taxes. And Stuart always says, listen, it's not about how much money you make. It's about how much of that money that you made are you going to be able to keep. So that's why I recommend you call and get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/3/25.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Final injury report for the Arizona Cardinals is here, and quarterback Kyler Murray is a question mark, literally. He completed another day of limited availability at practice, I should say. He's officially listed as questionable for Sunday. If he should miss, it would be his second consecutive game missed, and Jacoby Brissett would get the start. Other names on the injury report of note, not Marvin Harrison Jr.'s. He's no longer on the injury report. He was a full participant at practice today, so he has no injury designation. And then Will Hernandez, the offensive lineman, added to the injury report today due to a knee injury. He is listed as questionable. Now transitioning to baseball, because something has very much got my attention right now. A very, very, very close call as to whether or not it will be fair or foul. It looks to be foul instead of a home run. Old friend Dominic Canzone almost providing for the Mariners, but I think even he knows that it's foul. The Mariners currently trailing the Blue Jays 2-1. This is Game 5 of this series. Bottom of the 7th, nobody out and nobody on. They're reviewing the play right now. We'll get you an update if we have time. And then just about to get started in Los Angeles, the Dodgers, they're looking for one more win over the Brewers to make a return to the World Series. We've got that game over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors? The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory. All available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Arizona State Sun Devil football host the Texas Tech Red Raiders Saturday in Tempe. Pre-game starts at 10:30. Kickoff 1 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Kenny Dillingham this morning on the Bickley and Murata Show appreciates everybody's interest in Sam Levitt's foot.
I mean, well, there was tape. I just think it was under his sock today. That's the best part about college football is the ghost chasing begins. That's athletics, baby. You got to love it. I mean, you got to love. There's no photos of the feet. There's photos of the feet. Izzy Pratt. The games that get played are so funny to me.
Kenny Dillingham having a good laugh over the obsession that we've had with this Sam Levitt. So, I mean, really, it's been a week now, right? Like that we've been obsessed with Sam Levitt. He's probable, then he's doubtful, then he's out, and then there's rumors about why, and then the program is saying, "Hey guys, we've been honest with you from day one about what's going on." It's been quite the journey for ASU and Sam Levitt to get him back on the field this weekend against Texas Tech, but it looks like he's going to be back.
Yeah, Sims took all the reps in the bye week, and then Sam came back a little bit, but didn't do a whole much. Again, Kenny said, saw him, but was he running around? No, he didn't do much, just sat there, and then eventually Sims took I think the Thursday and Friday reps, and then they went to Utah and they got blown out by the Utes. And, but you say, you can always remember the games that you didn't win with your starting quarterback. Last year, Cincinnati, right? There it is. Cincinnati. Well, you didn't have Sam Levitt. This year, Utah, you didn't have Sam Levitt. Okay, Sam Levitt is an elite quarterback in college football. Okay, he is an elite quarterback, and Jeff Sims is a backup, and give him credit. I mean, he earned his way to college and got a degree, and he made it to college football. Take nothing away from him and how hard he's worked to get that spot, but there's a big difference between Sam Levitt and Jeff Sims, a big difference. And Levitt gives you a chance to win and compete with just about anybody, and Sims doesn't. Sims doesn't. They weren't able to do anything against Utah, and then the game got out of hand. And then I always wonder, once you're watching, once you realize as a defense and as a team, your quarterback can't do anything for you, I wonder if it just goes to, a snowball effect. It just, once you stop believing that you can win the game, I just wonder if that led to Utah winning by that margin.
It's a fair point, and I mean we've spent most of this week kind of making Texas Tech out to be this monster, this boogeyman, and I think rightfully so, given in some regards, at least rightfully so, given how dominant they've been this year. But I do think there is something to be said of just, break it down to its most simple element here. ASU is getting their quarterback back. And this quarterback is one of the best quarterbacks in the country that they're getting back. And so all of this belief that ASU is bringing a knife to a gunfight tomorrow, maybe they are. Maybe Texas Tech is just really that much better than everybody else. But I don't – you're right. I don't think we can just sit here and casually ignore that ASU's getting their starting quarterback tomorrow, and
they lost theirs,
and they lost theirs, and
they got their backup playing,
and it's been reported across multiple platforms now. I think I saw Pete Thamel basically reported the same thing. Baron Morton is out; he's not going to play. Will Hammond is going to be the guy who starts at quarterback for Texas Tech. We had Don Williams on earlier. He's the beat writer who covers Texas Tech in Lubbock. And he was we asked him about Will Hammond against Kansas and kind of the difference he made there.
Last week was kind of, I guess you'd say, maybe the Will Hammond experience encapsulated, because when he came into the game in the second half against Kansas, the first few series he wasn't very sharp, was missing some throws, but then kind of rallied, found himself there in the fourth quarter and ran for a couple of touchdowns. So he's a guy who he's kind of a you could call him a dual threat. Obviously, he is where he is because of his passing, because of his arm, but he's also a guy who can run and run effectively, and he's probably he is the better runner of the two.
So he's a little bit of a better runner, so it might open up some different things for them offensively. But the only times he's played this year has been in relief of Baron Morton, and he's had to do it 3 times now. How much it changes things with him being the starter, we'll see. I mean, if
they can dominate on the line of scrimmage and run the ball the way they did last week with Dickey, I don't think it's gonna matter a whole lot.
Well, and
with Morton out with the leg injury, I mean, now this is going to be his first career start for Will Hammond. right? And it's like, think about that. Like, that's what Kenny talks about, the environment and that stuff. Can you make a difference? Can you turn a 3rd and 2 into a 3rd and 7? Can you turn a 4th and 1 into a 4th and 6 with the environment? So Hammond's got a little bit of experience, but he's never made a start. So this will be his first one.
Yeah, and so that's where, the ASU environment has been outstanding so far this year.
Yep.
Outstanding. I saw where it's officially another sellout for tomorrow. That's great. It's going to be a 1:00 kickoff, so it's going to, there's a little, a little bit of an X factor maybe in this in terms of how challenging of it. I don't think Texas Tech, I'm sure they travel decent. I don't think there's going to be a ton of Tech fans necessarily in the stadium tomorrow. So I think ASU fans once again kind of have their opportunity here to put their stamp on a game and impact things the way we saw them do it against TCU and how difficult they made it for them there. So, but you're right. If
you rattle him, it throws everything. As good as their lines are, if you can rattle a kid who's never made a career start before. Now, again, he's played against Arkansas Pine Bluff. He played against Utah. He played against Kansas. He's decent. He's decent. He's got 6 touchdowns in those 3 games. But this is a first career start in a road environment against what now is more of a rowdy ASU crowd than what we've seen in previous years.
Yep.
Hammond's a 50-year guy. Not Hammond, Morton's. Morton's been there for a long time. He's got a lot of experience, a really good quarterback. So Hammond coming in, if you could rattle him, if you could shake him, if you could just, we're going to really load up to stop the run and make this kid try to beat us. And if he can't do it, then maybe you could pull off a win against Texas Tech.
It is going to be incumbent on ASU's defense and their front 7 in particular to be way better against the run than they were last week against Utah. You can't have that again, otherwise this is going to be a bloodletting tomorrow. So you can't have that. And it is incumbent on ASU's offensive line, and this is probably the thing I'm the most nervous about. On ASU's offensive line, despite all the moving bodies and all the personnel changes and the injuries and things like that, to protect Sam Leavitt, to hopefully give him an opportunity to get the ball downfield a little bit to Jordan Tyson, to buy him some time, to establish that run game, to extend some drives and keep Tech's offense off the field a little bit. I think if there's one matchup that scares me the most about tomorrow, it's Texas Tech's defensive front against ASU's offensive line, and just hoping like heck that can hold up, because that to me, there's just so many things that offshoot off of that if that doesn't work, I don't think anything's going to work tomorrow for ASU.
Yeah, and I would imagine that they are going to come after Leavitt, knowing that he's been a little, hampered with the injury and on the foot. And let's see. I'm Texas Tech. I'm coming at him. I'm coming at him hard. Until he beats me. You've got a little bit of foot injury. Let's see. Let's get you out of the pocket. Let's get you uncomfortable. Let's give you let's hit you a little bit, sack you a little bit. I'm doing the same thing if I'm ASU. Morton's a 50-year guy. He's got a lot of experience. He's one of the Big 12 leaders, but Hammond's never played before. So that could be, we talked about how each team can win. It really might be which defensive front is able to get to the quarterback more than the other one does.
Up next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, the weekend that will be in the National Football League. We'll look through some of the division games and preview the weekend in football next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson and why you need them on your side. You certainly want them on your side, and you certainly don't want to do what my wife and I did when we chose to go it alone. When we got into an accident years ago, we got T-boned by another driver, and we didn't think we needed Berg Simpson. We didn't think we needed an attorney, and that was a big mistake because everything was such a fight. If you've been involved in an accident, certainly do your homework and contact Berg Simpson. If you've been involved in an accident with a truck, these are different. Trucking companies and insurers, they're working very hard to pay you as little as possible. And a lot of times, if you're a victim of an accident when there's been a truck involved, they can make you pressured to settle fast and accept way less than what you're owed. And that's why you need to contact Burke Simpson. They've got real world experience, 45 years of results and experience when it comes to the insurance companies of these trucking companies, and it matters having them on your side. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
One last match, one unforgettable night. The regular season finale is here as Phoenix Rising hosts San Antonio FC on Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m. It's Fan Appreciation Night with special drink and food deals and end-of-season merchandise sales all night long. Celebrate the season, cheer on the squad, and send Rising into the playoffs in style. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Final match, full stadium. Let's rise together.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Right now, bottom of the 8th, the Blue Jays are 6 outs away
2-1 win. 2-1
from
lead.
3 games to 2 series lead. They're up 2-1 right now in the bottom of the 8th. So they're
all the road teams winning these games, huh?
Yeah, I guess so, right? And then they're just underway right now in LA, where the Dodgers can sweep the Milwaukee Brewers with a win tonight. That's nothing. That game just started. So, yeah, again, the Blue Jays, if they win tonight, they're up 3-2 in that series. The Mariners need to rally to tie the game and change the outcome there. And then the Dodgers look to eliminate Milwaukee with a win tonight. There's also college football on tonight, I believe. Yes, Louisville is taking on number 2 Miami. And number 2 Miami is currently losing to Louisville, 14-10.
There you go.
Right.
Wow.
Now.
Okay. Yeah.
there's that.
That
and
could
then,
open up a spot for the Big 12 champ to get in there, right in that top 4, especially if it's Texas Tech.
Yeah, potentially. And then 25th ranked Nebraska is taking on Minnesota right now. That game is in the second quarter. Nebraska is up 3-0. Before we talk about the NFL weekend that is, there's one other thing I want to mention about the Cardinals real quick that is not part of what's on tonight, so we're good with that. When Monty Ossenfort was on with Wolf and Luke today, Gambo, and I had completely forgotten about this. Most of the talk is obviously about Kyler and the quarterback situation. Monty Ossenfort was asked about the trade deadline. And I'm springing this on Mitch. In the last second, I decided to kind of go down this road here for a second.
Okay, you could do that.
Ossenfort, exactly.
You steer the show. Go ahead.
Monty Ossenfort, quote, "If something makes sense for us to do it, we will not hesitate to do it." You have it for me? Will you play it? Please play it.
Yeah, I mean, that's coming up here in a couple of weeks. You're right, Wolf. And so, those conversations really start to pick up here in the next couple of weeks, I would say. Those are always conversations that we have across the league. And, people that we're interested in, people that other teams are interested in. Those are always fact-finding and seeing what opportunities may be out there. And those are, we've made a trade each year the last 2 years. We traded a player away 2 years ago. We traded for a player last year. So those are always things that we are going to look at for ways to improve the team. And if something makes sense for us to do, we will not hesitate to do it. So, I think those discussions here will come into play here in the next couple of weeks. And, that November 4th date's coming up. But, we certainly are going to be having those conversations.
Now, that's the part I forgot about, Gambo, and that's what I wanted to talk about. Monty Ossenfort, in his 2 years on the job, has shown a proclivity to trade at the trade deadline. Trading away Joshua Dobbs 2 years ago, acquiring Baron Browning a year ago. Doesn't mean he's going to do it again.
Right.
And I think whatever happens on Sunday could very much in large part dictate things like buyers, sellers, or things like that. It's not a trade deadline that we talk about like we do in the NBA or Major League Baseball, but he is a general manager who has shown a willingness to deal in both directions at the deadline. And I thought that was a curious little reminder about how he conducts his business when it comes to the deadline.
Well, yeah, they got Baron Browning, and they liked them enough to keep him,
Absolutely.
Right? And that's like, that's a Mike Hazen move, right? Like, go get somebody that, that you're going to keep. The fascinating thing to me is really like if you lose this game to the Packers, then like who do they have that teams would want? Because that's what, then you start to look at that like, okay, you become more of a seller than a buyer if you lose this game.
Like you were 2 years ago with Joshua Dobbs, right? You knew, hey, we don't need Joshua Dobbs. Kyler's on his way back. We're good. We can move on from him. Yeah, they were a seller then.
And I just don't know. I don't know how much they have that other teams would want. So, I mean, I'm interested to see, but I don't know how much they have the team's going to be like, I want that. I want to go trade for that guy.
Yeah, the name that comes to mind is Calais. Obviously, and I guess what made me think about this too was Alvin Kamara was asked about being traded from the New Orleans Saints. He's like, yeah, if they're going to trade me, I'm just going to go drink a pina colada somewhere.
Right,
I said, I'm just going to retire rather than go somewhere else. I'm not saying Calais would do that, but he's the name that comes to mind. Jalen Thompson's name kind of comes to mind a little bit as somebody who could be on the move. I don't know who else you would deal. I don't, but I really have to look at the roster and see if there's somebody else that jumps out. But those are the two initially that I think maybe they would move one of those guys if either one of them, if Calais wanted to go, maybe. I don't know.
Right. 49ers, Falcons.
That's the game you're excited about?
That's my game this week.
That's your game this week.
Yeah, because you start to look at it, and if let's just assume the Cardinals win, you start to look at, these teams that are playing each other, NFC versus NFC, like the Commanders and the Cowboys, right? Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. So, you want to start knocking some teams down with losses, but when you have a game like that, somebody else gets a win. So, it makes your playoff a little bit harder to get there. Eagles, Vikings, right? Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. But the Falcons I'm a little miffed by the Falcons. Like, the Carolina beat the hell out of them, right? And then they come back and they beat Washington and they beat Buffalo, and no team is averaging more rushing yards than Atlanta, but they don't score any points. Like, they run the ball all over anybody, but they don't score any points. So it's just the defense it's a very fascinating team. And the 49ers, without Fred Warner, without Brock Purdy, without Ricky Pearsall and Greg Kittle and Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk and all these players, they're 4-2. They're 4-2, and every win for them is precious until they can get their reinforcements back.
I like that. That's a Sunday night game, so they'll have that window all to themselves. So that's an easy one to watch.
Yeah, it's a good game to watch.
I've got two that I'm really curious about. The game number one is the Jags and the Rams from London, and that's the early Sunday morning game. No Puka Nacua for the Rams. The Jags have been competitive, but like everybody else in the NFL, they've been competitive, but they've got flaws. The Rams have looked good, but I think they're going to miss Puka Nacua. And the Jags play a lot of games in London, so I don't know if they've got some baked-in advantage because they're more used to it than other teams. That's a game to me that's worth watching. And then I'll give you another one, and maybe it surprises you, maybe it doesn't. Your New York Giants against Mitch's Denver Broncos. I think that's a really interesting game, given how well the Broncos defensively have played. They're off to a good start, and yet the Giants have kind of captured the imagination of a few with their two young rookies in Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. I've got my eye on that one. That's what I'm going to be paying attention to. I think that's a really low-key good game this weekend.
Two things. It is really hard to win in Denver. Like, they have a great home field advantage. It's hard to win there. And number two is, like, Vance Joseph, right? He is just a really good defensive coordinator. Like, his defense right up there among the tops in just about everything. So that's a really good defense. And then if the Giants get a win here, it'd be like, wow, okay. And the Giants defense has some really dominant players, but everybody's got their attention on Cam Scatterbo and Jackson Dart and that combination. And they're without Malik Neighbors right now, so they don't have their top receiver. But the Giants win last week was a big win. And if they can come win one against Denver, then all of a sudden they're going to be talked about as maybe being a possible playoff team.
The best game of the week in the NFL is on Monday night. It's when the Bucs take on the Lions. That's going to be a very, very good game. Maybe an NFC Championship game preview, but who knows in the NFC. Speaking of what's on tonight, Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, just tied it with a solo home run. It's 2-2.
Let's go Mariners.
Toronto and Seattle. That's going to do it for us. Arizona Sports at Night with Mitch and Connor is next. The Dodgers game's on ESPN 620.